Takes it over left.
Saturday, December 13th, 3 p.m. Eastern, it's the annual battle, the Army-Navy game in Baltimore, Maryland. Braves Country Radio will bring it to you live from coast to coast and around the globe. A salute to all the men and women who have served and continue to serve this great nation. This year will be the 126th meeting between the Army Black Knights and the Navy Midshipmen. Join us live and we'll bring you play-by-play of America's game, Army versus Navy. 8 of the last 11 matchups being decided by one score, including the double overtime thriller in 2022. It's Army-Navy.
We are Army.
Navy-Army. America's game, heard around the world.
And 5 BYU moving left to right at their own 41-yard line. Blocker for Sione Moa, the running back, who they wanted to get on a screen pass, and the nickel back, John Curry, was right in the middle of the action there, so incomplete was the best-case scenario for BYU.
And a beautiful rush there by Romello Height off the edge that put the pressure on Bachmeier to get that ball out. He wasn't able to put the touch or the flutter on the ball. It was more of a dart, which made that a very tough ball to catch.
Third down for the Cougars. BYU was 4 of 7 in the first half. They face third down and 5 at their own 41. L.J. Martin, the running back, left, 4 receivers. Flag is thrown right as the snap comes into the hands of Bachmeier.
And this is another tough one. Third and manageable now goes to third and long.
False start. Offense number 61. 5-yard penalty. Third down.
That's the left guard, Waylon Lapuaho, who did not play the last 2 weeks, returning to action today. But again, as we talked about an 80-20 split of Red Raiders to Cougars fans in here, and it gets loud.
And that's the second false start on the left side of this BYU offensive line, playing a major role in the key situation on third down.
So the red-clad fans turning up the volume. Third down and 10, BYU from its own 36. Whistles blow. And let's see what the stoppage is here as the officials come over to the near side numbers to chat.
The previous play was an incomplete pass. Please reset the game clock to 13:11. 25 on the play clock. We'll start on my signal.
So 15 seconds had wound away on the game clock there. Good eyes by the officials to correct that error.
And that's one of those things when you see it in that moment, it has to be a clock issue or usually a timer issue. In that case, that time it was both.
That only gets the fans even louder here for a third down and 10. BYU at its own 36. Almost 2 minutes into the third quarter. First possession of the second half, and Texas Tech with a 13-7 lead for the Big 12 title. Bachmeier in the shotgun, 10 of 14 passing today. Back to throw, it's an inside screen. Catch is made, Parker Kingston. He's across midfield on the far side hash, and it's a first down. He navigated a lot of bodies and a lot of traffic down to the 47 of Texas Tech, and a gain of 22 yards.
And Parker Kingston just did a great job. A lot of confusion. 4 different receivers out on the right side. He breaks through the middle of that diamond formation by BYU and comes across on the over route and just hits a second gear as soon as the ball hits his hands. And now we're talking about the second time that BYU has been in plus territory with a potential momentum shifting type of play.
That matched their largest pass play of the first half. First and 10 to the 42 of Texas Tech. Swing pass to the flat. Martin makes the catch and is stopped immediately. Surging tackle by the corner, Bryce Pollock. Like a heat-seeking missile to the BYU running back. Sends him backwards. It's a loss of 6.
Heat-seek boom is what you're looking for in that one. And Bryce Pollock was not fooled on the action. The swing pass that they've been using a lot in the first half, trying to sneak it in there, but Bryce Pollock said, no, I've seen this movie before, and was in the backfield immediately for the big loss. I know there's a good pass rush from Texas Tech, but these pass plays called by BYU still feel very conservative. Now they've got to be able to move the ball. 2nd and 16 behind the chains at the Texas Tech 48. 5 wide, Bachmeier looks to the near side right, throws, caught at the 41, and then 2 defenders
make the tackle on Chase Roberts, taking him out of bounds. So they gain back some of that yardage. Jacob Rodriguez on the scene again. Started his career at Virginia as a quarterback in 2021 and has surged to being the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year at linebacker and a future NFL linebacker as well for the Red Raiders.
And you have to think that quarterback mindset and vision has to play a role in how he diagnoses on a play-to-play basis. He's also the green dot, the guy making all the play calls in the middle of the defense.
3rd and 8, BYU at the Texas Tech 40. Inside handoff, a breakaway to the near side, across the 35, out of bounds around the 30 for L.J. Martin. Bryce Pollock with a two-hand shove to get him out of bounds, but it's another BYU first down as they convert on 3rd and long.
And now you have to think, you're now in a scoring zone opportunity, whether it's with Will Ferrin or whether you get in the end zone. BYU's in a position now, as long as they continue to possess and move the ball, they can put points on the board and make this game either short, behind, or possibly take the lead. And this is one of their best drives since the first one of the game.
9th play of the drive for BYU. Sione Moa, the running back, on 1st and 10 to the right of Bachmeier. Ball is on the near right hash. Fake the handoff. Bachmeier looks left, passes to Moa. Behind him, it's incomplete as it bounces on the turf around the 32-yard line. Moa was breaking out and didn't know the ball was coming his way. Bryce Pollock was getting ready to sack Bear Bachmeier.
And that's exactly why the ball came out before you had your fullback being able to turn around and see it. Bryce Pollock, blitz from the corner edge, was there immediately on Bachmeier as he was taking him down as the ball was released.
13-7 Texas Tech with a third quarter lead over BYU for the Big 12 championship. 10:25 to go here in the third. Bachmeier, the quarterback, true freshman, 19 years old, in the shotgun, a running back to either side. 2nd down and 10. Hands it off to Martin going inside. And with good momentum, he gets a couple of yards before all 11 defenders in the area converge on him with a 330-pound defensive tackle. Lee Hunter leading the way. That sets up another 3rd and long for BYU.
Lee Hunter is just a humongous man. Him and Jacob Rodriguez met L.J. Martin in the hole, and it looked like a car crash in that moment, and that's probably why you only get 1 yard.
That's 600 pounds of defenders between just two guys.
Yeah.
So this drive has already taken up more than 5 minutes. BYU looking to score since it had it on its first possession of the game. 3rd down and 9 at the Texas Tech 28. On the near right hash, 3 receivers. Bachmeier immediately pressured, throws over the middle. His pass is tipped, and it is incomplete. He got demolished back at the 40-yard line. Great pressure from David Bailey, who leads the nation with 12.5 sacks. And here comes the special teams unit on for BYU to attempt a field goal with Will Ferrin.
Like the most interesting man in the world once said, I don't like to blitz, but when I do, I like to bring 8. And that's exactly what Texas Tech did in that moment. They brought 8 on that one and made it very impossible for Bachmeier to get the ball off.
This kick to make it a 3-point game, a 46-yard try from left to right on the near side hash. Vanderhaar, the punter, to hold. He puts it down on the turf. Ferrin strikes it. It's got the distance, but it is no good. Wide to the left. An 83% kicker in his career, and it's wide to the left. It stays Texas Tech up by 6.
What a missed opportunity there, but this is what kind of has been the underlying theme. And even as good as that drive was, to come away with nothing, getting across the 50, that is a huge blow, and we'll see Texas Tech lucky again.
Each kicker has missed one today. 9:29 third quarter. 13-7 Texas Tech over BYU. You're listening to the Big 12 championship game on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Dr. Pepper.
I like things my way. My coffee, my schedule, and my treatment. So I talked to my doctor about self-injecting with the Vyvgart Hytrulo pre-filled syringe, which contains Vyvgart alpha and hyaluronidase QVFC. It's injected under your skin, subcutaneously. It means I can inject in my space, on my time. It's my treatment, my way. Visit VyvgartMyWay.com. That's VYVGART MyWay.com. And talk to your doctor about Vyvgart Hytrulo. Brought to you by Argenx.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile. You know, one of the perks about having 4 kids that you know about is actually getting a direct line to the big man up north. Mm-hmm. And this year, he wants you to know the best gift that you can give someone is the gift of Mint Mobile's unlimited wireless for $15 a month. Now, you don't even need to wrap it. Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Quick break. Want to make a big play on your next paint project? Go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer. Only at the Home Depot. With over 1,000 colors, exceptional hide, and advanced stain blocking, Behr Marquee is built to stand up to real life. No do-overs, no wasted weekends. Just bold color and a finish that holds strong. One coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee. Only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One Coat Hide Collection.
This is the Big 12 Championship on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Back here at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas, Big 12 title on the line. 4th-ranked Texas Tech with a 13-7 lead over number 11 BYU. The first appearance in the Big 12 championship game for either of these teams. Up in the booth, Mike Cousins along with Max Starks, the 2-time Super Bowl champion. Mike Peasley is down on the field. And so BYU goes 12 plays, 47 yards, 0 points. Ball goes back to Texas Tech, which won every game this year by at least 20 points. They're only the 6th team to do that in the last 100 years, and they've really got to be feeling great here coming out onto the field. Tech missed a field goal of its own in the first half, but they've got a chance to really spread the advantage here. Coming down the field, 9:29 to go in the third.
And already a 2-touchdown favorite coming into this game. You're talking about getting in that position. And when they get the lead, they usually don't give it up. They are like a bear trap in these moments. So let's see what they can do on this opening drive for the second half.
1st and 10, they're on 28-yard line. Baron Morton with a handoff on first down. They get the 30-yard line on the inside give to Jacoby Williams, one of 6 finalists for the Paul Hornung Award, given to the most versatile player in college football. It'll be the first time in 3 years that Travis Hunter hasn't won the award, like Colorado the last 2 years, and now in the NFL. Gain of just 2, 2nd down and 8, and from the shotgun to give inside to Williams, veers to the near side, runs through a defender across the 35, and drags 2 defenders out of bounds shy of the 45-yard line. Versatile and strong. A gain of a dozen there for Williams.
Very explosive. Great job on the edge just to take a subtle jab step and get outside of Jack Kelly and get that burst for the first down.
5 wide. Morton throws to the far side hash, caught at the 45-yard line as they're averaging, 15, 20 seconds between snaps. Coy Aiken, who had a 33-yard touchdown catch earlier in the game, tackled by Jonathan Cabella, a gain of 5.
Interesting. Caleb Douglas held receiverless. No catches in the first half. Wondering when he's going to get involved in this game.
Shotgun snap. Morton slings into the flat on the near side. Juke step. It's to the 50-yard line, and a tackle made there by Jonathan Cabella on Reggie Virgil, who's been very active, perhaps in place of Caleb Douglas. Virgil just made his 6th catch of the day. Got 4 yards, 3rd down and 1. Can BYU get a stop here at midfield? Inside handoff, Williams. It's a first down and then some as he runs across the 45 down to the 40-yard line of BYU. First down, Tavion Beasley. Tanner Wall, the back end of the secondary, tackle the sophomore running back for the Red Raiders.
Well, your answer's nope on that one, in case you were wondering, Mike. But more importantly, Therian Alexander went out limping off the field, so a new corner in there for Therian. Maury Bamba back in the game because Therian Alexander looked like he had an issue and ran off the field.
Bamba, a big corner at 6'3". 1st and 10, Red Raiders at the BYU 40-yard line, going from right to left. Caleb Douglas, a man in motion to the far side, and a flag from both sidelines, the backfield and the defensive backfield.
Snap infraction. Offense number 72. 5-yard penalty. First down.
4 different offensive linemen have been penalized today for Texas Tech. The only one who's safe so far is Davion Carter, the right guard.
And we're not going to say that. He's just thus far. I feel like they're going to go ahead and get the bingo card finished off with all 5 at some point. Or you just consider Davion Carter the star on that bingo card.
Red Raiders lead BYU by 6. 7:10 to go at third quarter. Backed up 1st and 15 at midfield. Morton's got the snap. Throws on a dart far side. That ball is dropped. It's an incomplete pass. It would have been the first catch of the day for Caleb Douglas, their leading wide receiver on the year. As you mentioned, still without a catch.
Yeah, still held catchless, and that's a tough one. Being in coverage, I would say it was a great job by Evan Johnson, who they had a battle the last time they played each other. Good on good here, and right now Evan Johnson winning that battle against Caleb Douglas.
Aaron Morton, the quarterback for Texas Tech, 14 of 23, 146 yards and a touchdown. 2nd and 15 after the incompletion. 3 receivers to the near side left. BYU with a blitz. Morton rolls out far side from midfield, throws across his body. It's caught by Douglas, his first catch of the day, and it's a first down and then some. It takes 4 defenders to get him out of bounds on the far side. The corner, Evan Johnson, leads the way. It's a gain of 23 yards.
Yeah, you could only hope to contain him. You weren't going to hold him, without a catch in this game. And, of course, a big moment. 2nd and 15. He ate that up in one play, got 20-plus yards on the reception there. Hello, Mr. Douglas. Welcome to the football contest.
Texas Tech's only punted once today. 1st and 10. Float a screen pass to the near side. It's a rainbow that falls incomplete, looking for Cameron Dickey. It bounced about 3 feet in front of him. If there was a defender there, it could have easily gone 75 yards for a pick 6.
Yeah, there was nobody there, and the flutter on that, Cameron Dickey, I think, at one point needed to stop for a second. He kept drifting, and I think Morton tried to loft it up there, almost like he was trying to shoot like a layup, a teardrop there, but it fell short. And luckily for the Red Raiders, there was no BYU Cougar in the area. 9th play of the Red Raider drive. 6:21 third quarter in the Big 12 title game. 13-7 Texas Tech over BYU. On 2nd and 10, Morton hands it off across the formation. Terrence Carter, the tight end, is down at the 21-yard line. Tackled by the safety Tanner Wall, their second leading tackler this season. He gets 2 yards, 3rd down and 8 against a bend and mostly not great BYU defense today. Yeah, big moment here, and this is also the hash, and it stays on this hash. Stone Harrington missed from this hash previously in the game, so you wonder if they'll do something to get it more in the middle of the field, trying to hedge their bets.
3rd down and 8. Morton with 5 options. From the backfield, throws caught at the 15-yard line. Reggie Virgil, catch number 7 on the day. Short of the line to gain, tackled immediately by Jalen Dunlap. It's 4th down and 2. The offense appears to want to stay on the field. They're looking to the far sideline for the play call, and they will go for it here on 4th and 2 at the BYU 14-yard line.
And Baron Morton trying to get the crowd to calm down. I know they're lathered up and excited here. Red Raider Nation back in the red zone once again. But you want a little bit more silence here so you can communicate. This is a very critical down.
Wouldn't be surprised if they called timeout here. 7 on the play clock. Pistol formation. And now it's going to be a direct snap to Cameron Dickey, the running back. Flips it back to Morton, running to the far side under pressure. Throws to the end zone. It's incomplete. And it's a turnover on downs. There's no flag. BYU gets the stop. Evan Johnson, the corner, with smothering coverage on Caleb Douglas. And the Cougars survive and stay down by 6.
Man, what a big moment there by Evan Johnson. We talked about this being a pre-matchup. This is looking like a 5-star matchup against Johnson versus Douglas.
And the 80% Texas Tech fans booing the replay thought there should have been a flag, but there is none. We've got 4:58 to go in the third quarter here at AT&T Stadium. It's Texas Tech 13 and BYU 7. This is the Big 12 championship game on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Dr. Pepper.
Yes, sir, we won the ball. And it's
You ever wake up with a sore throat, feeling a little off, and you know you're getting sick? Well, getting sick and going on the IL isn't an option, especially for me when I'm traveling for work. You can try to see a doctor, well, good luck there, or go sit for hours in an urgent care. Nope. That's why you need a medical emergency kit. This isn't some cheap first aid kit, okay? Your medical emergency kit comes packed with doctor-prescribed meds. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy right there in your home. If you're coming down with the flu, bam, here's your Z-Pack. You've got gastrointestinal issues, here's your Bactrim. From Z-Pack to ivermectin, amoxicillin, and doxycycline to treat strep, pneumonia, sinus infections, UTIs, COVID, and more. It's all right there in your kit. Just match your symptoms to the guide or talk with their telehealth doc. No doctor waiting rooms, no pharmacy lines. Order online in minutes and get $50 off with the code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. Get yours now at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. Use the promo code SMALLS.
This is Marshawn Lynch, a.k.a. Beast Mode. Mix and match players from any sport on Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Available in 45 states, including California, Texas, Florida, and Georgia.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code OT and get $50 instantly in site credits when you play $5. That's code OT on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly in site credits when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in site credits for just playing. Guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Nick DeLuca here in our All-State studio. Western Michigan leading Miami, Ohio into the third quarter. 13:16 to go in the third in the MAC championship game. 23-6 the score in that one. Jalen Buckley has had a big day. 160 yards and a pair of touchdowns. One was a 67-yarder to open the scoring. Scoreboard updates brought to you by Venmo. Score more with the college-branded Venmo debit card, the Venmo MasterCard issued by the Bancorp Bank. And a reminder, Virginia and Duke in the ACC championship game tonight. Coverage beginning at 7:30 Eastern here on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Back to Arlington. Mike Peasley, Max Starks, and Mike Cousins. Mike?
Thank you, Nick. We look forward to that game from Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte with Mark Kestisher, Kelly Stauffer, and Ian Fitzsimmons on the call. I know we'll all be dialed in as we make our respective ways back to our domiciles across the country. 13-7, still our score. Texas Tech with the lead over BYU. Some very curious fourth down play calling today. BYU with a bad fake punt in the first half. Texas Tech trick play incomplete on the throw to the end zone. So BYU takes over 1st and 10 at its own 14-yard line. Two running backs in the backfield. Handoff Sione Moa, his first carry since September. He gets to the 15-yard line, gain of 1, and gets clobbered by David Bailey, the defensive end. Speaking of that line, Max, Texas Tech in the first half sent 0 blitzes. 4-man rush the entire first half. They blitzed 4 times on the first drive of the second half and got pressure on 3 of those dropbacks.
And that's something. When they don't pressure, they're still pressuring. But in that moment, when they do pressure, it's going to hit home.
2nd and 8, right between the hash marks. It's Bachmeier, 13 of 19 today for the freshman QB. 3-step drop. He's got time. Flushed out of the pocket. Hash left. He's ahead to the 20-yard line and wrapped up around the ankles there. Gain of about 4 as he escaped the pocket, and Jacob Rodriguez, the linebacker, brings him down. 3rd and short. It'll be 4 yards to get here for BYU.
And they showed a replay on TV showing that 4th down play by Texas Tech just previously, and they wanted a pass interference because Evan Johnson looked like he didn't get his head around. He looked briefly, but was contacting without getting his head around. That's why the fans were really upset, I think, on that 4th down play.
Both teams have been excellent on 3rd down today. Texas Tech looking to get a stop and a 3 and out. 3rd and 4, BYU from its own 20-yard line. 3 receivers and the tight end Ryan left. Ryan motions to the near side right, and we've got whistles and what appears to be a timeout.
Yep, that very heads-up play. This is a big 3rd down if you are BYU. You've got to convert here to keep this drive alive.
Timeout, BYU with a 3rd and 4 coming up. Texas Tech 13 and BYU 7. This is the Big 12 championship game on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Dr. Pepper.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You play for the win, not just on game day, every day. Channel that drive into your money. Robinhood puts you in control, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
Running a business? You know that slow phone systems and missed messages cost you opportunities. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, is the #1 business phone system that streamlines communication, helps teams collaborate seamlessly, and respond to customers 24/7 with their AI agent. Join over 90,000 businesses using Quo. Try it free, then get 20% off your first 6 months at quo.com/ESPN, QUO.com/ESPN. They'll even port your existing numbers for free. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers.
Running out of time to find the perfect gift? Aura Frames makes it look like you planned it all along. Preload photos, add a message, and send it ready to display. A personal gift they'll love. For a limited time, save on the perfect gift by visiting auraframes.com to get $35 off Aura's best-selling Carver mat frame using promo code SCORE. Don't forget to mention ESPN streaming at checkout. Now go win the holidays. Terms and conditions apply.
Nick DeLuca here in our All-State studios. Our game, the first of 5 conference title games today. Georgia and Alabama, familiar foes in the SEC championship game. Tide won the first meeting this season, but SEC Network's Roman Harper thinks Georgia's defense could make the rematch different.
The way they're playing and covering guys, Luka, the back half of the season, to me, that has been the biggest difference in this team. The secondary is now making plays early in the season versus Tennessee, versus Alabama, versus multiple teams early in the year. They did not make plays when the ball was in the air. They could be in position, but the play was just not made by the secondary. And now you have guys actually covering guys, making plays when the ball is in the air.
Georgia trying to make it like the first matchup with Alabama never even happened. Like it never even happened. Brought to you by Surf Pro, the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration. Reminder, 12-team college football playoff field announcement live on ESPN Radio tomorrow afternoon. Selections and instant analysis with Matt Schick and Trevor Maddich. And reaction from committee chairman Hunter Yurachek. College football selection show Sunday at noon Eastern on ESPN Radio, Sirius XM Channel 80, and the all-new ESPN app. Back to the guys at AT&T Stadium. Mike Peasley, Max Starks, and Mike Cousins. Mike?
Nick, thanks so much. Mike Peasley, from what you're seeing at field level, how are you noticing Bear Bachmeier's ankle impacting his play?
Mike, he's clearly compromised. I watched him during that last time out, and he just kind of kept walking around on the outside of the circle, just trying to keep that left ankle loose. Clearly, he's compromised by it, and he's just trying to grit it out and tough it out right now. But even on that last scramble run he had, you could see that he just didn't have much acceleration to push off that left ankle.
He's in the shotgun now, 3rd and 4 for BYU at its own 20-yard line. Takes the snap, runs to his left, looks to the sideline, his pass is tipped, it's intercepted, a Texas Tech takeaway. The linebacker, Ben Roberts, sets up the Red Raiders inside the 20-yard line. A massive swing of momentum, a 10-yard return, and BYU makes a mistake coming out of a timeout. Texas Tech with a 6-point lead and a chance to make it more here late in the third quarter.
The number 4 turnover team in the nation, and Texas Tech gets another turnover. And look at the athleticism that I saw. I saw Ben Roberts strafing, looking, following Bear Bachmeier's eyes, expertly timed jump, swipes it in the air, tosses it up, makes the grab, and then moves the momentum forward. And man, what a tremendous play. This Texas Tech defense is stout.
3:26 third quarter, Texas Tech with a 1st and 10 of the BYU 11. It's Dickey, the running back, off to the right side, and into the end zone, untouched. 11 yards out, and a score for Texas Tech. That's the breakaway difference maker for the Red Raiders. Their lead is 19-7, 3:21 in the third.
And it must be said, we've heard all the negativity about the offensive line, everybody, but one guy has jumped off sides. And the guy that has not jumped off sides jumped to the outside and made a heck of a block at Davion Carter to bust that lane wide open for Cameron Dickey, who went unabated to the end zone for the galloping score. And now the Red Raiders are going for 2 in this moment to try and make this a true 2-touchdown game.
As it stands, the lead is 12-19-7, and this would make it 21-7. So after the 11-yard run by Dickey, he is to the left of Morton in the shotgun, 2 receivers either side. Then in motion, Coy Aiken makes it 3-by-1. Sling it, sidearm to the near side. Terrence Carter with the catch, and he runs into the end zone over the B in BYU. 2-point try is good, and it's 21-7 Texas Tech for a Big 12 championship. 3:21 to go in the third, and everything's coming up Red Raiders.
Even when it's bad, it's still good. That's what the Texas Raider motto should be. I mean, they talked about their phrase being wreck 'em. Well, right now they are wrecking BYU in this quarter. and it has been an onslaught. Defensively, you get the turnover. Very next play, you get a touchdown, and now you get a 2-point conversion. This is where if you're BYU, you've got to settle down. There's still plenty of time left. This is only the third quarter. You got 18-plus minutes to still make a difference in this game, but everybody has to settle down and make sure that they don't try and press too much if you're BYU.
The decision-making today, though, from the Cougars has been questionable at times, including on that third down play where they ran a pass and a rollout to the short side of the field, really limited their options, an interception and a touchdown on the next play. Fair catch called for and made by Cody Hagan in the left side end zone. That'll give BYU the ball 1st and 10 at its own 25-yard line. But just to break that down a little bit further, Max, on that last 3rd down and 4 for BYU before the interception, it looked like it was a route for the tight end Carson Ryan basically to turn around at the first down chains. That's where they were hoping to make the catch. It really only gave Bachmeier one option. They handcuffed themselves on that 3rd down play call.
And you have to wonder, because he's a freshman, are you limiting some of the playbook options, feeling that he's tight and he's compromised with that ankle, as Mike Peasley talked about, and trying to make this easy for him, pitch and catch, but this Texas Tech defense is doing anything but that for the young freshman.
BYU 1st and 10 from its own 25. It's a handoff out of the shotgun to L.J. Martin, who gets 1 yard. He got to the 26, and even that spot might have been generous before he got stood up and then pushed back. David Bailey, the defensive end, first one there. It'll be 2nd and 9.
And Jacob Rogers finishing him off after the initial holdup. So knowing that they're compromised with the quarterback and his running capability, that changes a lot of how you've been calling this game. And for Roderick, that's going to be one of the big things, is how do you create space? Because this Texas Tech defense are space eaters. They don't allow a lot of, A, yards after the catch, and then B, quarterback time to get through his progression.
Pistol formation, 2 receivers to the near side right. Bachmeier with a give to Martin again. Run off to the right side, gets the 29-yard line. That's 3 more yards, but it makes it 3rd down and 6 for the Cougars. They're running right at the defensive end, David Bailey there, and it's 3rd down, 6 to gain here. Bachmeier 13 of 20 and only 84 yards through the air.
Mama, there goes that man, David Bailey, crashing down from the backside and making the play on L.J. Martin. And this defense is and this crowd are starting to get a little bit of extra energy right now.
From the near right hash, BYU, 3rd and 6. Bachmeier takes the snap, throws from the far sideline, and that ball is incomplete. JoJo Phillips, the intended target, took a heavy hit on the perimeter from the safety, Cole Wisniewski. Bachmeier made a good throw, threaded it over the first wave of defenders, and as Phillips went to come down with the ball, Wisniewski came with a full head of steam and just ran him over, jarring the ball loose for an incompletion.
And Bryce Pollock made a great play playing the underneath of the bracket on Phillips. Wisniewski over the top, and he tried to jump in. I think that distorted the view and messed up the angle that JoJo Phillips was trying to receive the football.
Sam Vanderhart a punt, and he just gets it away, narrowly almost blocked there by Texas Tech. Takes a hop at the 25, and then a Texas Tech roll back toward midfield across the 30. And they'll have good starting field position for this drive with a 21-7 lead on a 39-yard punt. A lot of the things that BYU talked about from the first matchup about a month ago against Texas Tech were taking advantage of opportunities when they're there, but also special teams, which have not been very special today. The average punt from Sam Vanderhart has been under 40 yards today.
It's been under 40 yards, and he's been under duress. And that last one, Oliver Miles, one of their backup running backs, in on the pressure that forced Vanderhart, who is an Aussie-style kicker, so that means they run left or right and take a running start on the boot, is interfered with, and therefore can't kick that ball as long as he wanted to.
Texas Tech with a 2-touchdown lead. 1st and 10 at its own 33. From the shotgun, handoff Jacoby Williams. Jukes his way up the middle of the defense across the 40 to the 45-yard line. Isaiah Glasker makes the tackle. It's a 1st down run, a gain of 12.
In the South, we call him quick as a water bug. And in that moment, that's exactly what you saw. Started to play play left, cut back to the right, and a great explosive drive up the middle.
1st down, handoff Williams. Gets just shy of the midfield logo. From the 45 to about the 48, tackled by Evan Johnson in a short gain. You said from the South, but you're from Orlando. That's a Florida is its own separate entity. Let's be clear.
It's still a southern radius when we're looking geographically. Let's just remember that. And it is country outside of Orlando. You get into some of those areas, Oviedo and Longwood. Yeah, it gets really southern.
Polk County.
Polk is a different beast. That's a different place.
Handoff again to Williams, and it's maybe a gain of 1 as BYU collapses down on top of him. 45 seconds to go here in the third quarter. It's going to be third down and long for Texas Tech at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas. Mike Cousins, Max Starks, Mike Peasley along with you. Third down and 7, right between the hash marks, just shy of midfield. Morton, the quarterback, with a towel dangling in front of his black pants, tucked into the waistband, approaches his center, Sheridan Wilson, and gets ready for the snap. 3-step drop, lets it fly, deep down the far side, outside the numbers, and it's tipped and incomplete. What a job there from Evan Johnson, going airborne and just getting his fingertips on it to deny what would have been a Caleb Douglas touchdown.
And Caleb Douglas had a step on Johnson right before, but a great expertly timed jump by Johnson tips the ball harmlessly out of the way, and that has been the 5-star matchup I talked about. Evan Johnson versus Caleb Douglas, and Evan Johnson wins once again in a critical moment for Texas Tech.
Jack Burgess to punt from between the hashes, lets it fly from right to left. It's Parker Kingston on the near side, numbers at the 9. Makes the grab, runs up the sideline, and gets wrapped up around the shins, falling forward shy of the 15-yard line. Special teams excellent in pursuit. A 43-yard punt return for only 5 yards as the linebacker Bryce Ramirez made the hit on Parker Kingston of BYU to make it a long field here for the Cougars, down by 2 touchdowns.
This has been tremendous play by Texas Tech. Special teams have been special. Defense has been extra special. And the offense has just been doing their thing. What a tremendous game. This is what you expect in the Big 12 championship game. Now, also, you get to the situation where if you're BYU, you've been good against everybody, but this has been the one crux. Your one loss this season was to this very same team, and now you're down again. So they want to try and make sure that they can get some momentum going because it's still not out of reach.
9 seconds, third quarter. BYU first and 10 at its own 14. Bachmeier throws near side, caught inside the numbers at the 26-yard line by Parker Kingston. And that's a first down, which brings us to the end of the third quarter on a gain of 13 yards. Since BYU scored a touchdown on the first drive of their day, they've gone 6 complete drives since then without any points, and Texas Tech has used that to their advantage. A 21-7 lead at the end of 3 quarters with a Big 12 title on the line. This is the Big 12 championship game on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Dr. Pepper.
I like things my way. My coffee, my schedule, and my treatment. So I talked to my doctor about self-injecting with the VivGuard Hytrulo prefilled syringe, which contains F-gartigimod alpha and hyaluronidase QVFC. It's injected under your skin, subcutaneously. It means I can inject in my space, on my time. It's my treatment, my way. Visit VivGuardMyWay.com. That's VYVGART myway.com. And talk to your doctor about VivGuard Hytrulo. Brought to you by Argenix.
Okay, guys, maybe we've had a few holiday gift fumbles in the past. I've been there. You've been there. We've all been there. Well, not this year. I've teamed up with the Books Company to bring you the holiday gift that hits every time. The Books Flowers subscription. Modern bouquets delivered fresh every month. And with my promo code Canty, you'll save 25%. Books flowers are fresh cut from the best farms, so you get bigger, brighter blooms that last way longer. Some are even grown on the side of a volcano. Think about that. No guessing sizes, no wrapping disasters. Just set it and forget it. She gets the bouquet monthly. You'll get all the credit. This is the best husband life hack that scores extra points every time. Starting at $48 plus free shipping, you can skip, cancel, or pause at any time. This is your no-stress guaranteed win. Go to Books.com and use my promo code Canty to get 25% off your first order. Go to Books.com, promo code Canty. That's BOUQS.com, promo code Canty.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile. You know, one of the perks about having 4 kids that you know about is actually getting a direct line to the big man up north. And this year, he wants you to know the best gift that you can give someone is the gift of Mint Mobile's unlimited wireless for $15 a month. Now, you don't even need to wrap it. Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Nick DeLuca back in our All-State studio. Virginia and Duke in the ACC Championship game tonight. Coverage beginning at 7:30 Eastern right here on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Could have a big impact on the college football playoff picture, selections, and instant analysis with Matt Schick and Trevor Maddich. And reaction from Committee Chairman Hunter Yurachek, CFP Selection Show Sunday at noon on ESPN Radio, Sirius XM Channel 80, and the all-new ESPN app. And a good day for the Texas Tech defense. Their offense not too shabby as well. One of 2 teams in the country averaging 40-plus points per game and 12 or fewer allowed coming in, joining Indiana. That look inside the number is brought to you by Midas. At Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee included in every purchase. You'll pay nothing for flat repairs or replacements. It's the limited lifetime tire guarantee only at Midas. Bear Bachmeier trying to work through that ankle injury, 14-22, 97 yards on his day. Baron Morton, 16-28, 180, and a touchdown so far. Back to the guys at AT&T Stadium, Mike Peasley, Max Starks, and Mike Cousins. Mike?
Thank you, Nick. Mike Peasley down on the field. This Texas Tech defense continues to impress. They've allowed, since the touchdown, 33 plays, 86 yards.
Mike Shieldwood is their defensive coordinator in the first year. And, this is a team last year that almost gave up 35 points a game. And he said all we focused on this year was this year's team. He said anything that happened in the past or in years past, irrelevant to our approach and process. He said he wanted to put together a great defensive staff and a great roster. And he says he believes he has accomplished both things.
Sure has. Start of the fourth quarter, 21-7. Texas Tech the lead over BYU. Cougars with a 1st and 10 deep in their own territory. Deep shot down the near sideline, goes incomplete, and a flag is thrown. Chase Roberts, the intended target. Bryce Pollock there in coverage. I think this is what BYU fans have been looking for. Take a chance, put some pressure on the defense.
Pass interference. Defense number 14. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
And it's back-to-back first downs for the Cougars.
It is, and vertical passing threat, getting 15-plus yards on 2 consecutive plays, whether it's by penalty or not. You'll take it by any means necessary right now. And a great job of the speedy Chase Roberts getting there, forcing Bryce Pollock to kind of drape around him because he knew he was beat by a step by Roberts.
So it gets BYU to its own 43. Dressed in white from head to toe as they come right to left. Texas Tech, black helmets, red jerseys, and black pants, and the majority of the crowd behind them. Bachmeier hit in the backfield. Ball is loose, and Texas Tech recovers all the way back to the 21-yard line. Ball was jarred loose immediately, and the defensive end, Romello Height, fell on top of it.
A.J. Holmes Jr. looked like he was shot out of a cannon as soon as the ball was snapped, and he hit Bachmeier while his back was turned. He turned back around and got a face full of Red Raider. Ball goes careening backwards, and Romello Height sliding in to corral and cradle that ball. And just as things start to look like they're turning for BYU, they flip back to the Red Raiders side, and now great starting field position for this Red Raider offense.
For the second time here in the second half. Last time it was off a Ben Roberts interception. This time off of a forced fumble. 1st and 10 Texas Tech at the BYU 24. Ball is on the far left hash. 2 receivers to the short side left. Coy Aiken motions across the formation. Handoff to Jacoby Williams, who swerves his way ahead to the 20-yard line for a gain of 4. Stopped by the nickelback Jonathan Cabella.
And this is just a simple play, running a little lead with Coy Aiken leading the way and blocking the edge. And then, of course, Jacoby Williams just weaving his way through, as we talked about, the water bug, getting a couple of yards. And that's a win for the first down, getting 4 yards on a rush.
Baron Morton, the quarterback, from between the hashes, atop a blue All-State logo on the green turf, by himself in the backfield. 4 receivers to the near side right. They throw it that way, set up a screen. It's caught by the running back Williams. He's tackled immediately by the cornerback Evan Johnson, who you'll remember tipped away a pass to end Texas Tech's last drive, and now it's 3rd and 8.
And a great job by Evan Johnson, really just evading Caleb Douglas on the edge. They had 3 receivers over there in a triangle position, trying to get the quick screen out to the side, but Evan Johnson weaved his way through and made the play in the backfield.
Baron Morton, the quarterback, has been solid, not spectacular today. 17 of 29, 178 yards and a touchdown. He's in the shotgun on the near right hash. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right on 3rd and 8. Cameron Dickey, the running back. Morton's got it. Hops, now steps up in the pocket and gets sacked. The defense collapses on top of him. Back on the 26-yard line, Bodie Schoonover, the defensive end, forcing the pressure. And right when Morton finished his drop, that's when the defensive line got right to him, so there was never a chance even to throw the ball away.
No, there's never a chance. And Schoonover just absolutely drilled back Howard Sampson, the left tackle, just put him into the lap of Morton to where he couldn't even spin out of it like he did in the previous sack attempt on Kelly. So great job by the BYU defense to really just hold here in this moment and stymie Texas Tech.
Stone Harrington, 44-yard field goal try. It is perfect. Off to the uprights on the right end. And he makes it now a 3-score game. Texas Tech with a 24-7 lead over BYU. 12:49 to go in the 4th quarter. 2 turnovers forced today by the Tech defense, and that has led directly to 10 Red Raider points. You're listening to the Big 12 Championship game on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Dr. Pepper.
This is Marshawn Lynch, a.k.a. Beast Mode. Mix and match players from any sport on Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Available in 45 states, including California, Texas, Florida, and Georgia.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code OT and get $50 instantly in site credits when you play $5. That's code OT on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly in site credits when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in site credits for just playing. Guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You play for the win, not just on game day, every day. Channel that drive into your money. Robinhood puts you in control, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
You ever wake up with a sore throat, feeling a little off, and you know you're getting sick? Well, getting sick and going on the IL isn't an option, especially for me when I'm traveling for work. You can try to see a doctor, well, good luck there, or go sit for hours in an urgent care. Nope. That's why you need a medical emergency kit. This isn't some cheap first aid kit, okay? Your medical emergency kit comes packed with doctor-prescribed meds. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy right there in your home. If you're coming down with the flu, bam, here's your Z-Pack. You've got gastrointestinal issues, here's your Bactrim. From Z-Pack to ivermectin, amoxicillin, and doxycycline to treat strep, pneumonia, sinus infections, UTIs, COVID, and more. It's all right there in your kit. Just match your symptoms to the guide or talk with their telehealth doc. No doctor waiting rooms, no pharmacy lines. Order online in minutes and get $50 off with the code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/SMALLS. Get yours now at urgentcarekit.com/SMALLS. Use the promo code SMALLS.
You're listening to the Big 12 Championship on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Texas Tech with a 24-7 lead over BYU. 4th quarter, 12:49 to go here in Arlington, Texas, inside AT&T Stadium. Texas Tech already number 4 in the college football playoff rankings, and a win would guarantee them a first-round bye. We'll find out, of course, tomorrow. You can hear it here, noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Mike Cousins, Max Starks, Mike Peasley with you. And Mike, you and I were in Norman, Oklahoma last week to see the Sooners defense. Which defense do you feel like has been better, whether it was Oklahoma or Texas Tech today?
You want to ask which daughter that I like better in my family? Because, my God, there's a lot to love with both of these teams. And well, Oklahoma is outstanding just in terms of their form and their technique, but there's just something about this Texas Tech defense that seems like they're just maybe slightly a little bit better just because of all the turnovers that they create. But make no mistake, both of those defenses are outstanding, but slight edge to Texas Tech.
I mean, there has been no room to breathe today for BYU. Texas Tech just hit a field goal, so they're up 24-7. They get ready to kick it away. It's funny, they're showing up on the video board here, the scoring drive, 4 plays, -2 yards, but they started with a short field after blitzing the quarterback, Bear Bachmeier, forcing the fumble. And the kickoff from left to right goes over the X in Texas Tech in the end zone, and it's BYU's offense back out onto the field where they have struggled ever since their first drive of the game when they reached the end zone.
I know we talked about defensive coordinator Sheil Wood being a welcomed addition here, but I will say the other additions that have helped. David Bailey, transfer. Lee Hunter, transfer. A.J. Holmes Jr., transfer. Bryce Pollock, transfer. Dante Balfa, transferred. These are the guys that they also brought in. So when you bring in a new mindset, you bring in a lot of these top quality recruits from Power 4 programs that also make the difference, and we see how that's been really affecting what BYU wants to do.
1st and 10 of the 25. Bachmeier to throw against a 4-man rush, and he's intercepted. Throws it over the middle of the field. Ben Roberts, the linebacker, with his second interception of the day. He's down around the 32-yard line on the far side of midfield, and Texas Tech can feel a first-round bye in its veins.
And what a tremendous play by Ben Roberts in trail coverage, and he makes the one-handed Moss-style type of play to scoop the ball out of the air. The ball was trying to go to JoJo Phillips. Ben Roberts comes and undercuts the crossing route and makes a tremendous play for his second interception. My goodness, I see why you picked Texas Tech, Peas. And of course, nothing against Oklahoma, but these red-hot Raiders are literally just that. They are raiding BYU's offense.
So they've got 1st and 10 at the BYU 31-yard line. A handoff to Dickey out of the shotgun. He bounces left and gets tackled at the line of scrimmage for no gain. As Miles Hall, the linebacker, elevates to make the stop. Texas Tech, 3 takeaways today. Ben Roberts, the first player in Big 12 championship history with multiple interceptions in a game. And the Red Raiders defense, 10 games with multiple turnovers forced. That is number 1 in the country.
And about to be number 1 in the Big 12 after this game's all said and done, the rate they're going.
2nd down and 10. They slow down the pace, which has been very rare today. 2 receivers attached tight right of the formation, 1 wide to the left. Toss to the near side, and Dickey dropped in the backfield as he looked to turn the corner. Good pursuit there from Bodie Schoonover, who sacked Morton on the last drive. Set up 3rd down and long inside 12 minutes to go here in the 4th quarter. Texas Tech with a 24-7 lead over BYU.
And for Texas Tech, like you said, they're just trying to kill clock. They're just trying to shorten this game and shorten the opportunities for BYU. So this is the first time I've really gotten a chance to talk during one of their offensive drives. And they need to keep this going. They're in 3rd and long once again for the Red Raiders.
3rd and 11. Wouldn't be surprised if they ran it again here. But it's Morton back to throw. Defensive ends crash down on him. He chucks it to the near side for a short gain, and the ball is caught around the 32-yard line on the edge by the running back, Dickey. Edged out of bounds by Jack Kelly, the linebacker. And they'll bring the field goal unit on here. 4th down and 10. So remember, last drive, 4 plays, -2 yards. This will be 4 plays for 0 yards. And they may very well still come away with 6 points out of those 2 drives.
And 13 total off of these turnovers, potentially.
49-yard try here for Stone Harrington. From the near side right hash, Jack Burgess to hold. The punter puts it down, a strong kick. And that ball is no good. Wide to the left for Harrington, who misses his 2nd field goal of the day. And it stays Texas Tech 24, BYU 7. 10:36 to go in the 4th quarter here in Arlington, Texas. This is the Big 12 championship game on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Presented by Dr. Pepper.
Running a business? You know that slow phone systems and missed messages cost you opportunities. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, is the #1 business phone system that streamlines communication, helps teams collaborate seamlessly, and respond to customers 24/7 with their AI agent. Join over 90,000 businesses using Quo. Try it free, then get 20% off your first 6 months at quo.com/ESPN, QUO.com/ESPN. They'll even port your existing numbers for free. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers.
I'm Kiana, and I leveled up my business with Shopify. Once I figured out that Shopify was a thing, I never turned back. I can create a site with my eyes closed. Shopify thinks ahead of us, and it thinks about the customer more than anything. Every day I'm thinking about some other new business, but Shopify is doing it to me because it's so easy to use. It's like I can't stop. I'm addicted.
Start your free trial at Shopify.com.
This is the Big 12 Championship on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
10:36 to go, fourth quarter at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas. It's been all Texas Tech. Today it's 24-7. The Red Raiders out in front of the BYU Cougars. Mike Cousins, Max Starks, the two-time Super Bowl champion, up in the booth. Mike Peasley down on the field. And both of these teams making their first appearance in the Big 12 Championship game. And Texas Tech is on its way to winning its first conference title since sharing the Southwest Conference title in 1994, part of a five-way tie. And there's a funny story behind all of that, which will sound very silly given the amount of compensation that players earn today. So it was a five-way tie at 4-3. Texas A&M was 6-0-1 in the Southwest Conference that year, but they were on probation because a booster had paid players for work that they didn't do. And the amount of which that booster had paid them for work they didn't do, even inflation adjusted, this is silly, $18,000. When you've got guys who are getting paid millions of dollars today to play college football.
And getting Lamborghini trucks as a gift. As a gift. 18 grand between... Right.
It was a missed field goal for Texas Tech, keeping it a 24-7 lead. Another opportunity here for BYU. They've got 1st and 10 at their own 31, coming from right to left. Bachmeier, the design quarterback run from the shotgun, takes it between the hashes to about the 33-yard line. So he gets 2 yards there on first down before he collides with David Bailey. And we talked about the defensive coordinator for Texas Tech, Sheil Wood, saying, hey, we got to forget about everything that happened last year. And for good reason. Their improvement has been spectacular. 2nd and 8, Bachmeier, check down throw. The tight end Carson Ryan nabbed it at the 35. Forward progress to the 39 to make it 3rd and short. Wood, the defensive coordinator, has been able to forget things over the last 4 years. He's been at 4 different schools at Houston, Tulane, Troy, and Army. So 5 schools in 5 years for their defensive coordinator. But it's worked out pretty well. 3rd down and 2. BYU working their way toward midfield. 4 receivers, 1 to the right. That's JoJo Phillips. 3 to the near side left for Bachmeier. Texas Tech rushes 4. It's an option pitch to the near side. L.J. Martin hit at the 35 and then driven out by 2 defenders. Well shy of the line to gain. Brendan Jordan, the safety, leading the charge. So it'll be 4th down. 9:30 to go in regulation. BYU down 3 scores. 4th and 4. And they've got no choice but to go for it here deep in their own territory.
And this is something that has just been crazy. You talk about the perimeter tackling being questionable at times for BYU. The perimeter tackling for Texas Tech has been swarming and smothering. They don't allow a lot of movement off the edges. So when you can string it out, it definitely benefits Texas Tech.
4th and 4 from their own 37. Bachmeier bobbled the snap, throws over the middle, knocked down, it's incomplete. And Ben Roberts, the linebacker who has 2 interceptions today, swatted that out of the air like a mosquito. It's a turnover on downs for BYU with 9:02 to go in the 4th.
This is making me start to think that he just doesn't see the number 13. Because that ball, Ben Roberts just sat right in the middle of the field. He was actually right in front of the umpire in that play, and Bear Bachmeier threw that ball as though he was not there, and that could have easily been a 3rd pick for Ben Roberts in this football game. Lucky for Bear Bachmeier that he just knocked it down.
Texas Tech takes over their 3rd straight possession with a short field. Off of an interception, a forced fumble, and now a turnover on downs. They've hit the turnover troika. 1st and 10 at the BYU 37-yard line. Baron Morton from the shotgun stuffs it into the belly. Now the running back Jacoby Williams veering to the near side right. Maybe a gain of 1 on the handoff. And this is now a clock situation for Texas Tech. For as much as they wanted to go downfield earlier in the game, it's how much can we take off the clock here and eliminate opportunities for BYU to touch the ball again.
Yeah, they're actually semi-huddling for one of the few times. But like you said, 3 straight drives in plus territory for this Texas Tech offense. Credit to the defense. They have been playing lights out.
Second down and 10. Hand it off again. Over right guard. It's Jacoby Williams who finds a seam and gets about 8 there before running into Raider Damouni. And I'll be interested to see the final tally for Texas Tech in this game. I'd imagine it's going to go higher. But in the first half, 25 of their 35 plays were in BYU territory. And that number is going to be way up here in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, they have only seen one drive where they started on their side of the field. And that's a remarkable number. It just goes to show just how good this defense is, how much it's changed, and why it's a top 5 in the country.
3rd and 2 at the BYU 29. Cameron Dickey charges straight ahead. Meets immediate resistance from Siale Acera. Looks like he's short of the first down line. Just inside the 30-yard line up the near side right hash. But the clock continues to run, which Texas Tech likes. 7:35 to go fourth quarter as they lead by 17 against BYU, playing for a Big 12 championship. And they're going to go for it here on fourth down, a yard to get. So instead of kicking a field goal, Stone Harrington has missed twice today. They're just going to try and keep it on the ground here and go for it on 4th and 1.
And in that 40-plus point zone, or yard zone, I see why Texas Tech will go for it.
They fake the handoff, sling it to the near side. Ball is caught. Corey Aiken up the near side. Jukes to the 10, to the 5. He's tackled from behind at the goal line. Touchdown, Texas Tech. And that's your ball game right there with 7:03 to go as the Red Raiders are running away with a Big 12 championship. 30-7 on a 29-yard touchdown pass on 4th and 1.
Second touchdown pass for Corey Aiken in this ball game. And it literally was just a high route just to clear out to the right side. But Coy Aiken, the speedy receiver, goes down the sidelines, subtle juke move to the inside, and straight into the end zone for pay dirt for the score for the Red Raiders. And like you said, this is now where the route begins. 30-7 with the extra point impending.
Wow. And the nickel, Jonathan Cabella, thought he was just going to push Aiken out of bounds. He juked right past him. The extra point is good to make it 31-7 and was just standing there going, well, that's not what I expected to happen, as he went right by him for a touchdown. 7:03 to go in the fourth quarter. Texas Tech 31 and BYU 7. This is the Big 12 championship game on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Dr. Pepper.
This college. Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
I like things my way, my coffee, my schedule, and my treatment. So I talked to my doctor about self-injecting with the Vyvgart Hytrulo pre-filled syringe, which contains F-gartigimod alpha and hyaluronidase QVFC. It's injected under your skin, subcutaneously. It means I can inject in my space, on my time. It's my treatment, my way. Visit VyvgartMyWay.com. That's VYVGART myway.com. And talk to your doctor about Vyvgart Hytrulo, brought to you by Argenix.
If you're the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, you know having a trusted partner makes all the difference. That's why, hands down, you count on Grainger for auto reordering. With on-time restocks, your team will have the cut-resistant gloves they need at the start of their shift. And you can end your day knowing they've got safety well in hand. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the Big 12 Championship on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Texas Tech with a 31-7 lead over BYU, 7:03 fourth quarter, and we now pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the Big 12 Championship game on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Dr. Pepper. Mike Cousins, Max Starks, Mike Peasley along with you at AT&T Stadium here in Arlington, Texas. As the Red Raiders get ready to kick it away, let's go down to Mike on the field.
Well, for quarterback Baron Morton, he's from Eastland, Texas, about 2 hours west of here. Unlike a lot of the Texas Tech players that have played here before, he never has. He's only been on the field here one other time, and it was back in grade school when he qualified for the state competition of the punt, pass, and kick state title. He said it didn't go well for him that day. In fact, his sister had also qualified when he was in grade school. She actually beat him. He said he was hoping for a little more redemption today, and I think he is redeeming himself quite nicely.
You could certainly say that after he hit Coy Aiken for a touchdown pass on 4th and 1. Baron Morton played high school football for his dad, James, at Eastland High School. Dad was a head coach for 31 years all over West Texas. The kickoff goes into the end zone for a touchback. And Joey McGuire, the Red Raiders head coach, now in year number 4 after taking over from Matt Wells. Well, he won 3 state titles as a Texas high school football head coach at Cedar Hill High School, just southwest of here. And 2 of those 3 titles were in this building. So he'll, after today, have a 3rd title, but this one will be the biggest and, for what it's worth, the most lucrative one yet.
Absolutely, yeah. State titles are nice. The conference championships and a chance at the CFB, even better.
Bachmeier 1st and 10 from the 25. Check down throw off to the right side flat for the running back, L.J. Martin. Ball is knocked loose across the 30, and it's recovered by Texas Tech. Jaden Cofield, the defensive tackle, falls on it. BYU right now is like a building being demolished.
4 turnovers, all in the second half. 2 interceptions and 2 fumbles.
Fumble. Their last 4 drives. Fumble. Interception. Turnover on downs. Fumble. It couldn't have gone any worse for BYU here in this second half.
No, it is not. You talk about second half adjustments coming out. Hey, we just need to calm down and play. They have done everything but calm down in that moment. And this is just one of those that is just a crushing and devastating blow. The faces on that sideline have to be just completely sunken. And for Texas Tech, another drive starting in plus territory.
And this time it's at the 37 of BYU. Baron Morton, former punt, pass, and kick competitor, hands it off to Jacoby Williams, juking his way up the middle for about 5 yards. So these are the drives since the second half got underway for BYU. Attempted a field goal, missed it, interception, they punted, and then they've turned it over on their last 4. It really feels like they had that first drive of the game scripted really well, and then when the heat got turned up, they wilted under the pressure.
And this is tough, but the one good thing you can hang your hat on is Bear Bachmeier is going to learn from this experience, and he is just a true freshman in this moment. But nothing is going to console BYU, after this game is over with. You look at what could have been.
Deep shot on 2nd and 5 to the far side of the end zone, and it's an incomplete pass, but a flag is thrown with a deep ball intended for Reggie Virgil, running with Maury Bamba. Look at the Red Raiders right now. They are not going to go quietly here in this game and say, well, we'll be gracious competitors. They're going for kill shots in the 4th quarter.
Pass interference. Defense number 4. 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
So the penalty is on Maury Bamba. That'll take Texas Tech from the BYU 32 down to the 17 inside the red zone.
And for Bamba, he had a fistful of Reggie Virgil jersey as though he almost wanted to take it from him and get it autographed and frame it up after this game. I don't blame you, with Reggie Virgil having a really great game for that receiving where we talked about the trio of guys that the Red Raiders could utilize. Reggie Virgil's been the most consistent on the day with 7 catches on the day, and now that penalty, you might as well call that an 8th catch with the 15 yards gained by it.
6 minutes to go, 4th quarter. 1st and 10, Texas Tech at the BYU 17. It's a handoff out of the shotgun for Jacoby Williams. Veering right, no gain on the play. This Texas Tech offense is on its way to a 12th win of the year by at least 20 points. Just the 6th team in the last 100 years to accomplish that. Their defense on the year was 3rd in the country, giving up an average of 11 points a game, and right now they have allowed 7. And let's be honest, with the way BYU has played here in the second half, it doesn't appear that they're going to score again.
No, it does not, and that's 2 consecutive games where you held BYU to 7 points.
Morton throws flat left out of the shotgun. It's caught by Reggie Virgil. The wide receiver dances his way down to the 10-yard line and gains 7 yards on 2nd and 10.
True 8th catch on the day for Reggie Virgil. Such a difference maker in the air, so athletic. But Coy Aiken, obviously 2 big catches for touchdowns as well in this contest. But the biggest glaring number, 152 rushing yards to only 52 rushing yards. That has been a huge difference in this ball game for Texas Tech.
On 3rd and short, throwing a slant left. It's incomplete. Broken up by Maury Bamba, looking for Reggie Virgil at about the 2-yard line. Texas Tech this time will settle for the field goal attempt from the BYU 9-yard line, trying to make it a 34-7 lead with 4:43 to go in the 4th quarter.
And Reggie Virgil had to step on Maury Bamba, but Baron Morton kind of drove that ball a little bit too hard, and the ball was about between his knee and his shin thrown down. If he throws that in stride, that is a touchdown for the Red Raiders once again.
It's been a really busy day for Stone Harrington. His 6th field goal try of the day. This one from 28 yards. He knocks it through on the uprights right side. With 4:39 to go, it's 31-7 Texas Tech. So the Red Raiders will move on to victory. They will win the Big 12. They'll get their first outright conference title since 1955. And regardless of what happens with the other championship games today between the Big Ten and the SEC, they will be a top 4 team in the college football playoff, and they'll have a bye in the first round, which means that they won't play their next game until as early as New Year's Eve. They can play the Cotton Bowl.
21
Cotton
now
Bowl
wearing
will
number
probably be their number 1 option. But you wonder, do they move into the top 3 because you have 1 and 2 playing against each other in the Big Ten championship game of Indiana and Ohio State? Both 0 losses, both undefeated teams that didn't see each other in the regular season. Do they simply flip-flop potentially, or do you think Texas Tech moves up? That's going to be the question on the selection show that I want to see.
I think the answer to that will come with the margin of victory, and it's why we've seen them be as aggressive as they have been here. The kickoff from left to right is out of the end zone. Yet another touchback for Stone Harrington. So it's not just playing because you want to score points, now 34-7, but also to say to the committee, this is how dominant we are, and we absolutely deserve to be, which they are already this week, a top 4 team. They moved up 5-4, but a team that deserves an even better seeding.
Yeah, and that's going to be something to watch. I mean, because the play of this defense, if you're the committee, you have to say this is a championship caliber defense alone. Not even talking about the prowess of the offense, but the defense is one of the best in college football.
From the 25-yard line, BYU hands it off on 1st and 10 to LJ Martin, navigating his way across the 35 to about the 37, gain of a dozen before he meets Cole Wisniewski, one of the comeback players of the year in college football this year. The safety, a transfer from North Dakota State, was injured all of last year, 2-time FCS national champion. Bachmeier stripped of the ball, falls on it in the pocket, and the BYU quarterback avoids yet another turnover. It'll be a big loss on the play, though. 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line, 4 minutes to go. They'll be backed up 2nd and 17 to their own 31.
And Romello Height coming on the pass rush off of the offensive right side. Just as he attempts to rip move, he just swipes down at Baron Bachmeier, who's trying to keep his eyes downfield, knocks the ball out of his hands, and luckily, Bachmeier's able to jump on top of that.
Inside 4 minutes to go. It's a 34-7 lead for Texas Tech over BYU. LJ Martin, the carry from the shotgun, runs between the hash marks to the 36-yard line for a gain of 5 to try and gain back some of that yardage. 3rd down and 12 coming up.
Yeah, 7-yard loss on the forced fumble by Height. And, this defense, it doesn't blitz, but they hang around that line of scrimmage, and that is just tough sledding if you are BYU to try and get something going.
3:05 4th quarter, 3rd down and 12. Bachmeier against a 4-man rush, throws long to the far side, incomplete. He threw to the 45. They needed to get to about the 48. Pass intended for Cody Hagan, and it's 4th down and 12 for BYU, which will take just its 4th loss in the last 2 seasons today. They're 22-3 coming into this game over the last 2 years. Last year they were 11-2, 10-2 in the regular season. They missed out on the Big 12 title game with conference losses to Kansas and Arizona State after a 9-0 start. This year, again, another very promising start, but hit the bump in the road against Texas Tech in the regular season, lost that game about a month ago, and still worked their way here to the conference title game. Sam Vanderhaar punts from right to left, and a fair catch between the hash marks at the near side 22-yard line for the wide receiver Coy Aiken. 42 yards on the punt, and Texas Tech takes over for what they hope will be the final possession of the game with 2:54 to go and a 34-7 lead over BYU.
And this is the first drive in a very, very, very long time that Texas Tech actually started on their side of the field in the negative category, so to speak. So an opportunity here, like you said, for Texas Tech, if they can get a couple of first downs to really just kill this clock, because you have to take it down 54 seconds to get to that 2-minute timeout and then work it from there depending on where the possession is and what down you're on.
First time in the last 5 drives that Texas Tech has started on its side of the 50-yard line. 2:54 fourth quarter as they lead 34-7. Now what they may be playing for here is to sustain their margin of victory. More on that in a second. 1st and 10 from the shotgun. It's Dickey taking the handoff, running right up the middle, rumbling over the 25 to the 27-yard line for a gain of 5. Because their average margin of victory this year has been 35 points, which is best in the country. Second, Indiana at 33 points a game. So it's another style point thing to say to the committee, hey, look, we're better than the team you have ranked ahead of us.
And the last 2 teams that have had 20-plus point margins of victory and doing that multiple times in the season, one was the 2013 Seminoles, and they had 11 of those, and they ended up winning the BCS National Championship. And then the 2018 Alabama Crimson Tide did it 12 times as well, and they ended up the college football playoff runner-up. So good things are happening when you have those type of numbers, and this will be the 11th or 12th time for the Red Raiders being in 20-plus point wins.
After a Cameron Dickey 7-yard run for a first down, we've reached the 2-minute timeout here in Arlington, Texas. The Red Raiders have packed this building today. AT&T Stadium, which seats 80,000, and it was about an 80-20 balance in favor of Texas Tech. 34-7 is their lead right now. And Max, who's going to be your big Monster Energy player of the game here in the Big 12 Championship?
Got to go with the man who set the record here today, Ben Roberts. The 2 big interceptions in this ball game, 6 tackles on the day as well, has just been an absolute juggernaut defensively that's littered with some of the best. Jacob Rogers could have been that guy as well, 13 tackles on the day, but the 2 interceptions have been the differentiator and difference makers in this ball game.
So BYU, with all those turnovers, making Texas Tech linebacker Ben Roberts the big Monster Energy player of the game. He brought big Monster Energy today, ready to take it to the next level. Unleash the beast this college tailgate season with Monster Energy. Tear into a can of the meanest energy drink on the planet. Monster Energy, unleash the beast. 2-minute timeout here in Arlington, Texas. Mike Cousins, 2-time Super Bowl champ Max Starks, and Mike Peasley along with you. You take a look at the Texas Tech season as a whole. They're the first team since Florida in 2008 to rank in the top 5 in points scored, points allowed, and turnovers per game. And turnovers tell the story of the 2 games between BYU and Texas Tech this year. BYU, in every other game this year, in all of their other games, turned the ball over 7 times. In their 2 games against Texas Tech, they've turned the ball over 7 times. And so that has led to Texas Tech scoring 14 points off of those turnovers, 122 points off of turnovers, most in FBS this year by Texas Tech. So yes, the offense is great. You think about the great Texas Tech teams under Mike Leach, it was always high scoring, but the defense was not like this. They're the first Big 12 team to hold their opponents to 100 or fewer points in league play since Oklahoma in 2003.
That is crazy, and we know what that 2003 Oklahoma team looked like. And for Texas Tech, the difference a year makes, right? A new coordinator, a lot of new transfers. Everybody wanted to make a big fuss about how much they spent in NIL to get guys here, but the proof is in the pudding. You look at the product on the field, and this is one that just looks absolutely dominating and stifling, even for as good as Indiana's defense is, Oklahoma's defense, other teams potentially in the playoff. This one right here reigns supreme, and we're seeing it in a championship game atmosphere. Things are on the line. They have answered the call in this ball game, and I'm impressed. I'm just going to say this team looks super impressive, and they are a team that does deserve to be a top 4 team in this playoff, easily.
What's also fascinating is that this is going to be the 6th different conference champion in the Big 12 in 6 years. So you go back to 2020, Oklahoma won its last of a string of 5 in a row. Actually make it 6 in a row for the Sooners. Of course, they're now in the SEC. Then Baylor in 2021, Kansas State in 22, Texas in 23, Arizona State last year, led by Cam Scadaboo at running back, now with the New York Giants. And this year, it's going to be Texas Tech winning the Big 12 championship for the first time. And
the chaos.
On top of all that, an attendance record for this game as well. BYU takes a knee, and they'll have to do that just a couple more times to close things out in front of a Big 12 championship game record, 85,519 here at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas.
So they beat the state capital team, the Texas Longhorns, by 2,000 people in this. And what a day that Red Raider Nation is not going to remember. It is not going to forget for some time now, to watch their team go in to their first Big 12 championship and win it in the fashion that they did and dominated here in AT&T today.
It's the backup quarterback, Mitch Griffiths, putting a knee down with 1:10 to go. Just one more of those, and the ball game will be complete. Griffiths, the backup quarterback, didn't play last year. He was a construction worker a year ago after playing for 4 seasons at Wake Forest, going to West Texas as the Red Raiders from Lubbock come here to North Texas and make quite a statement in the first championship game today. 45 seconds to go, 10 on the play clock. Griffiths gives a thumbs up to the far sideline. Head coach Joey McGuire has already been soaked with the cooler from the far side, and the knee is down for the final time. The yellow Gatorade is poured over Joey McGuire, and the celebration begins as the Texas Tech Red Raiders, by a final score of 34-7, are Big 12 champions over the BYU Cougars.
And if you are Coach McGuire, you have to be ecstatic. You talked about it before, winning 3 championships in high school, with being the head coach of Cedar Hill in this very stadium, but none more meaningful, I'm sure if you ask him, than this one right here, taking this program in Texas Tech, which, like you said, has had a history of offense, but you bring the totality of the team environment here, and you have a dominating, stifling, suffocating defensive effort on top of a high-scoring offense. And you are a team that's going to the college football playoff. You get the bye. Maybe you'll be here again come New Year's Eve, or you'll play on New Year's Day, depending on how the committee sees it. But I have to tell you what, if I'm Texas Tech, I probably want to play in the Cotton Bowl in AT&T Stadium, because this is the friendly confines for not only Texas Tech, but for Coach Joey McGuire.
If the fans show up like this again, they absolutely want to play here in this building. There are so many ways we could break this game down. Texas Tech, your Big 12 champions, they allowed a touchdown on the first drive of the game to BYU. The Cougars finished the game with 200 yards of total offense. So that means after the first drive of the game, 90 yards.
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue score 13,920 times, or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months, or the Rogue heat bake for over 300 combined. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
You. It's more than travel. It's the membership that flies, dines, streams, rides, and arrives with you. Because when you have a membership that's as unique as you are, there's no telling where your journey will take you next. Learn more at delta.com/SkyMiles.
This is Merv Grilling from the Dogs, and you're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network presented by Georgia Power, the official power source of the Georgia Bulldogs.
If you're an HVAC technician and a call comes in, Grainger knows that you need a partner that helps you find the right product, fast and hassle-free. And you know that when the first problem of the day is a clanking blower motor, there's no need to break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product details, you're confident you'll soon have everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would it leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. If your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection on the drivetrain, AC, and more. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits. A $2,000 value, free.
For your free quote, go to EnduranceWarranty.com. That's EnduranceWarranty.com.
Counting you down to kickoff.
And this crowd is jacked and ready to go. We'll kick it off from the far hash, left to right. He will boom it.
You're listening to the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
All right, welcome back along Bulldogs head coach Kirby Smart. I'm Jeff Dantzler. We need some inside skinny. As Coach McGill used to say, the straight scoop here. And Kirby, first of all, let's start. This past Wednesday was National Signing Day. Congrats to you and the staff putting together another terrific class. What are some of the things you like best about this group coming in?
Well, I love the depth at each position. I thought we signed really good players, great kids, a lot of kids that had the right competitive fibers. You know, they committed to us, most of them over the summer. We met with them. We made sure NIL was not the only and primary thing to them, and the group that we were able to bring together are wired the right way. You know, that they fit our culture, and our teams approved, our players approved of them, and I think that's important.
And Kirby, for so many, and you had mentioned earlier this week that a majority will be coming in early, I guess it kind of goes without saying, you have to have the academic prowess as well to be able to graduate high school early and enroll at Georgia, essentially when you're still a high school senior.
Yeah, you've got to, but most of that planning when they had, you know, their junior year, they took extra classes over the summer, and they jumped in some extra classes the fall of their senior year to put themselves in this position, because it's gotten to be a race, and everybody wants to be, you know, at the school first and fight for the positions. So it's pretty normal now for kids to go mid-year.
Gunnar Stockton has had just a phenomenal year for us. But Kirby, I'm excited about Gunnar, obviously, and also the future of our quarterback room. We've got some really good young players at that position.
Yeah, it excites me as well. Both Ryans have grown. They get a lot of reps and work during the week. We got two guys down the scout team, the Buddha and Culture. They do a great job. They got great arm talent. I love watching those kids grow and watching them work. One of my favorite things is getting Ryan reps during the week. And sometimes they got to be the other team's quarterback, but sometimes they're running our things, and they're both very accurate. They take great notes. They prepare. They saw what Gunnar went through last year in this game, and they've gone about it the right way.
And I think for those guys, a good lesson can be, Stetson Bennett kind of rose to fame mimicking Baker Mayfield before the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, he did, and did a great job, and really he won the defensive players over by the way he performed and what he did, and made some real wild plays.
And both of our Ryans have had to come back at different points in their careers from knee injuries, and both at said stages seem to be progressing very well.
Yeah, they're both bright kids, can make the throws, continue to work on their mobility, and they're you know, so much of your decision-making process is experience, and they're gaining those experiences.
All right, talking recruiting and quarterbacks, that's the Inside Skinny with Bulldogs head coach Kirby Smart. We'll now send it back to Neil.
All right, thank you, JD, and thank you, Coach. Here's a note for you. Josh Brock alluded to this early in the show. In rematches during a season under Kirby Smart, the Dogs are 3-0. In 2017, we lost to Auburn during the regular season. That beat them in the SEC championship game. In 2021, we lost to Alabama here in the SEC championship game. Beat them for the Natty. And last year, Texas regular season, we won in Austin, and then in the rematch, knocked off the Longhorns again. Today it's Georgia and Bama. The Benz is filling up. The stakes are huge. We are 45 minutes and 3 seconds from kickoff on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hello, I'm Neil Pruitt, Chairman and CEO of Pruitt Health.
As a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs, we appreciate the importance of a strong team. For over 55 years, Pruitt Health has been helping people recover and return to doing what they love. With therapy, skilled nursing, home health, assisted living, and personal care services, our mission is to get you back in the game. To learn more, visit PruittHealth.com. At Pruitt Health, family makes us stronger.
Two country music icons, one massive party live between the hedges, presented by Pruitt Health. Luke Bryan, Jason Aldean. Saturday, April 25th, UGA Sanford Stadium, with very special guest, Zach Top.
For a furnace tune-up, and now you have that mama's gonna sleep good tonight peace of mind. Get a furnace tune-up today for just $79. Coolray, your peace of mind pros.
0.5 WSB is currently broadcasting UGA Sports. Due to contract restrictions, we're unable to stream this programming outside of the Atlanta listening area. Check out some of our on-demand programming. Von Hessler, Mark Aram, and Eric Erickson on WSBRadio.com or the WSB Radio app. 95.5 WSB, on air and online. Atlanta's traffic, weather, news, and talk.
Early morning workout, meetings, I'm busy. I hate it when I miss Slade and Jamie Dupree.
And when it storms and we lose power, what good is the computer?
Guys, you do know you can listen to WSB anytime, anywhere with the WSB Radio app. It's all there. The latest news and traffic on demand and always severe weather coverage.
What about when something happens?
Breaking news? Yeah, it's your station on your time.
That's the best news I've heard all day. I'm downloading that app right now.
The WSB Radio app.
Download it now from the App Store and Google Play.
95.5 WSB is currently broadcasting UGA Sports. Due to contract restrictions, we're unable to stream this programming outside of the Atlanta listening area. Check out some of our on-demand programming. Von Hessler, Mark Aram, and Eric Erickson on WSBRadio.com or the WSB Radio app. 95.5 WSB, on air and online. Atlanta's traffic, weather, news, and talk. 95.5 WSB.
I've listened ever since I was a kid, driving in the car with my dad.
Brendan here with Checkmate Coatings. No massive overhead means top prices on top quality pool decks, driveways, garages, and patios too.
Checkmate Coatings, your floor's missing piece.
Whether you need to recover from a sports injury or just trying to get back to your life, I'm Dr. George Barr, and at Barr Orthopedics, we're here for you.
See, and is that fair?
Well, no, I think you got to look at the whole. And I'm saying that they lose big. That would be the concern. I mean, if this is a competitive game, they're a lock with 3 losses. But if it was ugly, you know what I mean? If Georgia dominated start to finish and won by like 20 plus, then I think Alabama has to be nervous tomorrow. But listen, it's the SEC. We have this expanded playoff because of the SEC and the Big Ten. Unless something crazy happens, the team that makes the SEC title game is going to the playoffs.
Tom, Indiana, Oregon, undefeated, seasons on the line, maybe the Heisman on the line. I worry a little bit, even though it's a Big Ten title game, for a flat spot. Ohio State hadn't beaten Michigan in forever. They care about titles. They care about beating Michigan. I just think Indiana, maybe there's a little bit of an edge motivationally from that standpoint. So I like Indy plus the 4. Do you have any thoughts on this game and how the Heisman is affected going forward?
Yeah, I agree with everything you said about they waited all year to get revenge on Michigan, and this is the Big Ten title game, but I wonder if they start off a little slowly. Indiana's going to come out with their hair on fire. We know that. So that's why I kind of lean under here. I can't argue, taking the 4, that's fine. The only thing I wonder if it's close, does Ohio State in the second half have a couple more playmakers on the outside? They make a play to give them a little bit of separation. But I expect both defensive lines to dominate in this game. I think actually both quarterbacks are going to be in for a long day here. I know they're the Heisman favorites. I do think that Mendoza has a little bit of an edge in the Heisman race because he has that signature play against Penn State. I really thought Sayan needed one of those against Michigan. Now, it's not his fault. They got the lead. It was windy and cold. But the way people vote, I think Mendoza has the edge. But I really like both defenses in this game. I think they're two of the three best, along with Texas Tech. So I wouldn't be surprised if the offenses struggle.
Yeah, the conventional wisdom for us we're trying to pick these games, when you see the defense against the offense, you like to take the defense. Ohio State's defense has been as good as any as we've seen in a long time. Yet Indiana's put up a lot of points this year. Conventional wisdom says always take the defense, but you're right about the under because this thing started 49.5. It's down to 46.5 most places now. So that's a 3-point drop. So that's a good play that I'm looking at out of Utah. Let's go to the next game down the line tonight. Virginia and Duke. And we've seen Virginia now about a 3.5-point favorite consensus most places. This opened 2.5. Total big is 58.5. How are you playing this game from a handicapping perspective?
I really like Virginia here. I know Duke's playing with house money, but the thing for me is, I don't care if they put Miami in because they beat Notre Dame in August.
Alabama's got thoughts in their mind of, if we lose this football game, are we in the playoff? I think there's some concerns about that. So they have got a lot on the line to win this football game, regardless who the opponent is.
We shall see. In about 30 minutes, we'll get this thing all kicked. The Johnsonville pregame show. Much more to come from Mercedes-Benz Stadium here in Atlanta as we approach kickoff between the Tide and the Dogs in this SEC football championship game. Now, when we return, we bring in Stephen Hartzell, who will preview both teams and get you set for kickoff. It's all coming up right after these messages on the SEC Radio Network.
Are you a towel spinning, back flipping, funky chicken dancing kind of fan? Then you need Academy Sports and Outdoors. Get a new grill that says, I smoke brisket and my rivals. A jersey that says, I show so much spirit that it makes mascots blush. And decoys that say, I can talk a dove out of its feathers. Now those are wins. Score undefeatable prices at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Because here, fun can't lose.
When you're going 200 miles per hour, it's good to know who's got your back.
F1 The Movie is racing to Apple TV on December 12th.
If we don't win, I lose the team. No pressure. None.
Stream the cinematic event of the year.
If everyone makes one critical contribution, that's the difference between last and first.
Brad Pitt.
No one gets past us without a fight.
Do they have the car?
We have the driver. F1 The Movie. Rated PG-13. Streaming December 12th. Only on Apple TV. Subscription required.
Tide, Dogs. This is the 2025 SEC Football Championship game on the SEC Radio Network.
Mercedes-Benz asks you this. What do elite athletes and luxury vehicles have in common? A winning drive, for starters. Both are versatile, intelligent, and constantly innovating. Both navigate speed bumps and leave fans with goosebumps. And of course, only the best become stars. Mercedes-Benz, available in electric, gas, or plug-in hybrid. Discover uncompromising luxury at your local Mercedes-Benz dealer. Learn more at mbusa.com.
An ice cold Coca-Cola is perfect, but a free Coca-Cola from Sonic with endless flavors and add-ins like cherry, jalapeno, or lime, perfect just got perfecter. Whether you're into cherry vanilla with sweet cream, strawberry jalapeno, or green apple and bourbon caramel, Sonic has the perfect Coca-Cola for you. Create a Coke your way, any size, any flavor, free for a limited time, only in the Sonic app. Live free, eat Sonic. Limited time offer, see app for details.
If you want to live free, yeah.
Welcome back to coverage of the SEC Football Championship game.
By Williams makes a man miss. Zigs, zags, scores. Touchdown, Alabama.
Time to go in depth on Alabama. Brought to you by Bush's, that beautiful bean company.
Pleased to be joined by Alabama's redshirt senior linebacker Deontay Lawson as our pregame coverage of the SEC Championship game continues. Deontay, thanks for making the time for us. Before I ask you about the SEC Championship game, take us back to last week. Iron Bowl win, on the road, against your rival, and as a Mobile guy, I know those Iron Bowls hit a little different. What was that game like? What was that win like for you and your team a week ago?
Yeah, no doubt. It definitely
shown what we've been working on all year. We know we're a resilient team, so that's what it showed. Being from Mobile, man, you know that, like you said, that game means a lot for a lot of people. Growing up in Alabama, I was actually a Auburn fan growing up, so to be 5-0 against them makes me feel a bit of joy. So. It's definitely a great win for our team. Definitely some stuff we can learn from that game and just continue to build.
So you're back in Atlanta. You're playing in a game that you personally, Deontay, have been a part of, but not a ton of other guys on this Alabama team have. What do you tell some of the younger guys, some of the first-timers, about the environment that they're going to be walking into on Saturday?
Yeah, obviously going to be a great environment. The whole world's watching, but that's just like every Saturday that the Alabama plays. So don't make the game bigger than what it is. It's still, at the end of the day, you still got to go out there and execute in between the lines, and that's really been the main message. Is stay locked into the details. We know it's going to be a 60-minute game. Got to be physical and execute, and we should be good.
You saw Georgia back in September in Athens. You were able to get the win. What from that regular season meeting stands out as you prepare to see the Dogs for the second time Saturday?
Yeah, I think, honestly, they run the quarterback more than they did earlier in the year. So that's definitely something we got to be in tune with defensively. That obviously they like to run the ball, and we got to limit number one from making his explosive plays, and that's what they've been killing people with. I mean, everybody run the same thing, but they just gonna constantly wear you out until someone misfit their gap, or you just get tired of doing the same little thing. So that's what stands out to me, and that's what I've been just preaching to my guys. Just stay locked in and know it's going to be a 60-minute war.
The rushing attack for Georgia, which you kind of touched on, they were able to bust a couple of big runs against you guys in the first meeting. How do you attempt to contain those backs for the rematch?
Yep. Man, we just got to be gap disciplined, and I feel like the first game we were pretty gap sound in the box, but kind of bounced on the edge, and that's something that ever since that game that we have been working on, and that's something that we improved on. So I know it'll be a challenge for us, but we'll be ready for it. For sure.
Last question, Deontay. The rushing threat, as you mentioned, it's not just Georgia's tailbacks. They have a dual threat quarterback back there as well, who's always a threat to take off. How do you defend that?
Man, honestly, when they run the 1+ quarterback run in the box, you're going to be light. So someone gotta make a play. Somebody got to get off the block and make a play, and that's how you defend that. And it'll be a special challenge for us for sure.
Deontay, thank you so much for your time. Good luck today.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
That's Alabama linebacker Deontay Lawson. More of our pregame coverage of Alabama and Georgia in the SEC Championship live from Atlanta continues right after this on the SEC Radio Network.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
This Snackervention is sponsored by Farm Rich, official frozen snack of the SEC. Jay's sad pantry snacks got him benched at his own watch party.
I just grabbed some old chips.
How old?
When the SEC had 14 teams.
Oh, Jay.
Well, what's the big deal?
Losing home field advantages. But with the push of a button, you can heat up Farm Rich's 100% real mozzarella sticks for the snack comeback of the season.
I gotta go.
Wait, come back.
That's the game plan. Gotta stock the freezer with Farm Rich first.
That's a win on...
Georgia, Alabama.
They think it's a rite of passage, and it's not. It's earned.
On the SEC Radio Network.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup for the top college athletic programs for the 2025-26 college athletic season? Check out the criteria and follow the year-long standings of your favorite team at L Directors Cup on the X platform or online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2026 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. The Learfield Directors Cup, powered by NACDA, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude, gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids facing unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness and disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Join us in the movement to get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org to learn more. Team Impact. All in, all together.
You've been listening to coverage of the 2025 SEC Football Championship game on the SEC Radio Network. The Southeastern Conference would like to congratulate the Georgia Bulldogs on this championship season. Today's broadcast has been brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Fun can't lose. Allstate, you're in good hands. By Bush's, that beautiful bean company. Dr. Pepper, craving something one of a kind? Try Dr. Pepper Blackberry and Dr. Pepper Blackberry Zero Sugar today. By Farm Rich, the official frozen snack of the SEC. Now we're cooking. Gatorade, created to hydrate better than water. Gatorade, the official sports drink of the SEC. By Johnsonville, reminding everyone to keep it fun, keep it together, and keep it juicy. Mercedes-Benz, official luxury vehicle of the SEC. By Regions, official bank of the SEC. Sanderson Farms, the official chicken of the SEC. Sonic, live free, eat Sonic. Southwest Airlines, the official airline of the SEC. Sprouts Farmers Market, official healthy grocer of the SEC. And by T-Mobile, it's better over here. See why at T-Mobile.com/network. The 2025 SEC Football Championship game has been a presentation of the SEC Radio Network.
When you add beans to your plate, the whole team celebrates, and you get a delicious and versatile source of fiber and plant-based protein. Now that's really something to cheer about. Bush's, the official beans of the SEC. So much goodness in such a beautiful bean.
In the SEC, passion isn't a choice, it's a promise. And Southwest has been connecting fans to that passion for generations. Parts sets this conference apart and brings its fans together. Visit Southwest.com to book your flight to SEC country today.
In the SEC, it just means more. But what is it exactly? It's the fans, the students, the traditions, the legends. It's passion to celebrate deeper, reach farther, think smarter, make an impact off the field. It's that intangible thing that happens when 16 schools raise the bar as one. Because in the SEC, it just means more.
This is the 2025 SEC Football Championship game on the SEC Radio Network. This is an SEC Championship flashback, 1993.
Sidelines right, open field to the left side. They fake the pitch to Rent. He'll put it on his hip, and Dean on the keeper at the 1. Touchdown, Florida.
1998.
Clock moves, 6:25 to go. Tennessee at the Mississippi State 40-yard line, first down. Martin makes the draw. Now fires long, left sideline. Sprint pattern, it's going to be in the end zone. Touchdown, Tennessee! Touchdown to Peerless Price. 41 yards on the touchdown. And Tennessee has struck lightning again.
2003.
LSU will line up in the I formation at their 12-yard line. The pitch goes to Vincent. Vincent gets a couple of blocks. Vincent across the 20 to the 25. He's now closing it on midfield. Will anybody catch up? Justin Vincent, the true freshman, to the 10. 5. Touchdown, LSU.
This has been an SEC Championship flashback.
Alabama and Georgia set to hook up inside Mercedes-Benz as our pregame show continues here on the SEC Radio Network. We've heard from a player from each team What do you say we check in with the head coaches? We'll start with Alabama, the de facto home team in today's contest, led by second-year head coach Kalen DeBoer. It has not been the easiest path to Atlanta for his team, who, of course, started the season with a loss to Florida State way back in August and then dropped a game to Oklahoma just 3 weeks ago in Tuscaloosa. As DeBoer mentioned on his radio show earlier this week, the resilience of his team is the reason they're back in the championship game.
To get to this point, like you said, here in the second year, especially knowing just, the ups and downs that we've been through. And, I don't want to overuse the word resilient, but that's what these guys are. And they just keep forging ahead. And they've gotten knocked down a couple times over the last 2 years, but they get up fast and then they get knocked down again. They get up faster. They really do. And especially after the Oklahoma game, I knew what the response would be. And it's been exactly that ever since.
As has been referenced really throughout the entire build-up to today's SEC championship game, the Dogs and Crimson Tide met back on September 24th in Athens, a 24-21 Alabama win between the hedges. Coach DeBoer was asked about the significance of playing the same team twice in the same season leading up to today.
The difference is that this one happened a little bit earlier in the season, when we played them. And what happens, and I'm putting us in this classification too, is good teams keep getting better. And you evolve, and you have really the same foundation. A lot of the concepts are all the same, but the playmakers emerge. Young guys get better. And so, there's things that you take, and you're like, okay, that's the starting point. But what have they done since we played them last? And again, they're there for a reason. They've done their things to continue to get better throughout the year.
That's Alabama head coach Kalen DeBoer, who's coaching in his first SEC championship game today. He'll be opposed by Kirby Smart, who's set to coach in his 8th SEC championship game. And despite the pomp and circumstance, Coach Smart says today is business as usual for his squad in Atlanta.
Yeah, it doesn't change game to game. I mean, championship game is no different than the game that gets you to the championship game, right? We've been playing championship games every week, in my opinion. So, what wins football games doesn't change. Good players win football games. Not turning the ball over wins football games. Being explosive wins football games, and that will not change in this game. I mean, the turnover margin of the last game was a factor. Explosive plays of the last game was a factor. There'll be factors in this one. There'll be factors in the next one after this one.
Similar to his counterpart on the Bama sidelines, Smart was asked about how much, if at all, the regular season meeting has on the prep going into a championship game today in Atlanta.
I don't think you change a whole lot during the year. You play to the skill set of your playmakers. They've got playmakers. They play to the skill set of those guys. Ty's still playing really well. He's extremely athletic. He can extend plays. He knows where to go with the ball. He knows defenses. He's played a lot of football, and he's played with a lot of confidence. So I don't think there's a lot of change. I mean, they're really good at what they do.
Georgia and Alabama set to meet up today for the 5th time in the SEC championship game, with the Tide a perfect 4-0 in the previous meetings. We're getting closer to kickoff in Atlanta. When we come back, we'll head to the studio for the first time. Luke Hallett will update you on scores from across college football as championship weekend ramps up across the country. This is the SEC Radio Network.
Mercedes-Benz asks you this. What do elite athletes and luxury vehicles have in common? A winning drive, for starters. Both are versatile, intelligent, and constantly innovating. Both navigate speed bumps and leave fans with goosebumps. And of course, only the best become stars. Mercedes-Benz, available in electric, gas, or plug-in hybrid. Discover uncompromising luxury at your local Mercedes-Benz dealer. Learn more at MBUSA.com.
At Sprouts Farmers Market, we're all about fresh, healthy, and delicious. Every shopping trip is an adventure, with new and ahead-of-the-trend products hitting the shelves every month. From the latest mouth-watering vegan and gluten-free cookies to yummy plant-based protein bars, there's always something new to explore. Plus, find more than 2,800 Sprouts brand items filled with incredible flavor and better-for-you ingredients. Visit your neighborhood Sprouts today, the official grocer of the Southeastern Conference.
This is Alabama head football coach Kalen DeBoer, and this is the SEC Radio Network. Roll Tide.
When you're going 200 miles per hour, it's good to know that it got your back.
F1 the movie is racing to Apple TV on December 12th.
If we don't win, I lose the team.
No pressure.
None.
Stream the cinematic event of the year.
If everyone makes one critical contribution, that's the difference between last and first.
Brad Pitt.
No one gets past this without a fight. Do they have the car?
We have the driver.
F1 the movie. Rated PG-13. Streaming December 12th. Only on Apple TV. Subscription required.
We know that sport has the power to change lives on and off the field, but today, the majority of kids in the U.S. are no longer playing sports. As the leader in fueling athletes, Gatorade is committed to helping reverse this trend and creating positive change across our communities. That's why Gatorade has launched Fuel Tomorrow, a new multi-year initiative to help everyone have equal opportunity to play sports and realize their potential. Learn more about Gatorade's commitment to break down barriers and help millions of kids get into the game by visiting Gatorade.com/community.
Coverage of the SEC Football Championship continues with a scoreboard update brought to you by Regions, official bank of the SEC. Let's go inside the SEC Radio Network studios.
It's the 34th edition of the SEC Championship game. Number 3, Georgia. Number 9, Alabama. Two SEC heavyweights squaring off in Atlanta. Luke Hallett with you inside the SEC Radio Network studios as we get you caught up on Championship Saturday throughout the nation. 2 conference champions were crowned yesterday. We start in the Sun Belt, where James Madison used a dominant fourth quarter to best the Troy Trojans 31-14. Duke's running back Wayne Knight, he cashed in on a 73-yard touchdown run en route to over 200 yards of the ground, as JMU will hope for further chaos on Championship Saturday to try and punch their ticket to the college football playoff. Another game that went final yesterday in the American, Tulane and North Texas. Mean Green jumping out to a 7-0 lead, but after that, it was all Tulane.
Mestemaker with Sibley to his left. Mestemaker looking up the middle. Now checks down. It's off the fingertips and picked off. Chris Rogers down to the 20, to the 15, racing the end zone. Touchdown, Tulane!
Oh, wow. Unbelievable.
Corey Glore and company on the call as Tulane wins that one and the American 34-21. Game that has gone final today, Texas Tech and BYU. The 4th-ranked Red Raiders winning 34-7, crushing BYU, scoring 34 unanswered points. Texas Tech holds BYU to 200 yards of total offense, forcing 4 turnovers to key the win. Texas Tech staking their claim for a first-round bye in the college football playoff. Coming up later today in the Big Ten, number 1, Ohio State. Number 2, Indiana. An 8 p.m. kickoff between the Buckeyes and the Hoosiers. Ohio State coming in winners of 16 straight, dating back to last season. Indiana has not won the Big Ten since 1967. It's also the first time that number 1 takes on number 2 since 2009, when number 1 Alabama and Mark Ingram knocked off number 2 Florida and Tim Tebow 32-13. Ingram going for 113 yards and 3 touchdowns in the win, and another 76 yards receiving in that contest. It's a matchup of Heisman frontrunners in this one. Fernando Mendoza, quarterback for the Indiana Hoosiers, Ohio State quarterback Julian Sand, both projected to be amongst the finalists for the nation's top player. And in the ACC today, Duke and Virginia, 7-5 Blue Devils, the 10-2 Virginia Cavaliers, also an 8 p.m. kickoff. Blue Devils advancing to the ACC championship game after SMU lost last week. It's the first time Duke is playing for the ACC title since 2013. A season to remember, though, for the Virginia Cavaliers, winning 10 games for the first time in program history while trying to make their case for the college football playoff as well. Virginia already doubled up the Blue Devils earlier this season, 34-17 in Durham. It's the 34th edition of the SEC Championship game. Number 3, Georgia. Number 9, Alabama. We'll send you to Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta next with Dave Neal, Dave Archer, and Stephen Hartzell after this timeout. This is the SEC Radio Network.
Why do we love SEC football? Because no matter the venue or the rivalry, it's the ultimate hang. Fans of every flavor, good-natured trash talk with a side of andouille. Yes! But according to Johnsonville and the Harris poll, 71% of Americans hang out less than they used to. Why? Could it be that rivalries off the field are tearing us apart? Is it crazy to think a sausage-fueled tailgate party could unite us all? Can't hurt. Keep it juicy out there. Johnsonville, official sausage of the SEC.
An ice cold Coca-Cola is perfect, but a free Coca-Cola from Sonic with endless flavors and add-ins like cherry, jalapeno, or lime, perfect just got perfecter. Whether you're into cherry vanilla with sweet cream, strawberry jalapeno, or green apple and bourbon caramel, Sonic has the perfect Coca-Cola for you. Create a Coke your way, any size, any flavor, free for a limited time, only in the Sonic app. Live free, eat Sonic. Limited time offer, see app for details.
If you want to live free, yeah.
This is Georgia head coach Kirby Smart, and this is the SEC Radio Network. Go Dogs.
Are you a towel spinning, back flipping, funky chicken dancing kind of fan? Then you need Academy Sports and Outdoors. Get a new grill that says, I smoke brisket and my rivals. A jersey that says, I show so much spirit that it makes mascots blush. And decoys that say, I can talk a dove out of its feathers. Now those are wins. Score undefeatable prices at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Because here, fun can't lose.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
The Alabama Crimson Tide.
Simpson will run it himself, and he will walk in. Touchdown, Alabama.
The Georgia Bulldogs.
Gunner pulls away from one man, cuts behind the block, zigzags into the end zone. Touchdown, Bulldogs.
It's time now for the Dr. Pepper starting lineups. Dr. Pepper, craving something one of a kind? Try Dr. Pepper Blackberry and Dr. Pepper Blackberry Zero Sugar today.
We will get you back out to Atlanta in just a moment. Luke Hallett again with you inside the SEC Radio Network studios. Again, we'll send you out to Dave, and Steven in just a moment. We'll continue to preview some of the action throughout the country and throughout the nation on Championship Saturday. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Indiana and Ohio State. Head coach Curt Cignetti of the Hoosiers talking about how lethal the offense for Ohio State is, starting with Julian Sayin.
Yeah, he's played with a lot of poise. He doesn't look like a guy that's in his first year as a starter. He looks like he sees the field very well, throws the ball on rhythm. He can really rip it. He's got a tight release, a lot of velocity on the ball, very accurate, and they've done a nice job protecting him. And obviously he's got great weapons to throw to. And I think a little bit like us, they don't put the ball in his hand and say, win the game. You know, they're balanced.
Indiana has not won the Big Ten since 1967. Ohio State winners of 16 consecutive games as well. And again in the ACC, Duke 7-5 this year. The Virginia Cavaliers 10-2. Blue Devils advanced to the ACC championship after the SMU Mustangs lost last week. But it's been quite the season for Virginia. They've won 10 games for the first time in program history, trying to make their case for the CFP as well. This is a great matchup between a couple of dynamic offenses. Darian Mensah, Duke quarterback, top 10 nationally in passing yards a game, passing touchdowns as well. Who's running back Jamari Taylor has rushed for 1,000 yards and 14 touchdowns as well. Now we'll send you back out to Atlanta. Dave, and Steven. Guys, take it away.
All right, thank you very much. National anthem is finished in front of this full house, as you might expect, between Georgia and Alabama. Bulldogs come in as the visiting team. Alabama, of course. That would make them the home team. Let's start with our lineups tonight for the Georgia Bulldogs offensively. Of course, for the Georgia Bulldogs at quarterback is Gunnar Stockton, who has had a fantastic season as he has completed 70% of his passes, 20 touchdowns, just 5 interceptions. In the backfield alongside him, Nate Frazier, the team's leading rusher, 809 yards on the season, averaging 5.5 yards per carry. Wide receivers, they've got some good ones over there at Georgia, despite losing Colby Young to an injury. Zachariah Branch, Noah Thomas, London Humphreys are the 3 guys that we will see most tonight in this championship game. At tight end, boy, Georgia just a factory. 6 former Georgia Bulldog tight ends are currently in the NFL. Will Oscar Delp be the next one, or Lawson Lucky? Both those guys will get a lot of work today at the tight end spot. Offensive line, that's the big news for Georgia, really, from an offensive standpoint. Drew Bobo, their center, certainly making a bid for All-American honors this year, is out. has a injured foot, hurt in the first half for Georgia Tech, and Georgia's offense against Georgia Tech certainly sputtered without Bobo making all the calls and leading that group up front. But Monroe Freeling has been great. Micah Morris, Dontrell Glover, and Ernest Green, the other tackle, certainly have been very good for the Bulldogs this year for a team that's averaging 32 points a game. On the flip side, Alabama's offense, Ty Simpson, the redshirt junior out of Martin, Tennessee, he's completed 65% of his passes, over 3,000 yards, 25 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Now, the running back spot, that's where Alabama's been kind of decimated in that running back room. Jam Miller will not play tonight. He's left their Auburn game, the Iron Bowl, with a bad foot, ankle, left on crutches, not available tonight. Kevin Riley has been out, so they'll turn to Daniel Hill, the 6'1", 244-pound sophomore out of Meridian, Mississippi. Wide receiver, they've got some good ones too now with Isaiah Horton, Ryan Williams, and Jeremy Bernard. Those 3 guys will certainly be involved in the pass game. At tight end, they're going to miss one of their best players, their 4th leading receiver, and Josh Cuevas is out with an injury. Didn't play last week as well, so they'll turn to Marshall Pritchard, the true freshman tight end out of Charleston, South Carolina. The offensive line also been kind of a patchwork. Been 6 or 7 guys playing in that spot, but Caden Proctor's been their All-American at left tackle, Dewberry at left guard, Parker Brailsfield will handle the center spot, Chino Vandemark at right guard, and Wilkenformy at right tackle. Certainly a good group for this offense that averages over 33 points a game. This should be about defense. We'll see how that all plays out tonight. We've got some really good quarterbacks who have been steady all season long, so when we come back, we'll be just that much closer to kickoff here at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. This has been the Johnsonville pregame show. Johnsonville reminding you to keep it fun, keep it together, and keep it juicy. Kickoff between the Georgia Bulldogs and the Alabama Crimson Tide is coming up next right here on the SEC Radio Network.
As an SEC fan, you know what extra is about. You see it every time your team leaves everything they've got out on the field. That's what a Regions Greenprint planning session with your banker feels like. Extra support, extra belief in you, and strategies that bring you extra financial confidence. We believe extra changes everything. And at Regions, extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
Zoe, the mall's about to close. It's impossible to do anything in 15 minutes.
Oh, it's possible, Harvey. I mean, you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. So, you think you can find your auntie a sweater?
Come on, you spent an hour buying jelly beans.
I know, I do love jelly beans. Trust me, now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. Plus, you'll get America's Best Network.
No.
See?
No.
Sí.
Maybe I should switch to T-Mobile right now.
This holiday, switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes from your phone. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. T-Mobile is the best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
More hard-hitting action is next on the SEC Radio Network.
When you add beans to your plate, the whole team celebrates, and you get a delicious and versatile source of fiber and plant-based protein. Now that's really something to cheer about. Bush's, the official beans of the SEC. So much goodness in such a beautiful bean.
In the SEC, passion isn't a choice, it's a promise. And Southwest has been connecting fans to that passion for generations. Heart sets this conference apart and brings its fans together. Visit southwest.com to book your flight to SEC country today.
This Snackervention is sponsored by Farm Rich, official frozen snack of the SEC. Jay's sad pantry snacks got him benched at his own watch party.
I just grabbed some old chips.
How old?
When the SEC had 14 teams.
Oh, Jay.
Well, what's the big deal?
Losing home field advantages. But with the push of a button, you can heat up Farm Rich's 100% real mozzarella sticks for the snack comeback of the season.
I gotta go.
Wait, come back.
That's the game plan. Gotta stock the freezer with Farm Rich first.
That's a win on...
There's some teams that hope they can find a way. I think our guys really understand that they get in these spots, they're going to make it happen.
We'll go on the toss to Jam. He cuts it back. He's got first down. He's got a touchdown. It's a fumble, and Alabama's got it. Deontay Watson.
Yes, it's the SEC championship. Yes, you want to win that and go to the playoffs and do all that, but you have to focus on the now.
Alabama is headed to Atlanta again.
It's never enough. Whatever we do is never enough. We just got to keep going. We got to keep pushing and keep fighting.
Weaves back 10, 5, touchdown. Noah Thomas all the way. Touchdown, Chauncey Bowens. He ripped him a new one.
I feel like that's just the standard here at Georgia.
Alabama.
The whole world's watching, but that's just like every Saturday that Alabama plays.
Georgia.
Just upholding the standard that's been here for the years past and knowing that we'll never be hunting. We're going to do the hunting.
This is the 2025 SEC Football Championship game.
Good chance to battle it out to see who the SEC champion is, which a lot at stake and always is.
Live from Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia, the SEC Radio Network presents the 2025 SEC Football Championship game. This year's championship game between the Alabama Crimson Tide and the Georgia Bulldogs is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Fun can't lose. Allstate, you're in good hands. By Bush's, that beautiful bean company. Dr. Pepper, craving something one of a kind? Try Dr. Pepper Blackberry and Dr. Pepper Blackberry Zero Sugar today. By Farm Rich, the official frozen snack of the SEC. Now we're cooking. Gatorade, created to hydrate better than water. Gatorade, the official sports drink of the SEC. By Johnsonville, reminding everyone to keep it fun, keep it together, and keep it juicy. Mercedes-Benz, official luxury vehicle of the SEC. By Regions, official bank of the SEC. Sanderson Farms, the official chicken of the SEC. Sonic, live free, eat Sonic. Southwest Airlines, the official airline of the SEC. Sprouts Farmers Market, official healthy grocer of the SEC. And by T-Mobile, it's better over here. See why at T-Mobile.com/network. Now let's send it back to Atlanta and Dave Neal.
And welcome back inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium. We are just minutes away from kickoff for the 34th edition of the SEC Football Championship game. Matter of fact, the clock says 4 minutes until ball will be in the air. Time now to get the keys to the game, presented by Sanderson Farms, official chicken of the SEC. Dave Archer, of your Alabama Crimson Tide, your thoughts on the things that you have to do well today to win this one?
Yeah, I think you go back to the first game, Dave, that Alabama was able to sneak away Athens with a 24-21 win. What kind of crept into those games, and they were pretty consistent throughout the year. Georgia, they want run balance. They need to be able to run the football and help Gunnar Stockton with the passing game and stay in some manageable and on-schedule situations. They faced 4 third and longs in that game way back in week 5 or 6, and they only converted one of them. They've got to stay on schedule from an offensive standpoint. And for Bama, and defensively, Georgia's got to keep Simpson from running around. They were 13 of 19 on third down in that game in Athens way back in October. They've got to find a way to make sure that Ty Simpson doesn't buy time. For Alabama, just control the Georgia running game as best you can. We talked about that. But make some plays. They need to make big plays. They were absent of those plays last week against Auburn. Yeah. Where were the plays, and where was Ryan Williams? Need to get him involved.
Well, for more, let's go down to the field and visit with Stephen Hartzell.
Well, Arch was reading my pregame notes. I had the third down conversions. 13 third down conversions for Alabama in that regular season game. Guys, that was the most third down conversions that a Georgia defense had allowed the last 30 seasons. So Georgia's got to get off the field on third downs. And Arch, you're absolutely right. Find number 2. Where is Ryan Williams? Guys had 7 catches in the month of November. No catches in the Iron Bowl. Need him tonight in a big-time game.
Well, the two teams, captains out in the middle of the SEC logo in the middle of this field, waiting for Daniel Gotro, our referee.
All right, guys, congratulations.
Here he is.
Representing the Southeastern Conference in the 2025 SEC Championship game. I'm your referee, Daniel Gotro. This is your umpire, Walt Hill. Georgia, you are the designated visiting team. This side is heads, this side is tails. What is your call? The call is heads. It is tails. Which way would you like to kick?
Alabama has won the toss and elected to defer their option to the second half. They will kick from the south end zone. Good luck, gentlemen.
There you go, and you can hear the crowd already making some noise. These two teams get together. They provide some of the most classic SEC games of all time. Alabama wins, so they defer. Georgia will get the football first.
Nice job of the official knowing where north and south was. This is not a building he works in every weekend, so that's a pretty good
who's
job.
to say that he knows?
Well, you and I both live here in this city, and we know that he did say the south end of the building. He was correct on that.
Well, the Georgia Bulldogs, a visiting team, wearing their white jerseys, silver breeches, and their red helmets that you are so accustomed to seeing in Alabama, and they're certainly their usual crimson helmets, crimson jerseys, and their white pants with the crimson stripes down the side. You know, the one thing that certainly people have talked about, but I'm just curious if you're a player, from a player's perspective, so much is made about Kirby having a tough time beating Alabama, 1 for 7. Does that, as a player, do you hear that? Do you know that? Does that weigh on you?
Yes.
Yeah.
You hear it. You want it dispelled. Obviously, you're part of it as the players. All right, so you know it as a player. You've been a part of it, and so it's hanging on you as well. It's not just hanging on Kirby, but yes, you would like to dispel that today.
Well, the Dogs, defending SEC champs, won in overtime last year against the Texas Longhorns. These two teams both started playing football back in 1892. Their first matchup on the gridiron was in 1895. Bama has really dominated this series over time. They haven't played every year, but 44-26, and there have been 6 ties along the way as well. So Alabama will kick it off. They'll work from left to right. Zachariah Branch back to receive this kick from the Crimson Tide. Connor Talty, the redshirt sophomore out of Chicago, will handle the place-kicking duties, also handling the kickoff duties, and he swings his right foot into this football, a high end-over-end kick that will hit in the G of Georgia in the middle of that end zone and out to the 25-yard line, and here comes this Georgia offense, an offense led by Gunnar Stockton, the redshirt junior out of Rabun County High School up in North Georgia. This offense averaging 32 points a game. They rush it for 190 a game, 4th in the SEC, top 30 in the country. They throw for 225 a game. That is 11th in the league, 67th nationally. But this is a team that's been really good on third downs, over 45%. We'll see how they play today against this Alabama defense, giving up just 16 points a game. 124 on the ground.
Be interesting to see how Mike Bobo gets Stockton going early. He did not play great last week against Georgia Tech.
Yeah, this offense as a whole didn't play very well. First play of that shotgun, quick throw near side. That one caught by Branch. Breaks a tackle. He's to the 40, out over the 40 to the 42.5-yard line. Keon Sabb able to throw him down right in front of that Alabama bench.
Good job by Branch to catch a low throw from Stockton, and then a really good block by London Humphreys on the outside. The junior wide receiver got the block free. His mate at the receiver spot. Branch is that explosive player. They want to get the ball to as many times as they can.
Gain of 17. Cash Jones will check in at running back for the Georgia Bulldogs. Cash, the 5th-year senior out of Brock, Texas, splits out wide. Stockton looks right, decides to keep it himself on a drawn-up quarterback run. He'll pick up 3 out to the 45-yard line. Pierre to make the play for the Crimson Tide.
Yeah, Bray Hubbard, the safety, is a guy that loves to get down in the box on this, Dave, and does a really good job. He had 9 tackles in the game, that first game against Georgia. He made the play there.
2nd down and 7. Bulldogs will work from the near hash mark at the 45-yard line. Another shotgun formation, 2 receivers to the wide side. They will go to that side of the field. Here's Zachariah Branch trying to break some tackles, stretching it out. Flag comes out. Looks like that may be a hold against the Bulldogs on that edge, trying to free Branch up. Dylan Bell.
Holding offense, number 86. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Remains 2nd down.
Dave, the reason this is a hold is on Zachariah Branch. For some reason, he doesn't duck back up to the inside. He saw some Alabama jerseys flash to the inside, so he extended the play to the outside. Bell thought he was going to come inside of him, and he doesn't realize that Zachariah Branch is going around the outside, and he grabs hold of the jersey. So as much as he's going to get flagged for it, Branch was probably the guy that created the hold by the track he took.
Now back Georgia up to the 35-yard line. So now you're chasing the change at 2nd down and 17. Shotgun formation. They will hand it off. Nate Frazier met the moment he got the football. Jordan Reynard. Georgia going backwards on this possession. It'll be 2nd down and 20, or 3rd down and 20.
Yeah, Reynard just swims around the center's block. Really, Malachi Tolliver, you talked about it, Dave, where Drew Bobo is out. Malachi Tolliver, the redshirt freshman, just did not get the block there and created the crease in the backfield.
They got to get it across the midfield stripe to the Alabama 48-yard line. The ball sits on the Georgia 32 right now. Cash Jones in the backfield. as Gunnar Stockton changing the play at the line of scrimmage. 2 receivers to each side. Now Jones splits out right. Stockton tucks it and runs right up the middle. He is hit around the 36, falls forward to the 39. Yanze Pierre with another tackle, a gain of 4, and here comes the Georgia punt team.
This is something that we saw a lot from Gunnar Stockton last week in this building against Georgia Tech, where he didn't wait very long to allow the pass play to set up, and he took off. Now, I didn't read that as necessarily a quarterback draw there, but it almost turned into that for Gunnar Stockton.
He had a season high in rushes against Georgia Tech. Got sacked twice, take those out. It was 13 running plays for the Georgia quarterback. Georgia will punt it away. Brett Thorson, a Ray Guy Award finalist, another booming kick. This will be fair caught on the back end by Cole Adams. They'll spot him at the 18-yard line. That's where the Crimson Tide will take over for their first possession. So the Tide defense does their job, get the football back for the men in Crimson. We are scoreless first quarter football here at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. More after these messages. This is the SEC Radio Network.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo
Touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the SEC Radio Network.
In the SEC, it just means more. But what is it exactly? It's the fans, the students, the traditions, the legends. It's passion to celebrate deeper, reach farther, think smarter, make an impact off the field. It's that intangible thing that happens when 16 schools raise the bar as one. Because in the SEC, it just means more.
Sanderson Farms, official chicken of the SEC, presents The Chicken.
That would be me.
Hanging out at a college tailgate.
Thanks for inviting me to this awesome tailgate party.
Sure thing, dude.
Everyone's having a great time.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't even matter if we win the game or not. Took it too far, didn't I?
Yeah.
You know what? Let's just totally beat those guys. We'll get more points, so therefore, we're at a surplus.
Good save.
Sanderson Farms, official chicken of the SEC.
How many more? He's been Stadium. Dave Neal, Dave Archer, Stephen Hart. So glad you could join us on the SEC Radio Network. Scoreless and even 12 minutes to go opening quarter. Georgia did not have a very good opening drive. The first play went for 17 yards, and after that they went backwards. All told, 14 plays, 13 yards, 3 minutes off the clock. So here's Alabama's offense, averaging 33 points a game, 126 yards rushing, 278 through the air. Over 400 yards of total offense, which is 8th in the league. Tell you how good the offenses are in the SEC. Alabama's 8th with 404. But overall, as Alabama's an offensive team, without Jam Miller, without Kevin Riley, obviously they like to throw it anyway, but you think they're going to lean more on that than they have been in the past?
Yeah, they'll have to lean on Simpson's ability to potentially produce some of the run game as well, Dave. But I think that, yeah, you're going to lean on this big-time wide receiver core, and you're going to lean on Simpson, who is maybe a dark horse to win the Heisman Trophy. Is this that day where he puts a stamp on it and maybe makes a case where he's the guy?
70% of Alabama's total yards have been through the air this season. Ty Simpson lines up in shotgun formation. He's got Daniel Hill standing to his right. Now he comes up to the line of scrimmage. Barks out a new play. Now he's set for the snap. 2 receivers near side. Now in motion, all 3 receivers will be on the near side of the field, but it's an inside handoff to Hill, straight up the middle. Hill will get it out to over the 20 to the 24-yard line. Give him 5 on that carry, so 2nd down and 5 coming up.
Yeah, they'll gladly take that, Dave. I think they actually moved it back a little bit on you there, and I think they slid it back to a 4-yard pickup. It's still 4 yards on first down running the football. If they get that today, Georgia's going to have a long day.
It'll be a short 6, long 5 to go for Alabama on 2nd down. Ty Simpson completing 66% of his passes this year in the shotgun formation. 3 receivers bunched up on the near side of the field. There's the snap. Another handoff goes to the big bruising back. Hill at 245 pounds. He will be a couple of yards shy of the line to gain. So 3rd and short as Dalen Everett leads the way for Georgia defensively.
Trying Georgia a little bit physically, see if they can get after him up front. Now the game falls into Simpson's hands there, and this is where he's dangerous. And I think that people underestimate, Dave, his ability to pull it down and take off.
We'll say 3rd down and about 3 to go for Alabama. 3 receivers again, bunched up on the near sideline. Ball sits on that far hash. In motion goes Brooks, the true freshman. They will hand it off on an end around, and Brooks is hit at the 25. Walloped by Ellis Robinson, the corner, and he loses a yard.
Boy, this is a big-time hit from not a big corner. Robinson's not a big kid, about 180 pounds, and he just comes up and puts his face mask right in the middle of the Alabama player's face, or in his chest, I'm sorry. Big-time play by the corner who made a monster play against Georgia Tech a week ago with an interception.
So now Alabama forced to punt it away. Blake Dowd averaging 42.7 yards per punt. Booms that one high in the air. Fair catch called for by Zachariah Branch. So Georgia's offense back on the field. We are scoreless. 9:54 to go. Opening quarter from Atlanta, Georgia, the SEC championship game. More after these messages. This is the SEC Radio Network.
At Sprouts Farmers Market, we're all about fresh, healthy, and delicious. Every shopping trip is an adventure, with new and ahead-of-the-trend products hitting the shelves every month. From the latest mouth-watering vegan and gluten-free cookies to yummy plant-based protein bars, there's always something new to explore. Plus, find more than 2,800 Sprouts brand items filled with incredible flavor and better-for-you ingredients. Visit your neighborhood Sprouts today, the official grocer of the Southeastern Conference.
Pressure comes, hit at the 10 and dropped at the 11.
More hard-hitting action is next on the SEC Radio Network.
As an SEC fan, you know what extra is about. You see it every time your team leaves everything they've got out on the field. That's what a Regions Greenprint planning session with your banker feels like. Extra support, extra belief in you, and strategies that bring you extra financial confidence. We believe extra changes everything. And at Regions, extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
Why do we love SEC football? Because no matter the venue or the rivalry, it's the ultimate hang. Fans of every flavor, good-natured trash talk with a side of andouille. Yes! But according to Johnsonville and the Harris poll, 71% of Americans hang out less than they used to. Why? Could it be that rivalries off the field are tearing us apart? Is it crazy to think a sausage-fueled tailgate party could unite us all? Can't hurt. Keep it juicy out there. Johnsonville, official sausage of the SEC.
Back inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium, Georgia and Alabama going at it once again for the SEC championship. For Georgia, it's their 5th straight SEC championship game, matching Florida for the longest such streak. The Gators did it from 92 to 96 under Steve Spurrier. Of course, the game started in 1992. The first 2 played in Birmingham. The last 32 have been played here in Atlanta, Georgia, between the Georgia Dome and Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Georgia's played in 8 of the last 9 SEC title games. Bama and Georgia have been involved. How about this? They have been involved in the SEC championship game in the last 14. One of these 2 teams has been in this game the last 14 consecutive years.
It's unbelievable the staying power that these 2 programs have had, and that's through multiple head coaches too. That's just not Kirby Smart and obviously Kalen DeBoer in his 2nd year. Obviously Nick Saban, a big part of what Alabama was, and certainly Mark Richt and what he was able to do at Georgia.
Well, there's 9:54 to go, first quarter. Both teams have had to punt it away on their opening possession. So here comes Gunnar Stockton back in this Georgia huddle, calling the play. Last week against Georgia Tech, Gunnar 11 of 21, 52% completion rate, his lowest of the season, for just 70 yards with a touchdown and an interception. Georgia's offense just never got in sync, really, against the Jackets.
And it looked like when he went to the sideline, Kirby had a quick conference with his quarterback saying, hey, don't just squeeze the trigger now. Don't get concerned about turning the ball over. We need to make plays.
Josh McCray comes into the game at running back. He splits out wide. There's the snap. They try to go that way to McCray, and he slips.
My goodness.
Right at the 25-yard line. He had one man to beat and then a bunch of yards in front of him. Damani Jones there, Jackson to make the play.
Dave, he had a blocker out in front of him for the corner. It looked like Delp was coming over to block the corner, and he kept his feet. Man, he'd still be running.
Instead, he's dropped back at the 26-yard line. A loss of 4 on the play. Nate Frazier back in the game at running back. He'll split out wide now. Stockton looking downfield, decides the only play is over to Frazier, who gets walloped. He is smoked by Damani Jackson, and Frazier is slow to get up.
Yeah, this is a poor job by Stockton reading the coverage because it was a corner that had clouded or rolled up on that side. And, man, Frazier takes a huge shot as the ball arrived.
Good gracious. He came up and just read that one. That's one of those you got to be licking your chops. Like, is this really happening in front of me? So says Damani Jackson. Back-to-back nice plays for Jackson, but let's hope Frazier is all right.
Yeah, Frazier coming off a 108-yard performance against Tech last weekend. It was his third 100-yard game of his career and really was kind of the driving force for them offensively.
Stephen Hartzell was right there in front of that play. Was that as vicious as it looked from up here?
Yeah, that was a violent car crash right there. Nate Frazier's on his back. The trainers are looking at him. Obviously, the Georgia sideline is concerned because, as Arch mentioned, this is a guy who Georgia's running game has been leaning on the last couple of weeks. Good to see Nate Frazier sitting up now.
You mentioned it. He has really come on big time second half of this season. The first 6 games, he averaged just 46 yards a game. The last 6, he's averaged 88 yards a game on the ground. Only played 7 snaps in that first game against the Crimson Tide.
Yeah, and he had a critical fumble in that game that led to 3 points for Alabama, and we know the difference in the game was 3 points. Not that play was it, but it certainly led to points for Alabama.
So if you're Nate Frazier, do you walk back when you kind of catch your breath and look at your quarterback and go, hey, dude, what are we doing there?
Yeah. Well, that's one of those ones where it's a quarterback. He doesn't have to say anything. You need to pop over there and say, hey, man, that's my bad.
Right.
I promise I won't do that to you again.
Well, Nate Frazier pops up. Hopefully it's just the wind knocked out of him. We'll see if he can get back on the field here shortly. Cash Jones will replace him at running back on 3rd down and 14. Stockton looking, dumps it off to Cash Jones to the 35, breaks a tackle, dives for the line to gain at the 40. He's going to be about a yard short.
Boy, good job by Cash Jones, though, Dave. This is a check down. Stockton looks downfield. Cash Jones loops out of the backfield. He dumps the football to him, and he went north and south right now, and he almost got there. As you said, he came up just about a half yard short of the first down.
And Georgia decides to punt it away on 4th and a yard. Brett Thorson averaged 51 yards on 4 punts against Georgia Tech in this building last week. Cole Adams back to return this one. He'll let it hit at the 6, and it takes a hard right turn and bounces out of bounds at the 8. Boy, what a weapon Brett Thorson has been for the Georgia Bulldogs this year.
That one landed in Peachtree City, which, yes, that's south of Atlanta.
That's good. Your directional kind of aptitude is pretty solid. I like it. I have no idea.
But getting back to Georgia's first 2 series, Dave, they've faced 2 third and long situations. We talked about their inability to stay on the field in the first game between them and Alabama. They have not done a very good job with managing the chains.
Ty Simpson in this offense back on the field. Empty set. Simpson looks over the middle. Pass is caught there out to the 20-yard line. That'll be good enough for an Alabama first down. A gain of 12 as that one goes to Isaiah Horton, his 35th catch of the year.
Man, good job by Horton. He had 3 touchdowns last weekend against Auburn. Does a really good job of finding a hole in the zone.
Alabama going a little tempo. Simpson up under center now. He's got Daniel Hill at running back. They'll hand it off to Hill. Little stutter step at the line of scrimmage, and quickly that hole closed as Georgia's defensive front converges to make the tackle on the big sophomore running back.
These two teams have always been so good up front, Dave. If you try to, that was a pin and pull concept or a gap concept where you're trying to push every one way, pull the backside and try to get them out in front of the back. But these teams are so quick up front defensively, they penetrate and they blow up the run game.
Second down and 8. 7.5 minutes to go. First quarter. We're scoreless. Alabama and Georgia. Simpson, just one pass attempt to this point. He will keep it himself on a play fake and is blown up by Gabe Harris, the defensive tackle.
These are the kind of hits you dream of as a defensive lineman. Big Gabe Harris at 260 pounds just fell right into the quarterback as he was able to beat the block up front of Parker Brailsford, the center, and just crushed Ty Simpson on that play.
It'll be third down and 9. Ball just outside the 20-yard line. Simpson pops right back up. 3 receivers to the wide side of the field. 1 to the near side. 5-man rush from Georgia. Pocket closes, and that one's incomplete over the middle. They were trying to hit Jeremy Bernard, and he just couldn't catch up to it. And Alabama will bring out their punt team.
Boy, really good pressure that time by Georgia. They rushed 5 and got some good penetration on the play. And then Bolden, the safety, does a good job of picking up Bernard coming across the middle. Kind of a zero blitz situation, zero coverage situation, man-to-man across the board in the back end. And Georgia wins on third down.
Blake Dowd back in to punt this one away. Blake averaged 42.7 yards per punt this season. Averaged 38. That one's blocked! That one is blocked by Georgia. It bounces around at the 15, scooped up there, and Georgia will have it just outside the 20-yard line. The Dogs get the block and are in business.
Cole Spear is the guy that comes in on special teams and gets the block, Dave. Wide receiver, senior wide receiver from Calhoun, Georgia. Certainly was designed. Georgia came with a number of players off the Alabama left side, and there was just too many to block. And Spear gets his hand on it, and Georgia's got a golden opportunity.
Bulldogs just outside the red zone. Stockton under center, hands it off to Frazier. Quickly back in the game after being injured his last time on the field a few moments ago. Takes it inside the 10, down to around the 8-yard line. Keon Sapp there to make the play for Alabama, but that'll be first and goal for the Bulldogs.
Boy, overload set and 3 tight ends lined up to the right side. He got in behind those tight ends and got up the field, and he walked over to Gunnar Stock and said, you know what, if you're going to give me the ball, this is the way I'd like you to give it to me. Just hand it to me from now on.
Yeah, that worked well. Boy, Frazier backs up. He's about 8 yards deep in the backfield as Stockton goes under center. They'll hand it off again to Frazier. Tried to cut it outside, but forced back into the middle, and he is wrapped up there by Xavier Brown, the first one for the Crimson Tide.
Yeah, tight formation to the Georgia left side, the Alabama right side. Xavier Brown's the corner on that side. He just tightens down. Nobody accounts for him in the blocking, and he's able to make a play in the backfield.
Second down and goal. Cash Jones in at running back now. Dogs will go shotgun formation. Ball sits at the 9-yard line. 5:21 to go. First quarter scoreless between Georgia and Alabama. Good clean snap. They will hand it off on an end around. It goes to Dylan Bell. He'll be close to the goal line, but denied the touchdown. They'll spot him at the 1.
Boy, good run here by Bell. Does a good job of getting in behind the block of Lucky, the tight end, but he ran a little orbit motion as he started across the formation from left to right and then put his foot in the ground and came all the way back across the formation on kind of a jet sweep handoff, and Lucky gets the block to push him to the 1.
Third and goal from the 1. Georgia lines up I formation. Stockton under center. 2 tight end set. Hand it off. They fake it. Stockton to throw to the end zone. Touchdown, Georgia. Roderick Robinson with a 1-yard touchdown reception on a great play fake from Gunnar Stockton, and the Dogs have the lead.
Boy, Robinson does a heck of a job here, Dave. He's the up back in the formation, almost in the traditional I formation here. And then he has to get out into the right flat. He actually goes left like he's going to lead block and then slips underneath the offensive lineman into the right flat. And Alabama completely lost him, and Stockton puts the ball on him for a touchdown.
Point after, up and good. Georgia takes advantage of the block punt. They start from the 21 and they convert. The Dogs lead at 7-0 over Alabama with 4:36 to go, opening quarter. We'll have more after these messages. This is the SEC Radio Network.
Mercedes-Benz asks you this. What do elite athletes and luxury vehicles have in common? A winning drive, for starters. Both are versatile, intelligent, and constantly innovating. Both navigate speed bumps and leave fans with goosebumps. And of course, only the best become stars. Mercedes-Benz, available in electric, gas, or plug-in hybrid. Discover uncompromising luxury at your local Mercedes-Benz dealer. Learn more at MBUSA.com.
Takes it into the end zone, standing up. Unbelievable.
This is the SEC Radio Network.
We know that sport has the power to change lives on and off the field, but today, the majority of kids in the U.S. are no longer playing sports. As the leader in fueling athletes, Gatorade is committed to helping reverse this trend and creating positive change across our communities. That's why Gatorade has launched Fuel Tomorrow, a new multi-year initiative to help everyone have equal opportunity to play sports and realize their potential. Learn more about Gatorade's commitment to break down barriers and help millions of kids get into the game by visiting Gatorade.com/community.
Zoe, the mall's about to close. It's impossible to do anything in 15 minutes.
Oh, it's possible, Harvey. I mean, you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. So, you think you can find your auntie a sweater?
Come on, you spent an hour buying jelly beans.
I know, I do love jelly beans. Trust me, now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. Plus, you'll get America's Best network.
No.
Sí.
No.
Sí.
Maybe I should switch to T-Mobile right now.
This holiday, switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes from your phone. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. T-Mobile is the best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Welcome back inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Our drive summary brought to you by Mercedes-Benz, the official luxury vehicle of the SEC. 4 plays, 21 yards, just under 2 minutes off the clock. Stockton to Robinson on a 1-yard touchdown pass, and we stand at 7-0. Let's go downstairs and visit with Steven.
Yeah, guys, good news for Georgia fans. They lead on the scoreboard. We also had an engagement in the Georgia section of the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. She said yes, in case you're wondering, which I guess you have to when you're on the Halo board in front of about 76,000 people. But we had an engagement. By the way, update on Nate Frazier, just to close the loop. Guy never took his helmet off. He got on the bike for a little bit, but Alabama went 3 and out after that injury, so he looks to be 100% good to go for Nate Frazier.
Yeah, got that carry, right? Start that drive and look good first time he touched it.
I'm guessing you're pretty sure if you're going to ask and they're going to put it on the Jumbotron, you're pretty sure she's going to say yes. I don't think you rolled a dice there, do you?
No, you probably have that. You probably have that discussion before you get here. Well, I
don't think you tell her.
No, but you kind of.
But you kind of feel it a little bit.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. Okay.
And if not, hopefully you say yes, and we'll work out the details later.
If you mean no, we'll talk about it later.
Just nod your head and give me a hug. That's all we got to do.
Well, good timing. He decides to do it after a block punt and then a touchdown for Georgia. So good timing by that young man.
4:36 to go here in the first quarter. Alabama's offense has not done much to this point. Matter of fact, Georgia's offense hasn't really either. They had a short field to work with there, but certainly took advantage of it to lead this one by 7. So Georgia about to kick this one off, working right to left, and they lead 7-0 over Alabama. Stockton 4 of 5 for 27 yards. Simpson 1 out of 2 on the afternoon. This kick will hit in the middle of the second A of Alabama and through the back of the end zone and out to the 25-yard line. So Alabama's going to try to figure out offensively what they need to do. Of course, they're down a couple of running backs in that running back room, and 2 good ones in Kevin Riley and Jam Miller. Jam Miller left last week's game on crutches. Midweek, he was questionable, but yesterday determined that he just could not go. And certainly that changes things from a dynamic perspective in terms of running the football, setting up play action, etc. But still, as you said earlier, Dave, this is an offense that is predicated on throwing the football.
Yeah, it'll be about Ty Simpson making plays to the receivers. The run game is just going to be a change-up for Alabama today.
So first down and 10 from the 25. They'll go with A.K. Deere, his first carry today. He picks up a couple of yards, and not much going on in that run game between the tackles right now for Alabama.
Yeah, Georgia's done a really good job of defending the run in the second half of the season, Dave. We kind of watched this Georgia defense kind of grow throughout the year. If you following the SEC and what Georgia could be. They lost a lot of players in the National Football League. A bunch of young guys have stepped up and are playing at a high level now.
Second down and 7. Simpson looking to his right. Throws, dumps it off to Hill underneath. He's at the 30 and twisted and turned down to the turf right on the same spot he caught the football. So they'll be 4.5, 5 yards shy of the line to gain. Good play there by Chris Cole, one of their linebackers.
This is a crew of linebackers, especially C.J. Allen and Raylan Wilson, Dave, that can really run. So they're almost the prototypical NFL linebacker now. They're one of these guys that's about 6 feet, 6'1", 230 pounds that can run, and both these linebackers can really go.
Alabama on the year, 46.5% third down conversions. Looking at a 3rd down and 4 here. Pressure comes off the edge. Simpson steps up in the pocket, fires pass, caught. That'll be a first down, Alabama. Ryan Williams, the electrifying wide receiver, stays on his feet, finally dropped at midfield. He spun out of 2 potential tacklers, picks up 20, 21 yards on the reception.
Yeah, Ryan Williams running that little return route, if you will, starts to the inside and then goes back to the outside. Got the defender going inside on the play. DeMello Jones faked out, thought he was running the crossing route, decides to go back outside. Really good throw by Simpson. And then Ryan Williams, what he's done to Georgia before, that run after the catch.
First down and 10, Alabama. They're sitting right on the far hash at midfield. Shotgun formation. Simpson, play fake to Hills. Wants to throw, coming near side. Long out, and that one is knocked out of there at the last moment by Ellis Robinson. Alabama trying to go to Isaiah Horton.
Took a long time to get there, David. Deep out route, deep comeback route to the wide side of the field, so Simpson had to let this one go well before Horton came out of the break, but good job by Robinson. Number 1 overall corner when he came out of high school, and he's playing like it right now.
Second down and 10, 2:20 to go. First quarter, 7-0 Georgia. From that far hash, Simpson in the shotgun. Claps his hands, there's the football. Georgia bringing 4. Little underneath route. That one is caught at the 46-yard line. That'll go to Jeremy Bernard. Gain of 3.5 on the play. Ja'Cory Thomas back there in coverage. Ja'Cory's been a good player for Georgia since Kyron Jones went down.
Really good tackle here too, Dave, by Ja'Cory Thomas. If he doesn't make this tackle, there is nobody left for Georgia. They're going to have to rally off the guys they're defending to come make the tackle. Really good play by the safety for Georgia.
Third down and 6 from the Georgia 45-yard line. Bernard splits out wide to the near side. 3 receivers on this near side. Georgia looks like they're bringing the house. They will actually bring 4, drop 7. Over the middle. That one is picked off by the Bulldogs. It was deflected and picked off on the back end by Dalen Everett. Everett is out of bounds. A flag comes in late, but Georgia will have the football. Everett picks up his first interception of the season.
Boy, and this is an incredible catch, too, Dave. This is a throw down the middle that kind of ricocheted off the hands of Horton, Isaiah Horton. Ball thrown behind Horton, and somehow Everett spins and catches it behind him.
During the return, personal foul, face mask, return team. The 15-yard penalty will be enforced from the spot of the foul. First down, Georgia.
Yeah, this is not a very good decision by Simpson. He threw it into coverage. It was an underneath defender in front of Horton. He tried to throw it on Horton's back shoulder, but what an incredible catch by Everett. And then he gets the flag for face masking the guy that was trying to tackle him, get him out of bounds, but another takeaway for Georgia.
Everett loves this game. He was the MVP of last year's SEC championship game against Texas for the Bulldogs. With that face mask, a big penalty, though. That'll push the football all the way back to the Georgia 43-yard line.
Still considered a half-field situation, not the plus territory takeaway that they were going to get, Dave, had they not gotten the penalty, but still Georgia now on their own 43-yard line. This is considered a half-field opportunity.
The 9th interception recorded by Georgia this year. They are now even in the turnover department for the season. Gunnar Stockton gets the football and hands it off to his running back, Josh McCray.
Somehow Mike Bobo has got to find a way to keep Georgia in some manageable situations here. They've not done a very good job of that, save after the block punt in the tight territory, deep red zone where they got that turnover on Alabama. They've done a poor job of staying on schedule. 2nd and 8 here.
1 minute to go, first quarter. Ball sits at the 45-yard line. 2 tight end set. Josh McCray lines up 7 yards deep. They'll fake it to him and dump it off to Oscar Delp, the tight end. Delp to midfield and is hit by 2 Crimson Tide defenders. Give him a gain of 5 there. Justin Jefferson along with Cam Calhoun, the corner, making a play.
Boy, another one of those linebackers that can run. Justin Jefferson, the senior, 5th-year senior, 227 pounds, does a good job of getting the core tight end on the ground.
Quick snap by Georgia. Stockton looks to his right, decides to take it himself, and dives for the first down. Keon Keeley was there, but Stockton knew where the first down line was and just dove for it and got his nose across.
Really good, quick decision by Stockton. Talked about how he pulled it down and took off a lot against Georgia Tech last weekend and really kind of ill-advised a few times. This was not. He realized he just had a short way to go get the first down, and he was aggressive and went and got it.
That'll be the final play of the first quarter. Georgia with 63 yards of offense. Alabama with 50 yards of offense. The 1 touchdown, Gunnar Stockton to Robinson, a little used running back. And that's the only score of the game as Georgia leads it 7-0 after 15 minutes of play. We'll have more after these messages. This is the SEC Radio Network.
In the SEC, it just means more. But what is it exactly? It's the fans, the students, the traditions, the legends. It's passion to celebrate deeper, reach farther, think smarter, make an impact off the field. It's that intangible thing that happens when 16 schools raise the bar as one. Because in the SEC, it just means more.
Your home for the SEC Football Championship, the SEC Radio Network. This is an SEC Championship Flashback, 1994.
Jay Barker, straight drop in the pocket, pumps it once, gonna go on top, has a man open, it is tipped in the air, and it's intercepted. Eddie Lake with the interception, runs for the sideline and out of bounds at the 44-yard line. Florida has 54 seconds to get off the clock, and they are headed to the Sugar Bowl again.
1999.
Running left, Millens. Millens back to his right, still on his feet, looking for a block. Makes it to the 22, the 25, slip the tackle. The 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. He's going to go. He's at the 30, the 20, the 10, 5. Touchdown, Alabama.
2004.
Campbell, great drop, going deep. He's looking for it. Touchdown, Auburn.
This has been an SEC Championship Flashback.
Inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium, Dave Neal, former Iowa State legend Dave Archer, the quarterback. And Stephen Hartzell, he's a legend in his own right. Stephen Hartzell down the sideline.
He is. Yes, he is.
It's dangerous when Stephen gets to Atlanta for the SEC championship game. Got to keep him contained. 7-0 Georgia out in front of Alabama. Fresh 15 coming up here as we begin second quarter football. Your thoughts on how both teams came out and played, particularly from an offensive standpoint?
I think a little bit conservative offensively. The screens, the run game. We haven't really seen anybody take any shots down the field. And Alabama finally got some footing there and was moving the football until Ty Simpson threw one into coverage there. And now Georgia with a short field situation leading 7-0. you kind of wonder how much pressure they could put on Alabama a little bit if they can punch this in.
On that interception by Ty Simpson a moment ago, Georgia looked like they had 7 at the line of scrimmage, and then they bailed back and only rushed 4. And you just wonder how much cloud affected Simpson.
Certainly some indecision potentially up front. I think Simpson, it created some issues as to who was dropping back into that second level of coverage, because he certainly didn't see the linebacker that ultimately ended up in front of Horton, which forced him to throw the ball a little bit behind him. And then, of course, the interception by Georgia.
Simpson 4 out of 7 for 40 yards with that interception. Gunnar Stockton 5 of 6, 32 yards. Georgia now flips fields. They'll work from left to right. Ball sits just across midfield in Alabama territory. They'll hand it off here on the first play of the second quarter. They'll pick up 2.5, maybe 3 when it's all said and done. Nate Frazier on the carry, brought down by Deontay Lawson.
I think I've always appreciated about Alabama and Georgia defensively, and I think that you try to, I don't care where you are in the country, you try to get everybody to believe this on your defense, but these two defenses just will not be blocked. And I think that's the way they teach them. Hey, we need you to deny blocks, do not be blocked.
Georgia with 2 tight end look. Shotgun formation, handed off. Frazier dancing his way around. Misses one defender and scoots his way close to the 40. The pile still moving forward. Georgia got their big boys behind Frazier and moved the pile down to the 35-yard line. First down, Dogs.
The Georgia coaches are jumping up and down, and I'm assuming a couple of those guys might be their strength and conditioning guys, because that's what this boiled down to. They'll say, okay, we've been in the weight room more than you have, because Frazier is just a passenger at this point. He's being shoved down the field.
First down and 10, Georgia. Chauncey Bowens, who we didn't know if he was going to play today or not, checks into the game. I'll hand it off to Chauncey, left side. He'll get a couple of yards down to the 33-yard line. Tripped up there.
Well, these are two teams that the backbone of who they are is physicality. You hear Kirby talk about it all the time. We want to out-physical the other team. We got to play physical. You hear him talk about it all the time. I think Kalen DeBoer, since he's been here at Alabama, that's who he wants to be as well defensively. And Georgia trying to kind of impose their will right now.
Second down, and let's call it 8. Handoff right side, nowhere to go. Alabama won that battle at the line of scrimmage. Bowens hit by Tim Keenan, their nose tackle about 2 yards behind the line, but falls forward right back to the line of scrimmage.
Well, the redshirt senior said enough is enough. 320-pound Tim Keenan just blows right through the Georgia offensive line. Does a really good job of putting the back on the ground, and here it is, 3rd and long. This is where Georgia's struggled. They struggled the first time these two teams played. They've struggled so far today with 3rd and long.
3rd down and 8 for the Dogs. Stockton takes a snap. It is a design quarterback run. He works the left side, and he falls close to the 25, which should be good enough for the first down. They're going to spot him about a foot shy of the line to gain.
This might be where you want to go. Well, Georgia's going to sub in. I thought that a lot of coaches like to hurry up in these 4th and shorts, but Georgia won't do that. They'll huddle. But really good drive by Stockton. He got a little bit of help too, but they marked it right. He's about a half-yard shy.
Josh McCray, the big 240-pound back in the backfield alongside Nate Frazier. Georgia shifts. 2 receivers wide side on 4th and short. Under center goes Stockton, takes it himself, and he'll have the Georgia first down. Picked up a couple of yards on the quarterback keeper working the left side of that line of scrimmage.
Yeah, I think a lot of fans and maybe even some that play the game don't realize what you could do with the quarterback sneak, and really good job here by Stockton just to find the soft spot on the defense. Alabama had lined up more heavy to Stockton's right. He just slid back to his left, found a little bubble, we call a bubble in the defense, and fell forward for the first down.
3rd first down of this drive as Georgia about to attempt their 9th play. Ball sits at the 23 on first down. Stockton under center. Pressure comes. Sidearm slings to Frazier, who is walloped again. Boy, he got just tattooed. Incomplete pass. James Smith met him right there. Boy, you could hear the contact up here in the press box.
Yeah, it's a good hit on this throw in the flat. It's Pierre, the outside linebacker, is the guy that makes the hit. Just drops the hammer on And I thought that Frazier looked a little woozy, but he did not have to leave the game. He's still in the game.
Second down and 10. 11:08 to go before halftime. 7-0 Dogs. Stockton with the ball. Looks over the middle. Pass is caught there. Dylan Bell inside the 5-yard line down to the 4. Keon Sabb saved a touchdown. It'll be first and goal, Georgia, after a 19-yard pickup.
Boy, what a good read by Dylan Bell, the wide receiver. He's lined up to Stockton's right. It's his zone coverage from Alabama, and he finds the hole and sits it down and presents himself to the quarterback here. Stockton felt extremely comfortable to turn that one loose to his senior wide receiver.
Stockton wipes his hands off on the Mercedes-Benz Stadium turf. 3 tight ends set for the Dogs. First and goal from the 4-yard line. Shotgun for Stockton. Hands it off to Frazier. This time, Alabama's defensive front won the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. Matter of fact, lost a yard. It'll be second and goal from the 5 now.
Yeah, it looked like that was the classic old zone read, Dave, and just really slow developing play, and give Alabama credit for winning at the line of scrimmage, and no push up the field from the Georgia offensive line.
Running back Josh McCray checks in, but he'll split out wide. Empty set looking for the Georgia Bulldogs. Now McCray comes back to the left of Stockton. And Georgia got a head start. It looked as though Lawson Lucky, the tight end, moved quickly. Boy, there's some pushing and shoving going on in the end zone. Referees get over there and stop that.
Start. Offense, number 71. 5-yard penalty. Remains second down.
Josh McCray is that kind of that runaway train that once he gets going, you can't really ever stop him, because I think the whistle blew long before he just kept going. He ran through about 4 Alabama players to push hits in the end zone, but all for naught.
So that'll now make it second and goal from the 10-yard line. Georgia will go bunch set. Receivers on the near side. Stockton in the shotgun. Stockton thought about throwing it, keeps it himself, driving down to the 5-yard line where he is met there. That'll be a gain of 5, and now you're looking at third and goal from there.
Yeah, Georgia trying to tie up a lot of Alabama players outside the numbers. They had 3 receivers lined up to the right outside the numbers, and it drew the attention of 4 Alabama defenders, and then it was straight run for Stockton all the way with a back trying to lead him through the hole. Alabama did a good job of swelling up against the run, forced third down.
Georgia will go shotgun formation. 3 receivers set. Good clean snap. Stockton looking, firing end zone. Touchdown, Georgia. He hits Dylan Bell for 6. The Bulldogs have opened this up to a 13-0 advantage here in the second quarter.
Dylan Bell lined up tight left, just outside Lucky, the tight end. It looks like Alabama tried to zone it off a little bit and then hopefully jumped into a matchup man. Safety ends up on Bell, but Bell gets to the inside shoulder of the safety and is able to win to the inside against Keon Sabb. And an easy, quick throw from Stockton.
Point after is up and good from Peyton Woodring, who is now 167 out of 167 in career point after touchdowns. But what a drive by the Dogs. How about 7:44 off the clock, 14 plays, 57 yards. Set up by an interception, and the Bulldogs lead Alabama 14-0, 8:43 to go here before halftime. We'll have more after these messages. This is the SEC Radio Network.
When you add beans to your plate, the whole team celebrates, and you get a delicious and versatile source of fiber and plant-based protein. Now that's really something to cheer about. Bush's, the official beans of the SEC. So much goodness in such a beautiful bean.
In the SEC, passion isn't a choice, it's a promise. And Southwest has been connecting fans to that passion for generations. Heart sets this conference apart and brings its fans together. Visit Southwest.com to book your flight to SEC country today.
Tide, Dogs. This is the 2025 SEC Football Championship game on the SEC Radio Network.
An ice cold Coca-Cola is perfect, but a free Coca-Cola from Sonic with endless flavors and add-ins like cherry, jalapeno, or lime? Perfect just got perfecter. Whether you're into cherry vanilla with sweet cream, strawberry jalapeno, or green apple and bourbon caramel, Sonic has the perfect Coca-Cola for you. Create a Coke your way, any size, any flavor. Free for a limited time, only in the Sonic app. Live free, eat Sonic. Limited time offer, see app for details.
Do you want to live free? Yeah.
Sanderson Farms, official chicken of the SEC, presents The Chicken.
That would be me.
Hanging out at a college tailgate.
Thanks for inviting me to this awesome tailgate party.
Sure thing, dude.
Everyone's having a great time.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't even matter if we win the game or not. Took it too far, didn't I?
Yeah.
You know what? Let's just totally beat those guys. We'll get more points, so therefore, we're at a surplus.
Good save.
Sanderson Farms, official chicken of the SEC.
8:43 to go in the first half. Georgia leading Alabama 14-0. Stephen Hartzell back here in downtown Atlanta. This is the opposite of the game script that we're used to seeing with this Georgia Bulldogs team. Yeah, they went 7-1 in the SEC this year, but they trailed early or late in 7 of those 8 league contests. But off to a fast start here today. Obviously still a lot of football left to be played, but so far so good for the Dogs. Guys?
What's so ironic about this start is that Alabama is the one that jumped out to a 14-0 lead. In the regular season matchup, they had 2 14-play TD drives, and they led 24-14 at the break. Georgia just had a 14-play drive to take this 14-0 lead over Alabama. Stockton, 7 of 9, 56 yards, and a couple of touchdown passes in this one. In the regular season, 13 of 20, 130 yards, 0 touchdowns against the Tide in the regular season.
Well, it's been 2 mistakes, right? It's the block punt by Spear that set up the touchdown pass, and then the errant throw by Simpson on a drive where Alabama finally had some footing. You get the interception returned back to, or at least get a short field situation, and Georgia cashes that in. So you kind of know when you get 2 really evenly matched teams who's going to make the mistakes, and so far it's been Alabama.
Here's the kick. That one will be a line drive, sailing through the end zone, so out to the 25-yard line. So Alabama's got to find some offense. They got to pick up some first downs, keep this defense off the field, their defense off the field. How do they do it?
Well, I think that they were doing it in the drive before, Dave, and they had something going. They've gotten a little bit of footing in the run game, so they've been able to mix that in. But I thought they had Simpson going in that last drive, but then he throws the interception in Georgia territory. So Ty Simpson's been a bit of a gunslinger all year long. Only 4 interceptions on the year, but he made a critical error the last time they had the ball.
A.K. Deere, the true freshman in at running back. A.K. carried it 16 times for 130 yards in the regular season. Simpson will throw. Quick hitter to the outside. Ryan Williams dancing his way. Gets the outside. Turns the corner. Oh, he was close to breaking that one. Pushed out of bounds at the 46-yard line. A gain of 21 for Ryan Williams. Boy, did he look like he was about to go the distance.
Dave, that was the mystery last week against Auburn, why Ryan Williams didn't touch the football. Well, they've made a point of making sure that Two's got the ball in his hands today.
He had 0 targets last week, did Ryan Williams.
I think Kirby Smart thinks he stepped out of bounds much earlier than what the officials credit him for.
Yeah, they stopped the game.
The previous play is under video review where the runner stepped out of bounds.
Kirby made a point of going over there and spotting it for him.
Yeah.
It's about 7 or 8 yards back, further back up the field. I think he's right, too, isn't he?
We're getting a look at the replay up on the circular video boards here at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And, yeah, he does. He'll have the first down.
Right.
But a gain of only 13 instead of 21. Boy, Ryan Williams just has that, like, he was kind of, I don't want to say slow playing it, but then just hits this extra gear and just gets right by people.
6 catches, 177 yards, and the miraculous touchdown late in the football game against Georgia a year ago in Tuscaloosa, in what ended up being a classic game where Georgia stormed back after being way down.
Well, his numbers are down this year overall. You talked about 0 targets 0 receptions last week against the Auburn Tigers. He does have 8 drops this year, which is tied for
After
first.
video review, the runner stepped out of bounds at the 38-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10, Alabama at that spot.
Good call by Kirby, but back to Ryan Williams. The young man has 8 drops, which is tied for first among Power 4 players this year. That's not the Ryan Williams we saw as a freshman.
No, that's for sure. And so your eyes will naturally go someplace else as a quarterback. And they've got the transfer Isaiah Horton, who was monstrous last week, 3 touchdowns against Auburn. And, of course, Bernard has been outstanding as well, the transfer that came in from Washington.
All right, so first down for Alabama. They'll go shotgun formation. Daniel Hill in at running back to the right of Simpson. Ball sits on that far hash mark as Alabama works right to left. Simpson looking, flushed out of the pocket, running right, throws it out of bounds just to avoid a sack.
What a good job, Dave, on the back end.
There was no foul for intentional grounding. The quarterback was outside of the pocket, and the ball crossed the line of scrimmage. 2nd down.
Just really, you hear plaster coverage. That's essentially what you're trying to do, plaster yourself to those receivers. Georgia did that.
2nd down and 10. Same formation. Daniel Hill to the right of Ty Simpson. Isaiah Horton comes back in motion across the formation. There's the clap for the snap. Simpson. That one's batted down at the line of scrimmage. Quintavious Jackson bats that one down.
Well, Georgia doing a really good job of taking away Simpson's 1st and 2nd look, and he ultimately has to come back to the check down, and it's batted down at the line of scrimmage.
Quintavious Johnson with 33 tackles on the year. His 3rd pass broken up of this 2025 season. Empty set for Alabama on 3rd down and 10. Well, they have spread the field out. Now in motion comes Brooks, the freshman. Here's Simpson looking to throw, trying to hit Brooks, that freshman, and it's over his hands. It'll be incomplete. And here comes the Alabama punt team with 7:36 to go before halftime.
Well, Zayden Walker, the freshman's going to get the pressure here. This is another one of those young guys that keeps coming up. Seems like both these teams have these young players that you haven't heard of that they'll ultimately be big-time players. ESPN's number 1 ranked outside linebacker in this recent class.
It's 225. Putting some pressure on Simpson to force this punt. Blake Dowd's punt. Fair catch called for back at the 20-yard line by Zachariah Branch, and that's where Georgia will have it. They lead by 2 touchdowns here in Atlanta, Georgia, at the SEC Championship game. 7:29 to go. First half. More after these messages. This is the SEC Radio Network.
Zoe, the mall's about to close. It's impossible to do anything in 15 minutes.
Oh, it's possible, Harvey. I mean, you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. So, you think you can find your auntie a sweater?
Come on, you spent an hour buying jelly beans.
I know, I do love jelly beans. Trust me. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. Plus, you'll get America's Best Network.
No.
See?
No.
See?
Maybe I should switch to T-Mobile right now.
This holiday, switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes from your phone. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. T-Mobile is the best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Georgia, Alabama.
They think it's a rite of passage, and it's not. It's earned.
On the SEC Radio Network.
Are you a towel spinning, back flipping, funky chicken dancing kind of fan? Then you need Academy Sports and Outdoors. Get a new grill that says, I smoke brisket and my rivals. A jersey that says, I show so much spirit that it makes mascots blush. And decoys that say, I can talk a dove out of its feathers. Now those are wins. Score undefeatable prices at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Because here, fun can't lose.
In the SEC, it just means more. But what is it exactly? It's the fans, the students, the traditions, the legends. It's passion to celebrate deeper, reach farther, think smarter, make an impact off the field. It's that intangible thing that happens when 16 schools raise the bar as one. Because in the SEC, it just means more.
Georgia 14, Alabama nothing, 7:29 to go in the first half. Guys, a lot has been said about this regular season meeting, right? Alabama 24-21 win in Athens. Remember, Alabama didn't score in the second half of that game. We're at 3.5 quarters now where Alabama has yet to put a point on the board against this Georgia team. During that last time out, Kirby Smart, defensive coordinator Glenn Schumann over here working. Maybe they found something here, a way to slow this Alabama offense down.
Yeah, we were just talking like Alabama's got to find something. They have had 4 possessions, 3 punts, and an interception. Georgia's had 4 possessions. They punted their first 2, but they've scored touchdowns on their last 2 possessions.
Well, you talked about it, Dave, with some of the bluff blitzes that Georgia's shown and then back out into coverage. Now, that's not something that necessarily should confuse a quarterback, but remember, this is Ty Simpson's first year playing and starting every game, and he's had a great year for Alabama, but Georgia's a little bit different animal, as is Alabama defensively, and you can get in the head of a quarterback a little bit. It looks like Georgia's done that here early on.
It is 14-0. Georgia out in front of Alabama. 7:29 to go before halftime. Dogs have the football, first down and 10. Ball sits at the 20-yard line. So far today, Gunnar Stockton 7 of 9, 56 yards and 2 touchdowns. Stockton also leads the team in rushing, 6 carries for 27 yards. Alabama's been held to 63 yards on those 4 possessions here in the first half. There's a good clean snap of the shotgun formation. Little jet sweep off the left side, and Georgia will pick up the first down out over the 30 to the 32 as Dylan Bell comes around, flying around the corner for the first down.
One of those multifaceted guys that, we talk about Zachariah Branch and his ability to catch it. This guy's bigger-bodied guy, but has been doing this for a while for Georgia. This is senior year, playing at a high level, big play on the jet sweep.
Yeah, they've used him 13 times in the run game this year. That was number 14. For the fake, the toss sweep, Simpson will throw it back that way to Frazier. And they'll get a couple of yards. Not sure what they were trying to get out of that play. They fake the toss to Frazier, then decide to throw it to him.
Yeah, he ends up being the outlet after the play fake. So essentially a play action fake. It's a play action off a toss play, and then he's just the check down route as an Alabama defender came loose and was going to put Stockton on the ground. He got it out.
That was a rather quick check. It'll be second down and 7.5, maybe 8 for the Dogs. Quick throw near side. Boy, that was dangerous, but it was caught by Georgia. That was Jacoby White-Helton with the reception, but 2 Alabama players were right there. Georgia will get a couple out of it.
Yeah, it's the quick screen and a pretty good job of getting a block out there to just give him a little bit of help.
Alabama had 4 crimson jerseys around that football in no time. Sets up a third down. Georgia 3 out of 6 on third down opportunities today. Cash Jones in the backfield. He's been their third down back this season.
Boy, Alabama showing an all-up look here.
They've got 9 up on the line of scrimmage. They will drop back, and Stockton trying to go deep, and a miscommunication with his receiver, Zachariah Branch, as he overthrew him by about 15 yards, including the Alabama deep safety.
Yeah, Branch is running a corner route, and you generally run the route off of the leverage of the defender, and the defender was over the top of Branch's head, so he's going to flatten the route out to give you a chance to throw the ball to the sideline. He and Stockton, as you said, were not on the same page. Stockton threw the deep angle touchdown-type throw, and Branch was looking for that throw out in the flat.
Brett Thorson stands back to punt for Georgia. Cole Adams to return this punt. It's a high hanging kick that will be fair caught at the 25-yard line by Adams. So Alabama's offense back on the field. 5:24 to go here in the first half. The Georgia Bulldogs lead Alabama 14-0. We'll have more after these messages. This is the SEC Radio Network.
When you're going 200 miles per hour, it's good to know who's got your back.
F1 the movie is racing to Apple TV on December 12th.
If we don't win, I lose the team.
No pressure.
No.
Stream the cinematic event of the year.
If everyone makes one critical contribution, that's the difference between last and first.
Brad Pitt.
No one gets past this without a fight.
Do they have the car?
We have the driver.
F1 the movie. Rated PG-13. Streaming December 12th. Only on Apple TV. Subscription required.
This is the 2025 SEC Football Championship Game on the SEC Radio Network.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
Georgia leading Alabama 14-0 here in Atlanta at the SEC Championship game. 5:24 to go in the first half. Today's first half stats brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Fun can't lose. Well, Georgia has 131 total yards. Alabama 63. Part of the reason Alabama's been struggling, they haven't started outside of their own 24 or 25 on any of their drives today. Ty Simpson 5 of 11, 53 yards. Gunnar Stockton 9 of 12, 60 yards and 2 touchdowns. But really, when it comes down to it, just 63 yards of offense. Alabama averaging 3.5 yards per play.
Yeah, what a script flip from the first time these two teams played, where this is an Alabama team that held the ball for almost 36 minutes of that game. So far, Georgia's had the ball twice as long, over 16 minutes, where Alabama just over 8 minutes with the football.
Rushing the football today, Alabama only 10 yards on the ground. A.K. Deere will start this game 7 yards deep behind his quarterback, Ty Simpson, who goes under center. First down and 10 from the 25. Ball sits on that far hash mark. Alabama working right to left. Well, the offensive line pointing out who they're going to block. As Simpson gets the snap. Straight handoff. And Deere will fall forward for 3 yards. There was a lot going on for just a straight handoff.
A lot of conversation. A lot of conversation. Brailsford, the center, did a really good job of getting on that second level and creating a crease for A.K. Deere, the freshman from Quitman High School in Mississippi. He's supposed to be the speed guy, right?
Yeah. 6'1", 212. Stays active in this one as Alabama down 2 running backs. Second down and 7 coming up. Little jet sweep handoff to Ryan Williams. Again, dancing around. Boy, Georgia's had a hard time getting a hold of him. He runs out of bounds. 2 yards shy the line to gain. They'll spot him at the 33. Jalen Everett finally able to push him out.
Now, Chris Jones, the redshirt freshman, is the guy that gets the whirling dervish move by Ryan Williams this time, but he just posterized the redshirt freshman right there.
So light on his feet. Williams will split out wide to the far side of the field. It'll be third down and a couple for Alabama. Simpson in the shotgun. He's got Hill to his left. Looking that way, comes there, and Hill dropped it. Missed him. Would have had the first down, couldn't hold on to the football, and Alabama will have to punt it again.
Yeah, this is one of those situations, Dave, you've emphasized so far in the game, Alabama's running back issues. This is not a very good throw by Ty Simpson, but it's a catch that Hill has to make. He's got to bend at the waist. He looked really stiff trying to catch the football. Simpson will blame himself for where the ball was located, but man, Hill's got to go catch that ball.
The fourth punt for Alabama here in the first half. Dowd's punt is a good one that will send Zachariah Branch back inside the 20. They will spot him at the 18-yard line, and that's where Georgia will have it. 3:59 to go before halftime. They lead it by 2 touchdowns.
Well, Georgia's goal here now, when you decide to defer, you'd like to try to get that kind of that NFL double dip, if you will, where you get a score at the end of the first half and then you get the ball to start the second half. Alabama gets that start to the second half, but they're going to need to let's see if Georgia can move the football here and prevent Alabama from touching it again.
Another shotgun formation for Gunnar Stockton. Quick throw comes near side. Isaiah Horton brings it all the way back across the field. He caught it on the near side, is tackled on the far numbers. He will pick up, Zachariah Branch with the reception.
This is the true tunnel screen, Dave. They bring Zachariah Branch from outside in from that right side, and he actually gets all the way underneath the tunnel of the lineman releasing downfield and goes all the way across the field and is tackled on the far numbers for a first down.
Branch, a couple of catches here today, came in with 68, second most in a single season for the Bulldogs. He'll come near side, get Dylan Bell involved in this one, and he is hog-tied and tossed to the turf out over the 35 to the 36-yard line by Damani Jackson.
Boy, a lot of screens to the outside. Georgia's come in with a game plan. They're going to a little flash play fake, get Dylan Bell the ball outside, and a lot of one-on-one opportunities for Georgia.
Second down and short. Handed off left side. He'll go with Nate Frazier. Justin Hill, the true freshman, makes that tackle. It'll be a first down for the Bulldogs. The chains move on the far side.
Georgia's really done a good job, Dave, of kind of getting that blend of run and pass. They've done such a better job of kind of staying on schedule since the first two drives of the game.
Under 2.5 to go, first half. A couple of tight ends in the game for the Bulldogs. Stockton under center, hands it off. Chauncey Bowen goes right into the heart of that line and nowhere to run. Falls forward for a yard.
Well, the whole goal here for Mike Bobo
I'm going to stay down here
in this offense is to try to eat clock, and now they'll go to the 2-minute timeout here, but to eat clock and score.
This is the 2-minute timeout.
So the 2-minute timeout is upon us here in Mercedes-Benz Stadium at the SEC Championship game. Georgia trying to stretch this 14-0 lead. We'll find out what they can do when we come back. More after these messages. This is the SEC Radio Network.
We know that sport has the power to change lives on and off the field, but today, the majority of kids in the U.S. are no longer playing sports. As the leader in fueling athletes, Gatorade is committed to helping reverse this trend and creating positive change across our communities. That's why Gatorade has launched Fuel Tomorrow, a new multi-year initiative to help everyone have equal opportunity to play sports and realize their potential. Learn more about Gatorade's commitment to break down barriers and help millions of kids get into the game by visiting Gatorade.com/community.
This is Alabama head football coach Kalen DeBoer, and this is the SEC Radio Network. Roll Tide.
This Snackervention is sponsored by Farm Rich, official frozen snack of the SEC. Jay's sad pantry snacks got him benched at his own watch party.
I just grabbed some old chips.
How old?
When the SEC had 14 teams.
Oh, Jay.
Well, what's the big deal?
Losing home field advantages. But with the push of a button, you can heat up Farm Rich's 100% real mozzarella sticks for the snack comeback of the season.
I gotta go.
Wait, come back.
That's the game plan. Gotta stock the freezer with Farm Rich first.
That's a win on...
Mercedes-Benz asks you this. What do elite athletes and luxury vehicles have in common? A winning drive, for starters. Both are versatile, intelligent, and constantly innovating. Both navigate speed bumps and leave fans with goosebumps. And of course, only the best become stars. Mercedes-Benz, available in electric, gas, or plug-in hybrid. Discover uncompromising luxury at your local Mercedes-Benz dealer. Learn more at mbusa.com.
We're at the 2-minute timeout here in the first half of the 34th edition of the SEC Football Championship game. Georgia leading Alabama 14-0. Georgia's had a couple of punts on their first two possessions and back-to-back touchdowns. One came off a blocked punt. The other one was set up off an interception, and they punted on their last possession, trying to stretch this out before halftime. Remember, Alabama led in the first meeting in the regular season between these two teams, 24-14 at the half. That game snapped Georgia's 33-game home winning streak. Matter of fact, a couple of years ago in this SEC championship game, Alabama beat Georgia and snapped their 29-game overall winning streak.
Yeah, Alabama has been the thorn in Georgia's side. Other than the national championship game a few years back, they have just not been able to beat them. I think Kirby's lost 13 games of 128 games as a head coach at Georgia. But against Alabama is what, 1-7 against Alabama?
That's it.
Unbelievable.
13 against everybody else, 7 against this one particular team. He won 4 national titles while he was at Alabama from 07 to 15 on that Nick Saban staff, and of course won back-to-back titles with the Georgia Bulldogs. So success has followed Coach Smart pretty much wherever he has gone, trying to finish off this 2025 season with another national championship. With the SEC title in front of him today. Chauncey Bowens in at running back on 2nd down and 8, and even 2 minutes to go before halftime. Stockton coming near side, looking, decides to tuck it and dive forward out to the 48-yard line. He'll pick up 4, maybe 5. Hill and Justin Jefferson combine on the tackle for the...
This is a kind of a cool, safe little play here, Davey. He fakes the handoff, and the back that he fakes to releases in the flat for a quick throw if he's open. If he's not, you've got a really good running quarterback that just continues to the perimeter, and he can go get some yards himself. And here you are at 3rd and short.
3rd down, 2.5, maybe 3 for the Georgia Bulldogs. Just over the 45-yard line. They will fake it to the left side. Dump it off to Chauncey Bowens. Makes the catch, but he is wrestled to the turf. Heck of a play by the true freshman Justin Hill.
My goodness, what a tackle.
He's going to be a yard shy.
Alabama, it is their first. It will be 30 seconds. Please reset the game clock to 1 minute, 9 seconds. Thank you.
Boy, that's a heck of a play by Hill in the flat. 225-pound running back. And Hill, one of those freshmen we talk about, these two teams keep coming up with. 6'3", 242-pound outside linebacker. What a tackle to force 4th and short.
Bowens had a huge game against Alabama in the regular season. Went 12 carries, 119 yards, but did not play the last 2 games, and he was still kind of questionable all the way up until kickoff today.
All right, here's your situation, Dave. You're the head coach now. It's 4th and short. It's around midfield. Are you going to go for it or punt it? Your defense is playing pretty good. Looks like Kirby's going to kick it away.
He brings out Brett Thorson, the senior out of Melbourne, Australia. He injured his knee last year in this SEC title game, but Georgia going to quickly switch it out. They had their offense standing, their toes on the sideline. They come running in. Alabama trying to set up. Now they look to the sideline to try to get some kind of formation defensively. 4th and a yard. Stockton under center.
Going to try to draw him off.
Alabama looks like they're holding their water. Gunnar Stockton is barking out the snap. And
timeout, Georgia. It is their first. It will be 30 seconds.
Boy, Kalen DeBoer sprinted off the sideline out to about the numbers, applauding his guys for not coming offside, because that was a full ploy by Kirby Smart to try to pull Alabama off when they ran the punt team out. And it's interesting, too, because remember, there's a substitution rule where Alabama has the ability to substitute, so there shouldn't have been any kind of panic there, and I'm a little surprised that the officials didn't freeze the football, because that's kind of an old-school play right there where you can't do that anymore. You can match substitutions, and Alabama ended up holding their water anyway, so good job.
So now Georgia will bring out the offense on the field and try to go for it here traditionally. 4th down and 1. Stockton under center. Dealt the tight end in motion. He sets up to the left side. That's where the play is going to go. Handoff goes to Josh McCray. He'll have the 1st down. He picks up 3.
Yeah, the runaway freight train is Josh McCray. 240-pound, 5th-year senior, transferred from Illinois. And he's hit at the line of scrimmage. He just runs through 2 Alabama players to go get the 1st down.
There's no stopping that when it's going downhill. 240 pounds, a transfer from Illinois. Georgia going to throw here. That one's batted out of the hand of Gunnar Stockton and kind of hung up in the air, but nobody in a crimson jersey could catch up to it.
Gunnar a little bit late getting this out, Davies. The anticipation throw just not quite there for him. I thought that had he gotten this on target, there was a chance that the defender, the corner that side of the field, is going to have a chance to maybe steal this one, but batted down at the line of scrimmage by Hill Green.
Got Hill Green on his fourth school. Started at Michigan, Charlotte, then Colorado, and now found his way to Tuscaloosa. And it's second down and 10. 46 seconds to go before halftime. 14-0 Georgia. They'll hand it off Cash Jones left side. Nowhere to run for him. Maybe a yard. Jordan Renaud makes the tackle for the Crimson Tide. The clock ticking down to 35 seconds. Georgia doesn't seem to be in too much of a hurry.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they put Stockton up the bat here. Like to try to get a field goal attempt here before the half if you're Georgia.
Clock at 25. Stockton flushed out of the pocket, and they're looking around to see if that maybe is grounding as he threw it away to the near sideline. Boy, the Alabama coaches.
There was no foul for intentional grounding. The quarterback was outside the tackle box, and the ball crossed the line of scrimmage.
Man, I don't know if he got out of the pocket, Dave. We're going to take a look at the replay here. Alabama
Please
comes
set the
with
game
pressure.
clock to 21 seconds.
Yeah, that's debatable whether he got out of the pocket or not on that one.
You hear the Alabama fans. They are not happy about it. Georgia will punt it away. 21 seconds to go before halftime. Cole Adams gets back there just now to return this punt. He stands inside the 10-yard line. Thorson stands at Georgia's 40 to punt it away. Play clock down to 5 seconds. 4. There it is. The snap is clean. Kick is on the way. It's high. End-over-end kick. Fair catch called for and taken at the 8-yard line by Adams with 15 seconds to go.
I can't imagine this is much more than potentially Ty Simpson either kneeling down on the ball, even though Alabama does have 2 timeouts left, but you're deep in your own territory. This is one where you don't want to give points away. Wasn't it Georgia in that game last year where they turned the football over deep in their own territory late in the first half, which created a huge bulge in score for Georgia, but Alabama's going to line up in the gun here.
Ball sits at the 8-yard line. First down and 10. Ty Simpson 5 of 12 throwing the football. Alabama going to throw it from their end zone. Simpson hit. Flag comes out. Pass is caught around the 15-yard line. But we'll wait on this flag. Well, that pocket collapsed in a hurry around Ty Simpson.
Simpson got hit really low on this play, Dave.
There are 2 fouls on the play, 1 on each team. Personal foul, hands to the face, offense, number 64. Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense, number 9. The fouls will offset, remains first down.
And the roughing the passer is the low hit. Chris Cole goes low on this play. It looks like Proctor shoves him, so you're kind of allotted a little bit of brace there because you're getting pushed into the quarterback. Proctor, the All-American tackle, shoves Cole, and he goes low on Simpson. Simpson's lucky he didn't get hurt on that play.
Well, Alabama will take a knee and just get out of here in the first half. Was not an Alabama-like first half. Just 71 yards of total offense. Georgia with 168 yards of offense. Bama gets the ball to start the second half as they trail by 2 touchdowns after 30 minutes of play. That is the end of the first half, with Georgia leading Alabama 14-0. When we return, we'll have the Farm Ridge halftime show. Stephen Hartzell will visit with SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey. There's a few things to discuss in that particular discussion, and Luke Hallett will update us on other scores from around the country. This is the SEC Radio Network.
Why do we love SEC football? Because no matter the venue or the rivalry, it's the ultimate hang. Fans of every flavor, good-natured trash talk with a side of andouille. Yes! But according to Johnsonville and the Harris poll, 71% of Americans hang out less than they used to. Why? Could it be that rivalries off the field are tearing us apart? Is it crazy to think a sausage-fueled tailgate party could unite us all? Can't hurt. Keep it juicy out there. Johnsonville, official sausage of the SEC.
As an SEC fan, you know what extra is about. You see it every time your team leaves everything they've got out on the field. That's what a Regions Greenprint planning session with your banker feels like. Extra support. Extra belief in you. and strategies that bring you extra financial confidence. We believe extra changes everything. And at Regions, extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
This is Georgia head coach Kirby Smart, and this is the SEC Radio Network. Go Dogs.
This is an SEC Championship Flashback, 1995.
Jerome Evans, the only running back behind Werfel this time. All-out blitz coming right up the middle. Pass deep over the middle for the end zone. Touchdown, Florida. I go.
2000.
Two backs in the backfield, Rod Frazier and Graham alongside Grossman from the shotgun. Grossman to pass. Here comes the pressure. The pass over the middle. Call over against it midfield. Stiff arms the tackler. Makes it to the 30. Down to the 20. The 10. The 5. Touchdown, Rashae Caldwell. His second of the day. This going for 66 yards.
2005.
DJ Shockley going for it all off the left side. Touchdown, Georgia. It goes to Sean Bailey. First play from scrimmage after the timeout, and the Dogs go deep. And for DJ Shockley, it's his 20th touchdown pass of the season.
This has been an SEC Championship Flashback. It's halftime on the SEC Radio Network, and time now for the Halftime Show, brought to you by Farm Rich, the official frozen snack of the SEC. Now we're cooking. Leading our coverage in Atlanta, here's Stephen Hartzell.
Pleased to be joined by Commissioner Sankey. Commissioner, good to see you as always. Grateful for you making the time for us. Wanted to lead, we'd be remiss to not lead with your thoughts on Roy Kramer passing away earlier this week. Obviously a visionary, a former SEC commissioner, but he is the reason why we are here. He created this game back in 1992. Could you give us a few words?
He was a giant to me, and I think a giant in college football. Just a humble man, but a strength and a wisdom. The ability to see opportunities and move towards those opportunities. People forget when Roy started as commissioner, the College Football Association was a centrally managed media rights group. It was a bad idea then. After a Supreme Court decision kind of freed up the NCAA's management of those rights. It's a bad idea now for all those people to advance it as a solution to some of our challenges. Roy stepped out. Roy added the University of Arkansas, University of South Carolina, growth to 12 divisions, conference championship game, led in the BCS effort to have a national champion on the field. Had to walk through tough stuff during 9/11, play or not play. How do you represent America? Was just somebody who I first met in August of 1990 when I was in my mid-20s, and I was like in awe, who's become a friend. And he and I spoke on the phone Monday of this past week, 4 days before he passed away. And he had watched the games on Saturday. We talked about the coaching changes. We talked about the college football playoff rankings. We talked about this game, and I had invited him consistently, and he attended, but just his physical health at 96 years old, he was not well to do so. One cool note, I called him in late October on his birthday, October 30th, when he turned 96. He didn't answer the phone because he was watching a high school football game on his iPad. I mean, that's the commitment and interest and passion he had for the sport of football at any level.
It's well said. And when you consider where this league has come, Legion Field, 1992, to where we are today, divisionless football, obviously, things are different. We've got new schools, but the scene here at the Benz today, it's incredible.
There were two people who won't be here today, who until today had attended every SEC championship, Roy Kramer and Mark Womack. And Mark was the Executive Associate Commissioner, the right hand to Roy. Mark passed away in October and would tell stories about helping lay straw around Legion Field because of the rain that had come, and it was a cold, cold day. A lot of questions then about conference championship games. People ask me the questions now. You kind of re-rack the tape from the early 90s and think about why this has worked. A platform, a rallying point, a reward is what it should be for the participating teams, and go back to what I said earlier about the BCS. Here's the opportunity to determine a conference champion on the field. and that has meaning and that has value to the participants.
Well said. There are some conferences, perhaps this weekend specifically, that maybe wish they had different tiebreakers for determining their conference championship game scenarios. I'm curious, as you guys make the move to a 9-game conference schedule next year, are you satisfied with the tiebreaker scenarios in the Southeastern Conference? Is that something you'd be willing to review?
We are. We will review our tiebreakers. We'll also learn from, for example, the ACC situation where you have a 7-5 team involved. Playing more games actually provides a better evaluation tool. The more you play, the more even the schedule will be, the more competitive opportunities you have to separate teams. But we, in fact, will go back through an after-action review, so to speak, of our tiebreakers. This year it was the 4th tiebreaker because of the lack of consistent common opponents. We started with 4 teams, and then even when you went to 3 teams, you ended up with a strength of schedule evaluation, which is your opponent's winning percentage in conference. Alabama is the number 1 seeded team here because they played the toughest schedule in league, and Georgia was the 2nd. All of that was vetted. We involved an analytics firm in looking at possibilities. We laid out all of the options, and our membership voted that this was the appropriate tiebreaker. I've had some people email me and ask kind of why, Texas A&M's not here, or Ole Miss, where you had this 4-way tie, and we'll send the explanation as people ask how the evaluation played out and why it's these 2 teams.
I've asked you a version of this question the last couple of years, but Sunday for you and your staff, you're very much on the clock, especially around noon Eastern time when the CFP selection show comes out. Can you just kind of take our listeners behind the scenes about what tomorrow entails for you?
Sure.
In the league?
I'll stay here. I have a number of guests, and afterwards we'll watch the Big Ten and ACC games in my hotel suite and talk, and I'll have a number of inbound phone calls, people asking me what I think, where they may be. We have bowl. In addition to the college football playoff, we have the responsibility to place teams in bowl games. So we'll get up and leave here. My wife will travel. We'll go back to Birmingham, throw my stuff in the house, and then run into the office. We meet in the office, a team about 6 of us, a couple in communications. David Cutcliffe's there, who's an advisor for football issues. We'll miss Mark Womack, who is the centerpiece of bowl placements. Charlie Hussey, our deputy commissioner, will coordinate this, a couple other staff and myself. A lot of phone calls with bowl games and with our athletics directors. We'll learn when everybody else learns, which I think is about 1:15 Eastern, if I recall. You need to check me on the timing. I left my timing sheet. Maybe it's 12:15 Eastern, so check me there. We'll find the reveal of, I think, the playoff teams. By the end of that hour, we'll know the top 25. Then we go to the Citrus Bowl, which has a pick, and then we place bowls in a group of 6 pairing. We won't fill all of our bowl agreements this year. If we have the 5 up, we have 5 teams who qualified. We'll place those 5 teams, make an announcement later that afternoon. Then go home, unpack, repack, and we go to Vegas for the College Football Hall of Fame dinner, where we have, I think, 5 former players from our 16 campuses. We also have 2 former coaches, and Nick Saban and Urban Meyer scheduled to be honored on Tuesday night. So,
by the way, NCAA volleyball ongoing.
Pretty cool.
College basketball
2 number
ongoing.
1 seeds in volleyball.
How was
Never
Savannah?
happened for us.
I didn't know. How was Savannah?
It was great. Great experience. Both the Texas and Kentucky head coaches were very complimentary of the experience. And this has been a 20-year absence, and this has been a 10-year effort to say, give yourself a platform. And that championship match that went 5 games between 2 of the top 4 teams in the country. Both Texas and Kentucky have number 1 seeds. I know that Florida, Texas A&M, University of Texas and Kentucky have advanced. I think we had 5 in. We had one loss, and so we've got teams moving on towards the Sweet 16. Hopefully, a couple teams in that Final 4, which would be a landmark moment for the SEC in volleyball.
Never stops. Commissioner Sankey, as always, appreciate the time.
By the way, we were really good in women's basketball. 13 of 16 games in the SEC-ACC Challenge, we won. 13-3 in women's basketball and 9-7. So we won most of them in men's basketball as well on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
SEC Basketball Conference, some are saying.
Yeah, we're going to keep it up.
Some are saying. Luke Hallett is back in studio with more of our Farm Rich halftime show. This is the SEC Radio Network.
Are you a towel spinning, back flipping, funky chicken dancing kind of fan? Then you need Academy Sports and Outdoors. Get a new grill that says, I smoke brisket and my rivals. A jersey that says, I show so much spirit that it makes mascots blush. And decoys that say, I can talk a dove out of its feathers. Now those are wins. Score undefeatable prices at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Because here, fun can't lose.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
This is the SEC Radio Network.
In the SEC, passion isn't a choice, it's a promise. And Southwest has been connecting fans to that passion for generations. Heart sets this conference apart and brings its fans together. Visit Southwest.com to book your flight to SEC country today.
When you add beans to your plate, the whole team celebrates, and you get a delicious and versatile source of fiber and plant-based protein. Now that's really something to cheer about. Bush's, the official beans of the SEC. So much goodness in such a beautiful bean.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup for the top college athletic programs for the 2025-26 college athletic season? Check out the criteria and follow the year-long standings of your favorite team at L Directors Cup on the X platform or online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2026 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. The Learfield Directors Cup, powered by NACDA, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
It's a 14-0 score in favor of the Dogs over the Crimson Tide of Alabama at halftime in Atlanta. Luke Hallett with you inside the SEC Radio Network studios as we take a listen to some of the highlights from our opening half of play. Georgia got on the board first. Gunnar Stockton hooking up with Roderick Robinson the second. Robinson from 1 yard out, giving the Dogs a 7-0 lead. 3rd and goal from the 1. Georgia lines up I formation. Stockton under center. 2 tight end set. Hand it off. They fake it. Stockton to throw to the end zone. Touchdown, Georgia. Roderick Robinson with the 1 yard touchdown reception on a great play fake from Gunnar Stockton, and the Dogs have the lead. Stockton and the Dogs flexing the muscles there. How about the Dogs defense coming through? Dalen Everett with the pick as Alabama was driving. Ty Simpson intercepted. Georgia looks like they're bringing the house. They will actually bring 4, drop 7. Over the middle. That one is picked off by the Bulldogs. It was deflected and picked off on the back end by Dalen Everett. Everett is out of bounds. A flag comes in late, but Georgia will have the football. And Georgia would cash in once more before the halftime horn. Gunnar Stockton again, his second touchdown pass of the half. He hooks up with Dylan Bell. Georgia will go shotgun formation. 3 receiver set. Good clean snap. Stockton looking, firing end zone. Touchdown, Georgia. He hits Dylan Bell for 6. And again at halftime, 14-0. Georgia has the lead over the Alabama Crimson Tide. We'll step aside and continue our halftime coverage in just a moment with scores from throughout the country. 14-0. Georgia has the lead over Alabama. This is the SEC Radio Network.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those? Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate. Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Sanderson Farms, official chicken of the SEC, presents a chicken.
That would be me.
Hanging out at a college tailgate.
Thanks for inviting me to this awesome tailgate party.
Sure thing, dude.
Everyone's having a great time.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't even matter if we win the game or not. Took it too far, didn't I?
Yeah.
You know what? Let's just totally beat those guys. We'll get more points, so therefore, we're at a surplus.
Good save.
Sanderson Farms, official chicken of the SEC. Your home for the SEC Football Championship, the SEC Radio Network. This is an SEC Championship Flashback, 1997.
Second down and 10 from the 27-yard line. Peyton Manning, short drop, quick out pass to the right side, has it complete, breaks a tackle, and Nash is off and running. He's going to score 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. It is good for 73 yards.
2012.
The ball sits at the 8. Murray to throw to the end zone, batted in the air, but caught at the 5. Georgia's going to have to hustle. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. That's your ball game. Alabama wins it as Georgia is stopped at the 5-yard line. Pandemonium on the field. Georgia in disbelief. Alabama running all over the place. Unbelievable finish.
This has been an SEC Championship Flashback. It's halftime at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. The halftime show continues with a highlight recap from the first 30 minutes. Let's go inside the SEC Radio Network studios.
We're Gallup with you inside the SEC Radio Network studios. At halftime, Alabama trails Georgia. The Bulldogs with 2 touchdowns from Gunnar Stockton. It's a 14-0 lead in favor of the Dogs. We give you a look around college football today. We already had one game gone final throughout college football. That was in the Big 12. Texas Tech with a 34-7 win over the BYU Cougars. Texas Tech reeling off 34 unanswered after BYU struck first with 7-0, a 7-0 lead in the first quarter. As for games coming up later today in the Big Ten, it's number 1 versus number 2, Indiana and Ohio State. The Buckeyes have won 16 in a row. Their head coach Ryan Day talking about Heisman frontrunner Fernando Mendoza for Indiana.
One, he looks very intelligent in terms of his ability to identify, pre and post snap, scheme, makes those decisions as well. He's accurate, probably, I call it sneaky athletic, where, maybe you don't look at him as a dual threat, but he makes a lot of plays with his feet, can extend, and he looks like a great leader to me when I've listened to him speak. So, it'll be a really good challenge for our defense, for our team.
8 p.m. start, Ohio State and Indiana. It'll also be an 8 p.m. kickoff in the ACC. Duke and 17th-ranked Virginia. These teams have already played once this year at Wallace-Wade Stadium in Durham. Virginia doubling up the Blue Devils 34-17. At halftime, Georgia has a 2-touchdown lead over Alabama, 14-0. We'll bring you some stats from half number 1 when we come back. This is the SEC Radio Network.
An ice cold Coca-Cola is perfect, but a free Coca-Cola from Sonic with endless flavors and add-ins like cherry, jalapeno, or lime, perfect just got perfecter. Whether you're into cherry vanilla with sweet cream, strawberry jalapeno, or green apple and bourbon caramel, Sonic has the perfect Coca-Cola for you. Create a Coke your way, any size, any flavor, free for a limited time, only in the Sonic app. Live free, eat Sonic. Limited time offer, see app for details.
If you want to live free, yeah.
Zoe, the mall's about to close. It's impossible to do anything in 15 minutes.
Oh, it's possible, Harvey. I mean, you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. So, you think you can find your auntie a sweater?
Come on, you spent an hour buying jelly beans.
I know, I do love jelly beans. Trust me, now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. Plus, you'll get America's Best Network.
No.
See?
No.
See?
Maybe I should switch to T-Mobile right now.
This holiday, switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes from your phone. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. T-Mobile is the best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
More hard-hitting action is next on the SEC Radio Network.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude, gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids facing unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness and disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Join us in the movement to get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org to learn more. Team Impact. All in, all together.
As an SEC fan, you know what extra is about. You see it every time your team leaves everything they've got out on the field. That's what a Regions Greenprint planning session with your banker feels like. Extra support, extra belief in you, and strategies that bring you extra financial confidence. We believe extra changes everything. And at Regions, extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
Coverage of the SEC Football Championship continues with a scoreboard update brought to you by Regions, official bank of the SEC. Let's go inside the SEC Radio Network studios.
We'll tell it with you one final time in the SEC Radio Network studios. Georgia with a 2-touchdown lead over Alabama, 14-0. We dive into some of the stats from the opening half of play. For Georgia, they outgained Alabama 168-70 in terms of total yards. Gunnar Stockton, 12 of 17, 80 yards and 2 touchdowns through the air. You juxtapose that with Ty Simpson, just 5 of 12, 53 yards and an interception through the air. When it comes to rushing yards, also in favor of Georgia, 88-17 in total. Gunnar Stockton leading the way for the Dogs in that category. 7 carries, 32 yards, averaging 4.6 yards a carry. Dylan Bell has a touchdown catch for the Dogs, 3 grabs, 32 yards, and the aforementioned touchdown. Also a touchdown grab for Roderick Robinson in this one. We'll send you back out to Atlanta in a moment. Before we go any farther, let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves as affiliates. This is the SEC Radio Network. It's the 34th SEC Championship game. And right now, Georgia has a 14-0 lead over Alabama. We'll send you back to Mercedes-Benz Stadium in just a moment with Dave Neal, Dave Archer, and Stephen Hartzell on the backside of this timeout. 2-touchdown lead for the Dogs, 14-0. This is the SEC Radio Network.
This snack intervention is sponsored by Farm Rich, official frozen snack of the SEC. Jay's sad pantry snacks got him benched at his own watch party.
I just grabbed some old chips.
How old?
When the SEC had 14 teams.
Oh, Jay.
Well, what's the big deal?
Losing home field advantages. But with the push of a button, you can heat up Farm Rich's 100% real mozzarella sticks for the snack comeback of the season.
I gotta go.
Wait, come back.
That's the game plan. Gotta stock the freezer with Farm Rich first.
That's a win on...
We know that sport has the power to change lives on and off the field, but today, the majority of kids in the U.S. are no longer playing sports. As the leader in fueling athletes, Gatorade is committed to helping reverse this trend and creating positive change across our communities. That's why Gatorade has launched Fuel Tomorrow, a new multi-year initiative to help everyone have equal opportunity to play sports and realize their potential. Learn more about Gatorade's commitment to break down barriers and help millions of kids get into the game by visiting Gatorade.com/community.
Mercedes-Benz asks you this. What do elite athletes and luxury vehicles have in common? A winning drive, for starters. Both are versatile, intelligent, and constantly innovating. Both navigate speed bumps and leave fans with goosebumps. And of course, only the best become stars. Mercedes-Benz, available in electric, gas, or plug-in hybrid. Discover uncompromising luxury at your local Mercedes-Benz dealer. Learn more at MBUSA.com.
At Sprouts Farmers Market, we're all about fresh, healthy, and delicious. Every shopping trip is an adventure, with new and ahead-of-the-trend products hitting the shelves every month. From the latest mouth-watering vegan and gluten-free cookies to yummy plant-based protein bars, there's always something new to explore. Plus, find more than 2,800 Sprouts brand items filled with incredible flavor and better-for-you ingredients. Visit your neighborhood Sprouts today, the official grocer of the Southeastern Conference.
The Georgia Bulldogs, 2 quarters away from claiming the SEC championship here in 2025. They lead 14-0 over Alabama. Alabama, by the way, if you go back to the regular season meeting, they have now gone 4 straight quarters without a point against Georgia. They led 24-14 at the half in the regular season game and won 24-21. Gunnar Stockton, 12 of 17. Ty Simpson, 5 of 12. And there's just been no offense for Alabama to speak of. 70 yards of offense. They came in averaging 404 per game. Alabama will get it first here as Georgia kicks it away to start the second half. And this one will be a touchback out to the 25.
See what kind of answers Kalen DeBoer and Ryan Grubb and those guys came up with at halftime, because Georgia has completely shut the run game down, which we anticipated, but they've really confused the Alabama passing game with what has been some decent pressure on the quarterback, but a really good job on the back end of confusing Ty Simpson.
A couple of pressures, tackle for loss for the Georgia Bulldogs in that first half, but they have not allowed Alabama to get any momentum whatsoever. Ty Simpson will start under center. Daniel Hill, your tailback, 7 yards deep. They will fake it to him, try to throw to the right side. They will dump it off underneath to Lazier Brooks. No gain on the play. Georgia strung it out well. Rashawn Dinkins, a true freshman on the back end, making a play for the Bulldogs.
What's amazing, both these programs do this, David. Kirby Smart does an outstanding job of sprinkling in his young guys and letting them play. We've talked about Zayden Walker, the outstanding edge player that who has been in the game some. That was Rashawn Dinkins, you mentioned. Just some green guys getting a chance to play in the biggest game of the year.
He spotted him for a yard gain, 2nd down and 9. Shotgun formation this time. They'll fake it. Simpson looking to throw. Looks left, looks right, now spins. Coming near side, being chased by 2 Georgia Bulldogs and just has to sling it into the Alabama bench. Pressure came that time from Xavier McLeod up the middle for the Bulldogs.
Well, really good protection initially for Alabama here. Georgia comes with 4 to Simpson's right. And they do a really good job of picking it up. Took away the pressure, but the pressure actually came over the All-American Proctor. He got shoved right into the backfield on Simpson.
Boy, how things have changed in 10 weeks. Alabama just 1 for 5 on 3rd down opportunities today. They were 13 of 18 in the first meeting. Pressure comes. Alabama picks it up for a moment, and then Simpson is dropped back at the 16-yard line. Ja'Cory Thomas will get credit for the sack. A loss of 10.
Again, this took a while to get there. Harris comes off of the slot on the blitz and has to kind of wind his way through to get to the quarterback. But there's just nobody available down the field. Georgia doing such a great job of defending in the back end, covering people up, and no short throws. Everything was down the field for Simpson to unload to.
Alabama to punt it away on 4th down and 18. Dowd's punt. Wobbly kick that is fielded there by Zachariah Branch. Straight up the middle. Branch across midfield to the Alabama 40-yard line. Georgia will operate with a short field after their defense comes up with a quick 3-and-out.
You can bet that was not the plan by Kalen DeBoer when they went in at halftime. They said, hey, we're going to regroup. We haven't played great, but we're only 14 down. Now let's go get a score. And now Georgia, as you just mentioned, Dave, 40 yards away from extending this to a 3-score game.
47-yard punt, 24 yards on that Branch return. Alabama has a banged-up player slow to leave the field. Looks like Justin Jefferson is their middle linebacker and team's leading tackler.
Yeah, that would be a major loss. 8 tackles against Georgia in the first game. He had 14 tackles and a sack against Vanderbilt earlier in the year. Monster player in the middle.
He is being helped off. He's got a little limp, but his arm's around 2 of the members of the medical staff, and now they stop and look at him on the sideline. Keep an eye on that for you. Alabama trying to come up with a stop here. 1st and 10 Georgia. They'll hand it off on the first play of this drive to Nate Frazier. Jordan Renaud makes the tackle gain of a yard.
A good job by Hill Green as well on the play, Dave. He does a nice job of playing off the block of the guard. Was able to get in on the play as well.
Dogs will huddle it up on 2nd down and 9. 12:54, 3rd quarter football. Georgia leads 14-0. 3-man front for Alabama. Georgia will play action. They'll come this side to it to Frazier. Makes the catch, able to turn and look upfield. They'll pick up maybe 5 on the play.
Boy, good decision by Gunnar Stockton here, Dave. He wants to throw the ball over the middle, and he almost unloaded it, but Bama dropped back into coverage. Potentially would have put the ball in harm's way. He checks it down to Frazier and gets himself to a 3rd and medium situation.
Stockton now 13 of 18 throwing the football. 3rd down and 3 for the Dogs. Cash Jones in it, running back to the right side of Stockton. Gets a good clean shotgun snap. Pass is caught there by Zachariah Branch, and he'll have the 1st down at the Alabama 27-yard line. Damani Jackson makes the play from his corner.
Well, it's a good read by Branch. He sits it down. He's in the slot to Stockton's left. This is a zone buster type play. The corner squats on the outside, so he's got to hook it up in between the nickel and the corner outside. He does that. Stockton's on the same page with him, and they have a 1st down.
Georgia will bring 3 receivers near side. Single setback. Coming near side. Pass is caught there by Lawson Lucky. Turns the corner at the 10-yard line and is knocked out of bounds at the 9. Another Georgia first down.
Yeah, but how about how they set this up in the first half? They want screen. They got Zachariah Branch to the outside. Alabama reacts to the screen with 2 defenders, and Lucky sneaks in behind the corner for a throw down the sideline. Love the way Mike Bobo set that up. Remember all the screens they threw in the first half? How about him coming to that in this opening drive of the second half?
First and goal, Georgia from the 9-yard line. Nate Frazier is your running back. Georgia with a couple of tight ends with Oscar Delp, Lawson Lucky. They'll both set up on the left side of the line of scrimmage. They'll fake it that way. Pass is batted down at the line of scrimmage. Alabama able to get some paws on it. It is Nikai Hill-Green. The second time he's done that today.
Yeah, he's playing well. He had a tackle earlier in this drive. Had Talon Taylor, the freshman receiver, coming to the inside, and he's open, Dave, for a touchdown. This is a touchdown-saving knockdown by Hill-Green.
He's got 4 tackles, 2 passes broken up, and a tackle behind the line. So Georgia looking at second and goal from the 9. Again, 2 tight ends left side of the line of scrimmage. Single setback is Frazier. They will hand it off that way. Works the left side. Big hole. This will be a touchdown, Georgia. 9-yard scamper. Nate Frazier has given Georgia a 20-0 lead.
Boy, what a good job by Georgia here to run the football. Got in behind London Humphreys. The wide receiver comes across in motion. He's the guy that gets the edge block. Really good job on the perimeter as well by the offensive line to get a hat on a hat. And Frazier coasts into the end zone here. Lucky got a really good block, too. The tight end.
Nobody touched Frazier. Point after. The snap is good, and the kick is good as well. A short field, a 40-yard drive, 2.5 minutes off the clock, 6 plays capped off by the 9-yard touchdown run from Nate Frazier, his 6th of the year. And the Georgia Bulldogs now lead at 21-0 with 10:47 to go, third quarter. We'll have more after these messages. This is the SEC Radio Network.
When you add beans to your plate, the whole team celebrates, and you get a delicious and versatile source of fiber and plant-based protein. Now that's really something to cheer about. Bush's, the official beans of the SEC. So much goodness in such a beautiful bean.
In the SEC, passion isn't a choice, it's a promise. And Southwest has been connecting fans to that passion for generations. Heart sets this conference apart and brings its fans together. Visit Southwest.com to book your flight to SEC Country today.
Your home for the SEC Football Championship, the SEC Radio Network.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
Why do we love SEC football? Because no matter the venue or the rivalry, it's the ultimate hang. Fans of every flavor, good-natured trash talk with a side of andouille. Yes! But according to Johnsonville and the Harris poll, 71% of Americans hang out less than they used to. Why? Could it be that rivalries off the field are tearing us apart? Is it crazy to think a sausage-fueled tailgate party could unite us all? Can't hurt. Keep it juicy out there. Johnsonville, official sausage of the SEC.
Georgia 21, Alabama nothing. Injury update on Mike linebacker Justin Jefferson for Bama out of the injury tent. Rejoined his teammates on the Bama bench. That's the good news. But guys, it's a 3-score margin. This Bama offense needs some first downs, needs some points, needs them in a hurry.
Well, Steven, the way their offense is moved, they're going to have to come up with some big plays on the defensive side of the ball, maybe special teams play to get this spark that they need offensively. They lost some yards on their last possession, so they're only at 62 total yards of offense as Georgia used the short field. As our drive summary is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz, the official luxury vehicle of the SEC. They went 40 yards, capped off with a 9-yard touchdown run on that last drive, 2:32 off the clock, 6 plays total. And it was a 24-yard punt return that set it all up for the Bulldogs as they now lead at 21-0 with 10:47 to go, third quarter.
Think about what Georgia's faced. Block, punt, short field opportunity, scored a touchdown. Interception return, you get it after the penalty, short field, 50 yards or so, 57 yards was that drive for a touchdown. Punt return sets them up at the plus 40. They march in the end zone. They have taken advantage of the field position situations they've created for themselves, 1 on defense and 2 on special teams.
I just don't see any answers right now from Alabama. I mean, they haven't taken any shots down the field today just because Simpson really hasn't had a whole lot of time for it. Here's the kick. This one is certainly playable. Brooks will take it from inside the 5, and he just gets across the 10. A helmet comes flying off. Georgia special teams all over the true freshman. Had nowhere to go.
Well, you can tell everybody wearing a G on the side of their helmet is playing at a different level right now. They are fired up. They sense that they're just a quarter and a half away from winning an SEC championship and probably a bye, no question, a bye in the playoff. And, man, are they playing at a high level.
And I got to tell you something, that Alabama needs to be careful. There's a lot of discussion about Alabama if they lose this game by a substantial margin. How would that affect their college football playoff berth? And you don't know the answer to that.
No, you can't tell.
First down and 10. Tide backed up one more time here in Mercedes-Benz Stadium. They will hand it off, coming near side. A.K. Deere with it. He's out over the 15. He's to the 19. That'll be a gain of about 6, maybe. Raylan Wilson making the tackle.
I want to say that's like their best run of the day, Dave. I mean, they have not been able to run the football. I think that's their longest run of the day.
Yeah, they had 8 total rushing yards before that 6-yard pickup. Second down, 4.5, let's call it. Boy, they'll move the formation over to the right side. Deere checks into the right side of Ty Simpson. Simpson, 6 of 14 through the air. Bobbled that snap, keeps it himself. Now trying to come near side, and that was not going to happen. I don't know what was going on. He just slid down.
Yeah, you got the freshman running back in there, and he made a mistake. And, man, Kalen DeBoer is chewing on him as he comes off the field. They changed the formation. They wanted to run the zone read, and Deere's supposed to come over to take the football, and he never appeared. He went to block the edge. And, man, Kalen DeBoer gave him an earful as he went to the sideline.
With no Jam Miller, no Kevin Riley in the backfield, those two had accounted for almost 700 yards of rushing offense. They are not available, so they're leaning on Daniel Hill and the true freshman A.K. Deere today. Hill back in the game at running back. Here's a snap. Georgia bringing heat, and Simpson just got leveled as whistles blew. Gabe Harris just knocked Simpson to the turf. Flags came out. That should have been a dead ball.
Ball start. Offense, number 75. 5-yard penalty. Remains third down.
Boy, Kalen DeBoer is livid that his quarterback took a cheap shot.
And he should be. He should be. There's no way he should be allowed to take a shot like this. Gabe Harris just drops the hammer on him after the whistle had blown. And I'm not sure how that wasn't flagged.
Well, Alabama's backed up 5 more yards, looking at 3rd and 15. 9 minutes to go, third quarter. They're down 3 touchdowns. Ball sits at the 8. Simpson alone in the backfield. Gets a good clean snap. In the end zone. Will throw. Open receiver, wide side of the field. Caught there by Marshall Pritchett, that true freshman tight end. He gets it out near the 20 and knocked out of bounds, but he's 3 yards shy of the line to gain, and Alabama will have to punt it away.
Boy, how about the speed of Chris Cole here to come from inside the numbers to go make the tackle on the sideline. Boy, Georgia's athleticism defensively showing itself here throughout this game, but that was a major league play to go get him.
The 6th punt of the day for Blake Dowd, the 5th-year senior for Alabama. Zachariah Brandt stands back at the 35. Georgia again could have a short field. Fair catch called for and taken at the 34-yard line by Brandt. So a good job by Dowd not allowing another return. But Georgia's offense will have the football, and they lead at 21-0 with 8:12 to go in the third quarter. There is a stoppage in play here at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia. We'll have more after these messages. This is the SEC Radio Network.
Sanderson Farms, official chicken of the SEC, presents a chicken.
That would be me.
Hanging out at a college tailgate.
Thanks for inviting me to this awesome tailgate party.
Sure thing, dude.
Everyone's having a great time.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't even matter if we win the game or not. Took it too far, didn't I?
Yeah.
You know what? Let's just totally beat those guys. We'll get more points, so therefore, we're at a surplus.
Good save.
Sanderson Farms, official chicken of the SEC. Your home for the SEC Football Championship, the SEC Radio Network.
In the SEC, it just means more. But what is it exactly? It's the fans, the students, the traditions, the legends. It's passion to celebrate deeper, reach farther, think smarter, make an impact off the field. It's that intangible thing that happens when 16 schools raise the bar as one. Because in the SEC, it just means more.
Zoe, the mall's about to close. It's impossible to do anything in 15 minutes.
Oh, it's possible, Harvey. I mean, you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. So, you think you can find your auntie a sweater?
Come on, you spent an hour buying jelly beans.
I know, I do love jelly beans. Trust me, now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. Plus, you'll get America's Best Network.
No.
See?
No.
See?
Maybe I should switch to T-Mobile right now.
This holiday, switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes from your phone. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. T-Mobile is the best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Last year, good call.
Back inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium, Dave Neal. Dave Archer, Stephen Hartzell down on the sidelines. Glad you could join us for this 34th edition of the SEC Football Championship game. Georgia leading Alabama 21-0. I don't know. I've been doing this is my 27th year calling this game. You've been with me for most of those. I can't remember a team dominating another team in this championship game like Georgia has Alabama.
Yeah, this has been a stretch. We've seen some. You know, we saw LSU when they came in here. LSU was pretty good a few years ago when they dominated, but nothing just completely stifling the other team. And Georgia's given up 8 rushing yards. I mean, that's old school stuff. You'd have to go back to Vince Dooley and Paul Bear Bryant to start talking about those kind of numbers.
Alabama with 8 rush yards, 66 passing yards. Meanwhile, Georgia's put up 208 total yards, 110 through the air, 98 on the ground. And Alabama has just hadn't had an answer for Georgia offensively today.
Well, you're in a position now where Alabama defensively needs to create some kind of energy, a short field situation for its offense.
Gunnar Stockton will hand it off to Dylan Bell, the receiver coming around the edge, and it looks like the ball may have popped out for a moment, but Georgia came up on top of it.
Sorry, Davey, I think he did fall on top of it.
Under 8 minutes to go. Lost about a half a yard on that. Neither one of these teams have really taken a shot deep down the field here in 2.5 quarters.
Now, some of that is coverage-oriented, the way the two teams are playing coverage in the back end, not giving up the deep shot.
4-man rush from Alabama. Stockton dancing around. Gunnar Stockton with a nifty move out over the 40. Picks up 9 yards. Tim Keenan finally chases him down. He'll be just shy of the line of game by a yard and a half, maybe 2 yards.
Well, you're right, Dave. This is a nice little stutter step move by Mekhi Hill-Green, who we've mentioned his name a number of times today. Made him miss, and now you're 3rd and short here.
Stockton, Georgia's leading rusher, 8 carries, 40 yards. And it's 3rd down and 2 for the Bulldogs. 7 minutes to go, 3rd quarter. They're at the 43-yard line. Play fake. Stockton looking to throw. Pass is caught. First down, Georgia. That one goes to London Humphreys. His 19th catch of the year. Bray Hubbard back there in coverage. But there is a flag in the backfield of Georgia. It looks like it's going to be hold.
Personal foul. Hands in the face. Offense, number 63. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Remains third down.
Boy, I've seen more hands to the face calls this year than I can ever remember.
Now, it's legit. Dontrell Glover gets his hands, the freshman gets his right hand in the face of the on-rushing Alabama player, but Caleb DeBoer just said, finally, a call goes our way.
I ripped his helmet off. That'll make it third down.
Yeah, now this is a very yellow light situation here, and I think Bobo will call the play. This may be a draw play or screen or something.
And third down at 17. Ball sits on the Georgia 28. Good clean snap. Stockton stands in the pocket, fires over the middle. Pass is caught out over the 40 to the 41-yard line. That is Dylan Bell, who's been a big part of this Georgia offense here in 2.5 quarters. But it'll be fourth down and about 4.5.
Yeah, this zone coverage, Dylan Bell does a good job of getting in the hole of the zone, and a good throw by Stockton. Good safe throw on the curl route.
Well, Alabama gets the defensive stop, forces the punt. I think Alabama's only crossed midfield once, and that was only by a couple of yards today.
Yeah, just prior to the Ty Simpson interception.
Good high hang time kick. That's going to hit at the 3 and trickle into the end zone for a touchback and out to the 20-yard line. So Alabama's going to bring their offense back on the field with 5:40 to go here in the third quarter. They need something to happen in a hurry. They trail 21-0 here in the SEC Championship. We'll have more after these messages. This is the SEC Radio Network.
As an SEC fan, you know what extra is about. You see it every time your team leaves everything they've got out on the field. That's what a Regions Greenprint planning session with your banker feels like. Extra support, extra belief in you, and strategies that bring you extra financial confidence. We believe extra changes everything. And at Regions, extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
Tide Dogs. This is the 2025 SEC Football Championship game on the SEC Radio Network.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on fourth down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo crisps. Touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When you're going 200 miles per hour, it's good to know who's got your back.
F1 the movie is racing to Apple TV on December 12th.
If we don't win, I lose the team. No pressure. None.
Stream the cinematic event of the year.
If everyone makes one critical contribution, that's the difference between last and first.
Brad Pitt.
No one gets past us without a fight.
Do they have the car?
We have the driver.
F1 the movie. Rated PG-13. Streaming December 12th. Only on Apple TV. Subscription required.
The SEC Football Championship game from Atlanta, Georgia, the 32nd time it's been played in this magnificent city. 21-0 Georgia. Back-to-back weeks for the Bulldogs here inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Georgia Tech moved their home game with Georgia for the right price of $10 million.
Pretty good price.
Yeah, that'll push it, but Georgia Tech said that was a one-time thing. They're going to play that game back in Atlanta the next time it circles back around to a Georgia Tech home game.
Well, unfortunately for Georgia Tech, that was one of those leverage maximum moments because Tech going into that game was in a pretty good spot other than their loss obviously the week before to Pitt, but maybe one of the most Georgia Tech leveraged games you've had in a long time, and they played here at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Good crowd, though.
By the way, Alabama's played in this building 8 times since it opened Mercedes-Benz Stadium. They're 8-0 in here.
Yeah, this is a home away from home for them.
They got a lot of work to do if they want to keep that streak alive. Down 21-0, 5:40 to go. Crimson Tide will have it at the 20-yard line, working that far hash mark. Still have a few seconds left in our ABC Network television break.
This is a huge drive. Obviously, we're running out of time. If you're Alabama, there's just over 20 minutes left in the game. I think they have to go score here, Dave.
They just haven't had much time to go deep. They haven't thrown many balls over 15 yards down the field this afternoon. First down and 10. Shotgun for Ty Simpson. In motion, Isaiah Horton. Ty Simpson, most time he's had all day, and tries to hit Daniel Hill with it. And did he make the catch? They're going to say yes at the 25, only a 5-yard pickup.
He had Ryan Williams on a stutter go, a little double move. The speedster went right by the Georgia corner, and for some reason Simpson didn't wait on it and dumped it in the left flat to the back.
Second down for Alabama. Shotgun handoff. That one goes to Hill again. He's out to the 26-yard line. It'll be another third down for Alabama. They have struggled today, just 1 of 7.
How about the change in just that number, Dave, from when these two teams got together before?
13 of 18 for Alabama in that first regular season meeting.
And they held the ball for 36 minutes of that game. This is completely flipped around. They only had the ball for 14 minutes today.
It'll be third down and 4 from the Alabama 26-yard line. Empty set for Simpson. Looks left, throws that way. Pass is caught by Hill and breaks a tackle, but out of bounds. He stayed on his feet, but was out of bounds at the 28-yard line. He needed to get it to the 30, so now it's going to be fourth down and let's say 2.
Boy, he did a good job of staying on his feet. Ja'Cory Thomas is the guy that comes up and makes the hit. He kind of knocked him off balance a little bit. It looked like his right heel came down on the sideline, and Bama will have to be punting.
Zachariah Branch stands back at the 25-yard line, awaiting the Blake Dowd punt. Clean snap, kick is on the way. Wobbly kick that will hit and go out of bounds. Not the best for Dowd, who came in averaging 43 yards a punt on the season. That one will go just 37 yards, and Georgia, again, will have decent field position with 3:48 to go in the third quarter, up by 3 touchdowns.
Well, Georgia's got to be coming on the field day with the idea that this is the knockout punch.
Yeah, you just feel like they're 1 touchdown, 1 score away from really...
And in all honesty, they may be there right now based on what they've been able to do and limit Alabama. But certainly if Georgia goes down and scores to make it a 4-score game, thinking it's a touchdown, they've got a chance to win this one going away.
Here's Frazier, cuts it back on the straight handoff. He's out over the 40 to the 45-yard line. That's a gain of 9.5. That'll be just shy of the first down line. Bray Hubbard back there hanging out. Boy, how hard does Nate Frazier run through a hole?
Well, it's really good job. And he's probably got a little bit more in the tank for this one, doesn't he, Dave? Had a tough time last time these two teams got together. Had the big fumble deep in his own territory that led to an Alabama field goal. Only was able to touch the ball 4 times in that game. He's really played well here down the stretch for Georgia.
Only 7 snaps in that game. Played a lot more than that today. Single setback. Handed off to Frazier again. He's going to stretch it to the outside, but then cuts it right back between the guards. He'll have enough for the first down. Yanze Pierre with the tackle, but Georgia now can just start chewing up some of this clock.
Yeah, with that play, Georgia's run 50 plays to Alabama's 30. Oof. And when you start thinking about the physicality of the game, it starts to wear on those big fellas up front from a defensive line standpoint. You got to wonder how much more Alabama can bow their back here defensively.
And a whistle will stop this play before it gets going. A flag on the far side. That's going to be movement against Georgia.
False start. Offense, number 7. 5-yard penalty. Remains first down.
That's the tight end, Lawson Lucky, who had 3 touchdown catches against Ole Miss.
Those are those kind of penalties. And watching the monitor here, and Kirby pulled his headset down and yelled a couple of superlatives out to Lawson Lucky on that one.
It wasn't saying, hey, you're doing a great job either.
Hey, I loved your block down the red zone last time, but I don't like that.
2:18 clock moves. Boy, another little jet sweep coming around to Dylan Bell. They have really tried to get 86 Dylan Bell the football today.
Well, they've done a good job with this play. You normally can run this play maybe once or twice, and then that's it. But Georgia's doing a really good job of blocking on the edge, and a guy that's been a good blocker for him all day long is London Humphreys, the wide receiver. Not calling his name for catching the football, calling his name for how well he's blocked today, and he's the guy that sealed the edge right there for Bell.
Second down. And 10 yards to go for the Bulldogs. Sit at the 48-yard line. Again, straight handoff. Frazier met a couple of yards deep in the backfield by Justin Hill. McCray on that carry, and he immediately got introduced to Justin Hill.
Another one of these young guys that you're going to be hearing his name called for the next couple of years. Justin Hill, the outstanding freshman linebacker, 6'3", 242 out of Cincinnati, Ohio. Considered the number 5 linebacker in the latest class that came out last year.
Third down and 13. Good clean snap to Stockton. He'll dump it off underneath to Cash Jones. Cash met at the Alabama 48 and ridden out of bounds by Cam Calhoun. He'll be well shy the line of game, but they're kind of in that gray area.
No, that's a punt all the way. You're up 21-0. You're not trying to give Alabama any breathing room at all. Even though they're in plus territory. Good decision by Stockton. It's 3rd and long. Don't put the ball in harm's way. He comes over and has a discussion with Kirby Smart on the sideline, asking him what he saw, but good decision there. They played so well defensively. Their special teams have been outstanding. This guy right here in particular, they're not going to talk a lot about Brett Thorson, but he's been unbelievable pinning Alabama.
Thorson, one of the best in America. High kick, end over end. Fair catch called for and taken at the 8-yard line by Cole Adams. So again, Alabama, man, just in the shadows of their own goalpost, trying to work some offense down 21-0 with 10 seconds to go. I mean, it has not been easy for Ty Simpson the way they had to kind of fight out of their own end zone.
Yeah, Dave, it's as much as you don't want to admit it, it's fatiguing as the quarterback, as the play caller, even the entire offense to go out there and look up and say, wow, we're inside our own 10-yard line again. This is killing us.
I mean, you look down there, it's Ty Simpson, you look down where the other goalposts are, it feels like it's 5 miles away. First down and 10 from the far hash mark. Shotgun formation. 2 receivers near side. 1 split out wide on the far side. Here's Simpson from the end zone. Steps up to avoid a sack. Dumps it off underneath. First down to Alabama. One of their biggest plays of the game. It goes to Caleb Edwards, a freshman tight end. Picks up 21 yards.
This is the end of the third quarter.
So Alabama with their best offensive play of the night to end the third quarter. It's 21 yards, but that's the number they're trailed by. 21-0, Georgia leads Alabama. 15 more minutes coming your way from Mercedes-Benz Stadium here in Atlanta. We'll have more after these messages. This is the SEC Radio Network.
An ice cold Coca-Cola is perfect, but a free Coca-Cola from Sonic with endless flavors and add-ins like cherry, jalapeno, or lime, perfect just got perfecter. Whether you're into cherry vanilla with sweet cream, strawberry jalapeno, or green apple and bourbon caramel, Sonic has the perfect Coca-Cola for you. Create a Coke your way, any size, any flavor, free for a limited time, only in the Sonic app. Live free, eat Sonic. Limited time offer, see app for details.
If you want to live free, yeah.
Georgia, Alabama.
They think it's a rite of passage, and it's not. It's earned.
On the SEC Radio Network. This is an SEC Championship Flashback 2009.
Handoff, Ingram tries to go up the middle. He's to the 5. He's to the goal line. Touchdown, Alabama.
2010.
Here's the snap to Newton in the shotgun. He will roll the pocket to the right, and it looks like he will airmail it to the end zone. He throws a bullet down inside the end zone. Down in the air! It is caught by Darvin Adams. 51 yards on the final play of the half. It was batted in the air, and Adams makes makes the catch. Can you believe it?
2011.
And it's another good punt. Tyrann Mathieu will field it at the 38, dancing around to the 40, makes a man miss to midfield, splits a couple of defenders. He's inside the 40, cuts it back near side to the 10. This will be a Tyrann Mathieu touchdown, 61 yards.
This has been an SEC Championship Flashback.
Start of the fourth quarter in Atlanta. Georgia 21, Alabama nothing. Couple of injury updates. Cornerback Xavier Brown for Alabama has a finger issue. We'll keep you posted on his eligibility, or if he's eligible to return in this game. Also, Justin Jefferson, the Mike linebacker, he's got his helmet on, guys. He has not re-entered the game, however, since that lower leg injury that he picked up early in the third quarter. We're also keeping an eye on Cash Jones, Georgia tailback, who just ran back into the Bulldogs locker room. We'll keep you posted on his status. Guys?
Thank you, Stephen. And I got to tell you, I mean, that is a huge blow to Alabama's defense if Justin Jefferson can't get back on this field.
Well, therein lies the issue when you begin to think about playing in this game, you know, and you want to win an SEC championship, but prior to this game, these two teams were both in the playoff.
Yeah.
And so you know, are you losing guys in a game? And it'll be interesting to see how it's evaluated, how they make this game part of the playoff or whatever it might be. Just be interesting to see how they do that, because you don't want to lose players in a game that's not going to get you a national championship.
And Xavier Brown has been their lockdown corner. Had that 99-yard interception against Tennessee to end the half up in Knoxville. So it's been one of those, it's just been a tough day all the way around for Alabama. They have had 3 3-and-outs and just picked up their first down of the second half as we start the fourth quarter with Georgia leading 21-0. Alabama now working left to right near hash mark. Good clean snap to Simpson. Looks over the middle, dumps it off to Hill. Pass is caught there. He's to the 38 and walloped. That'll be a gain of 8.
Goodness.
Chris Cole coming in, laying the wood. So it'll be second down and 1. Alabama lines up quickly. 3 receivers near side. Ball's on that near hash. Simpson looks left now. Pocket collapses and he is dropped inside the 30-yard line.
Guess who?
That'll be Quintavious Johnson with the sack.
Well, Chris Cole's in there as well, Dave. Chris Cole, I'm not so sure which one's going to. They're going to get a half a sack, I guess, apiece, huh?
There is a flag back in the Georgia secondary at the 45-yard line, 25 yards away from where Simpson was sacked.
After the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense, number 15. 15-yard penalty will be added to the dead ball spot. First down, Alabama.
Wow, Alabama needed a break and they just got one.
Yeah, Kirby Smart obviously not overly enthused about an unnecessary roughness penalty when his defense just did a heck of a job of executing a stunt up front. 2 players on the quarterback. But after the play was over with, some jawing in the secondary, nets personal foul penalty.
Push the ball out to the 45-yard line, 14:04 counting here in the fourth quarter. Georgia with some pressure off the edge. That ball's deflected and then caught. It hung up in the air for what seemed like forever, and then Caleb Edwards came down with it and picks up an Alabama first down, a gain of 12. It was tapped by Dalen Everett.
Yeah, just lucky that was the route the tight end was on, and the ball fell right in his hands.
Tide going quick, shotgun formation. 2 receivers to each side. Ball sitting between the hash marks. 4-man rush for Georgia. Over the middle. Dump it off to Hill. He's to the 40. That'll be, actually they'll spot his forward progress at the 38-yard line. C.J. Allen picks up the tackle for the Bulldogs over the middle.
A little surprised that Bama didn't go to this a little bit quicker, Dave, and a little bit more of a tempo style. Maybe even more of a hurry up. Not necessarily just line up at the line of scrimmage, but go faster. They're doing that here.
3-man front from Georgia. Looks like they're going to bring some pressure from the linebackers, and they do. Bring it 6, and it's just dropped by Hill. Just flat out dropped in the flat.
DeBoer is beside himself. He can't find a running back to execute what he wants. We talked about the youngster AQBR who went the wrong way. This is about the third pass Daniel Hill has dropped in the flat. And those are huge when you start talking about trying to manage the chains and stay in manageable situations.
Third down and 6 now. Clock stopped at 12:59 to go. 21-0 Georgia. Georgia's got 7 at the line of scrimmage. They're bringing 5. Pocket collapses. Simpson throws it up for grabs around the 10. There is a flag. It'll be pass interference against the Bulldogs.
Pass interference, defense, number 15. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. First down.
Well, this is the first time he's had a chance to get to the sideline, DeMello Jones, since the personal foul penalty that he drew, and he's getting an earful from Kirby Smart right now on top of the pass interference call. But good job by Simpson. He's got no choice. C.J. Allen's right in his face. He just throws the ball up to Ryan Williams, who's streaking down the field. The ball underthrown, and he tries to come back to get it, and DeMello Jones is all over him.
And Kirby Smart's all over DeMello Jones. That was a one-way discussion.
Yeah.
First down and 10, Alabama, inside the 25. Simpson looks left, now over the middle, looking toward the end zone, and off the fingertips of Lazier Brooks.
Good job by Dalen Everett, the corner to that side, Dave. This is a shot play down the middle, trying to hit the post route. Everett comes underneath the receiver, kind of blurs the vision of the receiver, and maybe made Simpson throw the ball a little bit too tall, and he could not go up and get it.
It went off his right hand, out of bounds, incomplete. Second down and 10 now from the 24. 12:48 to go. In motion goes the tight end Edwards. Going to go to the left side, lofts it up in the air, looking for Williams, and he can't hang on to it. Back there in coverage is Ellis Robinson, the 4th.
Yeah, Robinson's really come into his own, Dave, in the second half of the season. I thought he got victimized early in the year, but he's been really good the last 4 or 5 weeks. He had the interception last week against Tech, a big play, and this is perfect coverage on one of the best receivers in the country, in Ryan Williams.
Third down and 10. Ball sits at the 23-yard line. Right in the middle of the hash marks. Shotgun formation. Pressure comes from Georgia. Simpson flush to dump it off underneath. Pass is caught there by Jeremy Bernard. Breaks a couple of tackles. A stiff arm to the 10, to the 5. Touchdown, Alabama. They're on the board. "23 yards on the reception. Dalen Everett missed a tackle in the open field, allowed Bernard to take it to the end zone.
But it's the perfect call, Dave. Georgia's coming with pressure. They run the tunnel screen right underneath, right behind the pressure, and a really good job of running. Made a couple of people miss blocking downfield. Bernard scores, but what a really good call by that offensive staff for Alabama, knowing that Georgia was going to come with pressure.
Point after. It's up and good. That's an All-State. Good hands. Point after brought to you by All-State. You're in good hands with All-State. 237. 91 yards. 9 plays, helped by a couple of big Georgia penalties, but Alabama needed a spark, and they just got it. They're down 2 touchdowns. 21-7 our score. 12:33 to go in the game. More after these messages. This is the SEC Radio Network.
Are you a towel spinning, back flipping, funky chicken dancing kind of fan? Then you need Academy Sports and Outdoors. Get a new grill that says, I smoke brisket and my rivals. A jersey that says, I show so much spirit that it makes mascots blush. And decoys that say, I can talk a dove out of its feathers. Now those are wins. Score undefeatable prices at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Because here, fun can't lose.
This is the 2025 SEC Football Championship Game on the SEC Radio Network.
In the SEC, passion isn't a choice, it's a promise. And Southwest has been connecting fans to that passion for generations. Heart sets this conference apart and brings its fans together. Visit southwest.com to book your flight to SEC Country today.
When you add beans to your plate, the whole team celebrates, and you get a delicious and versatile source of fiber and plant-based protein. Now that's really something to cheer about. Bush's, the official beans of the SEC. So much goodness in such a beautiful bean.
Sanderson Farms, official chicken of the SEC, presents a chicken.
That would be me.
Hanging out at a college tailgate.
Thanks for inviting me to this awesome tailgate party.
Sure thing, dude.
Everyone's having a great time.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't even matter if we win the game or not. Took it too far, didn't I?
Yeah.
You know what? Let's just totally beat those guys. We'll get more points, so therefore, we're at a surplus.
Good save.
Sanderson Farms, official chicken of the SEC.
The Alabama Crimson Tide took them a while. Took them a little over 3 quarters to finally get on the board, and they just capped off what was a lengthy drive. 91 yards, 9 plays, 2.5 minutes off the clock, but they had 52 yards of offense before that drive. Georgia certainly helped them out, though.
Yeah, Georgia had 2 huge penalties. 2nd and 1 deep in Alabama territory. They get the sack of Ty Simpson, and they get the personal foul penalty on DeMello Jones, which gives them a 15-yard penalty and an automatic first down. That would have been 3rd and 10. They would have had to scrimmage after the sack. They get deep. They get down to Georgia territory at the 38, and a blitz is going to get to the quarterback, and Simpson just throws it up. And DeMello Jones again is flagged for pass interference, another 15-yard penalty, and they convert on a 3rd and 10 right there on the tunnel screen to Jeremy Bernard.
And I think that touchdown is bigger than just this game for Alabama. If they would have had to punt that ball early in that drive, give Georgia another short field, fall behind by 4 scores, you now begin to wonder what the committee thinks of Alabama in terms of the college football playoff. That certainly helps their case, makes it a 2-possession game. The kickoff will sail through the back of the end zone, and Georgia now will take over at the 25-yard line. And Georgia's got to pick up some first downs here. They just can't go 3 and out and give it right back to Alabama.
No, that is correct, and it does put a little bit more heat back on the Georgia offense, because there's more than enough time down just 14 here if you were to have to give this ball up after 3 downs back to Alabama.
Gunnar Stockton, 17 of 23 for an efficient 131, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. Frazier starts in the backfield in the shotgun formation. He will protect for his quarterback, who rolls right, and pass is caught there on the far side. Nice little job by Zachariah Branch to catch it near the sideline, then cut it back in, pick up a couple extra yards, make it 2nd down and short.
Yeah, it's a good job by Zachariah Branch, too. He doesn't get the ball right away. He's on the sideline, so he just kind of keeps himself available to the quarterback. Stockton was looking inside to the slot route. When he came back outside, Branch had kind of come back to him a little bit, presented himself, and gave Stockton a place to throw the football.
Zachariah Branch up over 70 catches. He is trying to chase down Bryce Hunter for the single-season reception record for the Georgia Bulldogs. 2nd down and 3. Boy, nice play fake. Bootleg right for Stockton. Pass caught over there on the near side, far sideline by Oscar Delp. That'll be a first down for the Bulldogs. Out over the 35 to the 37-yard line.
Like what Mike Bobo's doing here, back-to-back plays where you move the quarterback. They've been coming downhill with the run game, and Alabama trying to probably, swell up against the run. You've moved the quarterback out of the pocket. Now you've changed their mindset a little bit, how they're rushing up front. They're not just rushing to stop the run to the passer. Now they've got to worry about Stockton on the perimeter.
High snap, fielded well by Stockton. He tries to take it himself, and he'll get a couple of yards. And by the way, there is no Justin Jefferson manning that middle linebacker spot for Alabama. He is still out since being injured early in the 3rd quarter. So basically a 2-linebacker spot right now with Yonze Pierre and Deontay Lawson.
I almost wonder, Dave, if you get a guy a little bit nicked up in this game, knowing and hoping that you do have a future past this as far as the playoff goes, that don't want to exasperate the injury, Get the guy back.
2nd down and 10. Stockton follows his lead blocker, his tailback Nate Frazier. He's out over the 40 to the 43-yard line. That'll bring up 3rd down and about 4. after the 6-yard gain.
Gone back to the run game now, back-to-back plays after the 2 plays where you move the quarterback out of the pocket.
3rd and 4, ball sits at the 43. Just over 10 minutes to go, 4th quarter. Georgia leads by 2 touchdowns. No work from that far hash mark. Frazier stays in the game. He slides to the right of Gunnar Stockton, who's in the shotgun formation. 3 receivers near side. 4-man rush. Stockton flushed out of the pocket. Tries to cut it back. Nowhere to go. He'll pick up maybe... Well, actually, they're going to spot him back at the line of scrimmage. No gain. It'll be 4th and 4. Tripped up there by Clay Rousseau.
Rousseau does a really good job here of just mirroring the quarterback, almost as though he were spying him on this one, Dave. Because Stockton, obviously, his penchant for pulling it down when his first or second read's not there. And Rousseau was right there when he decided to try to escape the pocket.
Thorson back to punt for Georgia. Cole Adams to return for the Tide. He stands inside the 15-yard line. Boy, they could use a good return if Thorson will allow it. Thorson takes the snap, high kick. Boy, this is great hang time. Fair catch called for and taken and then dropped. Immediately dropped. I think Adams fell on it. Boy, but now they're going to be inside the 5-yard line.
Oh, hey, they just went 91 yards. They can go 95 yards now.
A 50-yard punt.
Well, Thorson has certainly done his job when you start talking about pinning people with the way they played on their punt game.
They'll spot it back at the 5-yard line. 9:08 to play. As you mentioned, they just went 91 yards. Their first 3 drives of the second half, punt, punt, punt. How about this? I'm just going to sound like a broken record. They started their drives on their 19, their 8, so 25, 25, 25, 9, 25, 13, 20, 9, and 5-yard line.
So you're saying they've been backed up most of the day?
They haven't started beyond their 25-yard line one time today.
Well, that's a credit to all 3 phases of Georgia's team. The defense has done a good job of obviously forcing them off the field, but the offense has moved it well enough to where you've gotten Thorson in position where he can pin them. If you're not going to go get points, the next best thing is to be able to pin the other team's offense. So they've played well in all 3 phases of the game.
Alabama's defense has certainly done enough. It's the offense that's really kind of held them back today. Georgia's been held to 270 yards. Pretty balanced, 143 through the air, 127 on the ground. Alabama has 1 rushing yard today. 1.
Yeah, this is hard to believe.
By the way, there is a TV timeout. We keep it here inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium as Georgia's trying to win a back-to-back SEC championship games. Injuries were a big factor coming into this. Alabama has lost a couple of players. I think Xavier Brown, I did see him back on the field. He left, and he came back on, and I think he was on that last series. Let's go get more from the sidelines here, Steven.
Yes, sir. Xavier Brown, hand injury, out for the game. Justin Jefferson, the Mike linebacker, leading tackler on this team, along with Deontay Lawson, probable to return. So there you go. It's all in the language, right? Like Art, you mentioned, this may not be the last game for Alabama. It's not like the old days where the loser leaves town. The winner and loser of this game potentially still have some more football left to play.
Yeah, I think that last touchdown by Alabama may have kind of quieted that discussion a little bit about the future for Alabama in the college football playoff. Now, it did help that Texas Tech eliminated BYU earlier today. That certainly helped Alabama's case.
How impressive did Joey McGuire's group look? They flat got after BYU. BYU scored the first score, touchdown, and 34 unanswered Red Raider points came after that. They're pretty good on defense, too. I think people are sleeping on Texas Tech. I don't just because they're out there in the Big 12, and I think the Big 12 is being disrespected a little bit. Nah, they don't play this kind of football. Let me tell you something. Tech is pretty physical on defense.
Georgia's defense been pretty effective this year. Georgia's given up just 16.7 points a game, 3rd in the conference, top 15 in the country. Alabama's defense just as good, 16.5 points, 2nd in the league, 11th in the country. But they've got a long way to go here, 95 yards. We have 9:08 to play. Georgia leads at 21-7. There have been some crazy finishes in this series over the years. Could this one be another crazy finish? Shotgun formation for Ty Simpson. He stands in the end zone. Pressure comes. Dumps it off underneath. Low throw. He avoided the sack. But just really nowhere to go with the football. Xavier McLeod was the first one to put the pressure on the quarterback.
This is a Georgia defense that has not been overly impressive from a sacking the quarterback standpoint throughout the year. In fact, 118th in the country in sacks, 16th in this league. But they have been around Simpson all day.
Again from the end zone. Simpson gets this pass away. It is caught for a gain of about 7 yards. That one goes to Jeremy Bernard.
They need to go quick, Dave. It helped them in the last drive, even though they got a couple of breaks with penalties. But they're going to huddle here, try to get the right play in. I think that that's the one thing they potentially have going for them, is maybe they can limit how many weird looks Kirby Smart throws at you defensively if you can go a little quicker.
3rd down and 2. Ball sits at the 12-yard line. 8.5 to play. Hill slides back into the backfield alongside his quarterback. Simpson is in the shotgun formation. Gets a good clean snap. Looks to his right. Drops it off underneath, and that is incomplete. They were trying to hit Caleb Edwards, the tight end, and boy, he just got lit up by the middle linebacker, C.J. Allen.
Boy, he really did. I think Simpson had made up his mind before this play that he was going to try to get the ball to the tight end on this little angle route. They're going to go for it now, deep in their own territory.
8 minutes, 17 seconds to go. 4th down and 2. Tide going to go for it here. Simpson in the shotgun formation. Claps his hands a couple of times. Gets the snap. Looking right. Coming this way. And that's just a tough throw. Long out route. Trying to hit Bernard and overthrow him. And they give Georgia a short field. And that may have done it.
Yeah, the decision-making of Ty Simpson has been affected by Georgia being around him a lot. And they've kind of forced the quarterback into maybe a quick trigger on some throws. And this was certainly a wing and a prayer here. He's throwing the deep out cut with pretty tight coverage. Just not a lot of chances to complete that one. And now Georgia's got a chance to put a nail in the coffin right here.
That's a tough throw on 7-on-7. Much less than an SEC championship game on 4th and 2.
Well, you got that right.
So Georgia will take over at the 12-yard line. 8:13 to play. Pistol formation. Frazier, your tailback. Gunnar Stockton, 19 of 25 in this game. Stockton with a good clean snap. He will keep it himself and get it back to the line of scrimmage.
Well, Alabama has got everybody on the line of scrimmage, Dave. They've said, okay, we just sold out on offense. We got to sell out on defense. They had 8 players up around the line of scrimmage going to rush a gap. And the other 3 players were guarding the 3 receivers that were split left for Georgia. They are completely committing everything they can to try to keep Georgia out of the end zone here.
Bulldogs break the huddle. A couple of tight ends set. Bunch formation. Now they'll shift from the left side to the right side. Frazier the single setback as Stockton goes under center. He'll hand it off to Frazier, working that right side. Oh, boy. There was a big hole for a second that closed up in a hurry as Lawson just hammered Frazier.
You talk about a textbook old school tackle now. Wow. Hit him right in the chest and just drove him over backwards. What a hit by Dante Lawson, the senior linebacker.
That'll set up a 3rd down and 11. Ball on the 13. 7 minutes to play in this one.
Zero coverage.
Pressure comes. Stockton gets it away. Couple of missed tackles. That'll be a touchdown, Zachariah Branch. A simple throw turns into a 13-yard touchdown. Boy, it looked for a second like Alabama had him bottled up. And that's today's pass of the game presented by Southwest Airlines, official airline of the SEC.
Perfect play against the coverage. I talked about how Alabama was in zero coverage, meaning there's nobody in the back end. Everybody's manned up. All you got to do is get the guy that's covering Branch blocked. And that's exactly what Georgia does. They get the guy covering. Lucky gets the block. And how many times have we talked about Lucky having blocks in this game, the tight end, but he got the key block that springs Branch for the touchdown.
Point after is up and good.
from Peyton Woodring. Georgia was given a gift to get the football at the 13-yard line after Alabama failed on a 4th down and 2. Georgia had a 3rd and 11, and they get the 3rd touchdown pass of the evening from their quarterback, Gunnar Stockton, who is now 20 of 26 for 156, those 3 touchdowns and no interceptions, and it's back to a 3-touchdown game.
Man, obviously the turnaround there real quickly. I didn't like the decision for Alabama to go for it that deep in their own territory. If you'd been out near the 40-yard line or something like that, but you're essentially giving up a touch. You're going to give up a field goal anyway, but you're giving up a touchdown more than likely. Punt the football. You have 3 timeouts left plus the 2-minute timeout. Come out, try to get a stop like you did last time and keep it a 2-score game. But now that essentially seals Alabama's fate with 6.5 minutes to go, or 6 minutes and 50 seconds left.
Another huge crowd here of 77,000 inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium, watching Georgia take a 28-7 advantage with 6:51 to play. We'll step aside. More after these messages. This is the SEC Radio Network.
Why do we love SEC football? Because no matter the venue or the rivalry, it's the ultimate hang. Fans of every flavor, good-natured trash talk with a side of andouille. Yes! But according to Johnsonville and the Harris poll, 71% of Americans hang out less than they used to. Why? Could it be that rivalries off the field are tearing us apart? Is it crazy to think a sausage-fueled tailgate party could unite us all? Can't hurt. Keep it juicy out there. Johnsonville, official sausage of the SEC.
This is Alabama head football coach Kalen DeBoer, and this is the SEC Radio Network. Roll Tide.
An ice cold Coca-Cola is perfect, but a free Coca-Cola from Sonic with endless flavors and add-ins like cherry, jalapeno, or lime, perfect just got perfecter. Whether you're into cherry vanilla with sweet cream, strawberry jalapeno, or green apple and bourbon caramel, Sonic has the perfect Coca-Cola for you. Create a Coke your way, any size, any flavor, free for a limited time, only in the Sonic app. Live free, eat Sonic. Limited time offer, see app for details.
If you want to live free, yeah.
Mercedes-Benz asks you this. What do elite athletes and luxury vehicles have in common? A winning drive, for starters. Both are versatile, intelligent, and constantly innovating. Both navigate speed bumps and leave fans with goosebumps. And of course, only the best become stars. Mercedes-Benz, available in electric, gas, or plug-in hybrid. Discover uncompromising luxury at your local Mercedes-Benz dealer. Learn more at mbusa.com.
Georgia Bulldogs just take a 21-point lead on a short field. They convert on 3rd and 11 for a touchdown. They lead at 28-7 over Alabama, as Bulldogs will kick this one off and through the back of the end zone, another touchback. 6:51 to play, and the start's taken out of Alabama. They just scored to make it 21-7 and then could not convert on a 4th and 2, and man, that's going to sting.
Good play call by Mike Bobo, understanding that you're going to get blitz coverage, which means everybody's manned up across the board. We just got to get one guy blocked, and that's the coverage guy for Zachariah Branch. And Lawson Lucky got that done. And so now you're down 3 touchdowns. I didn't like doing that if you've been out, like I said, out near the midfield stripe or the 40 or something like that, but just too deep in your own territory.
This drive will start from the 25 on the near hash mark. Ty Simpson, 15 of 29, going to throw here. Steps up in the pocket, fires a strike over the middle. Pass is caught out over the 40-yard line to the 42-yard line. That'll move the chains.
This is where you're in a little bit of a dilemma. Do you stay aggressive because Georgia's been so good at suffocating this Alabama offense, or do you start to play off and play some zone, which is what they did there? Now they're hugging the linebackers up again. Maybe they're going to come after them.
Bringing 4. They'll drop 7. Pass again caught near midfield and driven all the way back is Bernard. But they'll spot him at the 49. That'll be a gain of 8. So Mello Jones on the coverage.
Yeah, the conventional wisdom, Dave, is that you play off. Now, you don't give up any big plays, and you let them throw underneath you. You tackle them in bounds, and you're burning clock, and they have to systematically work their way down the field. That's the theory behind it.
And second down and short. Out route to the far sideline, out of bounds, looking for Bernard. Again, Dalen Everett back there in coverage for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, I don't know if Kirby said anything, but he threw that theory into garbage. He said, we're going to play man coverage right here, and we're coming after the quarterback.
Keep you on your toes.
He is not a guy that likes to lay back and play soft. He's going to be in your face. He might get beat, but he's going to come after you.
Third down and 2. 5:56 to play. Georgia leads 28-7. Shotgun formation for Ty Simpson. Hill stands to his right. Bunch receivers on each side of the line. Simpson moving his feet, looking to throw, and decides to run it and gets it to midfield, right in the middle of that SEC logo. C.J. Allen gets credit for the tackle. That'll be a gain of maybe a half yard or no gain.
See, Simpson's looking for these quick crossing routes, and they've scouted him to the nth degree here, because every time he starts looking for one of those crossers to Bernard or to Williams, one of those linebackers drops out of the pass rush and standing there waiting on that crossing route, and he can't throw it to him.
Alabama short of the line to gain. Be fourth and about a yard and a half. They'll keep the offense on the field, and Alabama's going to take a timeout.
Timeout. Alabama. It is their first. It will be 30 seconds.
This game defensively for Georgia, Dave, reminds me of the Tennessee-Georgia game when Tennessee went to number 1 in the country and they went to Georgia in Athens a couple of years ago. Remember when they went in there number 1 in the nation?
Oh, yeah.
And Georgia just completely shut down an offense that had just been lighting it up, averaging about 500 yards a game, and Georgia just shut them down. I remember hearing from DJ Shockley, a friend of you and I's. DJ does with the broadcast of the Georgia Bulldogs, said that he was in the locker room that day, and Georgia said, okay, there's no place for them to hide anymore. They have to see us. They have to play us. He's just such a great motivator and a great X's and O's guy, because he has taken away some of the things that Simpson's got away with all year long. It has not been there.
They pressured Hendon Hooker all day that game. Just had no chance to breathe at quarterback.
Tremendous plan.
Fourth down, yard and a half for Alabama. After the timeout, quickly line up. Pistol formation. They'll shift to the left side, so the power to the left side of the line of scrimmage. Hill, the running back. They will fake it and then dump it off to the tight end underneath. First down, Alabama. It goes to Caleb Edwards. Boy, nice play design there by the Crimson Tide to keep this drive alive.
Yeah, hard play fake, and then the tight end just sneaks out into the right flat, and Simpson's able to get it to him before two Georgia guys crush him as he's letting it go.
The game clock did not run on the play. Please set the game clock to 5 minutes and 15 seconds, and please set the play clock to 40 seconds. Both the game clock and the play clock will start on my signal.
And your Gochoy referee with a good explanation there. So there's his signal, and the clock starts. It's at 5:13, 5:12, 5:11. Alabama working left to right. Empty set now for Simpson in the shotgun formation. Georgia's got 6 at the line of scrimmage. How many will they bring? They're going to bring 5. Pressure off the edge. Simpson sees it, throws. That one should have been picked off. Oh, my goodness. It was there for K.J. Bolden. It went right through his hands.
Boy, he was tracking it all the way, wasn't he, Dave?
Oh, how did he let go? I guess that's why you play defense.
K.J. Bolden, the safety. He's not even respecting the vertical throw. This tells you how much confidence they have in the pressure on the quarterback. Bolden is the safety, and he's guarding Ryan Williams, and he breaks underneath. Had Ryan Williams on a stutter go, there'd been no one behind him in the secondary, but they're respecting so much their pass rush that they're just squatting on all the routes.
Second down and 10, 4:56 to play now. Georgia again with 7 at the line of scrimmage. They're bringing 6. Alabama picks it up for a moment, and then Simpson is thrown to the turf. Zayden Walker, the true freshman linebacker, chases him down from behind. That is a loss of 6.
Well, if you try to run wide, these guys are going to track you down. Zayden Walker, the 6'1", 225-pound linebacker, freshman linebacker. Boy, he looks good, doesn't he? They ain't even gotten him in the weight room yet, Dave.
It is third down, 15. Ball sits at the 47 now. Clock at 4:17, 4:16. Continues to move. 5 on the play clock.
Georgia bringing the house again. Simpson is lit up, gets it off to Bernard, who throws it backwards. It is caught by Daniel Hill down the far sidelines and out of bounds. My goodness, when was the last time you saw that?
Yeah, this is a version of the hook and ladder, if you will, a crossing route to Bernard, and he's got the running back lined up on the sideline. He literally throws it about 15 yards over to the sideline to Hill, the running back.
32-yard pickup sets up in the red zone for Alabama. Simpson coming to the end zone looking for Bernard. A lot of hand fighting going on. No flag in the end zone. Bernard, the intended target, covered by Ellis Robinson. It'll be 2nd down and 10 as the clock stops at 3:42.
Tell you the strides that Ellis Robinson has made, the redshirt freshman corner. Talked about how he's the number 1 rated corner a year ago, or 2 years ago when he came out. He's a redshirt freshman. And he was victimized early on in the year, Dave, and he's been really good here in the back half of the season.
Empty set for Simpson. Bunch set on the far side of the field. Simpson looking, dumps it off underneath. That one is incomplete, off the hands of AQBR. It'll stop the clock at 3:37, but 3rd down coming up.
Simpson just doesn't have a lot of time here to do anything. Complete mix-up on the protection on the right side. Turns the Georgia defensive end loose, and he's in Simpson's face before he can do anything. All he can do is dump it in the flat to the back. Georgia's completely out-executed Alabama today.
3rd down and 10. Again, empty set. 2 receivers to the near side. Simpson looking this way. Will throw this way to the near side, and it's incomplete. He was trying to hit Ryan Williams, who was late turning his head around, and now you're looking at 4th down.
Well, Williams looks like he's running a wheel route. He looks back for the quarterback and then turns to go back up the field, and by that time, Simpson had turned loose. What was the first part of the route was that little quick out route.
Fourth down and 10. Ball sits at the 17-yard line. 3 receivers near side. Ball's on the far hash mark. Bernard goes in motion. He'll set up in a slot. Simpson checking things off the line of scrimmage. Play clock at 2. There's the snap. Georgia bringing some heat. Simpson flushed out of the pocket. Coming near side with it. Looking left. Spins. Near side. Throws toward the end zone. That one is dropped in the end zone. Might have been deflected by a Georgia defender, but Bernard couldn't hold on, and it's incomplete, and Georgia will get the football back.
I don't know how he even got the ball on Bernard here. Wild scramble by Simpson. Just kind of throws it up in the end zone, and Bolden, the ball goes right through Bolden's hands and hits Bernard right in the chest. But good job by Georgia to turn them away. A lot of pressure on the quarterback. Boy, that's been the story of the day, hasn't it, Dave? The inability of Simpson to settle in and make some throws. He just has not had a lot of time to do anything.
6 pressures, couple of sacks. Georgia's defended 6 passes today as well. 1st down and 10 for the Bulldogs. 3:20 to go. And this will just keep the clock running. Alabama does have a couple of timeouts left, but they may want to just get this to the 2-minute timeout and let this one go. You can't afford any more injuries if you're Alabama. You're already banged up coming in, and you're going to be even more banged up leaving the Mercedes-Benz Stadium here tonight.
So what do you think, Dave? Alabama, playoff, 3 losses. What do you think?
I think you cannot penalize a team for playing in a championship game and allow a team who didn't play to move in front of them.
I think it's a great statement. Great idea. And you certainly are going to change people's opinions of playing in these games if you are going to penalize teams that make it to the championship game.
Exactly. I think that you have to put that into consideration if you want it. Also, as the snap is taken by Stockton, who scrambles around and just falls down at the 15-yard line, loses a couple of yards. You know, you just got to take...
Timeout, Alabama. It is their second. It will be 30 seconds. Please reset the game clock to 2 minutes, 31 seconds. Thank you.
If you don't take these games are supposed to be obviously not a reward, but something that is an accomplishment.
Yeah.
And if you're not going to make it an accomplishment to get here, it becomes a detriment to play in this game if you don't win it. Then why play it in the college football playoff world that we live in?
All right, let me ask you another SEC question. Ole Miss loses their coach. Offensive coordinator is going to stay, it sounds like. Charlie Weiss Jr. is going to call plays. Do you penalize a team for that? I mean, there's been a lot of reference to the Florida State thing when they lost their quarterback, Jordan Travis, before the ACC championship game. They didn't play great in the ACC title game against Louisville, but won it, and then their quarterback was gone. They got penalized and were out of the 14 playoff. What do you think about this one?
Lane Kiffin's not throwing the football. Lane Kiffin's not making a tackle. Now, sure, there is an impact, but I don't think it can be as much as losing your starting quarterback if you're Florida State a couple of years ago. But it's a discussion they're going to have in that room. You know that. On third down, Georgia lines up, straight handoff. That one goes to Chauncey Bowens. Big gainer out over the 30. That'll be a first down for the Bulldogs as this clock will wind down to the 2-minute timeout. And Georgia can start to celebrate back-to-back SEC championships.
Really good job by Georgia. The plan coming in here was outstanding. They came in, I thought they played more physical than Alabama did.
Timeout for an injured offensive player. Please reset the game clock to 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Thank you.
Boy, and that's the real story here is the
So there is a timeout for an injured player here on the turf at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. We'll step aside for a moment. More after these messages. This is the SEC Radio Network.
When you're going 200 miles per hour, it's good to know who's got your back.
F1 the movie is racing to Apple TV on December 12th.
If we don't win, I lose the team.
No pressure.
None.
Stream the cinematic event of the year.
If everyone makes one critical contribution, that's the difference between last and first.
Brad Pitt.
No one gets past us without a fight.
Do they have the car?
We have the driver.
F1 the movie. Rated PG-13. Streaming December 12th. Only on Apple TV. Subscription required.
This is Georgia head coach Kirby Smart, and this is the SEC Radio Network. Go Dogs.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on fourth down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Zoe, the mall's about to close. It's impossible to do anything in 15 minutes.
Oh, it's possible, Harvey. I mean, you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. So, you think you can find your auntie a sweater?
Come on, you spent an hour buying jelly beans.
I know, I do love jelly beans. Trust me, now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. Plus, you'll get America's Best Network.
No.
See?
No.
See?
Maybe I should switch to T-Mobile right now.
This holiday, switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes from your phone. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. T-Mobile is the best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Chauncey Bowens gets up and exits the field. The clock starts. It takes us to the 2-minute timeout. Georgia leading 28-7. We'll come back to Mercedes-Benz Stadium right after these messages. This is the SEC Radio Network.
This Snackervention is sponsored by Farm Rich, official frozen snack of the SEC. Jay's sad pantry snacks got him benched at his own watch party.
I just grabbed some old chips.
How old?
When the SEC had 14 teams.
Oh, Jay.
Well, what's the big deal?
Losing home field advantages. But with the push of a button, you can heat up Farm Rich's 100% real mozzarella sticks for the snack comeback of the season.
I gotta go.
Wait, come back.
That's the game plan. Gotta stock the freezer with Farm Rich first.
That's a win on...
This is the SEC Radio Network. This is an SEC Championship Flashback 2024.
Texas with a last gasp field goal to push this one to overtime. They liked it so much they wanted to play a little longer tonight. Good clean snap. The kick is on the way, and it is good. And gives Texas the 3-point advantage as Georgia gets the football, looking to win it with a touchdown. Second down and 8. Empty set. Stockton, little quarterback draw up the middle. Stockton to the 5. Hit and just blown up. His helmet comes flying up.
Carson Beck is checked back into the game, Dave.
Remember, Carson got hurt on the final play of the first half. We have not seen him since until right now. And he'll line up under center, I formation for the Dogs. First and goal from the 4. They'll run it with Etienne off the right side. Touchdown, Georgia! Bulldogs championship.
This has been an SEC Championship Flashback.
2 minutes ago in Atlanta, Georgia leading Alabama 28-7. A couple of historical notes here. I heard you guys talking during the commercial break. One of the more gaudy Alabama football records in a modern era is the fact that these guys have absolutely dominated the city of Atlanta. They've won 17 straight games in Atlanta. We're talking Chick-fil-A kickoff games, SEC championships, the national championship, a Peach Bowl. They haven't lost in the city of Atlanta since 2008. That was to Florida in the SEC championship game. Also, some history coming up here for Georgia. The Bulldogs have not won back-to-back SEC championships since they won 3 in a row in 1980, 1981, and 1982. And guys, we know who was on those Georgia teams.
Some guy named Herschel?
Yeah, 34.
Yeah.
My God, a freshman.
Just a freshman. Ran over Bill Bates, Knoxville, Tennessee.
You know, you and I were here for the 2008 game. You and I got a chance. You and I have been calling these a long time. That was, I believe, number 1 and number 2 in the country playing each other, Florida and Alabama.
Tim Tebow and that Gator team. They played back-to-back years. Alabama won one and Florida won the other one.
There's some pretty good players that played in the National Football League for a long time.
Well, Georgia's trying to just take a couple of knees here to run out the clock. We're down to 90 seconds to play. It is 2nd down and 10.
So you're talking about Friday, December 19 or Saturday, December 20 will be when, if Alabama gets in, they will play again in the playoff. And so now you start to get concerned about the guys that got beaten up. Justin Jefferson, their middle linebacker, outstanding player. They need him back on the field.
Xavier Brown, the corner.
All those running backs that you've talked about all night long that haven't been able to play. So can they get healthy? And, of course, we saw Chauncey Bowens limp off the field for Georgia. They're going to have an additional week to get ready, probably bye week for them. I don't think Georgia is any worse than number 2 in the country in the playoff poll when it all said and done after this weekend.
Of course, Ohio State, Indiana, and the Big Ten championship later tonight. And certainly somebody's got to lose that game, and that may elevate Georgia into that 2 spot.
They certainly are no worse than 3.
Yes. Well, there's the final snap. Georgia will take a knee, and this one is in the books as Georgia goes back-to-back in the SEC championship game with a dominating 28-7 victory over the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Dave, how you feeling if you're Gunnar Stockton right now? Rabun County, went to high school here, grew up a Georgia Bulldog fan. His dad is a high school football coach. He waited for his opportunity to become the starter here, and he guides his team to an SEC title.
Wow. And it started in this game last year. Gunnar Stockton came in, the second half, led Georgia to an overtime victory over Texas, and has never looked back. Took over the starting job and went 20 of 26 today, 156 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. Hit 10 different receivers today as Georgia just really manhandled the Crimson Tide tonight.
Yeah, they were outstanding on both sides of the ball, and their special teams was outstanding as well.
Well, our second half stats brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Fun can't lose. Alabama comes up with 209 total yards of offense. Georgia just shy of 300, -3 rushing yards for Alabama. They are 195 below their season average. The final score, Georgia wins it 28-7 over the Alabama Crimson Tide, and they are your 2025 SEC Football champions. We'll have more on our postgame report presented by T-Mobile when we return. This is the SEC Radio Network.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
In the SEC, it just means more. But what is it exactly? It's the fans, the students, the traditions, the legends. It's passion to celebrate deeper, reach farther, think smarter, make an impact off the field. It's that intangible thing that happens when 16 schools raise the bar as one. Because in the SEC, it just means more.
Pressure comes, hit at the 10 and dropped at the 11.
More hard-hitting action is next on the SEC Radio Network.
We know that sport has the power to change lives on and off the field, but today, the majority of kids in the U.S. are no longer playing sports. As the leader in fueling athletes, Gatorade is committed to helping reverse this trend and creating positive change across our communities. That's why Gatorade has launched Fuel Tomorrow, a new multi-year initiative to help everyone have equal opportunity to play sports and realize their potential. Learn more about Gatorade's commitment to break down barriers and help millions of kids get into the game by visiting Gatorade.com/community.
Why do we love SEC football? Because no matter the venue or the rivalry, it's the ultimate hang. Fans of every flavor, good-natured trash talk with a side of andouille. Yes! But according to Johnsonville and the Harris poll, 71% of Americans hang out less than they used to. Why? Could it be that rivalries off the field are tearing us apart? Is it crazy to think a sausage-fueled tailgate party could unite us all? Can't hurt. Keep it juicy out there. Johnsonville, official sausage of the SEC.
A champion has been crowned in the SEC. Time for the postgame show. Brought to you by T-Mobile. It's better over here. See why at T-Mobile.com/network. Coming up, we'll have a game recap, analysis, final stats, and a check of scores from around the nation. Once again to the stadium, here's Dave Neal.
Stephen Hartzell down here on the field with Georgia Bulldogs tight end Oscar Del Bosque. You're an SEC champion, a back-to-back SEC champion. How's it feel?
Feels great. This is the best league in the country to come and play football. And this is why you come to Georgia, man. We've proved, I've been at Georgia 4 years, and I played in this game 4 years. Not a lot of people can say what our senior class has done. And, I'm excited, man. I love these guys with my whole heart. The things that we do in the offseason every day, people don't understand what we do, man. It's a full-time job, and everyone on the team loves each other and embraces it.
Looked like Gunnar Stockton was really cooking in the first half. He looked calm. He looked comfortable. Talk about your signal caller.
He's a baller. He's a baller. You put that guy in the game, you ask him to do something, he's going to do it. He's not going to question anything. He's going to play to his best abilities every game. You know he's going to give you all he's got. He's getting hit by nose tackles and defensive ends, full speed, and he's popping straight up. I don't think there's a lot of quarterbacks in the country that are doing that.
Does it mean a little bit more getting revenge against Bama here today?
It does. It does. We're the first Georgia team in 100 and something crazy years to beat Alabama in an SEC championship. And, it's the time of the dog, the year of the dog.
Oscar, congratulations. Go celebrate with your guys.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oscar Delp, everybody, back upstairs. See y'all.
You could tell he is quite ecstatic with this SEC championship game. The young man from just up the road in Cumming, Georgia, about probably 35, 45 minutes from where we sit here at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Congrats to him. But hey, listen, today's player of the game presented by Gatorade, created to hydrate better than water. Gatorade, the official sports drink of the SEC. And really, it's pretty simple when you look at it. Gunnar Stockton, just an efficient 20 of 26. 156 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks.
Took care of the ball, Dave. I don't remember really him throwing it into harm's way at all. He had to carry the football, you mentioned 13 times, just shy of his career high is 15. So he did a really good job of doing that piece of it. Made some really good decisions to drop the ball off, not shove the ball into coverage. 20 of 26, how efficient's that? 3 of the touchdowns. Now they threw 2 screens, that helps you get in the end zone, and they're pretty easy throws, but still, he did a really good job of managing the game, taking care of the football. He knew his defense was playing extremely well, got some help on special teams. So, yeah, Gunnar Stockton certainly deserved it.
And certainly Georgia comfortably in the college football playoff, going to get a week off while everybody else has to play as one of those byes. But the question becomes, what becomes of Alabama in the next 24 hours?
Yeah, to me, Alabama deserves to be in. Are they one of the 12 best teams in the country? I'm not sure you can tell the story without Alabama playing. There's going to be some teams like Miami and Notre Dame and some other teams that are kind of saying, well, what about us? And we'll have to wait and see here in a few days.
Regardless of all that discussion, the Georgia Bulldogs will celebrate this. Kirby Smart saying this week how much he grew up just wanting to be in this game, how much it meant to him, and maybe that feeling exuded off into his team throughout the week. Kalen DeBoer He didn't grow up around this event. He doesn't know the magnitude of it.
No, no offense to Kalen DeBoer. Obviously, he understands the magnitude. He understands the game. But are you kidding me? Kirby's got this flowing through his blood to go to the SEC title game. He said in his press conference this week, "What do you mean? This is what we play for as an SEC championship." So it definitely meant something. I guarantee you, he imparted that on his players.
Well, this will be Georgia's 16th SEC championship, and of course, they answer last year's championship with another trophy to take back to Athens in this one. It has been a lot of fun once again, Dave Archer. Enjoyed another night of SEC football inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Did Georgia have enough to win it all as we get off the air?
I think they do. I don't know that there's a super team out there. Everybody looking at Ohio State maybe that way. I thought Michigan showed maybe some dents in the armor early on in that game. They did go on to get that W. So, I think Georgia definitely has a chance to go win it.
Well, we'll see in the coming days and weeks. Georgia wins at 28-7 over Alabama for the 2025 SEC Football Championship. When the post-game report continues, we'll send it back to Luke Hallett in our SEC Radio Network studios after this timeout on the SEC Radio Network.
Sanderson Farms, official chicken of the SEC, presents a chicken.
That would be me.
Hanging out at a college tailgate.
Thanks for inviting me to this awesome tailgate party.
Sure thing, dude.
Everyone's having a great time.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't even matter if we win the game or not. Took it too far, didn't I?
Yeah.
You know what? Let's just totally beat those guys. We'll get more points, so therefore, we're at a surplus.
Good save.
Sanderson Farms, official chicken of the SEC.
In the SEC, passion isn't a choice, it's a promise. And Southwest has been connecting fans to that passion for generations. Heart sets this conference apart and brings its fans together. Visit Southwest.com to book your flight to SEC country today.
When you add beans to your plate, the whole team celebrates, and you get a delicious and versatile source of fiber and plant-based protein. Now that's really something to cheer about. Bush's, the official beans of the SEC. So much goodness in such a beautiful bean.
Takes it into the end zone, standing up. Unbelievable.
This is the SEC Radio Network.
Are you a towel spinning, back flipping, funky chicken dancing kind of fan? Then you need Academy Sports and Outdoors. Get a new grill that says, I smoke brisket and my rivals. A jersey that says, I show so much spirit that it makes mascots blush. And decoys that say, I can talk a dove out of its feathers. Now those are wins. Score undefeatable prices at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Because here, fun can't lose.
As an SEC fan, you know what extra is about. You see it every time your team leaves everything they've got out on the field. That's what a Regions Greenprint planning session with your banker feels like. Extra support, extra belief in you, and strategies that bring you extra financial confidence. We believe extra changes everything. And at Regions, extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
Georgia Bulldogs win the 34th edition of the SEC Championship game, 28-7 over the Alabama Crimson Tide. Luke Hallett with you inside the SEC Radio Network studios. We take a listen to how it all unfolded today. Georgia got on the scoreboard first, as they did often today. They started with a 7-0 lead as Gunnar Stockton hooked up with Roderick Robinson from 1 yard away as Georgia took a 7-0 advantage. 3rd and goal from the 1. Georgia lines up I formation. Stockton under center. 2 tight end set. Hand it off. They fake it. Stockton to throw to the end zone. Touchdown, Georgia. Roderick Robinson with a 1-yard touchdown reception on a great play fake from Gunnar Stockton, and the Dogs have the lead. Come the second quarter, Dogs would strike again. A 14-play, 57-yard drive. Gunnar Stockton gets his second touchdown pass. Dylan Bell from 5 yards away. What a drive, 14 plays, 57 yards, hooking up for touchdown at number 2. Georgia will go shotgun formation. 3 receiver set. Good clean snap. Stockton looking, firing end zone. Touchdown, Georgia. He hits Dylan Bell for 6. After that, Georgia would take a 14-0 lead into the halftime locker room. Then the sophomore running back, Nate Frazier, he came through in the third quarter. 5-yard rushing touchdown, capping off a 6-play, 40-yard touchdown drive. So Georgia looking at 2nd and goal from the 9. Again, 2 tight ends left side of the line of scrimmage. Single setback is Frazier. They will hand it off that way. Works the left side. Big hole. This will be a touchdown, Georgia. 9-yard scamper. Nate Frazier has given Georgia a 20-0 lead. Point after good, 21-0. Georgia took the advantage. Alabama, though, they would get their lone touchdown on the ensuing drive. It was Ty Simpson hooking up with Gary Bernard, 23 yards away, giving Alabama at the time a little bit of a heartbeat. Pressure comes from Georgia. Simpson flush to dump it off underneath. Pass is caught there by Jeremy Bernard. Breaks a couple of tackles. A stiff arm to the 10, to the 5. Touchdown, Alabama. They're on the board. 23 yards on the reception. Dalen Everett missed a tackle in the open field, allowed Bernard to take it to the end zone. It was a 9-play, 91-yard drive in short order. 2 minutes and 37 seconds for the Crimson Tide, but that would be the only time they'd reach pay dirt today. Later in the fourth quarter, Georgia, they'd get another touchdown after Alabama turned it over on downs deep in their own territory. It was a 13-yard passing score, Stockton to Zachariah Branch. That'll set up a 3rd down and 11. Ball on the 13. 7 minutes to play in this one.
3 recoveries.
Pressure comes. Stockton gets it away. Couple of missed tackles. That'll be a touchdown, Zachariah Branch. A simple throw turns into a 13-yard touchdown. Boy, it looked for a second like Alabama had him bottled up. And that's your Sprouts play of the game, brought to you by Sprouts Farmer Market, official healthy grocer of the SEC. Alabama was unable to muster any further offense. The Georgia defense stood tall, and that was your final score, 28-7. The Georgia Bulldogs, champions of the SEC, 34th edition of the SEC Championship game. When we come back, we'll give you some updates on scores from throughout the country, as well as some games that went final yesterday in a couple of other conferences. 28-7, Georgia knocks off Alabama. This is the SEC Radio Network.
We know that sport has the power to change lives on and off the field, but today, the majority of kids in the U.S. are no longer playing sports. As the leader in fueling athletes, Gatorade is committed to helping reverse this trend and creating positive change across our communities. That's why Gatorade has launched Fuel Tomorrow, a new multi-year initiative to help everyone have equal opportunity to play sports and realize their potential. Learn more about Gatorade's commitment to break down barriers and help millions of kids get into the game by visiting Gatorade.com/community.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those? Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Your home for the SEC Football Championship, the SEC Radio Network.
When you're going 200 miles per hour, it's good to know who's got your back.
F1 the movie is racing to Apple TV on December 12th.
If we don't win, I lose the team. No pressure. None.
Stream the cinematic event of the year.
If everyone makes one critical contribution, that's the difference between last and first.
Brad Pitt.
No one gets past us without a fight.
Do they have the car?
We have the driver.
F1 the movie. Rated PG-13. Streaming December 12th. Only on Apple TV. Subscription required.
This Snackervention is sponsored by Farm Rich, official frozen snack of the SEC. Jay's sad pantry snacks got him benched at his own watch party.
I just grabbed some old chips.
How old?
When the SEC had 14 teams.
Oh, Jay.
Well, what's the big deal?
Losing home field advantages. But with the push of a button, you can heat up Farm Rich's 100% real mozzarella sticks for the snack comeback of the season.
I gotta go.
Wait, come back.
That's the game plan. Gotta stock the freezer with Farm Rich first.
That's a win on...
Our final final score from Atlanta. Georgia topples Alabama 28-7, and Georgia becomes champions of the SEC by a 21-point margin. Luke Hallett with you one final time in the SEC Radio Network studios. We look around college football on Championship Saturday. 2 games went final yesterday as 2 conferences crowned their champions. Tulane knocked off North Texas yesterday in the American, cementing their berth in the college football playoff, 34-21. North Texas, they had a 7-0 lead in this contest. Tulane battled back admirably, snuffing out North Texas, especially in the first half, taking a 3-possession lead into the halftime locker room, coming out ahead 34-21. 25th-ranked James Madison toppled Troy 31-14 in the Sun Belt Championship.
All those songs that bring back
outscoring the Trojans by 14 in the 4th frame to pick up the 17-point victory. Wayne Knight, 212 yards and a touchdown. That touchdown, 75 yards on the ground, as JMU will try and sweat out their ticket to the college football playoff. Another game that went final in the Big 12, 4th-ranked Texas Tech. They dominate today over 11th-ranked BYU, 34-7, reeling off 34 unanswered, forcing 4 Cougar turnovers. And Texas Tech looking like they could be one of the teams that gets a bye in the college football playoff. BYU will also be forced to sweat out their college football playoff status. Two other games coming up at 8 o'clock. Number 1 versus number 2, Ohio State and Indiana. The top-ranked Buckeyes have won 16 consecutive games. Second-ranked Indiana has never won a Big.
That one was good for the Highlanders. I will give Tyrell Brown some credit. He got some height trying to get that block. I thought he had it from 6 feet away from him.
Yeah, I mean, good defense right there by Richmond Red Devils. Just couldn't finish it.
Phillips with a 3-point shot, no good. Stargell gets the rebound, tries to put it back up himself, and it's blocked. Coach Juergens is not happy. Thought there was a lot of contact there himself. No call again from the referees. They're trying to get out of here to see IU play Ohio State tonight. Logan Young has the ball, pitches it off to number 11, Parker Kays. Gets it off to McKigg. Outside, Eli Hubbard breaks up a pass to Bennett. Has the ball now over to Eli Hubbard. He goes inside the paint, loses it himself, and that's going to go back Floyd Central. Good call by the referee.
Yeah, I really didn't think the referee seen that, but I know you and I seen it, and referee called it at the end.
Going to be a quick 30-second timeout. We'll take one as well. Richmond trails 36-23, 5.5 remaining in the third quarter on the Three Rivers Credit Union scoreboard.
When you Google Michael Aloriaga, you'll find more than an insurance agent. You'll find a former pro football player, a Richmond soccer coach, and a guy who knows Wayne County like the back of his playbook. With 13 years in the insurance game, Michael helps protect what matters: your home, your car, your future. He's not just in the community, he's part of it. So when it's time to talk coverage, talk to someone who's got your back on and off the field. Michael Aloriaga, Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. Easy to find, even easier to trust.
From the Tiernan Center, Brendan Evans alongside
CFB, if you're tired of taking showers with low water pressure or not enough hot water, you've got to stop putting it off and call Lance and his local team at LD Smith Plumbing and ask about hot water heater specials. And right now they're off.
Floyd Central trying to come across the timeline. Ty Phillips almost broke that pass up. Vetta now has it for the Highlanders as they get it off to McKigg and then back into the corner to Parker Kays. Looks inside to Logan. Highlanders get the shot to fall and one after the foul. I believe that one's going to be on Hubbard. I believe Thomas Stargell was also in the vicinity.
Yeah, I think that's going to be Eli Hubbard, though. He did body him while the player was going up. So good call by the referee right there. But player just called it down.
Are you ready to love your home again? Closets by Design wants you to imagine a beautifully organized custom closet or a transformed home office, pantry, garage, and more. Turn any crowded space into what might become your favorite room in the house. Closets by Design is locally owned, and right now you'll receive 40% off plus an extra 15% off and free installation. Call 800 by Design or visit closetsbydesign.com to schedule your free in-home consultation today. Get organized with Closets by Design. That's 40% off plus 15% off and free installation at closetsbydesign.com.
Look, I'm busy with work. I don't have time to wait around or deal with lots of people. One company, one call, and they do it all. Wonder if they'll clean out my inbox. Seriously, offer that service. Please.
Atlas Butler
always at your service. Call 1-800-FURNACE.
For over 37 years, Buckeye Nation has known Hyde Park Prime Steakhouse for serving the best steaks in the city. Our thick-cut, aged steaks are a staple in Columbus, with 3 locations in Upper Arlington, Dublin, and downtown. And just like the Buckeyes, we strive for excellence and an experience like no other. Hyde Park is proud to introduce the newly added wine room at our downtown Columbus location, where a new elegance in dining surrounds you, creating the ideal setting for any occasion or the perfect night out. Hyde Park is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Go Bucks!
Buckeye football lives here. The Fan. This is the AEP Energy Buckeye pregame show on the Ohio State Sports Network. Presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
For every Buckeye touchdown scored this season, the Heartland Bank Community Foundation will make a donation to the USO of Central and Southern Ohio, benefiting our active duty military personnel and their families. For more information or to support our troops, go to usocso.org and be the force behind the forces. It's Ohio State and Indiana in the Big Ten Championship game, facing their toughest test of the year last weekend in Ann Arbor. Ohio State's offense did what they needed to do. Offensive lineman Luke Montgomery says they head into tonight's title tilt. They're continuing to search for improvement.
Yeah, I just think it goes back to just doing the routine things routinely, practice and just keeping the routine, doing everything, and then in practice we're big on just the fundamentals and the technique and stuff like that. So I think we've come a long way throughout the year.
Meanwhile, quarterback Julian Sand talks about the challenge presented tonight by Indiana's defense.
Yeah, I think they're really well coached. They're really sound in their fundamentals and have great technique, and they play really hard. So it's going to be a tough challenge for us. They're really good at creating turnovers and then capitalizing off those turnovers. So we're going to play clean football.
This matchup is one that we've been looking forward to for a really long time. Going back to last year. After obviously the loss at their place, so for me it's definitely stuck on my head, and my mentality that if we do get another shot at this, we need to right some wrongs. For me especially. So we're looking forward to it, but it's definitely been something that's been in the back of our mind. Just waiting for another opportunity to go at it.
The rushing game for the Buckeyes has been impressive. A couple of times over 200 yards. They had a big game against Rutgers. Probably their best rushing outfit last week, running for 180-plus yards in that game. Bo Jackson having a 100-yard game was very impressive. That's something that's got to continue this evening.
From down Tyler Danberg, we know what the answer will be, but how did Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate look warming up tonight?
They looked great out there. And one interesting thing about Jeremiah Smith, too, guys, is that he was fielding punts in warm-ups. Now, that's not uncommon, but it certainly is something to take an eye out, because when you look at this series history, like last year with Caleb Downs, punt returns for touchdowns against Indiana are certainly something that come by.
And all you do have to do is think of Jalen Marshall in 2014 as well. Coming up next, we'll see how the Ohio State defense matches the Indiana offense as our AEP Energy Buckeye pregame show continues on the Ohio State Sports Network from Learfield.
Spectrum is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Wherever Buckeye fans gather, from the shoe to living rooms and watch parties across the country, Spectrum brings the game to you. Every snap, every score, every Saturday. From the season opener to cold weather conference showdowns, from Big Ten battles to the game versus that team up north. This is more than football. It's tradition powered by Spectrum, connecting us all. Go Bucks!
The 2026 Buckeye Cruise for Cancer sets sail on the Silver Sea Silver Ray. It's an intimate ship with an even better experience. It's all-inclusive of beverages, shore excursions, taxes, and gratuities. Sail to bucket list ports like the Grand Turk, St. Martin, and St. Thomas, with Buckeye greats including Ryan Day, Bobby Carpenter, A.J. Hawk, the Boren Brothers, Ezekiel Elliott, Ryan Shazier, and more. Sailing from Fort Lauderdale, February 17th through the 24th. Call 614-792-6204 to book today.
Hey, Ohio State fans, are you looking to score big with your home equity? Union Home Mortgage will help you unlock the value of your home and fund the promises you've made to yourself and your family. If you need to pay off debt, have home improvements, or whatever your family needs are, visit UHM.com and score financial freedom with Union Home Mortgage, the official home lending sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Union Home Mortgage Corp. is an equal housing opportunity lender and MLS number 2229.
There's one medical team in Central Ohio skilled enough to care for your favorite Ohio State team, and Buckeyes everywhere. The Ohio State University Wexner Medical Center is your choice for the most highly specialized orthopedic and sports medicine care. Our surgeons, physicians, and physical therapists have access to the most advanced treatments and innovative recovery approaches to get you back in your game. Because on or off the field, our team is your team. The choice for your orthopedic care is clear.
Always and forever your home of the Buckeyes. Home of the Buckeyes. The Fan. This is the AEP Energy Buckeye pregame show on the Ohio State Sports Network. Presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
Buckeye fans, AEP Energy is redefining the game with renewable energy plans for your home or business. Visit aepenergy.com/OSU to get started. AEP Energy, the official electricity and natural gas sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. It's the Buckeyes and the Indiana Hoosiers meeting in the Big Ten championship game, taking this next step. Ohio State is hoping their defense can continue to playing at the high level they've set all season. Defensive end Caden Curry, an Indiana native, says playing for this title all along has been a goal.
It's definitely something we were working for all offseason, and we knew it was definitely going to be something that we wanted to accomplish this year, and we were just pushing that envelope of every single day in the offseason, working as hard as we could to get ourselves the chance to even come here, and I feel like we just got to go and finish it now.
And as they get ready for this assignment, safety Caleb Downs provides his insight to the Indiana offense they'll see.
They're really well coached. That's a huge thing, and something that's really not spoken about, just the level of coaching and preparation that's put into it. You can see that on the film. The quarterback's playing at an elite level. He's also got some legs, too, that he runs and makes plays, and his arm is live, and he does a lot of good things in the air. And then he can see the field well, which puts him in positions to make plays and make the right reads, and their receivers are doing good. They make plays, and their running backs are running the ball hard. So they're firing on all cylinders, and it's going to be a challenge.
And on the other side, Hoosiers quarterback Fernando Mendoza is thrilled to have the wide receivers that he gets to work with.
Our receiving core has so many threats and so many weapons that defenses are going to try to double team one of them or in the play or maybe in a third down, and it might open up another or give one-on-one and one of those guys a one-on-one matchup. And that is so special to have as a quarterback where I have confidence that they're always going to win their one-on-one matchup because they're so talented and they have such a high football IQ. And it's truly just an honor to be their quarterback, and I'm in a very blessed position to throw the ball to them.
And, Jim, when you think about it, Ohio State's defense has not gone up against an offense like this year, but Indiana's offense hasn't gone up against a defense like this all year.
Yeah, really good on good. Both those sides of the ball for Indiana offensively. Ohio State defensively have played, at a record-setting pace. Our defense for Ohio State's been outstanding, and then you look at Indiana's offense through the course of the year, it's been outstanding. Obviously led by their quarterback, Fernando Mendoza. A great quarterback. He can throw the football all over. They have a very good system with their RPOs, run-pass option. They like to use that a lot. Now, you have to take away one of those, right? You have to take away the run, so they can't get into that run-pass option. But they're very good at that. Roman Himby, a running back, they brought him in from Maryland, and he's had a fantastic year. Kalen Black gets a lot of carries, too. And then you can't forget about Mendoza. He has the ability to tuck it and run it. Receivers, Sarad, Cooper, Williams, Becker, all on the outside, can step up and make plays throughout the course of the ballgame. So it's going to be a big challenge for the secondary and the defense as a whole.
From down on the field, Tyler Denberg. We've seen how Ohio State has utilized Caleb Downs, lining him up in different spots. One would imagine that'll be something you'll be trying to keep an eye on.
We will absolutely keep our eyes peeled. Fernando Mendoza even said this week, you always have to keep your eye on the safety at all times, and that's for any safety, let alone the repeat Big Ten Defensive Back of the Year.
Our keys to the game tonight brought to you by DirecTV, a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Stream the Buckeyes satellite free on DirecTV. Visit directtv.com today to learn more. Jim?
On Ohio State's offense, no turnovers. Got to take care of that football. Indiana's made a living all season long creating turnovers. Ohio State's got to be really good. Receivers, running backs, tight ends, quarterback. Make sure they protect the football. Defensively, number 2, stop the run. Make them one-dimensional. Put it all on the quarterback's hands. Get them backed up in third and longs. So our defense has to do a good job of getting off blocks, making tackles near the line of scrimmage. Last key, play ball control, right? And this is what Ohio State's been able to do. Last week they held the ball for 40 minutes. For the season, they're almost at 34 minutes for the game. There's an old coach that said the best defense is when the opposing offense is on the sideline. Ohio State has to make sure offensively that they're converting on third downs, playing a little keep away from this Indiana offense to help out the defense.
We're getting closer to the opening kickoff for tonight's game between the Ohio State Buckeyes and the Indiana Hoosiers. The AEP Energy Buckeye pregame show has been brought to you statewide by Encova Insurance on the Ohio State Sports Network from Learfield.
And brought to you locally by State Farm, your Central Ohio Toyota dealers, and by the Diamond Cellar, on your home of the Buckeyes. Live and local weekdays beginning at 6 a.m. with T-Bone and Tybus on the Fan, Ohio sports destination.
Buckeye fans, choose chill. Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes those moments when you choose to rise above the noise and choose chill even better. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics, so crack one open and take a sip. Coors Light, choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado, beer.
Don't miss a minute of the Ohio State football postseason presented by CareSource, Kroger, and Spectrum. Celebrate the culmination of the 2025 season with all of Buckeye Nation and follow along on the official athletic site. From the opening postseason kickoff to the final whistle in Miami, we have you covered. It's the 2025 Ohio State football postseason presented by CareSource, Kroger, and Spectrum. Visit ohiostatebuckeyes.com/postseason central 2025 now for more information. Go Bucks!
The 2026 Buckeye Cruise for Cancer sets sail on the Silver Sea Silver Ray. It's an intimate ship with an even better experience. It's all-inclusive of beverages, shore excursions, taxes, and gratuities. Sail to bucket list ports like the Grand Turk, St. Martin, and St. Thomas. With Buckeye greats including Ryan Day, Bobby Carpenter, A.J. Hawk, the Boren Brothers, Ezekiel Elliott, Ryan Shazier, and more. Sailing from Fort Lauderdale, February 17th through the 24th. Call 614-792-6204 to book today.
Hi, I'm Archie Griffin, two-time Heisman Trophy winner. The right coverage can be a game changer, both on and off the field. That's why Encova Insurance is prepared for what's next and protects what matters most to you. With independent insurance agents in your neighborhood and innovative insurance products that can be tailored to fit your unique needs, Encova Insurance is an easy win for your peace of mind. For auto, home, and business insurance, you want Encova on your team. Visit Encova.com today to find an agent near you.
The Fan, Ohio sports destination.
Horvath, deep second, is up. Ball goes to Horvath. Horvath raised back. There's a pass. Look out for this. It's a touchdown, Ohio State.
The ball is set down. Shannon boots it. It is good.
Ball goes to Hafford. He's through there. And he may go all the way. Look out for this. There he goes. Hafford, Cassidy. And it's Griffin coming up the middle. 45, 20, 15, 5. He might go all the way. He's up to 30, the 20, the 10, 5, end zone, touchdown, Eddie George.
Play right side, steps up and gets to the end zone. Troy Smith.
We're used to somebody else leading, there's no one else to look. You have to be the guy who does it.
To the 20, and he's going to take it to the end zone for a touchdown. Jeremiah Smith.
It's going to take everybody on the roster to go win a championship.
To the 10, and into the end zone. Punt return touchdown for Caleb Downs.
And the plan to win, the number one thing is play great defense.
Gets the snap, waist-high pressure right away, and he's grabbed it sack. Sonny Styles dumps him right around the 17-yard line.
It's an opportunity to learn and grow and see, what it takes to win in the CFB.
The 9th national championship in Ohio State history. A team that got into the playoffs and they played angry and determined. And they give Ryan Day his first national championship.
From Learfield, this is the Ohio State Sports Network presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State athletics. Buckeye football is brought to you statewide by Encova Insurance and by the Ohio Kubota dealers on the Ohio State Sports Network from Learfield. And brought to you locally by State Farm, your Central Ohio Toyota dealers, and by the Diamond Cellar on your home of the Buckeyes. Live and local weekdays beginning at 6 a.m. with T-Bone and Tybus on the Fan, Ohio sports destination.
Toyotathon is on, and there's no better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota.
like the family-size Highlander and the bigger, more powerful Grand Highlander. Now through January 5th, you can get 4.75 APR financing on any remaining new 25 Highlander or Grand Highlander, including hybrid models, with approved credit through TFS. Plus, you get Toyota Care 2 years, no-cost maintenance. For complete details, go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
For over 37 years, Buckeye Nation has known Hyde Park Prime Steakhouse for serving the best steaks in the city. Our thick-cut, aged steaks are a staple in Columbus, with 3 locations in Upper Arlington, Dublin, and downtown. And just like the Buckeyes, we strive for excellence and an experience like no other. Hyde Park is proud to introduce the newly added wine room at our downtown Columbus location, where a new elegance in dining surrounds you, creating the ideal setting for any occasion or the perfect night out. Hyde Park is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Go Bucks!
Buckeye fans expect a certain standard. That's true of the food they share on game day too, which is why Giant Eagle is always part of the game plan. With fresh, high-quality food and everyday savings, it's easy to tailgate like a champ or feed the ravenous fans at home. For long touchdown runs and effortless grocery runs, Giant Eagle is here. Giant Eagle, proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
The Fan, Ohio sports destination.
Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Ohio State Sports Network from Learfield.
Always and forever, your Ohio State flagship station.
WBNS-FM HD1 Columbus.
The Fan, Ohio sports destination.
It's the Big Ten Championship game tonight. 2 unbeatens, ranked number 1 and number 2, Ohio State and Indiana. The starting lineups presented by the American Dairy Association Mideast. Chocolate milk has 8 grams of protein with the power to fuel everyone, including Ohio State quarterback Tavian St. Clair. He's built like a Buckeye, and you can be too. Learn more at ohiostatebuckeyes.com/built like a Buckeye. The Ohio State offense led by quarterback Julian Sayin. Bo Jackson will be the lead tailback. Carnell Tate, Brandon Innes, and Jeremiah Smith wide receivers. Max Clare leads the group of tight ends. On the offensive line, Carson Hinsman at center. Luke Montgomery and Tegra Shabola at guards. Austin Saraveld and Phillip Daniels, the tackles. The Indiana defense opposite them. On the line, Stephen Daly, Tyreek Tucker, Mario Landino, and Mikhail Kamara. Linebackers were Elijah Hardy and Aiden Fisher. Defensive backs Jamari Sharp, Lewis Moore, Amari Farrell, D'Angelo Pons, and Devin Boykin. The Indiana offense will be led by quarterback Fernando Mendoza. Roman Hemby will be their lead tailback. Omar Cooper, Charlie Becker, Elijah Surratt, their 3 wide receivers. Riley Nowakowski, a tight end on the offensive line. Pat Coogan at center. Bray Lynch and Drew Evans, the guards. Khalil Benson and Carter Smith are the tackles. Meanwhile, the Ohio State defense will have up front Caden Curry, Caden McDonald, Taiwan Malone, and Kenyatta Jackson. Linebackers are Sonny Styles and Arvell Reese. In the secondary, Davison Igbinosun, Caleb Downs, Jalen McClain, Jermaine Matthews, and Lorenzo Styles. The coin toss, the opening kickoff, and who knows what else when we continue here on the home of the Buckeyes.
Hi, I'm Archie Griffin, 2-time Heisman Trophy winner. The right coverage can be a game changer, both on and off the field. That's why Encova Insurance and their local independent agents are prepared for what's next and protect what matters most to you. Whether that's your home, car, business, or family, Encova's got your back with a policy that fits you perfectly. With local independent agents in your neighborhood and innovative insurance products that can be tailored to fit your unique needs, Encova's playbook is an easy win for your peace of mind. You can trust their team of agents to develop a strategy that's just right for you. And it's not just X's and O's. Your expert agent will guide you and provide insurance solutions so you can confidently manage your risk and count on a financially secure future. For auto, home, and business insurance, you want Encova on your team. Visit Encova.com today to find an agent near you. Encova is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Go Bucks!
This week on Sports News, football's newest star ain't no rookie, it's DirecTV. They make it easy to find your pro and college teams across live TV and streaming apps so you never miss a moment. And with access to your game stats and scores in one place, it's good. DirecTV now includes ESPN Unlimited. Visit DirecTV.com today. DirecTV is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Included premium apps may vary. Internet-connected Gemini device and separate subscriptions required. New residential customers are renews monthly. Cancel anytime. Equipment lease required. Unreturned device fees apply. Credit card and restrictions apply.
You can stream the game on your phone while you're gardening. You can stream it while you walk the dog. You can stream it at a trampoline park.
You can even stream it at a monster truck rally. But the second you get behind the wheel, the game's over. Remember, Ohio, phones down. It's the law.
Buckeye football lives here. The Fan.
Welcome inside the Union Home Mortgage broadcast booth, the official home lending sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Learn about their 1% down payment program at UHM.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS number 2229. Well, during this holiday season, this is a gift that both of these teams wanted to unwrap. Ohio State and Indiana, both undefeated, 1-2 in the nation, meeting for the Big Ten championship. And for Ohio State, Jim, it's been a while since they've been here.
Yeah, it has been. 2020, and that was obviously a difficult year for the whole nation, the whole country to go through the pandemic. But Ohio State was able to make it here and got a victory. But that was the last time that they've been here. They've been here now. This will be the 7th time. So I think that's the most of any teams in the Big Ten. They got 5 wins. So they only lost to Michigan State way back in, what was that, 2013?
2013, yes.
That was a tough game for Ohio State. Had a chance to win that game, just didn't get that conversion there on 4th down. And, Michigan State, give them credit, they found a way to get it done. But this is what it's all about in college football in the modern era, to find a way to get to your Big Ten championship game or your conference championship game. And both these teams have excelled all season long.
We're getting closer to the kickoff. More coming up on the home of the Buckeyes.
The 2026 Buckeye Cruise for Cancer sets sail on the Silver Sea Silver Ray. It's an intimate ship with an even better experience. It's all-inclusive of beverages, shore excursions, taxes, and gratuities. Sail to bucket list ports like the Grand Turk, St. Martin, and St. Thomas, with Buckeye greats including Ryan Day, Bobby Carpenter, A.J. Hawk, the Boren Brothers, Ezekiel Elliott, Ryan Shazier, and more. Sailing from Fort Lauderdale, February 17th through the 24th. Call 614-792-6204 to book today.
I love the neighborhood where I grew up, but it was tough.
Ohio State National Championship quarterback and former CareSource kid, Cardale Jones.
Football helped me find my direction, but I also needed the right support system. Seeing that CareSource heart around town, I just knew they had my back. That's the kind of difference they still make in neighborhoods like mine. This is so much more than health insurance. CareSource, today and always. Trusted. Visit CareSource.com.
Hi, this is Paul Keels. This Buckeye season, don't let a broken windshield ruin your game plan. Safelite Auto Glass makes it easy to get your windshield fixed with their mobile glass shops all over Central Ohio. They can come to you anywhere, giving Buckeye fans more time for game time. OH? Man, I love that. Schedule at safelite.com. Safelite Auto Glass is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
Hey, Buckeye fans. Are you thinking of consolidating your debt with a home equity loan? Union Home Mortgage wants you to know the average homeowner has over $200,000 of home equity available, and they can help you get access to your money quickly and easily. Go to UHM.com to get your cash estimate today. You'll score financial freedom with Union Home Mortgage, the official home lending sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Union Home Mortgage Corp is an equal housing opportunity lender. NMLS number 2229.
Spectrum is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Wherever Buckeye fans gather, from the shoe to living rooms and watch parties across the country, Spectrum brings the game to you. Every snap, every score, every Saturday. From the season opener to cold weather conference showdowns, from Big Ten battles to the game versus that team up north. This is more than football. It's tradition powered by Spectrum, connecting us all. Go Bucks!
Ah, college. A time to broaden the mind, question, learn. A time to challenge the status quo. And eat a ridiculous amount of pizza, which you can buy with your Huntington Bank debit card with the Ohio State University logo. Huntington Bank is proud to be the official consumer bank of the Ohio State University and the unofficial bank of pizza. Let's go Bucks! Let's give more for money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome.
This is the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
As it can get, number 1 and number 2 meeting tonight in the Big Ten championship game. Ohio State and Indiana, both undefeated. Let's talk about streaking, not the recreational sport of the 60s and the 70s, but the streak that Ohio State has going on coming into this game. 29 consecutive wins over Indiana. 30 if you count the 2010 vacated game. 16 consecutive overall wins. The number 1 streak in the nation. 9 consecutive wins over ranked football teams. Ohio State has had a lot of good things going coming into this tough matchup tonight, Jim.
Yeah, they have. They've been on a roll. This team has played well all year long. And, as you talked about, you got to go back to last December. We're playing Tennessee in Ohio Stadium, and you didn't know who's going to show up after that. Well, the Buckeyes showed up. They showed up fast. They got on the early lead, and then they just kept taking care of business. Went out to Rose Bowl, took care of Oregon. Had a great game against Texas, scoop and score, and then they dominated Notre Dame in the national championship game in Atlanta. And then this year, they've been on a roll all year long.
They certainly have. Ohio State, as you mentioned earlier, they're making a record 7th championship game appearance here for the Big Ten Conference. They are 5-1, 5 consecutive victories after they dropped that Michigan State game. They have not played here since 2020 when they beat Northwestern. They've not been here with most people, including ourselves, in person since 2019. Indianapolis had been a very favorable place for Ohio State football for a long time. Maybe it was taken for granted, but it's appreciated now that it's back.
Exactly right, Paul. We thought early December, we were going to be here in Indianapolis. That's the way it seemed. That was on the pace that we were on. But all of a sudden, you miss it in 2020. They're here, but not many fans are here. 21, 22, 23, 24. And now they're back, and the Buckeyes are back at a big stage, and a lot of the Buckeye fans made that short trip over here to Indianapolis to watch this game. Of course, there's a lot of Hoosiers fans just about an hour away from Bloomington that made the trip too.
The first time ever that Indiana has appeared in the Big Ten championship game. The turnaround has been remarkable under Curt Cignetti, what they have done. These two teams will be playing for a 17th consecutive season. They did not meet in the regular season. They will meet in the regular season next year in Bloomington. It was almost a regular occurrence, especially when you had divisions. But here they are now meeting in the Big Ten championship game. Both teams undefeated. Both teams seemingly in line for a first-round bye in the college football playoffs. It's just a matter of will they be a 1 seed or be just a little bit lower. And, oh, by the way, the Heisman Trophy could be part of what comes into play as a result of tonight's game. The captains are preparing to meet in the middle of the field for the coin toss. We'll go down to Tyler Danberg.
Ohio State's captains, Brandon Innish, Sonny Styles, Austin Saraveld, Caleb Downs. For Indiana, Aiden Fisher, Elijah Surratt, Riley Nowakowski, and Pat Coogan. Ron Snodgrass is our referee. He's got the coin toss. Let's listen in.
Captains come in and greet each other. Indiana's been designated as the visitor on this game, so I'll have you call the toss. You repeat his call. This will be the coin tonight. Both helmets for Indiana and Ohio State is heads. The Big Ten logo is tails. What's your call? What did he call? He called tails. We're going to let it hit the ground. It's a head. Ohio State won the toss, deferred their choice to the second half. Going to receive. Indiana will receive.
Ohio State will kick off towards the north goal.
All right, thank you, Tyler. And we'll remind you that each Buckeye defensive third down this half is brought to you by Corson Fire and Security, protecting life and property since 1946. From knowledgeable salespeople to highly trained technicians, Corson provides the very best fire protection and security solutions to businesses throughout Ohio. Learn more at Corson.com. Tonight's Atlas Butler game time temperature, 72 degrees indoors. Atlas Butler, proud to serve Central Ohio for over 100 years. Their technicians are scheduled day and night, 7 days a week, including holidays. And since Atlas Butler is always open, you never pay any after-hours service fees for all your heating, cooling, and plumbing needs. Call 1-800-FURNACE. Ohio State, as the designated home team, will be wearing their scarlet jerseys with their silver helmets and their gray trousers. Indiana wearing whites with the crimson helmets and crimson trim. There is a lot of scarlet and crimson throughout this stadium that seats over 63,000. It was estimated the cheapest ticket to get in the door, over $600.
That's incredible for college football, isn't it? Man, it's just the economy of scale has gone up amazingly over the years, and tough ticket to get. That's almost like talking Super Bowl prices to get into the stadium to watch this ball game.
Solomon Van Horst, who is an eighth-year college player, is back deep along with Roman Hemby to await the kickoff. Jaden Fielding, Ohio State senior place kicker, who has had 55 touchbacks this year, will put this ball in the air to get tonight's game started. First ever meeting between these two teams in the Big Ten championship game. They have played one another a lot. Ohio State has 82 wins, 12 losses, and there had been 5 ties when you used to be able to have ties. The last Buckeye loss to Indiana was Dark Day 2 in 1988, which was preceded by Dark Day 1 the year before.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. There have been some close calls, not many, not recently anyway. Ohio State will be kicking from right to left as we view things from the Lucas Oil Stadium facility, the home of the Indianapolis Colts. Folks have been crowding the downtown streets of Indianapolis all day with a basketball game that went on earlier over at Gainbridge Fieldhouse, where the Louisville Cardinals beat the Indiana Hoosiers on the hard court.
This will be Jaden Fielding's 81st kickoff during this season. 55 of those have been touchbacks.
Yep, the ball is on the tee. And Jaden Fielding has been given the all-clear by the officials, and he'll approach to get tonight's game started. Boots it with the right foot. That ball is in the air, and it will go into the end zone for a touchback. Indiana's offense, 5th in the nation, averaging 483 yards per game, second best in the nation at averaging over 44 points a game, going up against the number 1 total defense and scoring defense in the Ohio State Buckeyes. And Fernando Mendoza, junior from Miami, transfer from Cal Berkeley, 72% completions, 2,700 yards passing, 32 touchdowns, which is an IU season record, and 5 interceptions.
That looks like Drew Evans, the starting left guard for Indiana, who missed a couple games, is ready to go. He's out there in the starting lineup.
Indiana is huddled up around their quarterback. Many consider Mendoza the Heisman Trophy favorite. Roman Hemby will be off his right hip. Charlie Becker, Omar Cooper wide to the right. Elijah Surratt wide left. 1st and 10, Indiana from their own 25-yard line. Snap to Mendoza. Fakes a handoff. Looks to throw. Fires on the run. Where it is caught, and the receiver's going to be dumped at the 34-yard line. And that is Surratt, who is dumped by All-American safety Caleb Downs at the 34.
Mendoza's down.
Oh, my goodness. Fernando Mendoza, the all-everything for quarterback from Indiana, is flat on his chest on the field. His backup is his brother, Alberto Mendoza. Wow, this would be a major, major blow to Indiana if Fernando Mendoza is hurt, when you consider everything he's done to be called the Offensive Player of the Year in the Big Ten, the Quarterback of the Year, and first team All-Conference.
Yeah, it looked like maybe one of the Buckeyes players hit him as he threw that football.
Caden Curry maybe is the indication.
Right around the shoulder area.
Now, there's
clean hit.
Yes, no penalty involved. Now Fernando Mendoza has rolled into a seated position, but he has some attention from the training staff and doctors out there. And his brother, Alberto, a redshirt freshman, is warming up, played in 7 games this year. He's in his second year at Indiana. He was 18 for 24 passing, 286, 5 touchdowns, and an interception. One of those TD passes came last.
This is something nobody saw coming.
Yeah, clean hit there by Caden Curry. Looks like Mendoza's up on his feet.
Little wobbly, but not too much.
Exactly.
And that'll prompt him to have to sit out at least for a play as he goes into a slight jog to the sideline.
Well, he got to completion to Elijah Surratt and picked up 9 yards. So the Buckeyes gave up 9 on the first and second is short.
So his brother Alberto Mendoza will come out and take over. 2nd and 1. Indiana with the ball at their own 34-yard line. Hoosiers break their huddle as the Ohio State defense does as well. Becker will come wide to the right. Cooper and Surratt wide to the left. Tight end Nowakowski is on the left side of the line. Hemby in the backfield next to Alberto Mendoza. 2nd and short. Indiana their own 34. Hemby the give going up the middle. Hemby's going to be piled up, then squirts forward to the 35 and should move the chains of the first down to the bottom of the pile as linebacker Sonny Styles for Ohio State. It should move the chains. It hasn't yet.
They had to get to the 35. I don't think they gave it to him.
They certainly did.
Now they do.
Yeah.
So it'll be 1st and 10, Indiana working from their own 35-yard line. And as they huddle up, we'll see if Fernando Mendoza is in the middle of the huddle or if it's his brother Alberto. Of course, Fernando transferred after having been at California where Devin Brown, Ohio State's previous backup quarterback, went. So Fernando Mendoza working at quarterback for Indiana. 1st and 10 at their own 35. Opening drive of the game with no score. Hemby in the backfield next to Mendoza. And Hemby the give going straight up the middle. Hemby runs into some defenders and he'll go down around the 37-yard line. Caden Curry, defensive lineman, one of the first to make contact with Roman Hemby.
Yeah, he's working against the center, Pat Coogan. Got some good penetration there, but it was a positive play for Indiana. They're going to give him a gain of about maybe 2.5, 3.
Hemby averages 5.3 a carry. 2nd and 7, Hoosiers at their own 38-yard line. Becker wide right, Cooper and Surratt wide left. And now Hemby in a pistol behind Fernando Mendoza. And to give to Hemby coming right side. He hits the 40-yard line and is hit by Sonny Styles, linebacker, and pushed backwards to the Indiana 35, which will bring up a course and 3rd down.
Taiwan Malone did a good job there holding up the right guard for Indiana. Bray Lynch, number 74, and allowing Sonny Styles to run free.
But how about Styles, first team All Big Ten? 68 tackles coming into this game, and a big one right there to make it 3rd and 4, Indiana at their own 41. Kalen Black is coming to tailback. He'll be off the left hip of Mendoza. 3 receivers dispatched out wide to the left. Charlie Becker is wide right on 3rd down, Indiana. Snap to Fernando Mendoza. Back to throw from his 32. He'll now roll to his left with some pressure coming. Wide to the left he goes. Gets to the 40-yard line. Flows upfield. Caught at the 49 and falling down at the Ohio State 49 is Charlie Becker, Indiana wide receiver, and he gets the Hoosier first down.
Alberto Mendoza did a great job there. He felt the pressure by Ohio State's defensive line. He had to roll out. Then he took off and started rolling towards the Indiana bench to his left. And then saw the open receiver, Charlie Becker, and hit him for the first down.
At the Ohio State 49. This is the opening drive of the game. Fernando Mendoza straight behind his center, Pat Coogan, who played against Ohio State in the championship game last year. It's Black, remaining at tailback. Snap to Fernando Mendoza. Back to throw. He looks, cocks the arm, fires deep down the middle of the field, going for Cooper, and it is incomplete inside the 10-yard line, but Lorenzo Styles, nickelback, back there to make the play.
Fernando's back.
Yes, he only missed one play.
Yeah, it was good.
Yes. So it'll be 2nd and 10, Indiana with the ball at the 49, and Cooper goes limping off the field after that play. Indiana will send E.J. Williams in as a receiver. He'll come wide to the right. 2 wide to the right, single flanker left for Fernando Mendoza, who's got Black in the backfield with him. Snap to Fernando Mendoza. Hands to Black going left side, and Black is knocked down around the Ohio State 47-yard line. And the Buckeyes are able to get over there to make the stop. Defensive lineman Caden McDonald.
Defensive lineman of the year in the Big Ten. Came off the block inside, was able to shed that block, go out to his right, and make that play for a short gain.
It'll be a course and 3rd down, 7 to go, Indiana at Ohio State's 46-yard line. LeBron Bond is coming as a wide receiver. He will come wide to the right. Elijah Surratt goes wide to the left with Black remaining in the backfield next to Fernando Mendoza. 3rd and 7, Indiana at Ohio State's 46. Mendoza looking to pass. He sets up at his 41, being chased, and he's going to be grabbed, and he's going to be sacked at his own 48-yard line by defensive lineman Caden Curry, an Indiana native. Big play behind the line of scrimmage for the Ohio State defense. It'll bring up 4th down and a punt for Indiana.
Yeah, that time he was working against number 75, Zen Mahosky, a former Ohio State football player. He got upfield, got to quarterback depth, then tossed Zen Mahosky inside, came off that block, and was able to pick up the sack.
Mitch McCarthy averaging a little more than 40 per punt. will booting it away. Mark Langston will snap it. And the punter gets the ball and hits it from his own 37-yard line. Brandon Innes backing up for Ohio State. He'll wave for a fair catch and make it to the Buckeye 12-yard line. And Ohio State will get their hands on the ball for the first time with no score in the game. 10:35 to play first quarter. Buckeye football is brought to you in part by Incoba Insurance. For auto and home, encircling you with solutions you can trust. Incoba, proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Timeout with 10:35 to play first quarter. No score. Ohio State and Indiana. This is Buckeye football from Learfield.
'Tis the season to be hungry at Roosters. That's why for every $50 spent on Roosters gift cards, you'll receive a $10 Rooster Buck back in your stocking. May your holidays be filled with friends and family, love and laughter, and of course, Roosters Wings. Go to roosterswings.com today or drop by any Roosters location to purchase your $50 holiday gift cards and receive a $10 Rooster Buck in return. Happy holidays from all of us at Roosters. Roosters, a fun, casual joint.
When you're here, you understand what it means to be a Buckeye. And at Elk & Elk, we're proud to wear scarlet and gray every Saturday. Every client, every day, means if you're ever injured, we're proud to stand with you in court. And when you're here at the shoe, we're proud to stand with you and cheer on the Buckeyes.
Whether we're here at the big game or in court, we are committed to you.
Elk & Elk, proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps, spiced cider in every glass, laughter around every plate. At Kroger, we know these moments matter, and we make it easier to bring them to life with quality that's affordable in every aisle. This season, don't just host, make every moment unforgettable. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Your home for Ohio State Athletics. The Fan. You're listening to the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
10:35 to play first quarter. Ohio State and Indiana are scoreless. Each first down that Ohio State picks up today brought to you by Kroger. Remember, Kroger Pickup is the easy way to get what you want right when you need it. Try Kroger Pickup today in the Kroger app or at Kroger.com. Down on the field to Tyler Danberg.
A lot of enthusiasm right now on Ohio State sidelines. After the opening kickoff, the specialists went over to the Indiana section and they were trying to rile up the crowd. Then, as Caden Curry forced that sack, he was riled up. He was in a deep crouch, then came sprinting onto the bench where his teammate Caden McDonald said, "He's too smooth." Curry's played 3 state title games here on this very field. He's trying to win a Big Ten title.
Julian Sand, a redshirt freshman from Carlsbad, California, leads the nation in completion percentage and quarterback rating, completing 78% of his passes, over 3,000 yards, 30 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. And the Buckeyes start their first drive of the night at their own 12-yard line. Bo Jackson will be a tailback. He has had 6 games of 100 yards or more rushing, 3 in a row. In a shotgun formation, Sand gets the snap. Fakes a handoff, throws left side. Jeremiah Smith has it at the 18, pushes his way to the 20, off a defender to the 25, where he is thrown down at the 25-yard line by his former high school teammate, D'Angelo Pons, cornerback. First down Buckeyes, and it's a pickup presented by Kroger.
That time Ohio State had 12 personnel and 1 back, 2 tight ends. Made it look like it was a run look, had a little play action there and hit Jeremiah Smith to the quarterback's left, and Jeremiah picked up that first down with extra effort.
Smith wide right, Tate wide left. 2 tight ends left side of the line with Jackson in the backfield for quarterback Julian Sand. First and 10, Ohio State to their own 25, scoreless first quarter. Sand is going to throw again. Gets set up at his 15, rolls to his right, and now will throw it back to the left side and just chucks that one out of bounds well over the head of Max Clare. He had a defender coming back there to put pressure on him in the backfield. Julian Sand did. Believe it was defensive end Stephen Daly.
Yeah, Daly was in there, and then number 95, Tyreek Tucker, came in from the inside, so he had pressure from the outside and the inside. Tucker, working against our center and guard there, was able to get some penetration on that first down play.
So second down, 10 to go. Buckeyes at their own 25-yard line. Under 10 to play here in the first quarter. Bo Jackson off the right hip of quarterback Julian Sand, who's dispatched 2 receivers wide to the right. Tight ends on each side of the line. Give to Jackson, coming left side. Jackson squirts his way up to the 28, thrown down at about the 29-yard line as Indiana Had defenders crashing in there right away and jumping in to make the stop immediately with safety Lewis Moore.
Right in the left side behind that offensive line, Austin Saraveld, Luke Montgomery picked up 4 behind those guys.
So it'll be 3rd and 6, so Ohio State at their own 29-yard line. C.J. Donaldson will come in at tailback, as does Brandon Innes, wide receiver, who goes wide to the right with Max Clare as well as Donaldson. Nope, Donaldson stays, in the backfield. Smith is wide left. 3rd down, 6 to go. Ohio State at their own 29. Sayin changing the play at the line of scrimmage here in a scoreless first quarter. Now Julian Sayin gets the snap, drops back at his 20 to pass. Pressure coming, fires up the field, and it is intercepted. Moore picks it off, running left side, and he is tackled at the Ohio State 23-yard line. Lewis Moore by receiver Carnell Tate. And for Indiana, their 17th interception of the year.
That's interception number 6 for Lewis Moore. The safety's been all over the field making plays all season long. That time he stepped up, read the play, read the eyes of Julian Sayin, and came up with that big interception.
It is also the 6th thrown by Julian Sayin this season. So this holiday season, a gift wrap package for Indiana. They are 1st and 10 at the Ohio State 23 with 8:57 to play in a scoreless first quarter. The Ohio State defense put in a bind here. The Indiana offense presented a great opportunity. Fernando Mendoza, the quarterback, who was knocked out briefly for a play, gets the offense set. Kalen Black will be in the backfield with him. Jonathan Brady is in as a receiver. Cooper got hurt earlier. Snap to Mendoza, hands it Black, moving straight ahead, and he's going to be stood up and stopped right at about the 22. Linebacker Sonny Styles and linebacker Arvell Reese bring that play to an end around the Ohio State 22.
Sonny Styles throughout his career has been such a sure tackler. Had 230 tackles coming in this ball game. He's got a couple already in this game. Excellent job there by Block O, Sonny Styles, to make that play.
2nd and 9, Indiana at the Ohio State 22. Elijah Surratt will go wide to the left. E.J. Williams comes wide to the right. Slot left will be Jonathan Brady for quarterback Fernando Mendoza. Off his left hip is running back Kalen Black. 2nd and 8 Hoosiers at the Buckeye 22. Snap to Mendoza, looks to throw, tosses quickly left side, and it's caught by Surratt, who steps out of bounds at the Ohio State 11 in front of corner Davison Igbinosun. It's a 1st down for the Hoosiers.
Davison Igbinosun, known for his tight coverage, likes to be a little handsy. Was probably 3 or 4 yards off the receiver that time, and Mendoza saw that opening and threw it in there for a 1st down.
At the 11 of Ohio State is where that 1st down occurs for Indiana with 8 minutes to play in a scoreless first quarter. Holden stays at tight end on the end of the line left with Nowakowski. 2 receivers, Williams and Surratt wide to the right for quarterback Fernando Mendoza. He gets the snap. Mendoza looking to throw. He fakes, now rolls to his right. Mendoza looking still to throw. Slows down, throws that ball, and he sails it out of bounds as he had a defender coming right up on him. It was defensive end Caden Curry putting the pressure on.
Buckeyes only rushed 3 there, had 2 linebackers spying on Mendoza there. So as soon as he broke out of the pocket, they were quick to react and get out there and defend him and force him into a bad throw.
Indiana trying to take advantage of an interception thrown to Lewis Moore by Julian Sayin. 2nd and 10, Hoosiers at the Buckeye 11-yard line. Surratt goes wide left, coming wide to the right. E.J. Williams as well as Jonathan Brady. Hemby is in the backfield next to Mendoza. Give to Hemby, going up the middle, and Hemby collided with, and that play is going to be blown up around the 11 and then blown dead as it was pushed further back. Kenyatta Jackson and Sonny Styles, lineman and linebacker, involved in that.
Sonny's been involved in a lot of plays early in this ball game. Looks like he might be cramping a little bit there as he's trying to loosen up his calves and lower body.
3rd and 10. Indiana at the Ohio State 11. It is a course and 3rd down for the Hoosiers with 7:13 and counting.
I'm sorry,
that was first quarter.
That was Arvell Reese bouncing around.
Surratt and Nowakowski wide to the left, wide to the right. E.J. Williams as well as Jonathan Brady. Hemby in the backfield with Mendoza on 3rd down. Snap to Mendoza, back to throw. He looks, throws, pass deflected at the line of scrimmage. It is incomplete. Once again, Caden Curry, the senior defensive end from Greenwood, Indiana, involved in that, and it'll force an Indiana field goal try.
Well, this defense has only given up 9 TDs all year. 4 TD rush, 5 TD pass, and 11 field goals. This is going to be the 12th field goal attempted. Good job there by the defense to hold after the offense had the turnover, and they had the ball at the start at the 23-yard line.
Nico Radicic, who is 13 for 13 on the year in field goals. First-team all-conference kicker. Will be trying a 39-yard try. It's put down. The kick by Radicic is up, and Radicic knocks it through to give Indiana a 3-0 lead. Score perks on Game Day Essentials all season long at Giant Eagle. Remember, Giant Eagle is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Timeout with 8:51 to play. 6:51, to play here in the first quarter. 3-0 Indiana with a lead. This is Buckeye football from Learfield.
Listen up, Buckeye Nation. Tailgates, busy mornings, even meal prep. Ohio Eggs fit every game plan. Packed with healthy protein, easy to prepare, and always a crowd pleaser. Ohio Eggs are the MVP of your plate. When you add a dozen eggs to your cart, you're not just buying breakfast. You're getting 1.5 pounds of protein-rich food for nutritious meals, quick snacks, and game day favorites. All in one carton. Thanks to Ohio farmers, more than 11 billion nutritious eggs are produced in the Buckeye State every year. Your playbook for delicious meals starts at ohioeggs.com.
Hi, this is Paul Keels. This Buckeye season, don't let a broken windshield ruin your game plan. Safelite Auto Glass makes it easy to get your windshield fixed with their mobile glass shops all over Central Ohio. They can come to you anywhere, giving Buckeye fans more time for game time. OH? Man, I love that. Schedule at safelite.com. Safelite Auto Glass is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
Safelite repair, Safelite replace.
The best outcomes for treating cancer come from early detection and early diagnosis.
The James Cancer Diagnostic Center at Ohio State
is designed to provide rapid evaluation and a clear diagnosis.
We are transforming care by giving patients direct access.
The cancer experts who study and treat cancer every day.
If you think you have cancer, the choice is clear. Choose the James Cancer Diagnostic Center.
This is the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
Buckeye fans, Anduril is an official sponsor of Ohio State Athletics, who knows a thing or two about American defense. A Lewis Moore interception sets up Nico Radicic with a 29-yard field goal to give Indiana a 3-0 lead over Ohio State with 6:51 to play first quarter. Down on the field to Tyler Danberg.
Paul, there is absolutely zero panic on this Ohio State sideline. An incredibly critical start to the game, just like last week against Michigan after Sand threw an interception within his first 5 passes. Julian came back over to the sideline, showed no emotion, sat down, looked at his iPad. His teammate Brandon Innes cheered him up, gave him a quick high five, and then Sand went back to work breaking down what happened. Now, an update on the other side. Indiana wide receiver Omar Cooper Jr. was limping on that first Indiana series. He went into the medical.
Well, Ohio State will have Brandon Innes and Lorenzo Stiles back to the kickoff. Lorenzo Stiles took 100 yards to the end zone. Quinn Warren is Indiana kickoff man. So, again, there's nothing that has been documented, but if we recall some of the earlier Ohio State game notes, this would be just the 5th time this year that Ohio State's trailed in a football game.
Yeah, it's not common territory, for Ohio State. They've been able to come out and start fast against most opponents, but they trailed last week, and that turned out pretty good. So they're going to have to use that same script that they used against the Wolverines against the Hoosiers tonight.
Yeah, trailed, gave up the ball. They held it to a field goal try rather than a touchdown, just like tonight. Warren's kickoff is in the air, and that'll be fielded by Brandon Innes. He has apparently called for a touchback, so the offense will have the ball first and 10 at their own 25, an offense that averages 438 yards per game and is 13th best in the nation, averaging 37 points a game. But this Indiana defense has shown already how dangerous they can be.
And I'll say, like I did last week, take a deep breath and go out there and execute your offense, execute the plays that are called.
Well, they're in a better starting position than they were earlier. They're in the 25. They got to the 25. Carnell Tate and Max Clare will go wide to the right. Jeremiah Smith wide left for quarterback Julian Sand. He's got Bo Jackson in the backfield with him. First and 10, Ohio State at their own 25, trailing by a field goal. Sand out of the shotgun, gets the snap, quick throw left side, caught Jeremiah Smith at the 32, where he is bumped out of bounds at his own 32 by corner D'Angelo Pons.
That time the Buckeyes again come with play action. They pulled their backside guard, Luke Montgomery, the left guard, pulled him out to the right. Julian Saint looks to his left, finds Jeremiah Smith. Jeremiah Smith's a good guy to throw to. That's 2 catches now for number 4.
First team All Big Ten, Jeremiah Smith. He had 3 catches against Indiana last year. 2nd and 3, Buckeyes at their own 32-yard line. Tate off the line and tight to the left as Smith is wide right. Kazmarek tight end motions even wider to the right. Julian Sayin with the ball. Looks to go on top again. Pressure coming. Sayin rolling to his left. Throws where it is caught by Tate, stepping out of bounds at the Ohio State 37. He stepped down in front of defensive end Stephen Daly. It'll be a first down for the Buckeyes, who were fortunate not to get a holding call.
They had pressure immediately. Julian Sayin had to step to his left to find a passing lane. He found Carnell Tate right in front of the Ohio State bench and got that completion for a first down.
Under 6 to play, first quarter. Indiana a 3-0 lead. 1st and 10, Ohio State at their 37. Tate and Ennis go wide to the right. Smith wide left. Bo Jackson, freshman, is in the backfield next to quarterback Julian Sayin, who's in a shotgun. Center Carson Hinsman snaps it. Sayin with the ball in his hands. Drops back near his 27. Shoots that up the middle of the field. It's caught by Jeremiah Smith at the 50. He's dragged backwards to his own 46-yard line, where he is finally thrown down by linebacker Aiden Fisher. It will be another first down for Ohio State as that catch was made at the midfield stripe.
Gain of 12 on that play. Again, pass protection just okay, not great. Jeremiah Smith actually slipped a little bit coming out of his break there, came back, got his eyes up, and caught the football.
Pons was the one that made first contact with him. The ball is going to be marked at the Ohio State 49. 5:08 to play first quarter. 3-0 Indiana leading. Pistol formation was Sayin at quarterback. Jackson behind him at tailback. Smith wide left. Tate wide right. Snap to Julian Sayin. Hands it Bo Jackson. Going wide to the right is Jackson. 50-yard line. He'll get to the 45 of Indiana, where he is put down at the 45 by corner Jamari Shot. Bo Jackson gets the Buckeyes further upfield.
Again, showing good moves there by Bo Jackson. He ran that off to his right side behind our tackle Phillip Daniels. Found a little bit of a crease. Buckeyes are ready to go.
Yes, they are. 2nd and 3 at the Indiana 44. And the give will be to Jackson again. This time grabbed and thrown down for a loss. Right at around the 47-yard line is Indiana's Tyreek Tucker. First team All-Big defensive lineman blows that play up.
Yeah, and Kamari, number 6, came in there. Mikhail Kamari came in there late to finish him off. So no gain, maybe a loss of a yard on that play.
Jackson last week a career-best 117 yards on 22 carries. 3rd and 5, Ohio State at the Indiana 46 as we near the 4-minute mark of the first quarter. Jeremiah Smith will go wide to the right. Carnell Tate, Max Clare, Brandon Ennis wide left. C.J. Donaldson in the backfield with quarterback Julian Sayin. 3rd and 5, Ohio State at the Indiana 46. Appears that Sayin is changing the play. Giving instructions, gets the snap, sets up to pass. Sayin looks. Sayin still looking. Sayin still looking. Dropped at the 50-yard line as Indiana linebacker Elijah Hardy dropped him at the 50-yard line, bringing up 4th down.
8th sack of the season for Hardy there. He was working against the right tackle, Phillip Daniels. Daniels had him for a good part, but Julian stepped up in the pocket. No receivers open down the field. Didn't see behind him where Hardy came from and was able to take him down for a sack. That's only the 7th sack Ohio State's given up all season.
Joe McGuire, averaging 41.5 yards per punt, will boot it away to Jonathan Bailey of Indiana. Jonathan Brady, who is back inside the Indiana 10. McGuire from his own 40, puts it in the air with the right foot. Fair catch, wait for, and made at the Indiana 11 by their receiver, Jonathan Brady. 3:07 to play first quarter. Timeout on the field. It's 3-0 Indiana with a lead. This is Buckeye football from Learfield.
Do you have questions about Medicare? Let us help. Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, plans include benefits for your whole health, like dental, vision, and hearing. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more. There's no obligation to enroll. One of our licensed agents will answer your call and help you pick the right plan for you. Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
I love the neighborhood where I grew up, but it was tough.
Ohio State National Championship quarterback and former CareSource kid, Cardale Jones.
Football helped me find my direction, but I also needed the right support system. Seeing that CareSource heart around town, I just knew they had my back. That's the kind of difference they still make in neighborhoods like mine. This is so much more than health insurance. CareSource, today and always. Trust it. Visit caresource.com.
Now, the officials have been talking for quite some time.
Alrighty, let's see what they have to say.
Upon further review,
There is no penalty on the play. However, we have conferred and discovered that Bob, the line judge, has saved a boatload for his kids' college using Ohio's 529 plan. It is tax-free, accepted nationwide. Bob recommends we all go to collegeadvantage.com. First down.
Well, that's not entirely unexpected.
Classic Bob.
You're listening to the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State athletics.
Stay safe this season and make a plan for a safe ride home. If you drive drunk, you will be caught and you will be arrested. Drive sober or get pulled over. Funded by the Ohio Traffic Safety Office and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. 3:07 to play first quarters. 3-0. Indiana leading Ohio State. Down on the field to Tyler Danberg.
Buckeyes offensive line coach Tyler Bowen was not frustrated, but supportive of his guys after his unit allowed just its 7th sack of the campaign. He was giving out more constructive feedback on the bench to his guys, was breaking down, especially with right guard Tegra Shabola, what happened on that most previous possession. Now, flipping back to the other side, we told you about Omar Cooper. His status is questionable as he has continued to be in and out of the medical tent. Certainly a big playmaker of a wide receiver for the Hoosiers.
That would be a big loss. Ohio State's defense now trying to see if they can make some big plays.
39-yard punt by Joe McGuire. That's his 22nd punt of the season. That's 8 that he's put inside the 20.
Just hadn't had that many opportunities.
No, he had, and that's a good thing.
Compared to most, yes, it is. 3:07 to play, first quarter. Nico Radicic, a 29-yard field goal, has put Indiana up 3-0, and the Hoosiers will have the ball first and 10 at their own 11-yard line. Fernando Mendoza, number 2 in the FBS with 38 total touchdowns this season. He has had a magnificent year when you consider this was a guy at one point was a 5th-string quarterback at Cal Berkeley.
Edric Houston has checked in at defensive tackle for Taiwan Malone, who's played the last 2 series.
Roman Hemby will be a tailback behind his quarterback Mendoza. Charlie Becker wide right. Going wide to the left, Elijah Surratt, as well as E.J. Williams. Out of the pistol, Fernando Mendoza awaiting the snap. Gets it, fakes a handoff, throws on the right side, and it is incomplete at the 16-yard line where corner Davison Igbinosun was covering receiver Charlie Becker.
Good job there by Davison Igbinosun, breaking on the ball, breaking on the receiver as Charlie Becker was coming out of his break there, out of his route. Davison Igbinosun was right there to deny the football and make sure he didn't come up with that catch.
2nd and 10, Indiana at their own 11-yard line with 3 minutes to play in the first quarter. A 4-receiver package for quarterback Fernando Mendoza. Hemby in the backfield with him. And the snap to Mendoza, hands to Hemby, who wiggles his way up the middle. Safety Jalen McClain will drag him down around the 18-yard line. But Hemby, the Maryland transfer, with some positive yards, brings up a course and 3rd down.
Yeah, it was a big run there by Hemby. That gets him in a very manageable 3rd down conversion. You know, I was looking at the monitor. It looked like Omar Cooper was going into the locker room there.
3rd and 2, Indiana with the ball at their own 19-yard line. Grady and Surratt go wide to the left, wide to the right. 2 other receivers, and Hemby in the backfield with Fernando Mendoza. 3rd and 2, Indiana from their own 19, leading by a field goal. Mendoza takes off running left side, gets to his own 20, and he's dragged down at his 27 by linebacker Sonny Styles, but Mendoza gives Indiana a first down on the run.
Yeah, it was a quarterback run all the way there. Mendoza waited for a second. It was a quarterback draw. As soon as he got the football, he held up for a second, then he dashed out to his left. Got through the line of scrimmage, and Ohio State has to do a better job because they know that's part of his package, running the football.
Yes, averaging just under 4 yards per carry, and he's rushed for 6 touchdowns. 1st and 10, Indiana at their own 28, but less than 2 to play in the first quarter. Roman Hemby remains a tailback to the left of quarterback Fernando Mendoza. He's got 3 receivers spread all over the field. Throws to one of them left side. It's in the air and intercepted by Igbinosun on a deflected pass. Igbinosun's going to have the ball at the Indiana 25. The ball bounced off the tight end Riley Nowakowski, and Davison Igbinosun for the 2nd straight week with an interception. And the Buckeyes had the ball in plus territory.
4th interception of his career. Outstanding job there. That ball, Lorenzo Styles broke on the receiver there, got his hands on him, and then the ball came up in the air, and Davison Igbinosun secured it.
Timeout with 1:41 to play. First quarter, 3-0 Indiana leading. This is Buckeye football from Learfield.
There's one medical team in Central Ohio skilled enough to care for your favorite Ohio State team, and Buckeyes everywhere. The Ohio State University Wexner Medical Center is your choice for the most highly specialized orthopedic and sports medicine care. Our surgeons, physicians, and physical therapists have access to the most advanced treatments and innovative recovery approaches to get you back in your game. Because on or off the field, our team is your team. The choice for your orthopedic care is clear.
Now, the officials have been talking for quite some time.
Alrighty, let's see what they have to say. Upon further review, there is no penalty on the play. However, we have conferred and discovered that Bob, the line judge, has saved a boatload for his kids' college using Ohio's 529 plan. It is tax-free, accepted nationwide. Bob recommends we all go to collegeadvantage.com. First down.
Well, that's not entirely unexpected.
Classic Bob.
Listen up, Buckeye Nation. Tailgates, busy mornings, even meal prep. Ohio Eggs fit every game plan. Packed with healthy protein, easy to prepare, and always a crowd pleaser. Ohio Eggs are the MVP of your plate. When you add a dozen eggs to your cart, you're not just buying breakfast. You're getting 1.5 pounds of protein-rich food for nutritious meals, quick snacks, and game day favorites. All in one carton. Thanks to Ohio farmers, more than 11 billion nutritious eggs are produced in the Buckeye State every year. Your playbook for delicious meals starts at ohioeggs.com.
This is the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
Buckeye fans, say goodbye to higher rates and hello to savings with a fixed price plan with AEP Energy. Visit aepenergy.com to get started. AEP Energy, the official electricity and natural gas sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Minute 41 to play first quarter. Indiana a 3-0 lead, but Ohio State has the ball at the Hoosier 25 thanks to a Davison-Igbinosun interception. Down on the field to Tyler Denver.
Igbinosun's interception, his second straight game with a pick. And Igbinosun is the fourth different Buckeye to have an interception off a deflection. And every single time this year Ohio State has done such, that player gives credit to the guy who helped break up the pass. This time it was Lorenzo Stiles Jr. Igbinosun went right over to him. They embraced in a big hug. Defensive line coach Larry Johnson, by the way, frustrated with Fernando Mendoza's ability to break, contain, and get out of the pocket. He said that's going to be something that they're going to try and monitor as this game goes on.
Well, that was a deflected pass that just popped in the air, and it was up for grabs. And Igbinosun, a senior for Ohio State and an Ole Miss transfer from Union, New Jersey, comes up with that theft, and the Buckeyes will have it at Indiana's 25. I believe that bounced off of Riley Nowakowski, the tight end.
Yeah, that's the 8th interception of the season for Ohio State, so it came at a nice time for the Buckeyes. Let's see if the offense can take advantage of that turnover with a touchdown.
Well, that ball was in the area also of Elijah Surratt, but here comes Ohio State, 1st and 10. At the Indiana 25. Pistol formation with Julian Sayin at quarterback. Bo Jackson right behind him at tailback. Snap to Sayin. Feeds Jackson running right side behind blockers, and he's going to be stopped. Right now he squirts by and lands at about the 18 as he got by defenders. One of the linebackers, Isaiah Jones, got a hold of him, but there is a penalty flag out as the Buckeyes, for the moment, are in the Giant Eagle red zone.
Yeah, it's called in the area of a holding. Let's see what they come up with here. Either that or hands to the face.
But it looked like Bo Jackson was able to squirt away from the initial defenders.
Face mask. Defense number 97. Half the distance to the goal. First down.
Whoa, glad to be wrong.
Yes.
Mario Landino with that penalty.
I didn't see that one.
Well, they did, fortunately,
yes,
the officials. So Ohio State will continue the drive, and they will march it inside the Indiana 10, where it'll be 1st and goal. And it looks like Bo Jackson, the freshman running back, is starting to get his swerve on.
Buckeyes had 3 tight ends that last play, so no question what they want to do there. They want to get heavy and run the football.
1st and goal at the 8 of Indiana. Bo Jackson will be the setback. Jeremiah Smith will come wide to right, and those 3 tight ends, Jim, will be on the right side of the line. Sayin's going to work under center Carson Hinsman. 1st and goal, Ohio State at the Indiana 8. Buckeyes trail by a field goal. Sayin gets the snap. Hands to Jackson, trying to get wide to the right. A flag out as he's going to be grabbed and stopped right around the 13-yard line, and Indiana able to get linebacker Jeff Utzinger to bring him down behind the line.
Another flag on the play. The lines have been called. He's talking to the referee right now.
Well, Indiana's defense was ready for Bo
Offside.
Jackson's run.
Defense number 8 lined up in the neutral zone.
Wow.
5-yard penalty, first down.
Stephen Daly, defensive end.
Yeah, I noticed both of their edge players, number 6 and number 8, both like to line up as close as they can to that football. I thought Kamari, number 6, was offsides in that first drive by Ohio State. It just depends how they call it. That time they did call it.
So that ball is marched inside the 5-yard line now, where Ohio State will have it first and goal inside the Indiana 5. Nate Robertson is a fullback, shifted strong to the left along with Bo Jackson. Sayin with the snap. Fakes a handoff, looks to throw. Lobs at left corner of the end zone, but overthrows Jeremiah Smith, who had some pretty tight coverage put on, and he was covered back there by one of the Indiana defenders who dropped back to covering.
Is that more on him there?
That was Pons.
D'Angelo Pons.
Yeah, his number was kind of squeezed up there.
Yeah, so Julian there read that immediately that it wasn't going to be open, just threw it, got rid of it. Good coverage there by number 5, D'Angelo Pons, who's got 38 tackles and interception coming into this game.
Second and goal, Ohio State at the Indiana 4. Late subs for the Hoosiers on defense. Tate and Smith wide right. Roberts and Jackson offset eye. Sayin under center for the Buckeyes. Sayin is going to hand it off Bo Jackson to whistle stop the play with another penalty flag out.
False start. Offense number 25. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
Now that'll please the Indiana fans.
Yeah, there was 3 penalties on this drive already. 2 by Indiana and that one against Ohio State. So that'll take him back to the 10-yard line. Well, maybe inside the 10 at the 9.
Remember, this was set up by a Davison-Igbenosian interception off Fernando Mendoza. So to be second and goal, Ohio State at the Indiana 9. Jeremiah Smith wide right. Carnell Tate wide left. 2 tight ends left side of the line. Kazmarek and Clare. Sayin straight behind center Carson Hinton. Bo Jackson in the backfield with him. Clare moving in motion behind the line. Sayin gets the snap, looks to pass. Sayin will look still. Now has to move around. Sayin takes off running right side, throws on the run, and he finds Tate in the end zone for a touchdown. 9 yards, Julian Sayin to Carnell Tate as his feet kept the play alive, and the Buckeyes have moved ahead of Indiana 6-3.
Good job there by Julian Sayin and Carnell Tate. We saw Julian Sayin scrambling out to his right, turn in the old scramble drill. You got to find your quarterback, get your eyes on him. Carnell Tate was able to shuffle over to his left, Julian Sayin's right, and Julian recognized it and put the ball right on the numbers.
And a play and a drive that was set up by a Davison-Igbenosian interception. PAT unit on. John Furlman, 3rd team all-conference, will be the snapper. Joe McGuire to put it down. And Jaden Fielding will try for Ohio State's 7th point of the night. Fielding's kick is in the air, and that one goes right through the uprights as usual. And for every Buckeye touchdown scored this season, the Heartland Bank Community Foundation will make a donation to the USO of Central and Southern Ohio, benefiting our active duty military personnel and their families. For more information or to support our troops, go to usocso.org and be the force behind the forces. A 9-yard Julian Sayin touchdown pass, his 31st of the year to Carnell Tate, his 9th catch of the year in the end zone, gives the Buckeyes a 7-3 lead over Indiana.
The Ohio State scoring drive powered by Honda, celebrating over 40 years of manufacturing right here in Ohio. 3 plays, 25 yards, 55 seconds off the clock. Of course, we had some extra plays that were penalized that only made that a 3-play drive, but the Buckeyes capitalized on the turnover there and get a touchdown.
So we've seen how these two defenses have influenced the play early. Ohio State's offense finally gets untracked.
Yeah, excellent job there by Julian Sayin. Buy a little extra time. Carnell Tate moving with him, finding an open area, and then Julian Sayin putting it right on the money.
Roman Hemby and Solomon Van Horst back to await the kick from Jaden Fielding, who drives this one in the air with the right foot, and that's going to land in the end zone for a touchback. And I want to see if we can double check on those returners, because we know how the duplicate numbers can be a little misleading, and it is hard to tell with Hemby because his hair is covering his nameplate. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Ohio State Sports Network from Learfield.
Always and forever your Ohio State flagship station.
WBNS-FM HD1 Columbus.
The Fan, Ohio sports destination.
46 seconds left in the first quarter. It is 7-3. Ohio State leading Indiana with the ball. 1st and 10, the Hoosiers at their own 25-yard line. Fernando Mendoza, who just threw an interception, his 6th of the year, is set up straight behind his center. Drops back to pass from his 15. Mendoza looking. He'll fire deep down the left side of the field for Charlie Becker, and it is incomplete at the Ohio State 20. Penalty flag coming out as Lorenzo Stiles and Jalen McClain were the defensive backs who are covering Charlie Becker deep down the field.
Flags are flying.
They are.
Pass interference. defense, number 3, 15-yard penalty, first down.
So the Buckeye defense gets caught for that one, as Indiana's defense had helped Ohio State's previous drive.
Yeah, Lorenzo Sal's got his left hand on the jersey of Charlie Becker, gave it a little tug, and that was enough to get the call.
So Indiana at their own 40-yard line with 38 seconds left in the first quarter. 3 wide, including Becker and Surratt, will come wide to the left along with Jonathan Brady. Kalen Black in the backfield to the left of quarterback Fernando Mendoza. Gets a high snap, but he hands it for Black, sweeping left side with room. Races to the 50, gets to the Ohio State 40, to the Buckeye 30, and finally driven out of bounds by safety Caleb Downs at the Ohio State 22. Goes senior running back Kalen Black. A big run for Indiana.
Buckeyes have Will Smith Jr. and Zion Grady on the defensive front right there. Indiana recognized that and says, hey, we're going to try to run the football against this defensive line. Ran to the left and had a big play.
Ball is marked at the Ohio State 23-yard line with 13 seconds and counting here in the first quarter. 7-3 Ohio State leading, but Indiana on the march. Fernando Mendoza straight behind his center, Pat Coogan, with Kalen Black, who just tore up that run next to him in the backfield. Snap to Mendoza, hands it to Black, going over left guard and linebacker Sonny Styles, having none of it, grabs him at the 22 and halts progress as the first quarter will come to an end of the Big Ten championship game here in Indianapolis. Timeout with Ohio State leading Indiana 7-3. This is Buckeye football from Learfield.
Go behind the scenes of one of the most recognizable landmarks in all of college athletics with a tour of Ohio Stadium presented by Experience Columbus. A seasoned redcoat will be your guide as you make your way through walls of the stadium, into the press box, and onto the field. Upgrade to the VIP package and get special access to the band center and the Ohio State home locker room. From corporate outings and school groups to single-person tours and small families, Ohio Stadium tours offer a variety of options and pricing. For more information, visit ohiostatebuckeyes.com and book your tour. Ohio Stadium Tours, presented by Experience Columbus.
New creamy parm pizzas are now at Donato's. A decadent new sauce on 2 delicious new pizzas. Try the crave-worthy chicken veggie parm with roasted chicken, fresh veggies, and that rich creamy parm base. Or the savory bacon spinach parm, where smoky bacon meets fresh spinach for parm pizza perfection. Craving something different? Create your own creamy parm pizza today. Donato's. Gotta love more.
Hello, I'm Ross Bjork, Senior Vice President and Eugene Smith Wolf Foundation Endowed Athletics Director at The Ohio State University. In partnership with AEP, Donato's, Kroger, The Ohio State University Wexner Medical Center, Huntington, and 10 TV, Ohio State Athletics strives to inspire the community to make a positive impact on children and families in our great state through the Buckeyes Care Initiative. Show and share your support in the community by using the hashtag BuckeyesCare.
Your home of the Buckeyes, the Fan. This is the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
Back in Indianapolis, Skip Mossick with a check of your college football scoreboard, brought to you by Encova Insurance. Encova, a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Earlier today, Big 12 championship game goes to Texas Tech. They defeat BYU 34-7. Western Michigan wins the MAC championship 23-13 over Miami. In the SEC, third-ranked Georgia 28, number 9 Alabama 7. ACC championship game underway tonight in Charlotte. Second quarter, Duke and number 17 Virginia are knotted at 7 apiece. NCAA Division III playoffs today. John Carroll knocks out Mount Union 10-7 in 2 overtimes. Ohio High School State Championships in Canton. Division 7 goes to St. Henry 37-3 over Hillsdale. Division 6, Kirtland 41-6 winners over Hopewell Loudon. Division 5 final tonight. Halftime, Liberty Center 21, Wheelersburg 3. Men's college basketball in the Big Ten. Earlier today, Ohio State a winner at Northwestern 86-82. Ohio State 7, Indiana 3 as we head to the second with the voice of the Buckeyes, Paul Keels.
Thank you, Skip. Welcome back to the Union Home Mortgage broadcast booth, the official home lending sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Learn about their 1% down payment program at UHM.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS number 2229. Nico Radicic with a 29-yard field goal for Indiana. Julian Sayin, a 9-yard TD pass to Carnell Tate for Ohio State. Both those scores set up by interceptions.
And then Indiana came back, got a defensive pass interference, and a nice run by Kalen Black for 37 yards to put him in this position here 2nd and 9 with the ball spotted on the 22-yard line.
He had 2 touchdown runs last week at Purdue, his first multi-TD game of the year.
Sonny Styles has 6 tackles there in that first quarter.
2nd and 9. Indiana with possession of the ball at the Ohio State 22-yard line as the second quarter is about to start.
Buckeyes, again, have Caden McDonald back in the ball game with Caden Curry, so the Caden brothers are out there.
Fernando Mendoza, who took a big hit on the first play from scrimmage, missed one play, came back in, but he's looked good when he's been out there, especially when he's been able to display a rushing threat.
Yeah, he picked up that key first down there when he was able to, on that quarterback draw. It was a good play call. Ohio State's got to defend that better.
2nd and 9, Indiana at the Ohio State 22. Roman Hemby, a tailback, to the left of Fernando Mendoza, who's got 2 receivers on the left side of the formation. The give will go to Hemby, running right side, and Hemby with room, then piled up and stopped. Caden Curry, lineman, will pile him up right around the 20, and that's where the play will come to an end. Curry then drove him down a little after the whistles blew.
Little extra effort there, but he didn't take him down to the ground all the way, so no harm, no foul, but it was a gain of about 3 or 4 yards for Hemby on that second down run.
Brings up a course in 3rd down, 6 to go Indiana, with the ball to the Ohio State 19-yard line. 7-3, Buckeyes lead the Hoosiers in the Big Ten championship game. Out of the huddle they come. Becker will go along with Brady. Wide to the right, coming wide to the left, Elijah Surratt and Riley Nowakowski. Hemby in the backfield with his quarterback Mendoza. 3rd and 6, Indiana at the Ohio State 19-yard line. Mendoza is going to throw. He looks left, looks middle of the field, looks right, goes backwards, spins around, goes forward, and he's tripped up and stopped right around the Ohio State 22 by defensive end Kenyatta Jackson, who was circling the play.
Yeah, he ran a long way. He ran all the way past the left tackle, turned the corner, came back almost from the right side there and made that play, offensive right side, to come back and get that sack. Mendoza was looking for defenders there at the end, and finally Kenyatta Jackson got him.
So a 40-yard field goal try forthcoming for Nico Radicic, who has now made 16 consecutive field goals, the longest streak in the second longest, in the FBS, and the longest at Indiana. Mark Langston, the long snapper. Mitch McCarthy is the holder as they prepare for a 40-yard field goal try. Langston snaps. McCarthy puts it down. The kick by Radicic is in the air toward the uprights, and that ball tails off to the left. No good. So to remain 7-3, Ohio State ahead of Indiana. Nature Made to care for fans on game day and every day. Proud vitamin and supplement sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Radic's first field goal miss of the year. Timeout on the field with 12:31 to play second quarter. 13:31 to play second quarter. 7-3, Ohio State ahead of Indiana. This is Buckeye football from Learfield.
Come on over to Heartland and join our family.
Now, where can you get a full suite of business banking services served up by well-trained, caring employees with unquestionable integrity? It's right here at Heartland. Relationships matter. I'm Scott McComb. Come over to Heartland, where banking really feels good.
Where banking feels good.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
AEP Energy wants to know if you're ready to say goodbye to higher rates and hello to savings. Get your energy costs under control by locking in a fixed rate for your electricity supply. You'll lower your bills and get price protection from rising rates. Take control and lock in a low fixed rate. Visit aepenergy.com/OSU to get started. AEP Energy, the official electricity and natural gas sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. AEP Energy is a competitive retail electrical and natural gas service provider and affiliate of Ohio Power Company, AEP Ohio. AEP Energy is not soliciting on behalf of and is not an agent of AEP Ohio.
The future of recycling is now at Rumpke Waste and Recycling. The recycling leader has opened North America's largest, most technologically advanced recycling center right here in Central Ohio. This one-of-a-kind facility features interactive displays, educational opportunities, and the ability to process over 60 tons of recycled material per hour. Rumpke is committed to recycling and sustainability efforts, and for more than 90 years, Rumpke has worked to make sure the items you place in your recycling bin get used again. Visit Rumpke.com to learn how you can team with Rumpke to put less trash in our landfills and more of it to good use.
The Fan, Ohio sports destination. This is the Ohio State Sports Network. Presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
Coors Light Mountain Cold Refreshment. Choose chill. Proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Nico Radicic of Indiana misses on a 39-yard field goal try, snapping a streak of 16 consecutive made field goals, and that keeps Ohio State's lead at 7-3 over Indiana with 13:31 to play until halftime. Down on the field to Tyler Danberg.
Buckeyes defensive end Kenyatta Jackson Jr. had that sack to set up what would lead to a missed kick by Nico Radicic. When Jackson came over to the bench, he was leaning over his right side, grimacing a bit in pain. Athletic trainer Adam Stewart came over to him, asked if he was good. Jackson said he was good. He then stretched out that lower right leg as he was trying to walk it off. Looks like he's going to be okay, but that is something that happened between those two plays. All
right, Ohio State will have the ball with Isaiah West getting his first run at tailback, freshman from Philadelphia, averaging 5.5 per carry. It is 1st and 10, Ohio State at their own 22-yard line. Robertson at fullback, an offset eye, and in the middle of them is quarterback Julian Sand, who feeds West, running straight ahead, bounces off blockers, but he's going to be dragged down around the 26-yard line by linebacker Elijah Hardy.
Give him a gain of 3 there, running behind the center, left guard there. Nate Roberts also did a good job there, the fullback / tight end, clearing a path. Found a little bit of room there.
West, 6 carries, 20 yards last week in Ann Arbor. And that little bit of room you mentioned, Jim, makes it 2nd and 6. Ohio State with the ball at their own 26. 2 tight ends on the right side of the line. Jeremiah Smith wide right. Carnell Tate, who caught a touchdown, wide left. And Isaiah West in the backfield next to quarterback Julian Sand on 2nd and 6. Buckeyes from their own 26. Sand's going to pull the trigger. He'll fire that one going down the right side. Jeremiah Smith gathers it in at the 32 of Indiana. Cuts inside of a defender. Swings by another one, but then is finally tripped up at the 24 of Indiana as finally safety Amari Farrell got him knocked down, but we have a penalty flag down back in the offensive backfield.
They might get Luke Montgomery for a hold there. We'll see. He pulled out on that play action, pulled out from his left guard spot to the right.
But what a throw by Sand to Smith.
Personal foul. Illegal helmet contact, hands to the face. Defense, number 6. Half the distance to the goal, first down.
And the most impressive thing was the move Smith made after he caught the ball.
Yeah, that was. He cut it back inside. You're right. Kamari did get his hands in Luke Montgomery right under his chin strap, right on his face mask, and pushed him backwards. Ref was right there to call it.
Buckeyes in the Giant Eagle red zone, 1st and 10 at the Indiana 11. And a great opportunity for Ohio State to increase a 7-3 lead with 12:42 left until halftime.
Yeah, big play there on that play action, and Jeremiah Smith has stepped up and made a couple big plays already in this ballgame. That was his biggest.
Carnell Tate will go wide left. 2 tight ends, Kazmarek and Claire on the right side of the line. Bennett, Christian, and Bo Jackson make up an I formation behind quarterback Julian Sand, who's under center. Sand will hand it to Bo Jackson, running straight ahead, collides with the defender, and it's going to be Hardy. He'll stop him. Play will come dead right around the Indiana 9. Linebacker Elijah Hardy with the first contact.
Yeah, they'll gain a tough 2 yards there. There wasn't much running room there. Bo Jackson did the best he could there to push that pile forward. Had some help from his friends pushing from behind there, but not much of a hole created by Ohio State's offensive line on that last play.
Second team All Big Ten for the freshman from Cleveland Villa, Angela St. Joseph. It'll be 2nd and 8, Ohio State at the Indiana 9. Pistol formation with Sand at quarterback, and Jackson right behind him at tailback. Snap to Julian Sand, hands Jackson cutting to the right to the 10, moves inside to the 7, and he's going to be grabbed and thrown down by Farrell, a safety right around the 7 or 8 yard line. Amari Farrell, safety, comes up to make that play.
Yeah, another short gain there, so Ohio State's going to have to put the ball up in the air here, a little play action and see if they can pick up a first down. They need to get down to the 1, but see if they can get in the end zone here on 3rd down.
3rd down, 6 to go, ball at the Indiana 7. C.J. Donaldson, West Virginia transfer, will come into tailback. He's been used in multiple short yardage situations. Tate and Claire wide right. Innocent Smith wide left. It is 3rd and 6, Ohio State at Indiana 7. Sand out of the shotgun with a blitz coming. Sand rolling to his right. Blitzer right behind him. Sand is tripped up and stopped. Knocked out of bounds around the 12-yard line of Indiana by linebacker Isaiah Jones from London High School in London, Ohio.
Julian Sand lost his shoe on that play. They brought pressure immediately right through the middle. They brought pressure from the left side. Had a safety coming there late. Actually, it was a linebacker there, Isaiah Jones. to force Julian Sain into that incompletion, so we'll have to settle for a field goal attempt here.
Of 30 yards from Jaden Fielding. Of course, Jones' father played football at Ohio State. Fielding on the year, 15 for 17. He was 2 for 2 last week in Ann Arbor.
Yeah, DJ Jones, former tight end.
John Furman to snap. Joe McGuire to spot it at the 20. And Jaden Fielding will attempt a 30-yard field goal. Furman snaps. McGuire spots. Fielding's kick is in the air, and Fielding knocks that one through to increase Ohio State's lead to 10-3 over Indiana. Timeout on the field with 10:08 to play until halftime. 10-3 Ohio State ahead of Indiana. This is Buckeye football from Learfield.
Picture it. Your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps, spiced cider in every glass, laughter around every plate. At Kroger, we know these moments matter, and we make it easier to bring them to life with quality that's affordable in every aisle. This season, don't just host, make every moment unforgettable. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Toyota Thona's on, and there's no better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota. Now through January 5th, get 2.99 APR financing on remaining new 25 Tacomas. Excludes TRD Pro and Trail Hunter. Or lease a well-equipped 25 Tacoma SR5 for $259 a month, or 39 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details, or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Forever starts with the perfect diamond. Hi, it's Alex Johnson from the Diamond Cellar, and for over 78 years, our family has helped generations of couples celebrate love with brilliance, quality, and unbeatable prices. At Diamond Cellar, bigger diamonds and better prices are our promise to you. Whether you're popping the question or upgrading your sparkle, trust the experts. Because diamonds, they're our forte. Visit us at Diamond Cellar on Sawmill Road or at Easton Town Center and learn more at diamondcellar.com.
Your Ohio State flagship station, The Fan. You're listening to the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State athletics.
When you choose the James at Ohio State for your cancer care, you're choosing access to the most advanced cancer treatments available from the team who specializes in treating just one type of cancer, yours. For your cancer care, the choice is clear. The James at Ohio State. Jaden Fielding's 30-yard field goal is up to Ohio State's lead to 10-3 over Indiana with 10:08 to play until halftime.
The Ohio State scoring drive, powered by Honda, celebrating over 40 years of manufacturing right here in Ohio. 6 plays, 67 yards, 3:25 off the clock. Down on the sidelines to Tyler Danberg.
Ohio State quarterback Julian Sain lost his left cleat after he got tackled on the right sideline, then came down the sideline limping on that left foot. He came back over, sat down, and the medical staff wrapped white tape around his left ankle.
Well, glad it was the foot gear and not the foot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think he's dealt with that a little bit throughout the course of the year, that ankle, so we'll wrap it up, and knowing Julian, he'll be good to go.
Solomon Van Horst, who's in his 8th year of college football. He started playing in 2018. 8th. Yes. And Roman Hemby, your deep returner. Say, he matriculated a lot.
College was the best 8 years of my life.
What was Blutarski said something about 5 years of Spanish 1 or something? Jaden Fielding.
The old Animal House.
Yes, who has been on the beam this year. 2 for 2 at Michigan, and he hit that 30-yarder here to give Ohio State a 10-3 lead over Indiana. And Fielding drives this kick in the air, and that will land in the end zone for a touchback. So we've seen turnovers play a part in all of this. We've seen both defenses make their plays, but Ohio State has the one touchdown on the night, a 9-yard TD pass Julian Sain to Carnell Tate.
Yeah, right now Julian Sain 6 of 9 for 98 yards, a TD and an interception. Fernando Mendoza 3 of 8 for 30 yards, an interception.
Yes, Davis Igbinosun with the interception for Ohio State's defense. Lewis Moore, the interception for Indiana's offense.
Bo Atkinson's in the ball game for Kenyatta Jackson right now.
1st and 10 Hoosiers at their own 25 for quarterback Fernando Mendoza. Roman Hemby will be off his right as Mendoza works out of a shotgun. Hemby shifts to his left. Snap to Mendoza, back to throw. He cranks and fires down the right side of the field, caught at the 39 of Indiana, and that's where safety Caleb Downs drives the receiver Brady out of bounds, giving the Hoosiers a first down.
Brady, just limited time, has 12 receptions, 3 TDs, playing behind Cooper. That time he got wide open, and Mendoza was able to hit him as he was open.
Brady is a guy that played both at Cal with Mendoza as well as at New Mexico State. First and 10, Indiana with the ball at their own 39-yard line. Hoosiers in the Big Ten championship game for the first time ever. Brady and Surratt and Nowakowski wide left, Becker wide right. Hemby in the backfield with quarterback Mendoza, who gets the snap, drops at his 31, pressure coming, rolls to his right, still moving to 30, a flag thrown as Mendoza sails that out of bounds up the right side, well over Nowakowski, but might it be a hold?
Yeah, they're going to get a hold. Caden McDonald was able to crash through that line, and he went down. When he went down, that flag came out. That was a good decision there.
Offense, number 74, 10-yard penalty, first down.
Bray Lynch is the guard who was called, and you mentioned Drew Evans, the other guard who missed last week due to injury, was ready to go out of the gate for Indiana.
Yeah, he's in there at left guard. And Bray Lynch, number 74, working at right guard. But Caden McDonald sold that a little bit by going down.
Yes. First and 20. Indiana backed up now to their own 29-yard line. Becker will go wide to the right. Brady comes wide to the left with Surratt and Hemby in the backfield with quarterback Fernando Mendoza, who gets the snap. Mendoza draw a handoff. Hemby running right side to his own 30, and he's going to be hit by safety Caleb Downs and stopped around the Indiana 34-yard line.
Yeah, good gang tackle there. 5'6" Buckeyes rally to the football there to bring him down. Although a pretty good gang, gain of about 6, running behind the right side there of their offensive line.
Hemby is a guy that's got over 3,000 career rushing yards and over 1,000 career receiving yards during his time in Maryland. Played a couple of games against Ohio State, over 30 yards rushing in each of those 2 games. It is 2nd and 13, Indiana with the ball at their own 36. Hemby remains next to his quarterback, Fernando Mendoza, in the shotgun. Mendoza gets the snap. Standing still at his 29, throws on the right side to Hemby, got it to the 40 and pushed out of bounds at the 41 by defensive end Caden McDonald. That's on the Indiana side of the field, and it'll bring up a course and third down for the Hoosiers.
Well, they were backed up behind the chains. Now they're ahead of them there. Another gain of 5 or 6 yards on that quick hitter out towards the Indiana bench.
Going out is Elijah Surratt in place of receiver LeBron Bond, who has 5 catches on the year. 3rd and 6, Indiana at their own 43-yard line. 8-17 and counting. Second quarter, 10-3, Ohio State leading. Hemby off the right hip of quarterback Fernando Mendoza. 3 wide to the left, one of them Nowakowski in motion. Single receiver Williams to the right. And Mendoza to pass. Pressure coming. He stops, looks, throws up the left side of the field. Becker with a catch knocked out of bounds at the Ohio State 46. They're going to say catch by Charlie Becker as he had Devin Sanchez corner draped on him. And that catch by Becker will give Indiana a first down.
Yeah, they overcame that penalty there. And that time Mendoza rolling out to his left, bought a little extra time with his feet with that roll, and then looked down the field and saw number 80, Charlie Becker, open and was able to drill it in there.
Another Hoosier whose father played at Ohio State. His dad, David, played in 95 at Ohio State. 1st and 10, Indiana at the Buckeye 47 with 7.5 to play, second quarter. Mendoza straight behind his center. And he's got Kalen Black in the backfield. Feast Black sweeping to the right side. Black bottled up, grabbed and stopped around the Ohio State 45. No room at the end as Black tried to slip out of the right side, and linebacker Sonny Stiles was there to halt his movement.
Yeah, and Sonny Stiles, as I talked about, had 6 tackles in the first quarter. Still picking up more tackles there. He's going to be double digits before you know it.
Remember, Jim, this was a guy that in the 4 CFP games last year had 24 tackles, 2 sacks, and 4 TFLs.
Yeah, he was very, very effective throughout the course of the playoffs last year.
First team All Big Ten, Sonny Stiles, 2nd and 8, Indiana, with the ball at the Ohio State 45-yard line. Kalen Black remains a tailback next to quarterback Fernando Mendoza. Brady, receiver, motioning to the right. High snap, and a throw will go to Brady on the right side. Caught and then shoved out of bounds to the Ohio State 40. Right over their safety. Jalen McClain forces him out of the Buckeye 39. It'll bring up a course and 3rd and short for Indiana.
Yeah, as a quick hitter there. I mean, basically Mendoza caught the pass, looked to his right, and then completely delivered it right out to the right.
It was Brady who made the catch. Now a quick snap to Mendoza. Looks to throw. Now some pressure coming as he rolls to the right. Mendoza hit while throwing an incompletion. Sonny Stiles blasted him as he throws it out of bounds up the right side of the field, overthrew E.J. Williams.
Yeah, decision time now for Indiana. Looks like they're keeping their offense out there in the field here.
Well, it'll be 4th and 2 with the ball at the Ohio State 39. with 6:27 to play. Second quarter, 10-3, Ohio State leading. The Hoosier crowd likes the decision by Kirk Cignetti.
Yeah, we look for that quarterback draw.
Brady and Williams will go wide to the right. Surratt wide left. Kalon Black in the backfield. 4th and 2, Indiana at the Ohio State 39. The quarterback, Fernando Mendoza, marking out the call, trying to get the defensive line to jump. There was a little movement. Now Cignetti will take a timeout. With 6:27 to play, second quarter. And Ohio State leading 10-3. Might that change his thought?
Charge timeout, Indiana. They're first. This will be a full timeout.
And a timeout on the field for us to ponder whether that'll change their mode. 6:27 left until halftime. 10-3. Ohio State leading Indiana. This is Buckeye football from Learfield.
Buckeye Nation, the game's on fire. Whether you're in the stadium or on the couch, make sure Buckeye Vodka, proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics, is in your lineup. Distilled for a smooth finish, it's the perfect play for any game day. Grab yours and please enjoy responsibly. And be sure to follow them on social media at Buckeye Vodka. That's at Buckeye Vodka, 21 and over.
Hey, Buckeye fans. Are you thinking of consolidating your debt with a home equity loan? Union Home Mortgage wants you to know the average homeowner has over $200,000 of home equity available, and they can help you get access to your money quickly and easily. Go to UHM.com to get your cash estimate today. You'll score financial freedom with Union Home Mortgage, the official home lending sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Union Home Mortgage Corp. is an equal housing opportunity lender. NMLS number 2229.
For over 30 years, Schumacher Homes has been building affordable custom homes throughout the Buckeye State. Experience true customization on your land, your way, without any compromises. Come visit any of our 9 Ohio model home and design studio locations to see the latest in design trends and learn about our award-winning building process, or start online at SchumacherHomes.com. You'll be surprised how affordable a custom home will be. Schumacher Homes, proud home building sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
This is the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
Buckeyes need Buckeyes, and Versity makes the blood donating process quick and easy. Join Brutus and give blood with Versity to save a Buckeye at the Wexner Medical Center. Versity, schedule your next donation at bersiti.org/OH. 6:27 left until halftime. It is 10-3. Ohio State leading Indiana. Down on the field to Tyler Danberg.
Paul, an update on Buckeyes quarterback Julian Chan. We told you about how he lost his shoe, came down the sideline after a little bit limping, and then he had tape wrapped around his left ankle. He's now got both cleats wrapped with that big white athletic tape just out of precaution. He's looking to get back out on the field if his defense can get a stop here.
Well, and they're trying to do so with Indiana looking at 4th and 2 with the ball at the Ohio State 39. They had their scrimmage offensive unit out there, but then called a timeout. It appears that they're going to do the same here, Jim.
Yeah, be careful of that hard count. Try to draw Ohio State offside, so you got to watch the football and then get a stop here on 4th down.
Edric Houston will sub in as the defensive lineman along with Will Smith for Ohio State. Fernando Mendoza, the Indiana quarterback, having a stellar season. And part of what has had him have that success is his threat of running the football.
Yeah, that's a threat right here.
Hoosiers huddled up, looking at 4th and 2 at the Ohio State 39. They'll break the huddle. Stays in Nowakowski, 2 tight ends, right side of the line. Kalon Black next to Mendoza, who's got 2 wide, Becker and Surratt to the left. 4th and 2, Indiana at the Ohio State 39. Snap to Mendoza. Mendoza rolling to his right, hit while throwing, completes at Nowakowski, right side, knocked out of bounds by safety Caleb Downs at the Ohio State 30-yard line. First down to tight end Riley Nowakowski.
Yeah, it was a good throw there by Mendoza. He had pressure applied by number 92, Caden Curry. He was right there as he threw that football, but he's able to sidearm it a little bit, find the open receiver, and convert.
Nowakowski made his first ever collegiate start against Ohio State when he was playing at Wisconsin. 1st and 10, Indiana at the Ohio State 30. With the Buckeyes leading 10-3, 6 minutes to play until halftime. Kalon Black remains in the backfield next to his quarterback, Fernando Mendoza. 4 down on the defensive line for Ohio State. Give to Black, running right side, and he's got room. Gets to the 20 of Ohio State, where linebacker Sonny Styles knocks him down. He's near another Indiana first down.
Yeah, he's explosive. He was able to get through that line of scrimmage in a hurry and then get to that linebacker level. Sonny Styles had to come from behind to make that tackle.
And here they go right at the line. 2nd and 1 at the Ohio State 21. Mendoza will hand it Black, moving straight ahead, bounces backwards, and he's in trouble. He's going to be stopped at the 20-yard line. He moved backwards, but then went forward as Ohio State's linebacker, Sonny Styles, cut him down.
Number 9 for Sonny Styles. He's been all over the field here this first half.
And they are going to move the chains, yes, and give him the first down. Wasn't sure there. 5-12 and counting, second quarter. Indiana keeps the drive alive at the Ohio State 20. 10-3, Buckeyes leading.
Playing a little ball control in this drive.
They
Indiana.
sure are. Elijah Surratt, Jonathan Brady, Charlie Becker all come wide to the left. Roman Hemby to the right of his quarterback, Fernando Mendoza. First down, Indiana at the Ohio State 20, driving right to left. And now the snap to Mendoza. And he starts to take off running, moves up, and he's knocked down and falls at the 22. And it looked like defensive end Kenyatta Jackson was able to create the havoc that had Mendoza falling to the ground.
I think they're going to give him, now he's actually going to use a yard. Let's say if they mark this as a sack, Kenyatta Jackson knifing in, working against the left tackle there, Carter Smith is able to get some penetration and make that play.
They're going to call it 2nd and 12 at the Ohio State 22. Becker flanked right. Coming wide to the left are Brady and Surratt. Hemby in the backfield next to Mendoza. 2nd and 12. Indiana at the Ohio State 22-yard line. 10-3, Buckeyes leading. Mendoza gets the ball in his hand, sets up, looks to the right to throw. He's going to be grabbed, and he's going to be sacked at the 25 of Ohio State. Caden Curry, defensive end out of Greenwood, Indiana, continues to play big here in his home state.
He's got 2 sacks in this ball game. That's going to give him 11 for the season. He's been all over the field here in this first half.
Corson, 3rd down, 15 to go, Indiana with the ball at the Ohio State 25-yard line. Caden Curry, first team All Big Ten and playing like it here tonight. Elijah Surratt, Charlie Becker, Riley Nowakowski come wide to the left. Jonathan Brady goes wide right. Hemby in the backfield next to Mendoza. 3rd and 15, Indiana with the ball at the Ohio State 25. Mendoza gets the snap. Pressure coming, throws middle of the field. Nowakowski has it. Running right side of the 21 of Ohio State. Slips a tackle. Gets to the 15 where he's bumped out of bounds by safety Caleb Downs. 2 catches on this drive for Riley Nowakowski. He's able to make a big positive gain for Indiana.
Good call there. They called that screen. You know, Ohio State was rushed. We had several rushers go right by the line that was setting up the screen there before they could realize it was going to be a screen. They were able to break out of there and almost pick up the first down.
So Radicic is going to attempt a field goal. This will be a 32-yarder. His last miss snapped a school record streak of 16 in a row. 32-yard try by Nico Radicic. The ball's put down and a kick. That's a line drive kick, and that one barely gets through. It looked like it was a wobbly snap, but he gets it through to change the score. It is 10-6. Ohio State ahead of Indiana. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Ohio State Sports Network from Learfield.
Always and forever your Ohio State flagship station.
WBNS-FM HD1 Columbus.
The Fan, Ohio's sports destination.
32-yard field goal by Nico Radicic of Indiana gets the Hoosiers a little closer to Ohio State's lead of 10-6 with 2:47 to play until halftime here in the Big Ten championship game.
Again, credit this defense for holding them out of the end zone. That was a 14-play drive, covered 61 yards, took off 7 minutes and 21 seconds off the clock, so that's kind of what Ohio State likes to do. Now we get to that middle eight, right? We got 2:47 left to go here in the second quarter. Buckeyes will have the ball to start the third quarter, so they want to take a drive down here and put some points on the board before half and then come out in the third quarter and get some more.
Well, this defense has bent, but they've not broken. And the offense has really been the determining factor with a touchdown rather than a field goal. 10-6, Ohio State with the lead. Warren with a kickoff for Indiana, and that ball's going to go into the end zone where it's caught by Brandon Innes, and he kneels for the touchback. So Ohio State will have the ball with 2 minutes and 47 seconds remaining until halftime.
We have had 6 receptions in this ball game. 4 by Jeremiah Smith for 84 yards, 2 by Carnell Tate for 14 yards, one of those a touchdown.
And that now means Tate has a catch in 38 consecutive games in which he has played. Of course, he missed 3 of them the back half of the season. So it is 1st and 10, Ohio State with the ball at their own 25-yard line. Innes and Tate will go wide to the left. Smith wide right. Tight end Kaz Marek set up on the left for quarterback Julian Sayin. He's got Isaiah West in the backfield with him. And Sayin is going to quickly throw on the left side. Caught by Carnell Tate. Dances his way to his 37, where he is thrown down at the 37. Slung down there by defensive back Brian Baldwin. It's a first down pickup presented by Kroger.
Yeah, they sped that up a little bit. Just a quick throw by Julian Sayin. He found the open receiver, Carnell Tate, right in front of the Indiana bench. Was able to put a move on and pick up that first down.
Junior out of Chicago. Now 14 career touchdown catches. That first down has Ohio State possessing the ball at their own 36 as we get close to the 2-minute timeout. Julian Sayin, redshirt freshman, looks at a possible blitz being staged by Indiana. He points it out, gives some instructions to Isaiah West, his tailback. 1st and 10, Ohio State at their own 36. Blitz being shown again by Indiana, then it backs off.
They're taking it down the 2-minute.
And that's what happens. 2-minute timeout here at the Big Ten championship game in Indianapolis. Timeout on the field, 10-6. Ohio State ahead of Indiana. This is Buckeye football from Learfield.
The best outcomes for treating cancer come from early detection and early diagnosis.
The James Cancer Diagnostic Center at Ohio State
is designed to provide rapid evaluation and a clear diagnosis.
We are transforming care by giving patients direct access.
The cancer experts who study and treat cancer every day.
If you think you have cancer, the choice is clear. Choose the James Cancer Diagnostic Center.
Hi, this is Paul Keels. This Buckeye season, don't let a broken windshield ruin your game plan. Safelite Auto Glass makes it easy to get your windshield fixed with their mobile glass shops all over Central Ohio. They can come to you anywhere, giving Buckeye fans more time for game time. OH? Man, I love that. Schedule at safelite.com. Safelite Auto Glass is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
Already prepping for next week's matchup? Get your best rest yet with Bob's Discount Furniture. Shop Bob's and choose from pillows, soft, plush, dual feel, and extra firm mattresses with Bobopedic memory foam that will have you dreaming of game day in no time. So shop in store or online to score the latest and affordable luxury mattresses without the luxury price tag. Bob's Discount Furniture, proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
You're listening to the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
2 minutes to play until halftime of the Big Ten championship game. 10-6, Ohio State ahead of Indiana. Stay with us for our award-winning and stellar halftime show. Skip Mossick will visit with OSU President Ted Carter, Athletic Director Ross Bjork, and check scores from other games. That's all coming up at the half.
Well, Ohio State with 3 timeouts left, 2 minutes to go on the clock. It's plenty of time here in this final minutes of the second quarter to put a drive together, preferably a touchdown drive.
But although the field goals, when you think about it, Nico Radicic is 2 for 3 for Indiana, while Jaden Fielding has hit the only one he's been called on, a 30-yarder.
Pretty much the same offensive line that they started the ball game is still in there. Tucker Shabola working at right guard.
You know, the coaches said he played his best game as a Buckeye last week in Ann Arbor.
He sure did. Like to see him rise up and finish strong here today.
1st and 10, Ohio State with the ball at their own 36-yard line, leading 10-6 over the Indiana Hoosiers. The 2 lone unbeaten teams remaining in FBS. Ranked number 1 and number 2 appropriately, playing for a Big Ten title and the number 1 seed in the college football playoff.
Julian Sayin, as Tyler Danberg mentioned earlier, has both those ankles spatted up.
Yes, I was just thinking that. Coaches generally didn't like that, did they?
Yeah, they covered up the logo.
2 wide to the right, and now one of those, a third, is Jackson, who moves behind Sayin in a pistol formation. 1st and 10, Ohio State from their own 36-yard line. Carson Hinsman, the center, positioned over the ball, snaps to Sayin, feeds to Jackson running left side. Jackson grabs a defender who grabs him and drags him to the 40. That defender was Elijah Hardy, who wrapped up Bo Jackson, but he drug him upfield.
Yeah, Hardy faked like he was coming there and then bounced out, showed the quickness that he had to get out there and make that tackle after a 4-yard gain.
We'll see James Peoples come in and get a turn to tailback for the first time. He had no carries last week in Michigan, but was used as a slot receiver. 2nd and 6, Ohio State with the ball at their own 40. Peoples will be off the left hip of quarterback Julian Sayin. Jeremiah Smith is wide right. Tate and 2 others wide left on 2nd and 6, Ohio State from their 40. Tate now motioning to the right, joining Smith. Sayin looking to throw on the right side. Sayin in trouble, grabbed, and he is sacked at the 37-yard line on his own side of the field by linebacker Isaiah Jones of Indiana.
Yeah, he blew up James Peoples. The running back was in there to block here. Isaiah Jones was able to go through him, push him backwards, and then fall and pick up the sack against Julian Sayin.
So it'll be 3rd and 8, Ohio State at their own 38-yard line with 55 seconds and counting here in the second quarter. Jeremiah Smith out wide to the left, wide to the right, Carnell Tate and Brandon Ennis. Tight end Max Clare into the line right, with Donaldson in the backfield at running back. 3rd and 8, Ohio State at their own 38. Sayin now giving instructions at the line of scrimmage. He resettles in the shotgun. 5 on the front for Indiana. Sayin back at his own 26 to throw. Sayin will shoot that up the left side of the field for Smith. Incomplete at the Indiana 45 as he had coverage over there draped all around him.
Yeah, and pressure again applied by Indiana's defensive front. Julian Sayin had to move around that pocket. Basically just threw that one away there. So we'll punt for the second time in this ball game.
Jonathan Brady averaging 17.5 per punt return. He's taken one to the house this year. Joe McGuire, junior from Australia, will be punting it away. John Furman will snap it for Ohio State from their own 38 with 32 seconds left until halftime. Furman crouched over the ball. McGuire is at his own 23. Long time before anything happens. Snap goes waist high, but whistle stop play.
Timeout for Ohio State.
Okay.
Charge timeout, Ohio State, their first.
30 seconds.
It's a 30-second timeout.
On the second quarter scoreboard with Ohio State leading Indiana 10-6. Here in the Big Ten championship game, the Buckeyes will get the ball to start the third quarter.
Well, both these offensive lines have given up 3 sacks here in this first half. Ohio State just 6 on the season coming in. Now they've given up 9 sacks on the year. Indiana had 17 sacks, or 15 sacks that they've given up. Now they got 18.
So the down the distance will be 4th and 8 for Ohio State to snap the ball from their own 38-yard line. Buckeyes get the only touchdown of the game so far. Julian Sayin, a 9-yard TD pass to Carnell Tate. That was set up by a Davison Igbinosun interception. Jaden Fielding then booted a 30-yard field goal. Indiana has 2 field goals from Nico Radicic. Again, Jonathan Brady will be back deep to await the punt from Joe McGuire, who's at his own 23. John Froman crouched over the ball, gets the ball back, chest high to McGuire, gets the punt in the air with the right foot. Brady backing, waves for a fair catch, and he'll make it at the Indiana 14. So that's where the Hoosiers will have the ball with 25 seconds remaining until halftime. 10-6, Ohio State with a lead.
Well, obviously, not the drive you wanted before the end of the half for Ohio State. We've seen them so many times take that second quarter, end of the second quarter drive, and put some points on the board. This time that didn't work out, so have to bank on their defense, come up with a stop here. Just a little bit of time left for Indiana.
See how risky they want to get. Fernando Mendoza straight behind his center, Pat Coogan in a shotgun. Roman Hemby is off his left hip, 3 wide to the right, single flanker left. As Mendoza on first down from the Indiana 15, he's going to hand it to Roman Hemby. Running right side, he'll spin and be grabbed and knocked down right around his own 19-yard line safety. Jalen McClain was in there to kind of foul that play up, along with help from defensive lineman Caden McDonald.
I think they might be happy with a one-score game right now here before the end of the half. It looks like both teams are heading to the bench.
Yes, the final seconds will tick off at halftime here at the Big Ten championship game in Indianapolis. Stay tuned, Skip Bossig with our halftime show coming up. At the half, it's 10-6. Ohio State ahead of Indiana. This is Buckeye football from Learfield.
For over 37 years, Buckeye Nation has known Hyde Park Prime Steakhouse for serving the best steaks in the city. Our thick-cut, aged steaks are a staple in Columbus, with 3 locations in Upper Arlington, Dublin, and downtown. And just like the Buckeyes, we strive for excellence and an experience like no other. Hyde Park is proud to introduce the newly added wine room at our downtown Columbus location, where a new elegance in dining surrounds you, creating the ideal setting for any occasion or the perfect night out. Hyde Park is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Go Bucks!
Picture it. Your holiday table. The family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. Spiced cider in every glass. Laughter around every plate. At Kroger, we know these moments matter, and we make it easier to bring them to life with quality that's affordable in every aisle. This season, don't just host. Make every moment unforgettable. Kroger. Fresh for everyone.
The future of recycling is now at Rumpke Waste and Recycling. The recycling leader has opened North America's largest, most technologically advanced recycling center right here in Central Ohio. This one-of-a-kind facility features interactive displays, educational opportunities, and the ability to process over 60 tons of recycled material per hour. Rumpke is committed to recycling and sustainability efforts. And for more than 90 years, Rumpke has worked to make sure the items you place in your recycling bin get used again. Visit Rumpke.com to learn how you can team with Rumpke to put less trash in our landfills and more of it to good use.
The Fan, Ohio sports destination. Welcome to the Buckeye Football Halftime Show on the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics. Once again, here's Skip Mossick.
Buckeyes are known for paying it forward. That's why Buckeyes Care strives to serve the betterment of our community by positively impacting families across Ohio. Join partners American Electric Power, Kroger, Donato's, the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the James Cancer Hospital, Huntington Bank, and WBNS TV in Columbus in supporting this cause at ohiostatebuckeyes.com/Buckeyes Care. Halftime here in Indianapolis, Ohio State 10, Indiana 6. We are joined here at the half, Ohio State President Ted Carter, Athletic Director Ross Bjork. Gentlemen, first half, much what you'd expect number one and number two teams in the country going at it.
Yeah, we got a ball game here tonight. They outrushed us and got more yards than we do, but we're winning. And we get the ball in the second half, and we have been playing lights out in the second half, so I still like our chances.
Yeah, I think all of America is tuning into this game, right? A tight ball game, Big Ten football. I mean, just electric day for all of our fans, and the city's been hopping all day, and so I think this is what people expected, is a knockdown, drag-out slugfest, and I like that we get the ball the second half, so let's try to do something with it.
And what a great atmosphere here in Indianapolis.
I was going to say, first time for both of you here in Indianapolis.
Yeah, I mean, it has not disappointed, that's for sure. The fans are great. It looks like we got a slight edge on the fans here, I think, Ross. I don't know. Pretty close, but
it's pretty close.
But yeah, it's pretty close.
For both of you, Ross, we'll start with you. It's been an odd week in regards to college football. In regards to the coaching carousel involving one and maybe two head coaches of current college football playoff teams. We've talked about the college football calendar before. What's it going to take to get some of these dates, if not fixed, at least moving in the right direction? I mean, we saw it with Brian Hartline.
Yeah, we've been talking about this for the last couple of years, but I think now's the time. I mean, the presidents and chancellors of the Big Ten actually had a long meeting today with Commissioner Petiti, and I think we really just need to take charge and really come up with the right calendar, the right plan, and we need to stop just working through committees. We really need to take it right to the direct control, and that's the commissioners, that's the NCAA, that's the recruiting calendars, that's the presidents. We're lucky that Ted Carter, President Carter here, is in a leadership role on the Board of Governors for the NCAA. I think we just have to just do it. We've been talking about it for way too long. We let coaches kind of get in the middle of it, and we just need a cleaner process, because what's happening now, we shouldn't have signing day on December 3rd. We shouldn't have coaches that have to make decisions, in the middle of a season, and we're impacted, right? I mean, Coach Hartline, we're happy for him, but that was a disruptive day on Wednesday, and so those are all the things that we can and should clean up. It's actually not that hard if we actually just do it, put our pencils down, and get out some chalkboards, and let's make this happen. So I think now's the time, because you're just seeing too much angst around this issue.
President Carter?
No, I can just say my colleagues and I, as well as Commissioner Petiti, we know the situation right now is not satisfactory, and this is what's driving teams to fire coaches mid-season. They're getting advantage by hiring new coaches before the end of the year to try to get inside the transfer portal window. It's just the lineup's not right. We got to fix it.
Speaking of the Big Ten, it was a big week for many Buckeyes in terms of individual conference awards this past week.
Yeah, we had some amazing amount of wins by our players. Caleb Downs, Defensive Player of the Year, Defensive Back of the Year for the second straight year. Caden McDonald, Defensive Lineman of the Year. Arvell Reese, Linebacker of the Year. Julian Sayin, Freshman of the Year, and Jeremiah Smith, Receiver of the Year for the second straight year. And then 27 players in all earned all conference honors. It's quite a number.
I don't know if there's ever been, on the defensive side, somebody win all three levels on the same team. D-lineman, linebacker, defensive back.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a compliment, to our players, our recruiting, and our coaches, obviously.
Allow me to ask you about Ryan Day. It's been amazing what Coach Day has done. 16 games in a row, national title a year ago. Nothing against Coach Cignetti, but what does somebody have to do to win a Big Ten Coach of the Year at Ohio State? I mean, I know in 19 he won Co-Coach of the Year, but guys, prior to that, Earl Bruce in 1979 was the most recent. John Cooper, Jim Tressel, Urban Meyer never won Big Ten Coach of the Year. Well, come on.
Yeah,
I know where my vote would be.
Yeah, maybe the media is spoiled. They just look up and see the Buckeyes right there, and they don't understand that.
Yeah.
I mean, think how many people we had to replace on defense.
I know.
I mean, think about, we have a new quarterback. Think about the coaching that it took and the development, and I mean that comes down to think about the consistency. But in the moment, those flash awards like that get the attention. And look, Cignetti's done a great job.
Absolutely,
and credit to him. But I think we know what Coach Day is doing for our program day in.
And we know who the best coach in college football is today, right now. I mean, there's no question about it in my mind, anyway.
All right,
absolutely.
Some of the other sports besides football is a big week as far as some of the other Ohio State teams in action.
Yeah, our women's hockey team ranked number 2. They're going to be playing number 1 Wisconsin this next weekend, so that'll be a rematch in the national championship. How about our wrestling team? Undefeated, number 2 in the country. And our men's basketball team had a great win today against Northwestern, a really gritty win. One that, maybe last year we don't win, and we won this year. And our men's team just had a nice victory against Minnesota in ice hockey. So, yeah, our fall and winter sports are doing great.
Yeah, the women lost today to Wisconsin. So
they're going to play again.
So it was 1-2 in the country there. But and college basketball, Ohio State gets their first Big Ten win today.
Yeah, no, that was great to win on the road. Like President Carter said, last year we probably stub our toe in that game. We need a big crowd Tuesday night there at the Shot. We play Illinois. They're obviously a great program. Those are the kind of games that we want to win and should win. And Coach Diebler's doing a great job of building this team. And so just really hungry. The women play at Northwestern tomorrow on the road, and so basketball, it's sort of crossover season is what we call it. There's definitely a lot happening.
Again, halftime here in Indianapolis, Ohio State 10, Indiana 6. More with Athletic Director Ross Bjork and Ohio State President Ted Carter. That's coming up next. This is Buckeye Football from Learfield.
Yep.
When it comes to your cancer diagnosis, the choice for your care is clear.
And when you choose the James at Ohio State,
You're opting for care from a highly specialized team dedicated to treating one type of cancer, yours.
A team that studies the unique makeup of your disease to develop a personalized treatment plan.
You're choosing our region's only comprehensive cancer center designated by the National Cancer Institute.
For your cancer care, the choice is clear. The James at Ohio State.
Ready?
It doesn't matter if you're playing hard or working hard. Your workout only works out if you recover right. Chocolate milk helps you recover for what comes next. It's delicious and contains the right mix of protein and carbs to help refuel exhausted muscles. From planking to bench presses, Milk's protein helps you build lean muscle and gain more from your workouts.
Ready? Recover. Repeat. Brought to you by the American Dairy Association Mideast, a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
Hey, Buckeye fans, it's Paul Keels for Window Nation. Columbus, did you know you can get 2 free tickets to an upcoming Ohio State football game if you replace all the windows in your home with Window Nation? This month, they're offering 50% off all window styles, plus no payments for 2 whole years. That's right, no down payment, no monthly payments, and no interest until 2027. Get big savings plus 1-day installation with Window Nation, a proud partner of Ohio State Athletics. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com today.
The Fan. Ohio sports destination. This is the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
Again, halftime here in Indianapolis. Big Ten championship game, Ohio State 10, Indiana 6. The 2026 Buckeye Cruise for Cancer set sail on the Silver Sea Silver Ray. It's an intimate ship with an even better experience, all inclusive of beverages, shore excursions, taxes, and gratuities. Sail from Fort Lauderdale to bucket list ports like the Grand Turk, St. Martin, and St. Thomas with many former Buckeye greats. Call 614-792-6204 to book today. Skip Mossick joined at the half by Ohio State Athletic Director Ross Bjork and Ohio State President Ted Carter, sitting in the chairs of Paul Keels and Jim Lachey. And you mentioned a nice little shout-out that Paul and Jim got this past week.
Yeah, these guys are just pros. I mean, we're sitting here at their desk, and you can see the amount of preparation. You can see their notes. I mean, they're well prepared. Obviously, look, they cheer for the home team. We recognize that, but they do it in a professional, respectful manner. I think Paul has the voice of God He really does. I mean, those baritone lungs that he puts out there, I think it's just really cool to have those guys really recognized by, Awful Announcing. They cover sports media better than any outlet. And so for them to get recognized by their peers, I think is really cool for Buckeye Nation. That it's just another treasure that we have within our program. And, they're just always around and always supportive. So it's great to have Jim and Paul recognized.
Hopefully Big Daddy doesn't have the St. Elmo's cocktail sauce in there.
That's right. He'll be sweating.
He'll be choking here in the second half. Wanted to mention, President Carter, Indiana, while an opponent on the field tonight, also Indiana's a partner for Ohio State in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, a lot of different ways. We are two academic powerhouses. When you talk about the number of students that we've educated in our history, it's over 160,000 students collectively, and we work on some amazing research projects together. I just gave you an example of two. One is a national study to see if preventative eye drops can delay nearsightedness in kids. I mean, imagine this kind of work and the kind of potential it has to reduce sight-threatening conditions for our entire national population. The other one we're working on is a national AI grant to really further artificial intelligence through both of our universities. And as we've talked about before, this is a major push by us in artificial intelligence fluency. So we do a lot of work together, and really proud to be partners with them.
Russ, we mentioned a couple of weeks ago, this is obviously the Big Ten Championship on the line tonight. Winner of this game goes to the Rose Bowl?
Right, correct. This is the last year where that's a slotted opportunity to go to. So the Big Ten champ, it's slotted contractually to go to the Rose Bowl. So yes, the winner of this game goes to the Rose Bowl, and obviously will be the number one seed, in the CFP, format. We get the announcement tomorrow at noon. We'll see the full bracket, and so we're prepped for all of that. Ticket orders have gone in, everything, and then the semifinals are either the Fiesta or the Peach Bowl, and obviously the championship game is in Miami. So no, let's win this game. Let's finish strong. Let's go out to Pasadena, enjoy another great setting, and this is the run we want, right? This is where postseason starts, and we'll be 3 weeks away from that game, and let's get after it.
And the flip side is if things don't go well for whoever doesn't come out on top tonight, let's wait and see, and then go from there.
I believe both teams will stay in the top four, really, and based on this game right here, I mean, both teams are highly competitive. I think that's how the committee views it. That's how the talk of college football is. You see what's happening around the country. So let's just take care of business, though. So we leave no doubt. That's really the key point here.
It's been a lot of fun doing this together the last couple of weeks. You've got a former athlete here. How often do you guys work together during the? You're both extremely busy, multiple different things. How much do you work side by side during the week?
Ross and I talk almost every day, sometimes twice a day. So, yes, with the dynamics, what's going on in Buckeye athletics and across the national landscape, there's a lot for us to talk about and make decisions on. So, we work together quite a bit, and I'm really proud. Ross was my first big hire that I made as university president, and I'll just say it nationally here, we got it right.
Well done.
I appreciate it. Alignment's critical. So having a direct line to President Carter, to have that alignment, to see things the same way. We collaborate all across campus. So we're not isolated in any way, shape, or form. And so there's a lot of cross-collaboration that we need to be a part of and are a part of. So it just makes it a lot of fun to have great relationships across the board.
Ohio State Athletic Director Ross Bjork, Ohio State President Ted Carter, thanks for doing this.
Thank
As
you.
always, let's
Absolutely.
Go get them in the second half.
Let's go get them. Go Bucks.
Go Bucks.
10-6, Ohio State leads Indiana. Halftime of the Big Ten Championship game here in Indianapolis. Up next, we'll check your Saturday scoreboard. This is Buckeye Football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Archie Griffin, two-time Heisman Trophy winner. The right coverage can be a game changer, both on and off the field. That's why Encova Insurance is prepared for what's next and protects what matters most to you. With independent insurance agents in your neighborhood and innovative insurance products that can be tailored to fit your unique needs, Encova Insurance is an easy win for your peace of mind. For auto, home, and business insurance, you want Encova on your team. Visit Encova.com today to find an agent near you.
Listen up, Buckeye Nation. Tailgates, busy mornings, even meal prep. Ohio Eggs fit every game plan. Packed with healthy protein, easy to prepare, and always a crowd pleaser. Ohio Eggs are the MVP of your plate. When you add a dozen eggs to your cart, you're not just buying breakfast. You're getting 1.5 pounds of protein-rich food for nutritious meals, quick snacks, and game day favorites. All in one carton. Thanks to Ohio farmers, more than 11 billion nutritious eggs are produced in the Buckeye State every year. Your playbook for delicious meals starts at ohioeggs.com.
Hey, Buckeyes, ready to one-up your rivals off the field? Abbott and the Big Ten are back with the We Give Blood Drive. By showing up to donate blood, you can help your school win $1 million for student or community health. Score a limited edition home field designed Ohio State t-shirt. And most importantly, save lives. Go to bigten.org/Abbott to find a donation location and put Ohio State in the lead. That's bigten.org/Abbott.
Your home for Ohio State athletics. The Fan. This is the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State athletics.
Again, halftime here in Indianapolis. Ohio State 10, Indiana 6. Skip Mossick with a check of your Saturday scoreboard. We'll start you with college football. Other conference championship games earlier today. Big 12 championship game in Arlington. Texas Tech and BYU. It was all Red Raiders.
1st and 10 from the 11. Motion right to left, Aiken. Snap back to Dickey. He's in. Touchdown, Red Raiders. Completely untouched off the right side.
Brian Jensen on Learfield. Texas Tech 34, BYU 7. That was your final MAC championship game in Detroit. Western Michigan defeats Miami 23-13. SEC title game between Georgia and Alabama. It went to the Dogs.
And the Dogs are goal to goal on the one now. High formation. Play fake. Gunner rolls to the right. Throws. Caught. Roderick Robinson. Touchdown, Georgia.
Scott Howard on Learfield, 28-7, Georgia over Alabama. ACC championship game in Charlotte. Halftime, Duke leads Virginia 14-7. A lot of people interested in the outcome of that football game. NCAA Division III playoffs today. John Carroll defeats Mount Union in 2 overtimes, 10-7. Ohio High School football state championships in Canton. St. Henry wins the D7 crown 37-3 over Hillsdale. It was Kirtland winning the D6 title 41-6 over Hopewell Loudon. Last game of the day, Division 5. They've gone to the fourth quarter. Liberty Center leads Wheelersburg 35-3. Men's college basketball earlier today in the Big Ten. Ohio State with the win at Northwestern 86-82. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Ohio State Sports Network from Learfield.
Always and forever, your Ohio State flagship station.
WBNS-FM, HD1 Columbus.
The Fan, Ohio sports destination.
Again, here at the half, Ohio State 10, Indiana 6. Paul and Jim back to preview the second half next. This is Buckeye football from Learfield.
There's one medical team in Central Ohio skilled enough to care for your favorite Ohio State team, and Buckeyes everywhere. The Ohio State University Wexner Medical Center is your choice for the most highly specialized orthopedic and sports medicine care. Our surgeons, physicians, and physical therapists have access to the most advanced treatments and innovative recovery approaches to get you back in your game. Because on or off the field, our team is your team. The choice for your orthopedic care is clear.
Hosting a passionate crew of Buckeye fans? Revamp your rec room for an epic watch party with power reclining sofas, massaging recliners, entertainment centers, and coffee tables from Bob's. They even have sofas with drop-down tables for snacks and beds. Shop in-store or online to score big on an incredible game day setup at Bob's everyday low prices. Bob's Discount Furniture, proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
I love the neighborhood where I grew up, but it was tough.
Ohio State National Championship quarterback and former CareSource kid, Cardale Jones.
Football helped me find my direction, but I also needed the right support system. Seeing that CareSource heart around town, I just knew they had my back. That's the kind of difference they still make in neighborhoods like mine. This is so much more than health insurance. CareSource, today and always. Trusted. Visit caresource.com.
Your home of the Buckeyes. The Fan. You're listening to the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
DirecTV is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Stream the Buckeyes satellite free on DirecTV. Visit directv.com to learn more. 10-6 of the half, Ohio State leading Indiana, Jim.
Here's some of the stats. Ohio State had 22 offensive plays for 128 yards, 109 yards passing, 11 carries for 19 yards on the ground. Ohio State's had the ball for 12 minutes and 2 seconds, 0 for 4 on third downs. Indiana, 35 offensive plays for 166 yards, 87 yards passing. They've had 20 carries for 79 yards. They've had the ball for 17:58, so almost 6 minutes longer than Ohio State. They are 3 of 8 on third down conversions. For the Buckeyes, Bo Jackson's your leading rusher, 7 carries for 25 yards. Julian Sands, 7 of 11 for 109 yards, 1 interception, 1 touchdown. He's been sacked 3 times.
Again, the score at the half, 10-6, Ohio State ahead of Indiana. This is Buckeye football from Learfield.
AEP Energy wants to know if you're ready to say goodbye to higher rates and hello to savings. Get your energy costs under control by locking in a fixed rate for your electricity supply. You'll lower your bills and get price protection from rising rates. Take control and lock in a low fixed rate. Visit aepenergy.com/OSU to get started. AEP Energy, the official electricity and natural gas sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. AEP Energy is a competitive retail electrical and natural gas service provider and affiliate of Ohio Power Company, AEP Ohio. AEP Energy is not soliciting on behalf of and is not an agent of AEP Ohio.
We have acres of brand new Chevys, Chrysler, Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram vehicles, as well as used cars and trucks that you're looking for at the Jupweiler Columbus Auto Mall in Canal Winchester. And if we don't have what you're looking for, we can find it at one of our 23 other locations. So come shop the lot or view over 2,000 cars right at your fingertips at JupweilerColumbusAutomall.com. Plus, use Weiler Direct to see monthly payments, value your trade, and get pre-approved. Rooted in family, driven by you.
Things are popping at Al's Delicious Popcorn. With over 80 flavors to choose from, we have something for everyone. From classics like caramel cashew, white cheddar, and our famous vanilla butternut, to new flavors like chicken and waffles and spicy barbecue. They are all made fresh and they are all delicious. Visit us online at alspopcorn.com or come see us and experience the best service in town at 1500 Bethel Road in Columbus. Al's Delicious Popcorn.
Hear every Buckeye game every year. The Fan. This is the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
Welcome back to the Union Home Mortgage Broadcast Booth, the official home lending sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Learn about their 1% down payment program at UHM.com, equal housing lender, and MLS number 2229. Second half about to start with Ohio State leading Indiana 10-6 in the Big Ten championship game. Down on the field to Tyler Danberg.
Coach, what was the look in your players' eyes at halftime?
Yeah, they got a lot of energy. We want to win the first 4 minutes like we always do. We got to do a better job on third down in the red zone and keep playing on defense.
Thanks, Coach. Guys, up to you.
Each first down that Ohio State picks up today brought to you by Kroger. Remember, Kroger Pickup is the easy way to get what you want right when you need it. Try Kroger Pickup today in the Kroger app or at Kroger.com. Those third and down numbers jump out at you, don't they, Jim?
Yeah, it does. I mean, Ohio State's sitting there 0 for 4 on third downs. They got to find a way to convert. You know, they got to execute better, and they got to have a pretty good scheme. Ohio State tacklers, I didn't get into that stat. Sonny Styles has 9 tackles at half. Caleb Downs has 7. D'Angelo Pounds has 4 tackles. Isaiah Jones has 4 tackles, and Relisha Hardy has 4 tackles for Indiana. So, all in all, pretty good. Fernando Mendoza throwing the football 9 of 15 for 87 yards. He's been sacked 3 times, has 1 interception. Kalon Black has 7 carries for 54 yards, a long of 37, averaging 7.7 per attempt with that long of 37.
You know, neither of these quarterbacks setting the world on fire as of yet.
Not yet. They're not playing. Both these defenses have done a good job. You know, obviously the pressure on the quarterback. Ohio State giving up, 3 sacks. It's 6 sacks in 12 games. They got 3 here in this first half, so they got to tighten down their pass protection. And that'll also help convert on third downs if they get better pass protection.
Well, Ohio State will get the ball to start the third quarter. The Buckeyes score thanks to a 9-yard Julian Sand TD pass to Carnell Tate and a 30-yard field goal from Jaden Fielding. Indiana scoring on a 29-yard Nico Radicic field goal, and then he equaled that with a 32-yarder. He missed one earlier from 39 yards out. That snapped an Indiana record streak of 16 consecutive made field goals.
Oh, you got to love those 25-minute halftime shows.
I know Skip Mossick does.
5 minutes longer than normal.
It allows him to get the snacks.
Just because, right?
Just because, yes. Well, the Big Ten title up for grabs. Yes. One of these teams tonight will suffer their first loss of the year. The winner will get the number 1 seed in the college football playoff field that will be revealed tomorrow. And Ohio State hoping it is they. As Quinn Warren has the ball teed up and kicks it off for Indiana. Drives that in the air with the right foot. And Brandon Ennis will come out and field it at the 3. Move to the left side to the 10, 15, middle of field 20. And Ennis will be dropped at about the 26-yard line. As Indiana got him pinched in, and in there was Byron Baldwin, to make the tackles. So the Ohio State offense will start the third quarter with possession of the football.
Indiana's been playing a lot of zone coverage there in that first half, and it seemed to cause Julian Sain to be a little bit off. I expect them to stay with their zone coverage, bringing some blitz underneath, and see if they can continue to confuse the freshman quarterback.
Maybe somebody can channel Trey Sermon back in 2020 when he rushed for 331 yards in this game.
Where is that?
1st and 10, Ohio State with the ball at their own 27. Julian Sain working under center, Carson Hinsman. Bo Jackson is the running back. Sain is going to pivot to his right, throw out on the right side where it is caught. Moving to the 30, to the 35, and that is where the tight end, Will Kazmarek, is dumped. Aiden Fisher, linebacker, with a play right around the Ohio State 35.
They're going to give him a gain of about 9.5, so they'll spot that ball just outside the 36-yard line.
Kazmarek, a senior from St. Louis, had 2 catches last week in Ann Arbor. So that'll be 2nd and 1, Ohio State, because of what you said, Jim. Ball at their own 36-yard line. Jeremiah Smith will come wide to the right. Carnell Tate wide left. Tight ends on each side of the line. Just one of them on the left, And Sain in a shotgun. Sain with a snap. Hands to Bo Jackson. Behind blockers goes Jackson. Lucy goes 45. Wide to the right side to the 50, and he's going to be taken down at the Indiana 45 by safety Amari Farrell. Bo Jackson is. He picks up a first down for Ohio State. A pickup presented by Kroger.
That's his best run of the ball game. His previous long was 8 yards. That one a lot better for Bo Jackson.
Sneaking up on 1,000 for the season.
Gain of 20 on that one.
The ball marked at the Indiana 44 for the freshman from Cleveland, Villa Angelo St. Joseph.
So unofficially, he's got 997 yards right now.
Knocking on the door. 1st and 10, Ohio State at the 44 of Indiana. Early third quarter, Buckeyes leading 10-6 over the Hoosiers. Jackson remains in the backfield to the left of quarterback Julian Sain. Sain gets the snap, fakes the handoff, slides to his left looking to throw. Sain will crank, then he can't fire because he's knocked down at the 50-yard line. Indiana lineman Mario Landino sacks him at the 50.
4 sacks in this ball game. That time they even moved the pocket, tried to roll away from him, and he still was able to come down with the play. He was lined up between Philip Daniels.
Officials timeout. Injured player.
It is Mikhail Kamara, defensive end for Indiana, who goes limping.
He was lined up in the gap between Philip Daniels and Tegra Shabola, and they just didn't get the job done.
So Sain gets dropped with the ball marked at, they're going to say, the 49 of Indiana is where they're going to put it down, where it's 2nd and 15 for Ohio State. 13:20 on the third quarter clock. Out of the huddle, the Buckeyes will send Jeremiah Smith wide left, Brandon Ennis and Carnell Tate wide right. Tight end on the right side of the line with Jackson in the backfield next to Sain. 2nd and 15, Buckeyes at the Hoosier 49. Sain looking to pass again. Sets up shop at the 40. Grabbed, and he's going to be sacked again. No, he eludes the defender, rolling to his right, and then sails a pass upfield, and it's going to be incomplete, well short of Tate. But Sain had a defender, Stephen Daly, defensive end, draped all over him.
Forward progress was stopped. They're
going to call it a sack.
Oh, wow. Rather than an incompletion.
Back-to-back sacks.
This Indiana defense has given Ohio State issues they've not had all year. 3rd and 29, Ohio State backed up now to their own 37-yard line. So let's see what the Buckeyes can do here as all of this pressure has put them in this box. 3rd and 29 at their own 37.
That last time Indiana slandered their defensive front and took advantage of Ohio State, got into gaps and made plays.
C.J. Donaldson in the backfield to the left of Julian Sain. 3-receiver package. Snap to Sain. Drops behind his 30 to pass. Screens it out left side. Donaldson gets it. Races to his own 40. But we had whistle stopping play. Somebody must have called a timeout.
Indiana did.
C.J. Donaldson had a lot of room to roam.
Charge timeout, Indiana, prior to the snap.
Wow.
Their first 30-second timeout.
Well, a well-timed timeout for Indiana and Kirk Cignetti.
He wouldn't have picked up the first down, but he would have got at least maybe 15, 20 yards.
Yeah, maybe got to the midfield stripe.
Exactly.
Maybe. But it'll still be 3rd and 29 for Ohio State at their own 37. as the Hoosiers have racked up back-to-back sacks.
Yeah, after Ohio State picked up 9 yards by a catch by Kazmary.
Please reset the game clock to 12 minutes, 14 seconds. 12-14.
And this is an Ohio State offense that had only surrendered 6 sacks all year, second fewest in the nation.
They got 5 in this ball game. They got to tighten things up on that offensive line. And yeah, a promising drive started. 9 yards by Kazmary, 20 yards by Bo Jackson, and then negative plays the last 2.
This is where Indiana is much better than they were a year ago, watching it in person. 3rd and 29. Ohio State pushed back to their own 37 after they had creased midfield. Jeremiah Smith will go wide to the left. Carnell Tate, Brandon Ennis, wide right. Tight end Max Clare will motion from left to right. Donaldson in the backfield with quarterback Julian Sand. Gets the snap. Sand looking to throw. Middle of the field throws Jeremiah Smith. Cuts to the 35, and he's going to be grabbed and stopped by linebacker Hardy. Right around the 37. Elijah Hardy with that stop. It'll bring up 4th down.
Yeah, a couple first downs. Go backwards. Now you got to punt the ball away. So not a promising drive to end the half, and not a promising drive here in the third quarter. After having a couple successful plays, they went backwards. So offensive line's going to have to regroup. Tyler Boland's over there, got him huddled up on the sideline as we speak.
Joe McGuire, junior punter, in need of a big boot. Jonathan Brady is back deep. McGuire puts it in the air with the right foot, and backing up is Brady. He'll let that hit behind him, checks up at the 11-yard line where Ohio State will get it surrounded. Long snapper John Furman will touch it at the Indiana 11. That's where the Hoosiers will have the ball. Buckeye football brought to you in part by Encova Insurance for auto and home, encircling you with solutions you can trust. Encova, proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Timeout with 11:32 to play third quarter. 10-6, Ohio State leading Indiana. This is Buckeye football from Learfield.
Forever starts with the perfect diamond. Hi, it's Alex Johnson from the Diamond Cellar, and for over 78 years, our family has helped generations of couples celebrate love with brilliance, quality, and unbeatable prices. At Diamond Cellar, bigger diamonds and better prices are our promise to you. Whether you're popping the question or upgrading your sparkle, trust the experts. Because diamonds, they're our forte. Visit us at Diamond Cellar on Sawmill Road or at Easton Town Center and learn more at diamondcellar.com.
Toyotathon is on. Get in the spirit of the season with a new Toyota. Now through January 5th, get $3,000 customer cash on remaining new 25 Tundras. Or get 0.99 APR financing plus $1,000 TFS APR cash. With approved credit through TFS, excludes TRD Pro. APR cash must be applied to deal. And every new Toyota comes with 2 years no-cost maintenance. For complete details, go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Come on over to Heartland and join our family.
Now, getting ahead in this world is not as complicated as it might seem. Having the early guidance and counsel of your community banker, one who knows you and your family's story, can make a great deal of difference. Relationships matter. Bank on community banking. I'm Scott McComb. Coming over to Heartland, where banking really feels good.
Where banking feels good. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Always and forever your home of the Buckeyes. Home of the Buckeyes. The Fan. This is the Ohio State Sports Network. Presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center. The team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
Each Buckeye defensive third down this half is brought to you by Corson Fire and Security. Protecting life and property since 1946. From knowledgeable salespeople to highly trained technicians, Corson provides the very best fire protection and security solutions to businesses throughout Ohio. Learn more at Corson.com. 11:32 to play third quarter here in Indianapolis. 10-6. Ohio State ahead of Indiana. Down on the field to Tyler Danberg.
Ohio State offensive line coach Tyler Bowen's message to his unit: we have to lock in. We had a drive going, but we got to come back and lock in.
Well, the punt coverage team did their part, getting Indiana pinned down to their own 11-yard line.
He's had 3 punts this ball game, Joe McGuire, and another one inside the 20. It was a good job. It bounced right where he wanted it to and just stuck there.
Well, Fernando Mendoza has thrown 1 interception in the game. It went to Davison Igbinosun. And the Indiana quarterback breaks the huddle. Roman Hemby will be his tailback off his right hip. E.J. Williams wide to the right. Elijah Surratt flanked left. Snap to Mendoza. Hands it Hemby, running right side. And Hemby's going to run into a pile of bodies. Push the pile to right on the 16-yard line, and that's where it comes to an end. Maybe the 17-yard line. A little late shoving at the end of the play Tywon Malone, defensive lineman, was at the bottom of the pile for Ohio State.
Yeah, too much after the first contact there. They had him, for maybe a 2 or 3 yard gain, but they were able to push that pile for another 2 or 3 yards to make it 2nd and 5.
At the 17 on Indiana's side of the field. Surratt Williams will come wide to the left with Brady. Hemby goes wide to the right. He'll motion into the backfield with Mendoza now. 2nd and 5, Indiana at their own 17-yard line. Snap to Mendoza. He'll hand it again, and going up the middle is Hemby, stopped at the 19-yard line. Ohio State a little more prepared for that. Is getting in there for the Buckeyes to make the stop was Caden McDonald, defensive lineman.
Big third down here for this Buckeye defense. Have to find a way to get a hold here and stop. Get the ball back in their offensive hands. They've had the ball 6 minutes more than Ohio State did there in the first quarter. Got to give offense some opportunities here, and the defense has to get a stop.
Of course, in 3rd and 2, Indiana at their own 20-yard line. Out of the huddle they come. Charlie Becker will come wide to the left along with Brady and Surratt. Nowakowski, the tight end, wide right. Hemby in the backfield on 3rd down next to Fernando Mendoza. 2 to go. Indiana at their own 20. Mendoza sets up shop at the 10, looking to throw. He'll crank and fire deep down the middle of the field for Charlie Becker, and he's got it at the 30 of Ohio State, where he's taken down by defensive back Lorenzo Stiles. Big pass completion to Charlie Becker by Fernando Mendoza, getting Indiana in Ohio State territory.
Just going on a little post route right up the middle of the field. Lorenzo Stiles was chasing the whole time. Perfect pass there by Fernando Mendoza to give him a ball at the 30-yard line.
And they're going to get right on it, right there at the Ohio State 29. Quick snap to Mendoza. Hands to Hemby going right side, and he's got room before safety Caleb Downs first makes contact, and then the pile gets pushed inside the 20, finally stopped at the 19. Caden Curry and Jalen McClain finally bring Hemby to an end, but he's getting additional yardage and racks up another first down.
Yeah, back-to-back first downs. 51 yards on that pass to Becker, and then another 10 by Hemby after that. They're cooking right now. They got the ball to 19.
They sure are. With a fresh set of downs. Davion Chandler comes in as a new receiver. 1st and 10, Indiana at the Ohio State 19. Buckeyes leading 10-6 with 9 minutes to play, 3rd quarter. Fernando Mendoza straight behind his center. He's got Kalon Black in the backfield next to him at running back. Give to Black, running right side, and Black is hit and stopped. Linebacker Sonny Stiles, corner Davison Igbinosun. Drop him around the Ohio State 18.
Yeah, there's a little bit shorter gain there, but still a little bit too much. We got to be a little bit stiffer at the point of attack. Our defensive tackles, defensive ends have to do what they were doing in the first half, slowing them down a little bit more.
2nd and 8, Indiana at Ohio State 17. Hoosiers playing without Omar Cooper, one of their top receivers. He went out early in the game with an injury. 2nd and 8, Indiana at Ohio State 17. Becker wide right. Brady and Surratt wide left. Nowakowski into the line left. Black in the backfield with Mendoza. 2nd and 8, Indiana at Ohio State 17. Mendoza's going to slide, look to throw. Looking all over. Mendoza now starts to run up the middle, brings it wide to the left at the 30 of Ohio State, and he just sails it out of bounds well over the head of Elijah Surratt.
Good coverage down the field by Ohio State. Nowhere for Mendoza to go, so he had plenty of time there. Ohio State rushing 4. They couldn't get home. They dove at him a few times but couldn't make a play. Mendoza just has to toss it out of bounds to live to play another down here on 3rd.
Course in 3rd and 8, Indiana at Ohio State 17. Ohio State made some changes on the defensive line. E.J. Williams will go wide right for Indiana. Riley Nowakowski, Elijah Surratt, Jonathan Brady will come wide to the left. In the backfield is Black next to Mendoza. 3rd and 8, Indiana at Ohio State 17. Mendoza gets it in his hands, looks to throw, floats out up the left side toward the end zone for Surratt. Got it for a touchdown. Elijah Surratt outfought Jermaine Matthews on a 17-yard pass play. Indiana gets their first touchdown of the night. Elijah Surratt hauls it in from Fernando Mendoza, and it's 12-10 Hoosiers.
Yeah, went to that back shoulder fade there, which he's known to throw, and that time Jermaine Matthews didn't have an answer for Surratt there. Surratt ran a perfect route there, threw it back shoulder, got some hands on him late, but that wasn't enough. Indiana takes their opening drive into the 3rd quarter, down and into the end zone for a TD.
The first time this year Ohio State has trailed in the second half. PAT unit is on. Radicic with a point after kick. It is up, and it is good, giving Indiana a 13-10 lead over Ohio State when you need urgent care. There are many choices, but there's only one advanced level of urgent care, led by Ohio State emergency medicine physicians. Ohio State Advanced Urgent Care. When you need care fast, the choice is clear. Timeout. Time remaining in the third quarter, 8:02. It is 13-10. Indiana leading Ohio State. This is Buckeye football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Archie Griffin, two-time Heisman Trophy winner. The right coverage can be a game changer, both on and off the field. That's why Encova Insurance and their local independent agents are prepared for what's next and protect what matters most to you. Whether that's your home, car, business, or family, Encova's got your back with a policy that fits you perfectly. With local independent agents in your neighborhood and innovative insurance products that can be tailored to fit your unique needs, Encova's playbook is an easy win for your peace of mind. You can trust their team of agents to develop a strategy that's just right for you. And it's not just X's and O's. Your expert agent will guide you and provide insurance solutions so you can confidently manage your risk and count on a financially secure future. For auto, home, and business insurance, you want Encova on your team. Visit Encova.com today to find an agent near you. Encova is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Go Bucks!
Paul Keels here for Window Nation. Columbus, now is the best time to replace your windows. Window Nation is offering 50% off all window styles, plus no payments for 2 whole years. That's right, no down payment, no monthly payments, and no interest until 2027. They'll also throw in 2 free tickets for an upcoming Ohio State football game if you replace all the windows in your home. Take advantage of big savings, plus 1-day installation with Window Nation, a proud partner of Ohio State Athletics. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com today.
This is the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
Score perks on game day essentials all season long at Giant Eagle. Remember, Giant Eagle is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Fernando Mendoza, 17-yard TD pass to Elijah Surratt, plus the point after. That put Indiana back in front. They lead Ohio State 13-10. With a little more than 8 minutes to play, third quarter, down on the field to Tyler Denberg.
Paul, after Surratt caught the go-ahead touchdown over Jermaine Matthews, the Buckeye corner Matthews went over to his fellow defensive backs, tapped his chest 3 times and said, "That's on me." Then he went over behind the bench, got his right ankle wrapped up in some black tape, slapped the table, went back over to his guys. Caleb Downs, his fellow defensive back, checked on him, asked, "You good?" Matthews said, "I'm good." There's still a lot of energy on this sideline, guys.
Yeah, we mentioned this is the first time all season that Ohio State has trailed in the second half of a football game.
7-play, 88 yards, 3:30 off the clock. Obviously, the 51-yard pass to Charlie Becker and 17-yard touchdown to Surratt.
That pass to Becker was the big play in the drive.
Yeah, it was.
Lorenzo Stiles and Brandon Innes are back deep for Ohio State to await the kick from Quinn Warren. 8 minutes and 2 seconds left in the Big Ten championship game. Ohio State has a 29-game winning streak over Indiana and 30 if you count a vacated win in 2010.
Well, the offensive defensive lines for Ohio State have to step it up. They gave up 2 sacks on their drive offensively, and Indiana was able to push the pile to get extra yards and pass protect against Ohio State.
Warren's kickoff in the air. Brandon Innes will field that halfway back in the end zone and go to a knee. So to be a touchback, giving the ball a 1st and 10 at their own 25. Each of these quarterbacks have thrown a touchdown. Each of them have thrown an interception. And the Ohio State crowd that is here trying to rally behind the Buckeye offense. The Indiana crowd trying to support their defense.
Yeah, they're waving those white towels, so that's all Indiana right there.
So Julian Zayin, redshirt freshman quarterback from Carlsbad, California, the freshman of the year in the Big Ten. He's got his work cut out for him. Bo Jackson next to him in the backfield. Jeremiah Smith wide right, Innes and Tate wide left. Now Innes will motion to a slot right position. Zayin in a shotgun. Awaits the snap from Carson Hinsman. Hands it off to Bo Jackson. Going wide to the left, Jackson. He'll get to the 30 and cut down at about the 32-yard line as Indiana corner Jamari Sharp and makes the stop.
Yeah, we had a man advantage on that left side the way Indiana's defense was overshadowed. So our offense is right. They come back with a counter play to the left and pick up 6-7 yards.
Sharp made his first ever start against Ohio State in 2023. 2nd and 3. Ohio State at their own 32-yard line, trailing 13-10 to Indiana. Jackson off the right hip of Julian Zayin, who gets the ball in his hands, feeds Jackson again, trying to go left again. This time Elijah Hardy, linebacker, drops him at the 30. Elijah Hardy, sophomore from Lakeland, Florida. He was right on the spot.
Buckeyes have substituted at the right guard, got Gabe Van Sickle, number 58. in there playing right guard for Ohio State on this series.
And this series now faces 3rd and 4. Buckeyes at their own 31-yard line. This Indiana defense has given Ohio State more than anybody has all season. Jeremiah Smith, Brandon Innes wide left. Carnell Tate wide right. C.J. Donaldson in at tailback. He'll be to the right of Julian Sayin. 3rd and 4. Buckeyes at their own 31 and trailing by 3 points here in the third quarter. Sayin gets the snap. Drops it his 23. Passes up the left side. Caught at the 35-yard line. And Pons, a corner, stops Brandon Innes, the receiver, right at about the 31. But they're going to give him forward progress and pick up the first down. D'Angelo Pons, not enough to make that full stop on Brandon Innes.
Yeah, great catch there by number 1, Brandon Innes. And an excellent throw by Julian Sayin to keep the drive alive. They needed to make a play there. They found a way to get one.
6:20 and counting, third quarter. First down, Ohio State with the ball placed between their own 35 and their own 36. Julian Sayin will work under his center, Carson Hinsman. Single setback right behind him. Sayin fakes the handoff, pivots to his right, looking to throw, tosses out where it's caught at the 40-yard line. 45-50, McClare shoved out of bounds at the Indiana 46-yard line by safety Amari Farrell. That'll be another first down pickup by the Buckeye tight end.
Well, that's the same play that Kazmeri caught for 9 yards. This time Max Clare takes it, and it gets a little bit more. That's a good play there, rolling out to get away from some of the traffic inside, buy a little extra time with your feet, and deliver the pass down the field.
First team All-Big Ten tight end Max Clare makes it 1st and 10 Ohio State at Indiana's 44-yard line. Pistol formation, Sayin hands it off Isaiah West, and he's going to be stopped for a loss right around the 34-yard line. Indiana was not fooled at all, and as the young man turns around, they got in there and made the play. It was Tyrate Tucker, defensive tackle.
Yeah, number 6, Mikhail Kamari also was able to get involved in that, ran that down from the backside.
So Isaiah West found some tough sledding there. It'll be 2nd and 12, Ohio State with the ball at the Indiana 46. Innes and Tate wide left, Smith wide right. Max Clare tight end started right. He'll motion now into a fullback spot. He and Isaiah West next to Julian Sayin. 2nd and 12, Ohio State at the 46 of Indiana. Sayin will pop the pass down the right side. Caught Jeremiah Smith, thrown out of bounds at the Indiana 29 by corner Pons. Jeremiah Smith makes a tough catch fighting with his high school teammate D'Angelo Pons, and it gives Ohio State another first down.
Buckeyes there kept extra blockers in. Max Clare, Isaiah West, both those guys stayed in the block there, gave Julian Sayin enough time to hit his All-American wide receiver, Jeremiah Smith.
Ball at the 27 of Indiana on Smith's catch. He will go wide to the left. 2 tight ends on the right side of the line, Kazmarek and Clare. Christian, a 3rd tight end off the line to the left. Jackson in the backfield for quarterback Julian Sayin, who's going to fling it. Quick toss goes out where it's caught by Max Clare. He is hit and dropped at the 19 of Indiana by D'Angelo Pons, cornerback. Tough catch for Max Clare. Tough progress, but he gets into the Giant Eagle red zone.
Yeah, it was just a positive play there, and a good job again by Julian Sayin, getting away from the mess inside, rolling out a little bit to his right, and finding the tight end for a nice gain.
How about D'Angelo Pons, Jim?
Yeah.
He's something, isn't he?
Yep, he's a mighty mite.
2nd and 2. Ohio State with the ball marked at the Indiana 19. Julian Sayin straight behind the center, Carson Hinsman. Sayin feeds it, Bo Jackson running right side. Jackson tripped up and stopped at the 15 of Indiana. He was ready to scratch off and run for more, but it was Elijah Hardy, linebacker, who kind of got to his footwear and got him off balance.
That's his 12th carry of the ball game. He's got over 1,000 yards for his freshman season. That's an excellent job, but now Ohio State's got to find a way, have the first down at the 14 to finish this drive for a touchdown.
So a tough run by Bo Jackson. And the Buckeyes in a tough spot, trailing 13-10 with a little more than 3 minutes to play in the third quarter. First down at the Indiana 14. Pistol set in the backfield, Sayin at quarterback, Jackson behind him at tailback. Smith is flanked out wide to the left. Fake handoff by Sayin, who rolls to his right, throws in the middle of the field, where it is caught by Kazmarek, dumped at the 8-yard line. Will Kazmarek by linebacker Elijah Hardy, getting that play inside the 10.
Well, I like what Ohio State's doing, moving the pocket. Again, the quarterback out, rolling out to his right there, and then throwing back to the middle of the field to find Kazmarek for a nice gain on first down.
To make it 2nd and 3 at the Indiana 7 with 2:42 and counting in the third quarter. Jeremiah Smith will go out wide to the left. Nate Roberts and Bo Jackson make up an offset eye for quarterback Julian Sayin, who's in a shotgun. 2nd and 3, Ohio State at Indiana 7, and the Buckeyes trail by 3 points. Sayin Fakes it. No, he does feed it. Jackson running straight ahead to the Indiana 5-yard line where he aligned behind some blockers, but was finally knocked down by linebacker Aiden Fisher.
Get him a gain of maybe 2.5, 3 yards on there, so a little bit of work here to do on third down. Ohio State's obviously got the field goal. The ball is at just outside the 5-yard line, but you got to find a way here to get a first down.
A trio of changes for the Indiana defense. 3rd and 1, and as you said, Jim, the ball's between the 5 and the 6 of Indiana. With 1:57 and counting third quarter, Hoosiers leading 13-10. Buckeyes break the huddle. Smith will go wide to the left. Roberts into the line left. Kazmarek and Christian into the line right as far as tight ends. Jackson in the backfield next to Sayan, who slides to his left to throw. Sayan looking. Sayan flips it left corner toward the goal line, incomplete, where Jeremiah Smith was covered by corner D'Angelo Pons.
No chance to complete that pass there. He just ran out of time, ran out of space. Both Jeremiah Smith and Julian Sayan. Pressure was coming. Had to get rid of the football. Looks like Ohio State's staying on the field as of now.
Yes, 4th and 1 with the ball just outside the Indiana 5. C.J. Donaldson and Carnell Tate will come into the lineup. And quarterback Julian Sayan gets him in the huddle. Indiana with some late substitutions themselves. 4th and 1, Ohio State with the ball just outside the Indiana 5. Donaldson single setback. 2 out wide to the left. Sayan will work under center with Tate and Smith wide left. 4th and 1 at the Indiana 5. Sayan takes it himself, squirts forward, and Sayan's going to get the pile up to about the 3-yard line to convert on the first down.
Just a simple quarterback sneak. You know, one of the first short yardage plays everybody learns going back to Pee Wee football. That time Julian Sayan gets behind the center. Carson Hinsman is left guard. Luke Montgomery, Gabe Van Sickle, the right guard, and they push forward to pick up that first down.
Goal to go at the Indiana 4 with 1:10 and counting, third quarter. Again, Indiana with a mass load of changes. And we're going to get a whistle and a timeout called.
The rolling on the field was the runner made the line to gain. The play's under further review.
Oh, beautiful. You know, even from as far away as we are, and we're almost as far away from the field as we are in Columbus, it seemed pretty clear that he got inside the 5. But the timeout comes. Let's let him review it. With 1:04 to play in the third quarter, it is 13-10. Indiana leading Ohio State. This is Buckeye football from Learfield.
The best outcomes for treating cancer come from early detection and early diagnosis.
The James Cancer Diagnostic Center at Ohio State
is designed to provide rapid evaluation and a clear diagnosis.
We are transforming care by giving patients direct access
to cancer experts who study and treat cancer every day.
If you think you have cancer, the choice is clear. Choose the James Cancer Diagnostic Center.
Buckeye fans, choose chill. Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes those moments when you choose to rise above the noise and choose chill even better. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics, so crack one open and take a sip. Coors Light, choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado, beer.
I love the neighborhood where I grew up, but it was tough.
Ohio State National Championship quarterback and former CareSource kid, Cardale Jones.
Football helped me find my direction, but I also needed the right support system. Seeing that CareSource heart around town, I just knew they had my back. That's the kind of difference they still make in neighborhoods like mine. This is so much more than health insurance. CareSource, today and always. Trust it. Visit caresource.com.
This is the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
Buckeye fans, Andrew is an official sponsor of Ohio State Athletics, whose mission is to transform U.S. military capabilities through advanced technology. 13-10, Indiana leading Ohio State with 1:04 to play in the third quarter. During the timeout, the officials overturned the call on the field, saying Julian Sayan's knee hit the ground short of the line to gain. So Indiana will have the ball taking over on downs, 1st and 10, with the ball just a hair inside their own 5-yard line.
Yeah, and the Buckeyes, you know, they would have kicked the field goal and it would have been a tie ball game if they would have put it through the uprights. They decided to go for it there on 4th down. The knee went down. The ball was spotted at the 5 where the ball went down, or just a little bit inside the 5. So the defense for Indiana got the stop. Now Ohio State's defense has to get some stops.
Yeah, we got to look at our monitor here, and it looks like it was a good call. So, 13-10, Indiana with the lead. Ohio State's defense will try and keep them pressed in with that ball put just between the 4 and the 5 of the Hoosiers. Fernando Mendoza's thrown 1 touchdown and 1 interception. He gets the Hoosiers to break the huddle. Williams and Surratt will go wide to the right. Kalon Black is in the backfield, now in a pistol behind Fernando Mendoza. 1st and 10, Indiana at their own 4. Snap to Mendoza. Hands Black running right side, and Caden McDonald's going to grab him and drop him right there at the line of scrimmage. The 4 defensive lineman got behind him and yanked him down.
This is where you need your big-time players to step up on defense. You got Caden McDonald, defensive lineman of the year. Got Arvell Reese, linebacker of the year. Caleb Downs. All these guys got to step up here in this drive, make it their best drive, get a 3 and out.
Less than a minute to play, third quarter. The scoreboard tells us it's 2nd and 10, Indiana at their own 5. Williams and Brady will go wide to the right, Surratt wide left. Black in the backfield off the right hip of Mendoza. 2nd and 10, Indiana at their own 5. Snap to Mendoza, fakes the handoff, throws upfield, caught at the 15-yard line, and it is Williams who's tackled at the 16 by defensive back Lorenzo Stiles. E.J. Williams with the grab that gets Indiana off the hook and gives them a first down.
Yeah, and Caden Curry's going to take a knee. I don't know if he's got something wrong with him or not. The trainers are going to come out and take a look at him, but that time Mendoza rolled out to his right there, bought a little extra time with his feet, and then threw it back to the middle of the field to get the first down.
Third quarter comes to an end. It is 13-10, Indiana leading Ohio State after 3 quarters. Timeout on the field. This is Buckeye football from Learfield.
Buckeye fans expect a certain standard. That's true of the food they share on game day too, which is why Giant Eagle is always part of the game plan. With fresh, high-quality food and everyday savings, it's easy to tailgate like a champ or feed the ravenous fans at home. For long touchdown runs and effortless grocery runs, Giant Eagle is here. Giant Eagle, proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
New creamy parm pizzas are now at Donato's. A decadent new sauce on 2 delicious new pizzas. Try the crave-worthy chicken veggie parm with roasted chicken, fresh veggies, and that rich creamy parm base. Or the savory bacon spinach parm, where smoky bacon meets fresh spinach for parm pizza perfection. Craving something different? Create your own creamy parm pizza today. Donato's. Gotta love more.
Experience Buckeye Game Day like never before. Welcome to the 1922 Club, the most exclusive space inside Ohio Stadium, where luxury meets tradition in the heart of Buckeye Nation. Enjoy upscale food and beverages and a game day atmosphere like no other. Create lasting memories with friends and mingling with other Buckeye fans, and celebrate every OHIO in ultimate comfort. Become a member of the 1922 Club today. Memberships are limited. Visit OhioStateBuckeyes.com.
The Fan, Ohio sports destination. You're listening to the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
Back in Indianapolis, Skip Mossick with a check of your scoreboard, brought to you by Encova Insurance. Encova, the proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. ACC championship game in Charlotte, 2 minutes to play, third quarter. Duke 17, Virginia 10. Earlier today, Big 12, Texas Tech defeats BYU 34-7. In the MAC championship game, Western Michigan over Miami 23-13. Georgia defeats Alabama in the SEC title game 28-7. NCAA Division III playoffs earlier today. John Carroll defeats Mount Union 10-7 in 2 overtimes. Ohio High School Football State Championship games. The Division V championship just went final. Liberty Center wins the D5 crown over Wheelersburg 35-3. Earlier, St. Henry wins the Division VII championship 37-3 over Hillsdale. Kirtland, your D6 champions, 41-6 over Hopewell Loudon. Men's college basketball earlier today. Ohio State, their first Big Ten win of the season, 86-82 at Northwestern. Indiana 13, Ohio State 10 as we head to the fourth with the voice of the Buckeyes, Paul Keels.
Thank you, Skip. Welcome back to the Union Home Mortgage broadcast booth, the official home lending sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Learn about their 1% down payment program at UHM.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS number 2229. And Ohio State in a position they've not been in all year, trailing in the second half, trailing going into the fourth quarter. E.J. Williams, who made that last catch, he had 5 catches against Ohio State when he was at Clemson in the 2020 playoffs, a game that Ohio State won.
Yeah, that time Ohio State defense had him backed up, but got to give Mendoza credit. He rolled out to his right and was able to make the play to E.J. Williams to pick up that first down.
And he's getting a lot of play along with Jonathan Brady as receiver because of the injury to Omar Cooper. He went out with an injury in the first half. Right now, Indiana 1st and 10 with the ball at their own 17. Ohio State went for it on 4th and short and got stopped and turned the ball over on downs. This drive started for Indiana at their 4. Fernando Mendoza breaks the huddle. Brady and Becker and Surratt all go wide to the left. Kalon Black is in the backfield left of Fernando Mendoza. 1st and 10 Indiana, their own 17. And Mendoza gets the snap. Hands it to Black, going past right guard. He stood up and stopped. I believe that was Sonny Styles who stuck his head in there. No, it was Davison Igbinosun, defensive back, that knocked down Kalon Black.
Yeah, playing a little run defense for the quarterback, getting involved in that play. He was able to fill in a hurry and limit him to no gain.
Yeah, right there at the 17. Igbinosun with the interception that Ohio State was able to come up with earlier. 2nd and 10. Hoosiers at their own 17-yard line. Surratt, who caught a touchdown, goes wide left. Becker had a big catch during that drive wide right. Now the tight end Nowakowski will set up on the left side of the line. Pistol formation, Black behind Mendoza at quarterback. 2nd and 10 Indiana, their own 17. Mendoza fakes the handoff and from his 9 looks to roll to the right side, throws up the middle of the field and is caught at the 30-yard line by Becker, who is dropped by Jalen McClain right around the 31-yard line. Indiana gets a first down through the air.
Boy, it looked like Kenyatta Jackson got held on that last play there. No call. Indiana had 6 offensive linemen in there, overloaded to the right there, and they came out play action throwing the football, but again, it looked like he got held.
32-yard line is where Charlie Becker made that grab. He made some big catches, and they're come from behind win at Penn State.
He's their leading receiver now, 4 catches for 86 yards.
1st and 10 Indiana at their own 32-yard line. Becker is one of 3 wide to the right. Handoff will go now to Black running left side, and Black stopped by defensive back Caleb Downs right around the Indiana 35-yard line.
Yeah, defense has to find a way to get off the field here, get a stop. Now's a good time.
It would be. Trailing by 3, Ohio State is 13-21 and counting, fourth quarter. 2nd and 6 Indiana, working from their own 36-yard line. Hoosiers trying to win their first Big Ten title since 1967. Surratt will go wide to the left. Ohio State trying to win their first since 2020. Becker and Brady wide right for Fernando Mendoza. Mendoza in the shotgun, gets the snap, back to throw, tosses on the right side, caught by Becker at his own 40, and it'll be pushed out of bounds, or grabbed and stopped right around the 45. Finally, Jermaine Matthews' corner had him, but Becker was able to fight him for a couple of extra yards, and that'll give Indiana a first down.
Drive that started on their 5-yard line. They picked up 3 first downs. Now they got the ball out to the 43-yard line. They're moving it right down the field against this Ohio State defense, which is ranked number 1 in the country in total yards.
But Indiana is creasing it. 1st and 10. Hoosiers at their own 43-yard line. E.J. Williams wide to the right. Brady and Surratt wide left. Hemby in the backfield next to quarterback Mendoza, who hands it off to Hemby. Sowing to the left side is Hemby, and Caden McDonald, lineman, will stop him at the Indiana 46.
Yeah, right now the Hoosiers have 296 yards against this Buckeye defense. Ohio State's offense just at 209.
Now this Ohio State defense, all year has been rock solid, but Indiana has found the formula. 2nd and 6, Hoosiers at their own 47-yard line. Fernando Mendoza in the shotgun. Now they'll glance to the sideline with center Pat Coogan positioned over the ball. Hemby will set up on the right side of Mendoza. 2nd and 6. IU from their own 47. Mendoza gets a high snap, hands it Hemby going left side, and he's tripped up and stopped. Falls at about his 48. Jalen McClain, safety, and lineman Caden McDonald were in there to kind of get him off balance, and that'll bring up a Corson 3rd down.
This is a crucial 3rd down for Ohio State's defense. Indiana's 5 for 10 on 3rd down conversions. They're facing a 3rd and 4 here.
Clock 11:20 and rolling with Indiana leading 13-10. 3rd and 4, as you said, Jim. Indiana with the ball at their own 49-yard line. Elijah Surratt wide left. Riley Nowakowski along with Jonathan Brady and E.J. Williams wide right. Black in the backfield with Mendoza on 3rd down. Indiana from their own 49. Mendoza back to pass at his own 40. Mendoza looking, being chased. Mendoza still chased. Hit ball, throwing one incomplete up the right side as he well overthrew Kalon Black. But he had defenders putting pressure on him, namely linebacker Arvell Reese.
Well, they got to stop. They're going to force a punting situation here. Better make sure they don't fake punt here.
Yes.
They're going to send out their punt return team, which surprises me a little bit. Usually Ohio State likes to play punt return safe, keeping their defense out.
Mitch McCarthy, a 27-year-old, the 4th oldest player in FBS, to punt it away to Brandon Innes, who's at the Ohio State 8. McCarthy gets the punt away from his 38. Indus drifting to his left. He'll make the catch at his own 8-yard line, and he's going to be stopped at the 10. Indiana was ready for that play, and making the stop was linebacker Isaiah Jones. Timeout on the field with 10:45 left in the 4th quarter. Indiana leading 13-10 over Ohio State. This is Buckeye football from Learfield.
Picture it. Your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps, spiced cider in every glass, laughter around every plate. At Kroger, we know these moments matter, and we make it easier to bring them to life with quality that's affordable in every aisle. This season, don't just host, make every moment unforgettable. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Toyota Thon is on. Get in the spirit of the season with a new Toyota. Now through January 5th, get 4.75 APR financing on remaining new 25 Corollas and Corolla hybrids. Excludes GR and Corolla Cross. Or lease a gas-powered 26 Corolla LE for $199 a month for 39 months with $36.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Forever starts with the perfect diamond. Hi, it's Alex Johnson from the Diamond Cellar, and for over 78 years, our family has helped generations of couples celebrate love with brilliance, quality, and unbeatable prices. At Diamond Cellar, bigger diamonds and better prices are our promise to you. Whether you're popping the question or upgrading your sparkle, trust the experts. Because diamonds, they're our forte. Visit us at Diamond Cellar on Sawmill Road or at Easton Town Center and learn more at diamondcellar.com.
Buckeye football lives here. The Fan. This is the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State athletics.
College football season is Modelo season. If you're listening to this right now, it's time to reward your full-time fandom with a nice cold Modelo brewing for full-time Buckeye fans. 10:45 to play 4th quarter, Big Ten title game. Indiana 13, Ohio State 10. Down on the field to Tyler Danberg.
An important possession coming up for Ohio State's offense. It's signal caller Julian Sand threw off his headset, sprung from his black plastic seat, and went up and down the offensive benches, high-fiving his guys and telling them repeatedly regarding the 4th quarter, best quarter, best quarter. This is his first true test about a 4th quarter comeback.
And his drive for Ohio State, because of the great coverage by Indiana, will start at their own 10-yard line.
Yeah, they flipped the field, or they took this ball from their 5-yard line, got it to midfield, and had a nice punt for 44 yards, and got a 3-yard return on that, so that'll be spotted at the 5. So this is the time for Ohio State's offense. If you want to be Big Ten champs, you got to put together a drive right here.
Toughest test that Ohio State's faced all season, and that's not totally unsurprising, considering the great year Indiana's had.
No, they played great all year long, and obviously we talked about that big win that they had at Oregon, 30-20. They were able to make some plays. Got to be careful with the football here if you're Ohio State.
1st and 10, Buckeyes of their own 10. Carnell Tate, Jeremiah Smith go wide to the right. Bo Jackson in the backfield to the right of Julian Sand. 1st and 10, Buckeyes of their own 10, trailing by 3 points. Snap to Sand, hands it Bo Jackson, running left side. Jackson gets to the 15 and is knocked down. Indiana had a defender who got low and undercut him. Looked like that was safety Lewis Moore.
Yeah, Ohio State's just had 21 rushes in this game for about 37, 38 yards, but Julian Sands had minus 29, 5 sacks factor into that.
2nd and 6, so Ohio State at their 14. Bennett Christian, Carnell Tate wide right. Jeremiah Smith wide left. Sayin and Jackson in the pistol in the backfield. 2nd and 8. Ohio State at their own 14. Here in the fourth quarter, trailing by 3. Sayin gets the snap in the pistol. Hands it to Bo Jackson going right side. Squirts through to the 20. Taken down at the 24-yard line. Lewis Moore makes the stop, but Jackson picks up the first down. A pickup presented by Kroger.
Yeah, 2 carries for Bo Jackson. He picks up the first down. He'll go out, take a break. Isaiah West, number 32, will check in for him.
Under 10 to play, fourth quarter. Fresh set of downs for Ohio State, moving right to left at their own 24-yard line. Buckeyes have 2 wide to the left, single receivers out wide to the right for quarterback Julian Sayin. Now Tate is motioning from left to right. Isaiah West in the backfield next to his redshirt freshman quarterback. Sayin to pass, sets up at his 14. Sayin plants his feet, fires onto the right side, caught by Kaz Merrick, who's dropped at his own 28-yard line by linebacker Aiden Fisher of Indiana.
Positive yards. You like to see that on first down. That time Julian Sayin had plenty of time. Indiana just rushing 4 guys. Ohio State's offensive line was able to pick those up, and as our tight end got out there in the flat, Aiden Fisher was there to make that stop.
So 2nd and 6. Ohio State with the ball at their own 28-yard line with 9 minutes to play, fourth quarter. 13-10, Indiana leading. Roberts, the up man in an I formation, Sayin under center. Hands Isaiah West going right side, and he's going to be grabbed and stopped around the 28-yard line by defensive lineman Hosea Wheeler.
Yeah, it was a good play there by Hosea Wheeler. He plays defensive tackle, is able to come off the block there of our right guard, right tackle, come outside and make the play for no gain.
So it will be 3rd and 5. Ohio State at their 29-yard line. Excuse me, that was not Wheeler. It was Daly. His jersey was scrunched up. Thought it was a 0. 3rd and 5. Ohio State at their own 29. C.J. Donaldson at the tailback. He's to the left of quarterback Julian Sayin. Who's going to throw? Sayin at his 19. Sayin looks, fires middle of the field. It is caught by Donaldson, who'll get the first down, scooting up to the 36 before he's finally stopped by linebacker Aiden Fisher. Change move on the catch to C.J. Donaldson.
There's a 3rd down conversion for this Ohio State offense. They needed that play in the worst way. 2 of 8 on 3rd down conversions.
Under 8 to play in the game, but Ohio State trails 13-10. First down Buckeyes at their own 37-yard line. They led this game at the half 10-6. Julian Sayin sets up in a shotgun. Fakes the handoff, looks and dumps it out left side where it's caught Jeremiah Smith. He's in trouble at his own 30, and that's where he'll be dragged down at the 30-yard line. Indiana was able to get Elijah Hardy, or that might have been Devin Boykin, defensive back, who wrestled him to the ground.
And that'll be a loss of 5 yards on that play there. Good gang tackling there and way to rally to the football by the Indiana defense to get out there and make that play.
So it will be 2nd and 15. Ohio State with the ball at their own 32. Clock not in the favor of the Buckeyes right now as we near the 7-minute mark of the fourth quarter. 13-10, Indiana leading. Brandon Innes breaks wide to the right. Jeremiah Smith wide left. Tight ends on each side of the line. And Jackson in the backfield next to Sayin. 2nd and 15, Buckeyes at their 32. Sayin's going to go on top. Sayin looks, and he fires in the middle of the field. Bo Jackson has it. Jackson gets to his own 39, and finally he is stopped there as linebacker Isaiah Jones had halted his progress.
Bo Jackson had 17 receptions coming to this ball game and a TD, so that time he was kind of the safety valve after Julian Sayin was looking down the field. He looked in the middle of the field and found him.
3rd and 8, Ohio State at their 39. 6.5 to play, fourth quarter. Out of the huddle come the Buckeyes. Brandon Innes will go wide to the right, along with Carnell Tate. Jeremiah Smith wide left. C.J. Donaldson is in the backfield, along with Max Clare surrounding Julian Sayin. 3rd and 8, Buckeyes at their own 39. Hinsman snaps to Sayin, back to throw from his 28. Sayin looking, Sayin being chased, rolling to his right side. Sayin on the run, throws upfield, caught by Tate, who steps out of bounds at the Indiana 41. Stepped out in front of safety Amari Farrell. First down Buckeyes in the Hoosier territory.
Felt like I said this all night. Julian Sayin buying extra time with his feet because he had some pressure applied inside the pocket. He went outside the pocket to the right towards the Indiana bench, found Carnell Tate right there on the sideline, and put it on the money.
Ball marked at the 41 of Indiana. 5:47 and counting, fourth quarter. 13-10, Hoosiers leading. Buckeyes trailing in the second half for the first time all year. David Adolph in. He goes wide to the right. Carnell Tate, Brandon Innes wide left. Jackson in the backfield with quarterback Julian Sayin. Gets the snap. Hands to Bo Jackson. He squirts ahead to about the Indiana 38-yard line, where he is knocked down just getting past the 40. The Hoosiers were able to get the stop made by linebacker Isaiah Jones.
Last week, Bo Jackson had 22 attempts. He's had 15 attempts for 72 yards so far in this game.
And the Buckeyes are really churning the clock here as we get close to the 5-minute mark of the fourth quarter. 2nd and 8, Ohio State with a ball at the Indiana 39. 13-10 Hoosiers.
Dave Adolph trots off. Jeremiah Smith goes on.
And he'll go wide to the right with Brandon Innes. 2 tight ends, Claire and Kazmarek out there. Now Claire will set strong to the right as a fullback. Sayin in the middle of the 2 backs. Fakes the handoff. Sayin looking to throw. Sayin eludes a defender. Tosses it incomplete on the right side as he threw it over the head of Bo Jackson out near the Indiana 35 where he was covered.
Yeah, we had some guys open down the field, but the pass protection broke down there, so Julian Sayin just had to pull the ripcord and throw the ball out of bounds to save the down.
And it stops the clock with 4:43 on the scoreboard. 3rd and 8, Ohio State at Indiana's 39-yard line.
Well, they've had 2 third down conversions on this drive. Let's see if they can come up with another one.
A badly needed one. Jackson and Smith go wide right. Innes comes wide to the left with 2 tight ends. Now Jackson will return to the backfield with Julian Sayin. 3rd and 8, Ohio State at Indiana's 39. Indiana blitzing. Sayin screens to the left side for Innes, who's going to throw. Innes will throw it back over on the right side where it's caught by Bo Jackson. He'll race it to the 35 of Indiana. The flag thrown as he's knocked down at the Indiana 32 by defensive back Devin Boykin.
They threw that in the area of Phillip Daniels down the field. Let's see what the call is.
We saw Indes complete a pass on a kick return earlier this year to Lorenzo Styles.
Well, they're going to call that on Indiana going low on the blocker. Took his knees out.
That ball was thrown into a crowd, too.
Yeah.
Personal foul. Illegal low block. Defense number 6. 15-yard penalty. First down.
That is on defensive end Mikhail Kamara. And let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Ohio State Sports Network from Learfield.
Always and forever your Ohio State flagship station.
WBNS-FM HD1 Columbus.
The Fan, Ohio sports destination.
Buckeyes are in the Giant Eagle red zone. 1st and 10 at the Indiana 18 with 4:33 to play in the game. Hoosiers a 13-10 lead, but the Buckeyes are driving. I formation behind Julian Sayin, who will work under center Carson Hinsman. Jeremiah Smith is out wide to the left. Sayin barks out the call from underneath Hinsman. Hands it off to his running back, Bo Jackson, coming left side. Jackson shakes off defender, spins to the 14, gets his way to the 10, and goes down at the 10 of Indiana. Finally stopped by safety Amari Farrell. Bo Jackson got yards he shouldn't have.
Exactly right. Extra moves, extra spin, 1-2. It looked like a gain of maybe 2 or 3. Ended up a gain of 8.
So that'll make it 2nd and 2 with the ball at the Indiana 10 with 3:57 and counting in the fourth quarter, with Indiana leading 13-10. Freshman Bo Jackson being highlighted. He will be behind quarterback Julian Sayin in a pistol. Jeremiah Smith wide left. 3 tight end package. 2 on the right, 1 on the left. 2nd and 2, Ohio State at Indiana's 10. Sayin in the pistol with a snap. Hands to Jackson. Jackson gets inside the 10. He'll go down at about the 8-yard line. And that's where Bo Jackson is knocked down around the Indiana 8-yard line, down to the bottom of the pile. It looked like that was defensive end Mikhail Kamara.
I don't think he got the first down. They're going to mark that at the 9.
With 3:17 and counting. And it'll be 3rd and 1 at Indiana's 9.
3rd and inches, right?
I would think so. Bo Jackson remains in the huddle. He and Nate Roberts will make up an offset eye. 3rd and less than 1. Ohio State at Indiana's 9. Nobody out wide. Sayin under center, Hinsman. Julian Sayin receives a snap, fakes the handoff, rolls to the right to throw. Sayin looks, throws in the end zone, batted away and incomplete. Threw for Bennett Christian in the end zone. But back there to bat that ball away was linebacker Elijah Hardy of Indiana, and Ohio State will send a field goal unit out to try and tie the game.
A lot of contact on that, no call. Indiana was in their short yardage goal line type defense, had every gap covered up. Ohio State comes out of there once they get a pass, see if they can get the tight end, Bennett Christian, 1-on-1 out the end zone. They had him 1-on-1, but he couldn't get any separation from the linebacker.
It'll be a 27-yard field goal try for Jaden Fielding, who's already hit one tonight. Furman set to snap it. McGuire to put it down at the 17. It's down. The kick by Fielding in the air to tie the game. And Fielding misses. He pulled it to the left. And with 2:48 to play, Indiana will get the ball leading 13-10. Buckeye football brought to you in part by Aetna Medicare Solutions. Guidance for the Medicare protection you need. Timeout with 2:48 to play. 13-10. Indiana with the lead. This is Buckeye football from Learfield.
For over 37 years, Buckeye Nation has known Hyde Park Prime Steakhouse for serving the best steaks in the city. Our thick-cut, aged steaks are a staple in Columbus, with 3 locations in Upper Arlington, Dublin, and downtown. And just like the Buckeyes, we strive for excellence and an experience like no other. Hyde Park is proud to introduce the newly added wine room at our downtown Columbus location, where a new elegance in dining surrounds you, creating the ideal setting for any occasion or the perfect night out. Hyde Park is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Go Bucks!
At Ohio State, we are the never afraid to innovate teams, the agile, get it done teams, the achieve more together teams, and the improve people's lives teams. Together, we are the Ohio State University.
Learn more about Ohio State at osu.edu/impact.
AEP Energy wants to know if you're ready to say goodbye to higher rates and hello to savings. Get your energy costs under control by locking in a fixed rate for your electricity supply. You'll lower your bills and get price protection from rising rates. Take control and lock in a low fixed rate. Visit aepenergy.com/OSU to get started. AEP Energy, the official electricity and natural gas sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. AEP Energy is a competitive retail electrical and natural gas service provider and affiliate of Ohio Power Company, AEP Ohio. AEP Energy is not soliciting on behalf of and is not an agent of AEP Ohio.
The Fan, Ohio sports destination. This is the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
Stay safe this season and make a plan for a safe ride home. If you drive drunk, you will be caught and you will be arrested. Drive sober or get pulled over. Funded by the Ohio Traffic Safety Office and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Jaden Fielding misses on a 27-yard field goal, and Ohio State still trailing Indiana 13-10 with 2:48 to play. Fourth quarter. Down on the field to Tyler Danberg.
After missing the field goal, snapping a stretch of 8 straight field goals made, Jaden Fielding was dejected. But Brandon Ennis, his teammate and a wide receiver, the team captain that he is, ran right out off the bench to quickly console Fielding, and the defense wasted no time. They're ready to get back out of the field.
Well, this defense put in a position that they've not been in all year. This whole team has been put in that position.
Yeah, they're going to have to get stops, use their timeouts, hope to get the ball back.
Or get a turnover, which they've gotten one of those times.
That would be great.
Indiana first and 10 at their own 20 with a 13-10 lead. Fernando Mendoza brings them out of the huddle. Kalon Black is next to him in the backfield. 3-receiver package with a tight end on the left. Mendoza in the shotgun, gets the snap, hands to Black, sweeping left side, and Black's knocked down right around his own 24-yard line as Ohio State had a defender get down there low to bring him down. I believe that was Davison Ignosin corner.
I believe you're right.
Charge timeout. Ohio State, their first.
With 2:44 left in the game, and the timeout occurs with Indiana leading 13-10. We'll pause. This is Buckeye football from Learfield.
Paul Keels here for Window Nation. Columbus, now is the best time to replace your windows. Window Nation is offering 50% off all window styles, plus no payments for 2 whole years. That's right, no down payment, no monthly payments, and no interest until 2027. They'll also throw in 2 free tickets for upcoming Ohio State football game if you replace all the windows in your home. Take advantage of big savings, plus 1-day installation with Window Nation, a proud partner of Ohio State Athletics. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com today.
Hey college football fans, it's sideline reporter Molly McGrath teaming up with Evan Williams Bourbon to welcome you to Bourbon Nation, the home of game day's #1 pour. We're celebrating every snap from coast to coast because it doesn't matter what colors you wear as long as Evan's there. Find a bottle near you at evanwilliams.com and enjoy the smooth, rich taste of my favorite Kentucky bourbon at your next tailgate. Go Buckeyes! Evan Williams Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, Bardstown, Kentucky, 43% alcohol by volume, must be 21 plus, enjoy responsibly.
Do you have questions about Medicare? Let us help. Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, plans include benefits for your whole health, like dental, vision, and hearing. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more. There's no obligation to enroll. One of our licensed agents will answer your call and help you pick the right plan for you. Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
You're listening to the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
2:44 left in the fourth quarter of the Big Ten Championship game. 13-10, Indiana with a lead over Ohio State. Our thanks to AEP Energy for sponsoring our Buckeye pregame show all season long. AEP Energy, the official electricity and natural gas sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
Yeah, they gave up 5 there on first down, so Indiana's got 2 downs here to get 5 more to get a first down. And Ohio State using their timeouts, trying to preserve time on the clock here. But they've got to find a way to get off the field. And even then, the way Indiana's defense has played against Ohio State's offense, nothing guaranteed that they would get some points.
Ohio State missed a chance to tie the game. Jaden Fielding missed a 27-yard field goal.
Yeah, we went for it on fourth down and came up short with a knee went down on the quarterback sneak under review. They called him down short, and then with that knowledge, they had another fourth and short. They decided just to kick it and wide left.
So Indiana, as you said, has the ball 2nd and 5 at their own 25-yard line. Number 1 and number 2 in the country, playing just as tight as you would imagine those rankings would indicate. Playing as tight to one another.
Yep. No, it's been a great ball game if you don't have anything vested in it.
Exactly. Playing for the Big Ten Championship. Fernando Mendoza has thrown a touchdown. He's thrown an interception. His team breaks the huddle. Elijah Surratt will go wide left. He caught the TD. Charlie Becker, Jonathan Brady, wide right. Kalen Black in the backfield next to Mendoza, who's in a shotgun. 2nd and 5, Hoosiers at their own 25-yard line. Mendoza hands Black, and Caden Curry drops him right at the 24-yard line. Defensive end snuck into the backfield and made the tackle to bring up a Corson 3rd down.
Ohio State
Short timeout. Ohio State, their second, a 30-second timeout.
And, of course, we'll get to the 2-minute timeout in 41 seconds of gameplay here. So Indiana is looking at 3rd and 6 from their own 24-yard line.
Yeah, let's see if they decide to put the ball in the air. Some play action. Mendoza's done a good job with that, rolling out and making plays towards the middle of the field. Those can be intercepted. And you got to worry about the quarterback run. He's shown the ability to do that, averaging over 4 yards per carry for the season.
Fernando Mendoza, junior from Miami, Florida, transferred from California, where at one point he was the 5th-string quarterback for the Golden Bears. Out of high school, the only school that offered him initially was Yale.
Yeah, he had to get developed, and he worked on it, and now he's become one of the best quarterbacks in America.
Big Ten Offensive Player of the Year. 2:41 left in the game. 13-10 Indiana leading. Hoosiers 2nd and 5. With the ball, 2nd and 6. They changed it. Ball at their 24. 3rd down, 3rd and 6. Indiana at their own 24. Black in the backfield off the right hip of Fernando Mendoza. He gets the snap, drops back at his 15 to pass, sails that one up the right side of the field for Charlie Becker. Got it and taken down at the Ohio State 45. Made the grab over corner, Jermaine Matthews. Another big catch up the right sideline by Charlie Becker of Indiana to give the Hoosiers a crucial first down.
Well, what a throw and what a catch. Excellent route there by Charlie Becker, working outside on Jermaine Matthews. Just a little go route there, and puts it right over the back shoulder into his hands for a big completion.
Ball is marked at the Ohio State 43-yard line, and we will get to the 2-minute timeout here in the Big Ten Championship game in Indianapolis, where the Indiana Hoosiers have a 13-10 lead over the Ohio State Buckeyes. This is Buckeye football from Learfield.
Spectrum is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Wherever Buckeye fans gather, from the shoe to living rooms and watch parties across the country, Spectrum brings the game to you. Every snap, every score, every Saturday. From the season opener to cold weather conference showdowns, from Big Ten battles to the game versus that team up north. This is more than football. It's tradition powered by Spectrum, connecting us all. Go Bucks!
Hi, this is Paul Keels. This Buckeye season, don't let a broken windshield ruin your game plan. Safelite Auto Glass makes it easy to get your windshield fixed with their mobile glass shops all over Central Ohio. They can come to you anywhere, giving Buckeye fans more time for game time. OH? Man, I love that. Schedule at safelite.com. Safelite Auto Glass is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong. You are fearless. You are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
This is the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
2 minutes to play, fourth quarter in the Big Ten championship game. 13-10, Indiana leading Ohio State. A reminder to stay with us after the game for the Encova Insurance postgame show. We'll hear from Coach Ryan Day and announce our postgame awards, including the IBEW electric play of the game, and we may just have witnessed the electric play of the game.
Yeah, it was an incredible throw by Fernando Mendoza there. Back shoulder to Charlie Becker, and Becker came up with a great catch right in front of the Ohio State sideline. Jermaine Matthews was there, but just couldn't get a hand up to deflect the football. Good play there by Indiana's offense.
Very similar to the play that Will Howard made to Jeremiah Smith late in the Notre Dame game last year in the national championship.
Yeah, the third and Jeremiah, they called it. Yeah. They're going to call this a third and Charlie.
Well, this guy has made big catches with Omar Cooper out due to injury, and he did a lot of it in the Penn State win when they were without Surratt due to injury.
Yeah, with one more timeout left, Buckeyes will just, I got to think Indiana is just going to run the football here, force Ohio State to take the timeouts, and then melt as much time off the clock as they can.
1st and 10, Indiana at Ohio State's 43. 13-10 Hoosiers. Center Pat Coogan over the ball. Quarterback Fernando Mendoza in a shotgun. He hands it. Kalen Block slips and goes down right at about the 47-yard line. Safety Caleb Downs was about to come up to drop him, but he slipped and went down, Block did.
Yeah, and Ohio State's going to save that timeout. They're not going to use it right now, so Indiana will huddle up, take time off the clock, and run another play.
2nd and 10, ball still at the Ohio State 43. That clock, minute 36 and rolling. 13-10 Hoosiers. Trying to end a long losing streak against Ohio State and end a long streak of not having a Big Ten championship. 2nd and 10 at the Ohio State 43 for the Hoosiers. Kalen Black off the left hip of quarterback Mendoza. Williams wide to the right. Surratt wide to the left. Give to Black moving straight ahead, and he's going to push that pile to about the Ohio State 40, where he is finally stopped by linebacker Sonny Styles. It'll bring up a course and 3rd down.
Ohio State
Charge timeout. Ohio State, their 3rd and final timeout.
And it occurs with a minute 10 remaining in the game. Timeout on the field, 13-10. Indiana with the lead. This is the Buckeye football from Learfield.
Hey, Ohio State fans, are you looking to score big with your home equity? Union Home Mortgage will help you unlock the value of your home and fund the promises you've made to yourself and your family. If you need to pay off debt, have home improvements, or whatever your family needs are, visit UHM.com and score financial freedom with Union Home Mortgage, the official home lending sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Union Home Mortgage Corp is an equal housing opportunity lender and MLS number 2229.
Buckeye Nation, the game's on fire. Whether you're in the stadium or on the couch, make sure Buckeye Vodka, proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics, is in your lineup. Distilled for a smooth finish, it's the perfect play for any game day. Grab yours and please enjoy responsibly. And be sure to follow them on social media at Buckeye Vodka. That's at Buckeye Vodka. 21 and over.
I love the neighborhood where I grew up, but it was tough.
Ohio State National Championship quarterback and former CareSource kid, Cardale Jones.
Football helped me find my direction, but I also needed the right support system. Seeing that CareSource heart around town, I just knew they had my back. That's the kind of difference they still make in neighborhoods like mine. This is so much more than health insurance. CareSource, today and always. Trust it. Visit caresource.com.
There's one medical team in Central Ohio skilled enough to care for your favorite Ohio State team, and Buckeyes everywhere. The Ohio State University Wexner Medical Center is your choice for the most highly specialized orthopedic and sports medicine care. Our surgeons, physicians, and physical therapists have access to the most advanced treatments and innovative recovery approaches to get you back in your game. Because on or off the field, our team is your team. The choice for your orthopedic care is clear.
This is the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
1 minute and 10 seconds left in the Big Ten championship game in Indianapolis. 13-10, Indiana with a lead over Ohio State. Second-ranked Hoosiers, top-ranked Buckeyes, the only two unbeatens in FBS. Playing a tight three-point game, but the advantage belongs to the Hoosiers right now. Not only just on the scoreboard, but where they're positioned. 3rd and 7 with the ball at the Ohio State 40.
Need a stop, obviously, right here. And they're still going to milk some time off the clock with 1:10 to go. If Ohio State gets a stop, they might have 30 seconds to work with. They got to go a long way.
Long way. Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana offense all gathered around one another around the 50-yard line. And the Ohio State defense waiting their play.
Think to go back to Becker?
I'm not sure. Why not, though, with the way he's played? 3rd and 7. Indiana with the ball at the Ohio State 40. Except for the fact that Becker's not out there. Mendoza in a shotgun, gets the snap. Hands Kalon Black running straight ahead. The pile's going to meet him around the Ohio State 39 and bring him to an end. They finally do blow the whistle as Ohio State was ready for Kalon Black's run up the middle. Peyton Pierce, linebacker, was in the middle of that with lineman Caden McDonald. So Indiana will be looking at 4th down with the ball placed at the Ohio State 38.
Yeah, they'll have maybe 20 seconds to work with.
And 40 seconds and counting on the game clock. 13-10 Hoosiers.
I can see the Hoosiers running around trying to milk the clock as much as they can here on this 4th down call.
30 seconds and counting. 4th and 5 with the ball at the Ohio State 38. It's placed between the 38 and the 39. 24 seconds on the clock that is now stopped as Indiana takes the
Charge
timeout.
timeout, Indiana. Their second.
Well, after all of the emotion and the thrill of Ohio State's win in Ann Arbor last week, they find themselves in a extremely undesirable position right now.
Yeah, 16 straight wins for this team, and now they're going to need a miracle if they want to make it number 17.
Yeah, 29 in a row over Indiana, not counting a vacated win in 2010. Also 9 consecutive wins over ranked teams. That really was fueled by that run in the playoffs last year.
Got to give Indiana credit. Their defensive line was able to get pressure against Ohio State, pick up 5 sacks. They've made enough plays, especially on 4th down there, right near the goal line.
They're going to send their punter out. Mitch McCarthy. Brandon Innes is at the 8 for Ohio State with 24 seconds left in the game. And Indiana leading 13-10. Long snapper Mark Langston over the ball at the Ohio State 38-yard line. Ohio State players adjusting. Snap gets to the punter, who puts a soft, short one in the air. Innes will make a fair catch around the 14 of Ohio State with 18 seconds left, and the Buckeyes trailing 13-10.
With no timeouts left, so you might have 4 plays to work. The middle of the field is probably taken away. You got to work the sidelines.
You're going to have to rub that lamp real hard to see the genie. Ohio State 1st and 10 with the ball at their own 14-yard line. If Julian Sand wants a Heisman moment, here's an opportunity for one. Brandon Innes, Jeremiah Smith will go wide to the right. Max Clare, Carnell Tate wide left. Running back is C.J. Donaldson. 1st and 10, Ohio State at their own 14 and trailing by 3 points. Sand in the shotgun, gets the snap. Drops back at his 5, looking to pass. Sand looks. Sand dumps it left side. Donaldson races out of bounds at his own 15-yard line, stopping the clock with 13 seconds left.
Yeah, it took 5 seconds off the clock. We gained 1 yard there. Indiana was only rushing 3 guys, so they dropped 8 against our 4 receivers. Had everybody covered up down the field. Only thing you could go to was a check down.
So to be 2nd and 9, Ohio State at their own 15-yard line with 13 seconds left. Out of the huddle they come. Smith wide right, along with Innes and Tate. Max Clare wide left. Donaldson in the backfield with Sand. 2nd and 9, Ohio State at their own 15. 3-man down on the line for Indiana. Snap to Sand. Back at his 5. Sand looks. Sand plants his feet. Fires deep down the middle of the field. Ball in the air. Volleyed in the air. And it is knocked into the hands of somebody who came down around the 39. They're going to say incomplete. There was a crowd of people around there. Jeremiah Smith, Carnell Tate, and Max Clare were there. Clock stopped with 2 seconds left as Indiana had Sharp back there, defensive back, helping break that play up, along with Byron Baldwin.
Well, they got 85 yards to go, 2 seconds to do it.
Yes. 3rd and 9 with the ball at the 15, if that matters. 13-10, Indiana leading. Ohio State comes out of their huddle. Smith, Tate, and Innes will go wide right. Clare wide left. Donaldson in the backfield next to Sand. 2 seconds left. 3rd and 9. Ohio State at their 15 and trailing by 3 points. Snap to Sand. Back at his 5. Sand looking. Sliding to his right. Sand at the 10 on the run. Throws upfield. Ball in the air, and that ball is going to be knocked around, and it ends up in somebody's hands around the 40, but the play is going to come to an end, and so will the game as Jeremiah Smith, it looked like, came up with a football. But Indiana will win the Big Ten championship as they defeat Ohio State 13-10, ending a 29-game losing streak to the Buckeyes, handing Ohio State their first loss of the season. Indiana, their first Big Ten championship since 1967. Final score, 13-10, Indiana over Ohio State. This is the Ohio State Sports Network from Learfield.
At Ohio State, we are the never afraid to innovate teams, the agile, get it done teams, the achieve more together teams, and the improve people's lives teams. Together, we are the Ohio State University.
Learn more about Ohio State at osu.edu/impact.
Stay tuned for the Encova Insurance Buckeye postgame show coming up. Brought to you by Encova Insurance, Bob Evans Farms, and by your Central Ohio Toyota dealers on the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
Hi, I'm Archie Griffin, 2-time Heisman Trophy winner. The right coverage can be a game changer, both on and off the field. That's why Encova Insurance and their local independent agents are prepared for what's next and protect what matters most to you. Whether that's your home, car, business, or family, Encova's got your back with a policy that fits you perfectly. With local independent agents in your neighborhood and innovative insurance products that can be tailored to fit your unique needs, Encova's playbook is an easy win for your peace of mind. You can trust their team of agents to develop a strategy that's just right for you. And it's not just X's and O's. Your expert agent will guide you and provide insurance solutions so you can confidently manage your risk and count on a financially secure future. For auto, home, and business insurance, you want Encova on your team. Visit Encova.com today to find an agent near you. Encova is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Go Bucks!
All
Already prepping for next week's matchup? Get your best rest yet with Bob's Discount Furniture. Shop Bob's and choose from pillows, soft, plush, dual feel, and extra firm mattresses with Bobopedic memory foam that will have you dreaming of game day in no time. So shop in-store or online to score the latest and affordable luxury mattresses without the luxury price tag. Bob's Discount Furniture, proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
Now back to the Encova Insurance Buckeye postgame show on the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
Buckeye fans, take your football game day to the next level with help from your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Stock up on your favorites from brands like Pringles, Cheez-It, and Coca-Cola, or choose from their delicious catering options. Giant Eagle is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. And the Buckeyes fall to Indiana 13-10 in the Big Ten championship game tonight here in Indianapolis. And Jim, you can talk about what Indiana did offensively, and certainly they were able to run the ball very well, better than any opponent had against Ohio State. But what their defense did in locking up the Buckeye offense was certainly a major part of this game.
Yeah, and again, Ohio State came into this game just giving up 6 sacks in 12 games. They gave up 5 this evening against Indiana. So credit Indiana's defense. Coach Brian Haynes, their defensive coordinator, for coming up with a game plan and having the players that could get pressure. They moved around their defensive line a lot, got some slant angles, some blitz, moved some things in with motions on stunts, and was able to get some pressure. Ohio State tried to change things up a little bit at halftime, put Gabe Van Sickle in at right guard for Tegra Shabola. Had a little bit of success there, but came down to 2 critical fourth down plays there. One, we couldn't pick up the first down on the quarterback sneak. After it was reviewed, and it was a correct review, Ohio State, Julian Tain's quarterback, knee was down at the 5. He needed to get the 4. So he turned that one over on downs. And then they get a nice drive. They take it all the way down the field. After that, in the fourth quarter, to tie the game up with a field goal. And, we missed this 27-yard field goal. So, we had opportunities, had chances to put some points on the board there that second half, and just couldn't quite get it done. But again, what can we say? We've won 16 in a row. This team's going to have to find a way to rally and regroup. We saw what happened last year. Now they're going to have to do that again this year if they want to compete for a national championship.
Again, the final 13-10, Indiana with a victory over Ohio State. Coming up, we'll hear from players and coaches as the Encova Insurance postgame show continues on the Ohio State Sports Network from Learfield.
Go behind the scenes of one of the most recognizable landmarks in all of college athletics with a tour of Ohio Stadium presented by Experience Columbus. A seasoned redcoat will be your guide as you make your way through walls of the stadium, into the press box, and onto the field. Upgrade to the VIP package and get special access to the Fan Center and the Ohio State home locker room. From corporate outings and school groups to single-person tours and small families, Ohio Stadium tours offer a variety of options and pricing. For more information, visit ohiostatebuckeyes.com and book your tour. Ohio Stadium Tours, presented by Experience Columbus.
Toyota Thon-is on, and there's no better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like the best-selling Toyota Camry. Now through January 5th, get 4.75 APR financing on remaining new 25 Camrys, or lease a new 26 Camry LE for $269 a month for 39 months with $36.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details, or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
For over 37 years, Buckeye Nation has known Hyde Park Prime Steakhouse for serving the best steaks in the city. Our thick-cut, aged steaks are a staple in Columbus, with 3 locations in Upper Arlington, Dublin, and downtown. And just like the Buckeyes, we strive for excellence and an experience like no other. Hyde Park is proud to introduce the newly added wine room at our downtown Columbus location, where a new elegance in dining surrounds you, creating the ideal setting for any occasion or the perfect night out. Hyde Park is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Go Bucks!
Your home for Ohio State Athletics, The Fan.
Buckeye fans, say goodbye to higher rates and hello to savings with a fixed price plan with AEP Energy. Visit AEPenergy.com to get started. AEP Energy, the official electricity and natural gas sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. The Buckeyes lose to Indiana tonight, 13-10 in the Big Ten championship game. We'll have more of the Encova Insurance postgame show coming up on the Ohio State Sports Network from Learfield.
Experience Buckeye game day like never before. Welcome to the 1922 Club, the most exclusive space inside Ohio Stadium, where luxury meets tradition in the heart of Buckeye Nation. Enjoy upscale food and beverages and a game day atmosphere like no other. Create lasting memories with friends and mingling with other Buckeye fans, and celebrate every OHIO in ultimate comfort. Become a member of the 1922 Club today. Memberships are limited. Visit OhioStateBuckeyes.com.
It's game day at Raising Cane's. If you want to order like a Buckeye, it's the action off the field you need to focus on. The only play you're running is chicken. So what combo are you picking? Make it a perfect season. We've got tailgates of hand-battered, cooked-to-order chicken fingers and cane sauce. And jugs of freshly made tea and lemonade. All available to order online or on our app. This season is about to be unbeatable. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. One love. Proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
The Electrical and Teledata Professionals of Central Ohio, represented by IBEW Local Union 683 and the Central Ohio chapter of NECA, are proud to support our team for another electrifying season. Whatever your electrical and teledata needs, you'll be a winner by getting wired by our professionals. Spearheading these state-of-the-art services is our Electrical Trades Center in Columbus, Ohio. Implementing both classroom and on-the-job instruction, they assure continued top performance. To find an electrical and teledata professional, visit www.cohneca.org. We'll see you at the game.
Your home of the Buckeyes, the Fan. This is the Encova Insurance Buckeye Postgame Show on the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
13-10, the final score. Indiana defeats Ohio State to win the Big Ten championship. Our game summary brought to you by the James. When you choose the James at Ohio State for your cancer care, you're choosing access to the most advanced cancer treatments available. From the team who specializes in treating just one type of cancer, yours. And for your cancer care, the choice is clear. The James at Ohio State. The scoring started off for Indiana thanks to a Lewis Moore interception of Julian Sand that set up a Nico Radicic 29-yard field goal to put the Hoosiers up 3-0. But then Davison Igbinosin intercepted Fernando Mendoza. That set up Julian Sand's 9-yard touchdown pass to Carnell Tate to give Ohio State a 7-3 lead. That's what they held at the end of the first quarter. Nico Radicic then missed a 39-yarder to start the second quarter. Jaden Fielding countered by making a 30-yarder to put Ohio State up 10-3. Radicic then right before the half banged in a 32-yarder to make it 10-6. Ohio State leading Indiana at the half. But then in the third quarter, Fernando Mendoza, a 17-yard TD pass to Elijah Surratt. Most of that set up by a long pass to Charlie Becker. With a point after Indiana took a 13-10 lead. Ohio State's last chance to do something about it came in the fourth quarter. But Jaden Fielding missed on a 27-yard field goal. So the final score, 13-10. Indiana defeats Ohio State to win the Big Ten championship. We'll have more of the Encova Insurance postgame show coming up on the Ohio State Sports Network from Learfield.
There's one medical team in Central Ohio skilled enough to care for your favorite Ohio State team, and Buckeyes everywhere. The Ohio State University Wexner Medical Center is your choice for the most highly specialized orthopedic and sports medicine care. Our surgeons, physicians, and physical therapists have access to the most advanced treatments and innovative recovery approaches to get you back in your game. Because on or off the field, our team is your team. The choice for your orthopedic care is clear.
Bob Evans asks, who will be the superior side? Is it the rich, creamy, indulgent classic Bob Evans mashed potatoes? Or is it that decadent union of pasta and cheese, Bob Evans mac and cheese? Is it farm fresh potatoes blended with real milk and butter for that just like homemade taste? Or is it the melting, gooey goodness of tender elbow macaroni smothered in real cheese sauce? Both are ready in just minutes. So, which delicious side will you choose? Find Bob Evans in the refrigerated section.
Hey, Ohio State fans, are you looking to score big with your home equity? Union Home Mortgage will help you unlock the value of your home and fund the promises you've made to yourself and your family. If you need to pay off debt, have home improvements, or whatever your family needs are, visit UHM.com and score financial freedom with Union Home Mortgage, the official home lending sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Union Home Mortgage Corp. is an equal housing opportunity lender and MLS number 2229.
Hi, this is Paul Keels. This Buckeye season, don't let a broken windshield ruin your game plan. Safelite Auto Glass makes it easy to get your windshield fixed with their mobile glass shops all over Central Ohio. They can come to you anywhere, giving Buckeye fans more time for game time. OH? Man, I love that. Schedule at SafeLight.com. SafeLight Auto Glass is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
The Fan, Ohio sports destination. Now back to the Encova Insurance Buckeye postgame show on the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
Indiana defeats Ohio State 13-10 tonight to win the Big Ten championship. Time for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers electric play of the game. It was the lone touchdown scored by Ohio State tonight. Sand gets the snap, looks to pass. Sand will look still. Now has to move around. Sand takes off running right side, throws on the run, and he finds Tate in the end zone for a touchdown. 9 yards, Julian Sand to Carnell Tate as his feet kept the play alive, and the Buckeyes have moved ahead of Indiana 6-3. The electric play of the game is brought to you by the IBEW Local Union 683 and the Central Ohio chapter of the NECA, the Electrical Intellidated Professionals of Central Ohio. For your next project, visit COHNECA.org. Ohio State falls to Indiana 13-10. Some of the other stats, Jim?
Ohio State ended up with 322 yards in the ball game, 264 yards passing, 58 yards rushing. Indiana had 340 total.
You know what, let's hold on, Jim. We're going to go to Coach Day briefly. Thanks for coming on, Coach Day. Well, we're kind of
just
press
overall
conference.
with how we played. Didn't play very well in the situations. Third downs were not very good. Not very good in the red zone, obviously, at the end. So, very disappointed. I thought Indiana played really well, did a great job, but just obviously, we're all disappointed in the locker room that we didn't finish out this regular season the way we wanted to.
Please raise your hand. We'll bring a microphone to you for questions. Go here in the front.
I've got a mic.
Okay, right here. State your name and affiliation.
Yeah, Steve Hellwagon with Bucknuts 24/7 Sports. So, Coach, your team has allowed 6 sacks the entire season, and in the first 2.5 quarters, Indiana had 5 of them. Just what were they? I know they're a great defense, obviously, looking at their numbers, but what were they doing in particular that just made this a miserable night for the offensive line?
Yeah, they obviously brought different pressures and twists, and but that was something that they had done all season. They're very good at it. We didn't handle it very well at all. So. There were times we did, but we weren't consistent enough. And this is a major lesson for this team, is that it can come down to 1 play or 2 plays or 3 plays that decide a game like this. And so this is a tough lesson to learn. But we have to be more efficient across the board. It can't just be us doing our job once or twice, or 3 times. I mean, it's got to be every single time, and that didn't happen. And that starts with the coaching, and then goes from there.
Let's go here on the right. Name and affiliation.
Yeah, Jake Trotter from ESPN. Ryan, could you go through the thinking, the decision making, and then the execution on the on the 2 red zones where you had 3rd and 1 and didn't come up with any points?
Yeah, on the first one, we tried to sprint out to Jeremiah. It didn't work, and then we tried to sneak there that looked like we had. I guess they said that his knee was down, it was short, so. That was that one, and then on the next one, we tried to roll out on the 3rd and 1, and it was batted down, and then felt like at that point, let's just get the 3 points and get the defense back on the field and see if we can play for, another possession, get a stop, and get the ball back, kick a field goal to win the game. But we didn't execute that. So, at the end of the day, we went down there 2 times and ended up with 0 points, and that's how you lose a game.
We'll go here on the left, and then we'll come up to the front.
With Joey Coffin, Columbus Dispatch, on the went forward on 4th and the kick, how much the fact that you guys have struggled in some of the sneaks last week in the rivalry game in Michigan, the sneak was short, and this sneak was short as well. How did that maybe influence the thinking there?
Well, for the most part, our sneaks have been pretty good this year. How many have we not got this year?
Just 2.
Yeah. It's been pretty good for us, and we felt like we've been pretty good at it, but we didn't execute it, in this one. So, we'll have to, figure out if that's the right thing to do moving forward, and try to put our guys in the best position to be successful.
Here in front.
Ryan, Stefan Krajcik with Cleveland.com.
You guys have stressed routine so much all year, right? Moving things around to make sure you stick to routine. I know you don't want to make excuses, but how tough was this week? Obviously, there was a million things you guys had to balance. Just did it feel like it threw off the routine? Do you feel like it impacted what happened today at all?
Well, I would just say that, it was the same for both teams. So at the end of the day, that's our job, to come out here and, execute and win games. So, we're not going to make any excuses about any of this. We wanted to win this game. The guys had a good week of practice. But at the end of the day, we came up short. So we got to get back and figure out, why that happened, what the issues were, and, get it fixed. Because, the season's not over. Got a lot of football ahead of us. And hopefully we can use this as a way to get better as we head into the playoffs.
Let's go here in the front, and then we'll go to that side.
Yeah, Austin Ward, 97.1 The Fan. Ryan, with everything that was going on with Brian this week and going to USF, did anything change at all in the way you guys game planned or called the plays tonight from the rest of the season?
I'm not going to get into too many details on it all. I think Brian is doing everything he possibly can to finish his time here the right way, and I appreciate that. And so we're all involved with it, and we're all doing everything we can to make sure that we put the guys in the right situation to be successful. We got a bunch of guys in that room, and we'll make sure as we head into the next few weeks that we're on point and we're doing our part.
We have one over here to the right.
Bowden Jerome, Lounge Sports Network. Coach Day, after missing the game-tying field goal, do you regret going for it on 4th and 2 at the end of the third quarter?
I mean, when it doesn't work, I always regret it. So that's how it works. When it works, it's good. When it doesn't, then you want to take it back. So that's how life works. At the end of the day, we got to make decisions in real time that we think give our guys the best position to be successful, and practice it enough to execute it. And when it doesn't, then certainly we got to deal with what comes with that, and that's my responsibility. So at the end of the day, I got to make sure that we're putting our guys in the right situation to be successful.
Let's go here in the front.
Bill Rabinowitz, Substack. Ryan, the offensive line had been playing much better tonight. It had its troubles. Can you pinpoint why it struggled so much, especially in protecting Julian?
I'm going to have to really, get on the film and figure out where most of the breakdowns were. I think there was some good play, but not good enough against a good defense. They've done a nice job all year. Continue to do a nice job. I think they were averaging 10 points going into the game and held us to 10 points. So you got to give them credit. But yeah, we'll get back to it and figure out what that was and what we're coming up short. And usually when that happens, it's everybody. It's not just one person or one thing. But it wasn't good enough. That's for sure.
Let's go here in the front, and then we'll go to the back left.
Jack DeWick with the Lantern. Ryan, it obviously wasn't the result you wanted, but Caden was all over the field today, was making plays outside the stat sheet. What did you see out of him, and how important was he today?
Well, I thought the guys played really, really hard, and certainly Caden led the way. 3 TFLs, but he's been like that all year. And that's who he is and the player he's become. And so I thought the defense was gritty tonight, played hard, and gave us a chance to win, and he was a big part of that.
We'll go here in the back corner.
Ryan, Cameron Teague with The Athletic. Obviously, some of the red zone stuff has worked for you guys. Some of the stuff you guys ran today has worked this year. Obviously, Indiana has a really good red zone defense, but just what did you see in the red zone? And when you inside the 10 twice and you get 0 points, as a play caller, do you start to second guess or change things that maybe didn't work the previous time? And do you feel like that thing leads to overthinking it all?
Well, when you get in the red zone, you got to get positive yards, and you have to. We had a couple of drives that started right around the 10-yard line, and when that happens, I mean, you got to get 3 and 4 yards, or else you can find yourself behind the sticks, real quick. And that didn't happen. And then the passes that we threw, on those first and second downs, weren't successful enough. We tried a couple of things that didn't work out. So we got to make sure that they're the right plays and that we're executing them well enough and that we're practicing them well enough. All the things that come with it. So we spend an inordinate to try to figure out what is the best scheme that fits what you're going to see in the game, and then we go from there. So, we're all involved with it, and we all got to own it.
Julian, can you comment on the team's fortunes tonight in the red zone?
Yeah, we got to do better execution-wise. Starts with me up, and we'll go here. I just got to be able to, when we get down there, just put points on the board, because as a quarterback, ultimately you're judged on, how the offense does and when we score points or not. So I got to do a little bit better down there in the red zone and make sure we end up with points, especially on that quarterback sneak. Fourth down, we got to end up with the first down there.
Let's go back corner and then here to the middle.
Yeah, Ryan, Rob Aller, Columbus Dispatch. Last year you had that loss at Michigan and kind of regrouped, gave you a chance to kind of re-examine. Do you try to revisit that? Anything that you learned from that moving forward?
I think every year is different, every group's different, but yeah, there's going to be, a lot of hard conversation here over the next couple of weeks for sure. This is not going to sit well with anybody. It's going to sting, and we can't let this game beat us twice, but we can use it as an opportunity to get better and grow from. But that's only going to happen if we get to work and do it. It isn't just magically going to happen. So, when you lose a game, it hurts, it stings. That's one of the things that we've talked about all year is, let's not wait for a loss to have great urgency. Let's not wait for a setback to motivate us more. Let's continue to fight every day to make sure that we're on top of all of that. But the truth is that, with this group, I think that this is going to make us more hungry because, this is a competitive group. So to walk off that field without a championship is going to hurt. And that's what we wanted to do. So there's a lot of guys in that locker room that are pissed off right now.
Let's do this right here, and then we'll take any questions for Julian Sand.
Yeah, I was going to ask Tim May, Fan Stream Sports. Julian, on that third down play there before the missed field goal, what were sort of your options? Because obviously you were looking to the end zone all the way there, and just kind of take us through what your thoughts were on that particular play.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, I had a rollout with the running back in the flat, and I thought the defender was too close. He was covered, so I moved on to my next read, and tried to fit it in there, and they ended up batting it away. So we got to convert on that in 3rd and 1 and be able to keep the offense on the field.
Yeah, I don't think Julian could have done anything different on that play or a couple of those plays down there. I know maybe it wasn't perfect, but I thought Julian played well tonight. I thought he played hard. It was gritty and had some tough situations where he didn't make bad situations worse, quite honestly.
Ryan, for you, 3rd downs were huge tonight for them. Mendoza hit a couple of huge passes there. Can you kind of give it up to the opposition a little bit?
Yeah, it depends on what you're seeing, but they certainly made. There were 3 of 6 of 13, and we were 4 of 12, and some of those were big plays in the game. So, so we can't let that happen, obviously, but they executed it, and that was part of the game, part of the story of the game.
Ryan, Doug Lee-Maurice, the Bill and Doug Show. How much did you consider on the 4th and 1 before the field goal, going for it, and how might that affect your decision-making the rest of this season if you get in another spot like that?
Yeah, obviously when you miss the field goal, you're sick over it, and you just second-guess yourself right from the jump, but I felt like that was a situation, I forget exactly how long the field goal was, but sort of a chip shot, get the thing tied up, and let's go. We were struggling down there in the red area. And let's get the thing tied up and see if we can get the ball back and go kick a field goal to win the game. When it doesn't work, you always got to look at it and second guess it for sure.
Questions for Julian, and then we'll continue with Coach Day right here for Julian.
Yeah, Julian. Last year, you guys ended the season with the 13-10 loss, came back, and were dominant the rest of the way. What's going to be the key bouncing back with the playoff in front of you and the opportunity to still win a national title?
Yeah, I think last year, me being a freshman, I just saw that group stick together, and the leadership in that group, and they were together, and that's gonna be a big part for us is just sticking together and having each other's backs.
Anything else for Julian? Right here in the middle.
Julian, this was the second straight game you had to bounce back from an early interception. Just what is it like for a quarterback to deal with something like that, and how did you think you handled it today?
Yeah, first off, can't turn the ball over, early in the game like that and put our defense in a bad spot and end up giving up points for that. And so, those points are on me. But, just battling adversity and, not letting it overtake your mind and just being able to move on to the next play.
We're going to let Julian go unless you have... What? Yep, okay.
Joey Coppin, Columbus Dispatch. For Julian, there was a time in the first half, I think it was where your shoe came off on the sideline there. Did that, and then got some taped up, did that affect you at all later on, or what happened there?
No, just the shoe came off, so I got it taped up so it stayed on and get sure.
Thank you, Julian. Appreciate it. A couple more for Coach. Go right here in the middle. Sorry, back corner and then the middle.
Hey, Ryan, I just wanted to ask about the right guard spot real quick. Gabe Van Sickle was in there late in the game. Was that just a matter of him being your best option at right guard? Was there anything wrong with Tegra? And I guess moving forward, what do you see at that right guard spot?
Well, we wanted to split the work up a little bit in this game and take some pressure off of both of those guys. So we felt like that was the right thing to do in this game, and we'll decide if that's the right thing to do moving forward.
Go right here.
Tony Gerdeman, Buckeye Huddle. Ryan, I'm sure you thought that holding Indiana to 13 points would have been enough for your offense. I guess your thoughts on the offense overall, and I don't know, disappointment, frustration. Where are you right now?
Well, just finishing off the drives obviously was huge, and really the story of the game. There were times we moved the ball well. We had some decent drives, but when you get into the red zone and you don't finish like that, then it's just how you lose games. That to me is really the story of the game. And then on third downs, 4 of 12, just not good enough. Didn't really establish the run. They were playing a decent amount of coverage, so when they're playing that much coverage, you should be able to run the football consistently. When you're not, and you're not converting on third down, and you're not scoring in the red zone, that's the story of the game. And so, it's a tough lesson to learn, but it's got to get fixed fast.
Thank you, Coach.
Okay.
The Ohio State.
All right, that is Ohio State coach Ryan Day, who was there along with quarterback Julian Sand. Ohio State held Indiana to 3 of 4 on scoring chances inside the 20, brought to you by Anduril, an official sponsor of Ohio State Athletics, whose mission is to transform U.S. military capabilities through advanced technologies. Once again, the final 13-10, Indiana defeats Ohio State. More of the Encova Insurance postgame show coming up on the Ohio State Sports Network from Learfield.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong. You are fearless. You are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Whatever happens today, plan to conquer it with a fresh cup of True Brew Coffee. True North Convenience Store's True Brew Coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend created from coffee beans from around the world. Our brew is truly perfect for any time of the day. During October and November, enter for a chance to win free coffee for a year. Check the True Rewards app for details, or find the mobile app in your favorite app store. Offer valid October 7th through December 1st. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Your Ohio State flagship station, The Fan. This is the Encova Insurance Buckeye Postgame Show on the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State Athletics.
Safe Flights Hustle and Heart Program proudly supports the Kids Mental Health Foundation, the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the United States. For each Buckeye field goal and extra point made at home this season, Safe Flight donated $500 to help create a world where mental health is a vital part of every child's upbringing. 13-10, the final. Indiana defeats Ohio State. Jim, you want to run down some more of those stats again?
Yeah, let me finish this up here. Ohio State, I think I left off with the total yards. Ohio State had the ball for 30 minutes. Possession time was almost equal. Third downs, Indiana was 6 of 13. Ohio State 4 of 12. Indiana 1 of 1 on fourth downs. Ohio State 0 for 1 on fourth downs. Bo Jackson did have 17 carries for 83 yards, over 1,000 for his freshman year. So there's 5 guys now in the history of the program as true freshmen that's got 1,000, and Bo Jackson is one of those guys there. Isaiah West had 3 carries for 4 yards. Julian Sane was 21 of 29 for 258 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. He was sacked 5 times. Brandon Ennis completed a pass. He was 1 for 1. Jeremiah Smith had 8 catches for 144 yards. His long was 52. Carnell had 4 catches. Carnell Tate, 4 catches for 45 yards. Will Kazmarek had 3 for 20. Max Clare, 2 for 28. Our leading tacklers, Sonny Styles, had 12 tackles. Caleb Downs had 8 tackles. Caden Curry had 7. And Jalen McLean ended up with 6. For Indiana, their leading rusher was Kaleon Black. He had 16 carries for 69 yards. Roman Hemby had 13 for 52 yards. Fernando Mendoza, 13 of 23 for 322 yards, 1 TD, 1 interception. The Buckeyes sacked him 3 times. Charlie Becker had a heck of a game. 6 catches for 126 yards, a long of 51, and a big one there on 3rd down in the 4th quarter. Sarrett had 3 catches for 37 yards. Brady had 2 for 20. Leading tacklers was Hardy. He had 10 tackles. D'Angelo Pounds had 9 tackles. Isaiah Jones from London, Ohio had 7 tackles. 2 of those were sacks. Lewis Moore had 6 tackles and an interception in that ball game.
13-10 the final. Indiana defeats Ohio State to win the Big Ten championship. We'll have more of the Encova Insurance postgame show coming up on the Ohio State Sports Network from Learfield.
I love the neighborhood where I grew up, but it was tough.
Ohio State National Championship quarterback and former CareSource kid, Cardale Jones.
Football helped me find my direction, but I also needed the right support system. Seeing that CareSource heart around town, I just knew they had my back. That's the kind of difference they still make in neighborhoods like mine. This is so much more than health insurance. CareSource, today and always. Trust it. Visit caresource.com.
As America's largest custom home builder, Schumacher Homes believes a top-quality home should be affordable for everyone in the Buckeye State. We work with the leading architects to bring you the latest in design, and then you have the ability to make changes. Not just selecting finishes, but moving walls, adding rooms, literally customizing anything from the ground up. It's a misconception that custom homes have to be expensive. We work within your budget to build an amazing home on your land. Visit SchumacherHomes.com or any of our 9 Ohio locations.
The Fan, Ohio sports destination. Now back to the Encova Insurance Buckeye postgame show on the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center, the team physicians for Ohio State athletics.
13-10, the final. Indiana with a victory over Ohio State. The Buckeye offense picked up 16 first downs today. Brought to you by Kroger. Remember, Kroger Pickup is the easy way to get what you want right when you need it. Try Kroger Pickup today in the Kroger app or at Kroger.com. We'll go downstairs now to Tyler Danberg.
Downstairs with Ohio State defensive end Caden Curry. Speaking with the media, let's listen in.
Obviously sucks. Thought we definitely had some issues out there and played a good football game, and we made mistakes. They didn't, and they came out with a win.
Is that the worst part of it, knowing that you guys normally play better than you did?
Definitely sucks going out there and not playing to the hopes that you expect, and being at Ohio State, we expect it every day. But, we got to credit the team that beat us because they obviously exposed us where we had weak points that we didn't know about, and we just got to work on it and get better.
You mentioned mistakes and weak points. What specifically are you referring to?
There's nothing really that big. Obviously there's just little things throughout the game. Obviously there's points in the game where if it goes one other way, we have a different outcome. So, it's just all in all, it's a team sport. It's not just one person, so you can't single anybody out.
2 trips for the offense inside the Reds or inside the 10 when they came up empty. What did you think of that?
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
It's closing time, y'all. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Have a great one. On your way out, please like and subscribe, and don't forget to tip your favorite bartender. We'll see you. I'm Mac McGee, signing off for Braves Country Radio.